Welcome back, legends, to the road to the international closed qualifiers for the region of Eastern Europe. It's Dan and I back once again here. We're on to the regular time schedule of us here in the afternoons of Australian time and the early morning when it comes to Eastern European. Dan, we had the late shift last night, pushed us all the way towards the early AMs 12 hours ago is where we clocked off. And now we're looking to lock in for day number 2. And I mean, it's been a good showing so far from these Eastern European teams, and it's only going to heat up from here.
Absolutely. Let's send some people home. You know, this is where it all starts. The lower bracket coming through and, crushing some dreams. I know that's a big favourite of yours as we have a look at the bracket overall with the series that we cast yesterday in upper bracket round 2. One move able to take that one out 2-1 versus Namiga. Kalmichata, who we're covering second, going up against Cybergoose. They looked really strong in their game number 1 with, unique strategies that they were able to get on board. But it just felt like, despite the fact that their game 1 teamwork was amazing, as it went on and on and on, Liga team were able to adjust to that and, modify their play a little bit and force some unforced errors out of Kalmichata.
Yeah, and I think that really just kind of comes down to the difference in being a qualifier stack in regards to a dedicated team. I don't want to say that Kalmichata is not dedicated. I think that's definitely the wrong word to be used there, but a much more coordinated team. So being able to bring on that experience has been a big thing for Liga. So let's go and have a look at the games that we've got for today. It's going to be the Aussie duo for the first 2 matches here. We're going to have Namiga taking on Spoiled in the lower bracket and Kalmichata versus Cybergoose. It's going to be a banger one for our second. And then we've got our British lads to be able to take the final 2 for today here, and they're going to be able to sink their teeth into Aurora versus Quantum and then Na'Vi versus Runa team. So those final 2 series, Matts, we're obviously going to talk about the first 2 quite a lot. So those final 2, I feel like you're probably expecting Na'Vi as well as Aurora to kind of just breeze through that series, and then that's when things get a little tighter as they get deeper in the upper bracket, correct?
Yeah, you would imagine so. I mean, these are the 2 teams that get to face one of the open qualifier teams guaranteed, right? Like the teams that they're facing are the ones that had to play the upper bracket round 1, the prequel, I guess, to coming through this. And for good reason, right? They're pretty stacked with players, Aurora in particular. So I'd say we might be in for a little bit faster of a day compared to yesterday, but certainly anything could happen, especially in this region, which, we saw with Kalmichata getting a little bit of an upset win in game number 1. Who knows? It could be the same story in those latter 2 series.
Yeah, I really feel like that this region has such a high skill ceiling, and I feel like their skill floor is really, really high as well. So I'm very excited to see what these series bring us, and I'm very excited to see what our first series is going to bring us as well, Dan. Obviously, Namiga taking on Spoiled. Unfortunately for Spoiled yesterday, they really didn't have too much of a good showing up against Runa team. It was a pretty decisive 2-0. It was the only 2-0, I believe, from yesterday. Yes, it was. So they unfortunately didn't really put their best foot forward, and I feel like Namiga as well were ever so close to being able to get themselves a series victory over the top of one move. So coming into this first series, probably leaning a little bit more towards Namiga, correct?
Yes, I would say so as well. I mean, I didn't mind the way that they were playing around Purple Paradise. I thought he did a pretty decent job of his Void Spirit, but at the end of the day, a mid laner can only do so much. Then again, yesterday we saw Erased absolutely carry games 2 and 3, getting them over the line against Kalmichata. So you never know. It's got to really be one of those heroes that you can just basically solo the game, though. Puck can do it, Lena can do it if you get off to a good start and you're looking to play heavily around that hero. But we'll have to wait and see if he's able to get one of those. TIA actually got picked in both of those games yesterday that Spoiled was playing, so it was pretty much a guaranteed first phase ban in the series that we were casting, so I wonder if it's going to slip through again.
Yeah, I feel like that was something that I believe Nomad was talking about was, obviously the mentality of being able to give away one of these very, very strong heroes and being able to deal with it in a series kind of just puts you in a very, very good spot. As we're having a look here at the most contested heroes, I feel like for me, the big scary ones that I've seen so far, obviously out of the first few days, have been Ancient Apparition and Dark Willow. Obviously, looking at these banned heroes, they're strong heroes in their own right, and they're the reason why they're getting bans. But these heroes that are very, very strong, but aren't getting those bans, I feel like are the ones that are going to be warping quite a lot of the meta, and maybe these picked and banned heroes could potentially flip as we get, very deep in this tournament.
Honestly, the first 5 of the picked heroes are all pretty scary in my eyes. Nature's Prophet should be added to all of that. I'm surprised that it's not being 100% contested, along with Bristleback, I believe, is the only other 100% contested hero. Maybe TA is as well. But yeah, no, it's just way too strong at this point in time. And, you know, we're seeing a little bit of the resurgence of the Conquer, which is good to see. You know, obviously people played it as a mid for quite some time. It got a little bit of love with the off lane, especially ever since he got the Admiral's Rum just as that passive. But even seeing it as position 1 occasionally, we saw that you was playing it with pretty good effectiveness yesterday as well.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like that there's a lot of the heroes that we're seeing here. Or is that a Corgi? Is that what I'm seeing?
I hope so.
Waste 21. Please.
That's the dog.
Need to
dog
see the
cam.
Corgi. I believe I saw it. Anyways, I got distracted by an animal. I believe a lot of those heroes are, you know, obviously outside of the Dark Will and the Ancient Apparition. I feel like they're very, very. Well, I guess the Sven will jump into that category as well. But you know, the Batrider, the Conquer, as well as the Nature's Prophet, the flexibility is one of their massive strengths as well, right? Like the fact that they are a very, very strong hero in their own right, and then on top of that, they're flexible in 3 to 5 roles, which I think is the reason why a lot of these heroes are so successful, especially in this closed qualifier environment, where if you get some of these heroes and you're able to, you know, mostly outdraft some of these other teams, then that skill gap goes from being relatively close to being blown out of the water.
I know you're talking about all these Dota things, but all I'm looking at is the player cams right now, and I don't know if it's just the shadows or something, but Young G, he has to have the fastest facial hair growth of all time, because I'm pretty sure he was completely clean-shaven yesterday. His hand is covering it right now, but he's like got pretty much a full mustache in and, you know, a pretty decent beard right now, so we'll have to wait and see.
I don't trust my memory from last night with the amount of sleep that I've had. So I'm not going to trust my brain. So I'm just going to go with you and say, yeah, Young G is a genetic mutant and is able to grow facial hair overnight. So shout out to Young G.
Shout out to the razor industry as well, which is single-handedly keeping afloat. Actually going for this Tusk hero. I mean, like, this is something that eSpoiled picked up twice and in their 2 losses, but it is still a relatively good hero, right? Like, it was there up on the most picked heroes at the very last of the front page, but I don't know how I feel about it. Like, it can feel nice when you've got heroes like the Darkseer to be able to play with in the position 4 role. It's not really played as a 5 as much anymore, but I do see the value of it in this meta. You know, we keep talking about a lot of these ranged, POS 1 heroes, that it just makes a lot of sense to be able to pair the Tusk together with it, you know? Obviously having a saving support, always good. Having increased Roshan potential, always good. Having stronger lane presence, always good. But now you've got an Undying to potentially contend with if you're playing it as a position 4 and not really the sort of brawling style that you want as a Tusk when you're going up against the Undying.
Does make it a little bit more difficult for you to get in there and throw some icy hands, so nice little change up here from eSpoiled. Speaking of the Tusk, I feel like Tusk is I don't want to say the perfect Dota hero, but he is by and far my favorite Dota hero, and I feel like his design is chef's kiss. He's such a mechanically high skill hero, can combine with a lot of cool things. There's a lot of cool skill expression, and his voice acting is top notch. So Tusk is.
I love the voice acting. I'll say that much.
Yeah. Anytime it's picked, I'm just pumped. I'm just pumped to watch it, especially because if you get a lot of these super high tier players, I feel like just being a good player and having the baseline of Tusk, and then seeing those Tusk specialists do those Tusk things, is very, very special to watch. And I think that's one of those heroes that can really get a lot of that skill expression going. So pumped to see some more Tusk.
As Waste has got the camera angled at his waist right now. It's really showing a lot to the old viewers. Yeah, I do love seeing a Tusk, with the snowball plays, with the ice shards, being able to, cliff yourself, cliff enemies, be able to get away. Potential for scaling into the later stages of the game once you get that walrus kick available. It does feel really nice. What accent would you say Tusk has? Is it like Swedish? A little bit?
Definitely would be Nordic. Let me see what the Dota 2 wiki says about Tusk.
Well, I don't think we're on Earth in the Dota universe.
Yeah, but they may give him a region, like an earthly region.
Maybe. I doubt it though. we're going to see Shadow Shaman coming through for Eastboiled. I think this is another one of the heroes that they've been picking up a fair amount. So the only... I actually don't think they have, but I think we're seeing a few heroes be played with a Shadow Shaman. They like to go the mass Serpent Ward, like the one big one, a certain few teams. And I think Eastboiled is one of them, just trying to get a little bit more of that pushing potential in with one giant ward to have to deal with. So it'd be an interesting way to go about it. I mean, Chicken Fingers is such a good facet to be able to have, just for being able to trade effectively, interrupt TPs even when your spells are off cooldown, good against illusion heroes to be able to break those. So I'm interested to see how they're going to choose their facets for this one.
I feel like Chicken Fingers is almost always just going to be the better option. I understand the power of the mass Serpent Ward, but I really do feel like Chicken Fingers is the way to go. So Tusk's name is Ymir, which comes from Norse mythology, so Nordic.
Norway, okay.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't hate
That's
a
my
Jakiro here.
guess.
I wouldn't hate a Jakiro for monodrama. Again, it feels like another one of those heroes that you can be quite aggressive with, especially with a Tusk, you know? Shards, Snowball, Punch, plus Macropire, Dual Breath. That's a lot of damage. It might be slow-ish, but even just the double attack of being able to deal with the Tombstone a little bit, give you some extra pushing power, Ice Path to be able to stop Shackles. Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I feel like the double attack obviously working really, really well with the tag team.
Of course.
Ancient Apparition is still floating around, and that has been something that has been used and abused for the past
Full
day or
Ice
so when
Draft?
it's close. Ooh, what's the next one? Drow? Oh, okay. Death Prophet.
She's more green than blue, right? Or is she wearing a blue? I'm red-green colorblind, so you can excuse me for this. What color
she's
is
green.
this stuff she's wearing?
She's very green.
She is, but what's she wearing?
Pink.
Oh,
Pinky red?
I would have never said that.
Yeah. It's kind of like I was going to say, it's kind of like a watermelon color. But then I realized that you're...
The outside or the inside?
the inside.
Okay.
It's like the inside of a watermelon.
No, that's not watermelon color. Surely not.
She looks very watermelon-y. Maybe it's a little bit more...
Maybe it's a Tidehunter foreshadowing. You never know.
Yeah, true. The real watermelon. But they've moved away from that kind of draft. I do like the fact that they picked up the Ancient Apparition themselves and were able to move into that Death Prophet, whereas now you're looking at some of these heroes, like Dirge really doesn't deal that well with the Death Prophet just because you have no way of bursting her. You've got a little bit of lockdown from the Shadow Shaman, but if you get off the Soul Siphon, it is just very, very easy for you to be able to kind of deal with all that damage that comes in from the Shackle.
Yeah, you mentioned the burst potential, and that's got me leaning towards, well, are they just going to lean her now? We've seen how Erased was able to take over a game playing that one, but you always have to worry with the Tusk, and Tusk isn't really going to want to lane into the Undying anyway, so I feel like if you go something like Alina, which is very gankable, then you're going to, put yourself in a difficult sort of position. So it would need to be up to him to, play to the correct side of the lane so that if you are getting rotated on, you've got that little bit of extra time to react and so on and so forth. But, all right, they're going to go for Axe. I wouldn't hate something like... Kunkka's already banned out, but I keep saying Razor. And it's not really meta right now, but when you consider Death Prophet as a hero that just wants to run at you and be right next to you in the middle of team fights, Razor's not horrible to have to play around with, especially when you've got a bunch of slows that are going to be coming through from Battle Hunger and Tombstone and all these sorts of things. It just has some decent synergy, but maybe it's still a little bit too early to be picking it up.
Yeah, potentially could just be a bit rough for him to try and play into Ice Vortex, the Cold Feet, the Shards, the Snowball, etc., etc. So wanting to lean towards a little bit more of that burst damage with the Tiny here. So this potentially could be a Snowy hero.
Tossback is nice too, as well, for when you're playing as the Tiny against the Death Prophet.
No, he played Sven and TA yesterday.
Yeah. I think they played a bunch of other qualification matches after this as well, which they won all of them, I believe. So
okay,
they're doing all right for themselves. As well, we see another one of those big beefy boys. I mean, when you think of this, AA plus Sven, there's a lot of kill potential there off the back of the Cold Feet, plus the slows, plus the stun, of course. Tusk rotating through. You almost wonder, we've seen Axe be gotten off to a good start off the back of like early rotations through, getting him into the first blood. But Tusk is the hero that you want to be playing if you're trying to get first blood, right? Like tag team plus cold feet plus whatever else you might want to have, and that's just an easy injection of gold for your team. So we'll have to see if that's the avenue that they choose to go for.
I really would enjoy if Nemiga wanted to put that emphasis on the axe, just kind of shut him down in that first wave, right? Just means that you get that first blood if you get it onto the Sven. Means that the axe can't set up in these lane shenanigans like he wants to. It really puts him off to a bad start, who feels like he's kind of going to be a lot of the, I don't want to say end all and be all for the side of Esported, but really do rely on their axe kind of setting the tempo for them. Their Shadow Shaman and their Dirge really don't start fights for them. They're much more of like that second phase interaction. You know, you drop a tombstone down and you try and get to that fight happening around the Shadow Shaman wards. So we'll see what Nemiga wants to try and get rid of now. Do they just get rid of Puck and just say, good luck trying to find a team fighter now that Void Spirit and Ember are gone as well?
Yeah, I could see that. I'm also just looking at, like, I guess the Tiny is one of the few good heroes at it, but, like, do they want to just pick up these heroes that are capable of withstanding the Sven burst? Because we've seen people get one hit against the Sven if he gets off to a pretty good start. And I guess Axe and Tiny, they're pretty tanky in their own right to be able to withstand it, but is Puck that hero, or are you just relying on your own individual skill as well? There's another beefy boy that you're going to have to try and deal with. So they've got a lot of pushing potential on Nemiga. They've got a lot of HP that you're going to need to get through. How are you going to be able to deal with this? I mean, against the AA, though, that's the thing that really throws a spanner into it, because I was thinking, can you Necro into this? Against every other hero, it's great, but not against the AA unless you're really going to be relying on the Tiny to be the one, you know, bursting down that AA before the team fights are a concern.
Yeah, that's I feel like the beauty of what we've seen from Nemiga's draft here. I feel like the AA really does solve a lot of their problems. I feel like AA solves a lot of problems full stop in Dota. Kind of creates his own as well, just with how strong he has been. So it's going to be hard for Esport. They're going to go for the Mortar. So another one of those heroes that can have a lot of that late game damage potential. Really be able to start to scale with that hero, especially when you go into Pierce the Veil. You can get through the Dragon Knight. Maybe you have enough burst damage to get through the Sven as well. But again, it's just another one of those heroes is if you get caught, you're done. Just not going to have a good time. Like, you're going to get two hit by this Sven. The Dragon Knight's going to be able to catch you out with, Blink Dragon Tail. It's all about the lanes, I feel like, for Esported, right? Like, if they get put behind too far in the first 10, 15 minutes, they're going to lose all their outer towers. And then at that point, how are they supposed to try and fight around all these different areas for them to get into? Really going to rely on Waste 21, having a good start, getting in towards an early Blink Dagger, having that Blade Mail as well. Nemiga, I feel like they've got a very straightforward draft. It's, very meat and potatoes. Whereas for Esported, they've kind of got a lot of things that they need to go right for them in this first game.
Press your buttons and run at them, basically, is what Nemiga need to do, right? And, it does require a little bit more coordination, like you were saying. The big areas that I'm going to be looking towards are the top tier 1 tower, how much emphasis Espoiled look to put onto it, because, again, that first Tormentor just gives so much value this game, whether it be on the AA, whether it be on the... another hero that I'm seeing coming through, the Undying, just to be able to have that grab ally shard is going to be massive if you're looking to try and stop people from getting burst down by a Sven jumping in with a God Strength Blink Dagger, So are they going to be able to have that defensive tool to be able to stop the inevitable run at you style that Nemiga are going to have? And I think for Nemiga's perspective, they don't even need to finish this game in 30 or so minutes. They've got the potential to, of course, but you look at a Sven, you look at a Dragon Knight, they have great late game potential as well. So it really doesn't seem like there's a big weakness in terms of their timings throughout this entire game.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing that the Nemiga have going for them.
Hold on.
All right, speaking of fast starts, Espoiled. They walked up to the high ground. They got themselves a nice little ward down. Is there a...
Should have
They at least see the ward up here on the high ground, and they will lose their own.
All right, easy. I mean, you always want to fight when you've got a Tusk, for sure. Like, one of the best fighters, especially in like a 5-on-5 situation. But you're going up against an Undying, and if he's able to get off a good tombstone, then makes it a little bit more challenging. Was that a second smoke that they've now used?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
All right.
They want to see if they can try and get something out of this early aggression. I really feel like Tusk AA plus Sven is basically a kill area.
Sven's not there, though.
Maybe they're trying to make this combo with the Dragon Knight as well as the Death Prophet, hoping that Purple Paradise walks forward, but he will say no thank you, and he will walk away from the Bounty Rune. So they'll end up with 3 here for the side of Nemiga, and starting out nice and hot.
Okay. I mean, you did have to use 2 smokes for it, though, but I guess if you're not really worried about smoking, you can just let them restock and, again, just use your ultimates to be able to push towers. You don't really need to go for these, like, ganks. So, I think it should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does feel like they've just got kind of someone in a lane, and they can just sit the 2 supports behind them, depending on what type of objective they want to try and work towards. And it's almost like Eastboard kind of has to come to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, we've seen as well DKs go different sort of strategies. You know, you can look for being that late game presence by, you know, even playing from the mid lane, like an armlet into a bunch of other items for the DK, or you can just go like an early-ish like Mage Slayer into a Blink Dagger if you feel like that's the problem that you need to be solving, and you're like, well, the Sven can kind of deal with a lot of our damage issues that we've got for the mid to late game.
And that's the thing, it's something that we've seen these Svens really have in spades, and that is damage. So I feel like for them, yeah, definitely Young G being able to move towards something along the lines of a lot more of an aggressive stance. Can put them in good stead here. It was for the side of Eastboiled, starting off pretty decently here.
This top lane is just so crazy. Like, you've got one lane being pulled behind the tower, you've got one lane being pulled on the left, you've got Tusk pulling the lane to the bottom side. So there's like 3 different areas where there's skirmishing happening, and everyone's kind of happy about it. I would say probably the least happy one would be Asdakor, just because he wants to be frequently fighting with the decay. But you know, I think they're going to be fine with it if you're still able to just freely farm behind this tower as well.
Yeah, they're getting a decent amount of farm here on Snowy.
And again, all you really need is level 3 on Tusk to be really impactful. So if he's able to get to that around the time of, like, I mean, the ideal would be the 4-minute water runes, just to make that early rotation, to potentially put a little bit of pressure onto the Tiny, especially if it's before the Tiny hits up into his own level 6. Because, you know, with all that physical damage that they're going to be having, both from the armor reduction coming through from the Worm's Wrath, but the tag team as well. It means that Tiny, despite being a pretty tanky boy in terms of his HP, is going to be pretty deadly.
Pretty deadly indeed. So, looks like Snovy's been able to rejoin back into the server, so that's always exciting. And now we get ourselves back underway once again here. So, we'll see as we continue throughout this game about who is going to come out on top.
Bottom lane, decent amount of action down here as Bashka. So another pause. What's the regen look like? I mean, they've got a salve on the AA, so he should be A-OK. Shadow Shaman, again, just looking to make these pretty frequent trades, going for the Boots of Speed, although he's out of regen himself. So is the Axe, actually, with just one courier actually heading back to base. So I wonder if he's going to change strategy now on Ryota and actually look for a few of these wave pools to be happening, because he's got a 30 movement speed advantage over the AA. Like, yes, he would love to be able to get an Ether Shock out onto the Sven to try and get the kill, but he does have a Tango going, he does have a Magic Stick going. He probably won't actually get that battle hanger off, to be honest. If he moves forward, he runs the risk of dying.
Maybe he has that internal clock of the Ether Shock in his head here for Bashka.
And the Chicken Fingers coming up in 4 as well, so might not be able to pop the stick if he's, you know, getting a little bit too greedy with it. Yeah, the next 5 seconds is actually really intriguing as to what the strategy is. I feel like Ryota wants to go in, but is that the right choice? Could he get turned around upon? Probably, just because you've got that Cold Feet coming up again in a couple of seconds. Chilling Touch, of course, available as well.
Remember when Chilling Touch was a buff that you gave to allies?
Yes, indeed. They're just going to have to run away. So with taking a couple of those hits as well, means that you're not able to get this pull, means that the Sven is able to recover somewhat, just eat up a couple of tangos, and what could have been a kill, or at least some free farm for you to be getting for your axe, is not going to be quite so lucky.
There's potential for a first blood. But we haven't seen it just yet, so we'll have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen, about where that does land for either team. Covers 9 though. Struggling just a little bit here in the top lane. It's a little hard for the Death Prophet to continue playing this lane when it has been all about shenanigans. This Vampire. A little bit far forward here on Snovy, who's been able to do a good job at getting a lot of those deniers going forward. So right now we are just in Farm Central. All the cores doing relatively okay in comparison to each other. Nobody's really streaking ahead in any of these lanes.
Until then, Tombstone being dropped, and had the stick available, but just a nicely timed dead shot as well coming from the tree line meant that Sonovi able to influence enough so that Aztekor able to get that quick kill for himself. Trying to pick up the Tombstone for himself, his excess Vampire, which he will. So a little bit of an injection of gold there, yeah.
Doesn't lose out on too much experience, says Clovis 9. Obviously losing the first blood is not good. They're going to go here onto Snovy. Can they keep on top of the Muerta? Aztekor is able to just provide that little bit of extra gap. Oh, I thought Clovis 9 would potentially... Level 1 Crypt Swarm is kind of doo-doo, so doesn't really do all too much damage.
Yeah. That was the only thing really holding him back, and you can see he knows he's going to get harassed. He's got a raindrops already queued up here on the Muerta. Just realizing that that's going to do a body of work against this DP.
This means he can survive a few more of those Crypt Swarms. Bashka. We're going to try and get this fight going on here towards Waste 21. The Cold Feet will proc, but Bashka doesn't want to go too deep into this fight. Now they're going to continue to go forward here. Waste 21 doesn't have too much of a creep wave, but he's getting a few spins. He's getting these auto attacks, and that will be the Sven going down. So Bashka wanted to get the aggressive stance on top of Waste 21, but he got punished.
Punished indeed, and I mean this is the sort of thing where, you know, you were talking about the DP having a relatively rough time, but it was Axe that was actually a fair ways behind prior to that kill. But now Sven's not going to be farming for this next little bit. You've got Axe able to recover not just some of his gold, but the XP as well. Obviously very important to be able to get some more points into the counter helix, so that when eventually some further stacks start to be built up by Ryota, he's going to be able to farm them nice and quick. We've seen how crazily quick people can get out of control. It was Malik yesterday on his axe that was just bonkers, the amount of net worth that he had. I think it was an 11-minute blade mail plus blink dagger. It was kind of nuts.
With phase boots as well, I'm pretty sure. So
yeah.
It was definitely quite a lot of the extra gold going in his pocket. You know, you do definitely kind of exponentially build up a lot more of that gold once you get that chip first, once you get that whole blade mail as well. You can just farm through these stacks
lane.
quickly.
This is this point prior to level 6.
Here on a Purple Paradise, looking to see if they can continue on here. They don't have the damage just yet. They're getting that final breathe fire there from Young G to take down the Tiny. Leaves him B for now.
Does, but it also pushes him back prior to that 6-minute power rune. So is that going to be something that they're going to be able to easily claim? Aztekor has actually done a pretty good job of making sure the lane is shoved in, so you're going to need to make a choice of what you choose to do. Go for the net worth or go for the power rune. At least it's not a free bottle refill for the Tiny, but he's been forced all the way back to base. Does have the soul ring to be able to play around with though.
You got a lot of that extra regen now for him. And his lane's starting to break down just a little bit. They are seeing if they can go towards top side of the game.
This is an interesting rotation coming through from Purple Paradise. I mean, he showed on the lane, so they knew it was coming, so that you could make a few reactions, and then he actually gets blocked off by a really nice ice shards. That's the high skill ceiling that you're talking about with the Tusk. Just not even needing the snowball to be able to make a bunch of these saves happen. The ice shards is enough, and with that rotation, he's forced to just walk slowly towards the mid lane because he doesn't even have his boots yet. And in the meantime, he's got a full level advantage now on Young G versus Purple Paradise.
Yeah, who has the full treads, the null tally as well as the bracer, getting towards that very, very scary peak point where you're able to get the maxed out Worm's Wrath, as well as the maxed out Fire Breath. So we're at a point now where the CS is starting to get doubled. And as you said, Young G gets to make this rotation towards the top side of the map. And Werther, one of those heroes that really needs to farm for the first 15 to 20 minutes.
And they knew Tiny just TP'd top as well, so there's nothing really he can do about influencing this fight. They should be able to very quickly take down the Undying, just a decay to kind of delay things a little bit. Not worth dropping the Tombstone, but they'll get a kill plus a tower off the back of it. Maybe want to rotate the Tusk towards the mid lane just to be able to soak up a little bit of this farm, which he does. So not too bad for Nemiga. It just feels like they're being a little bit more efficient right now compared to E-Spoiled. Say that as Excess Vampire misses 2 last hits under tower, maybe 3.
No, he gets that one. He's able to clean it up, and they get the first tier 1 tower of the game as well. 8 minutes in, pre-exorcism.
That's the tower I was really invested in Eastbold keeping, though. Remember, this is the 20-minute Tormentor that you're looking to try and play around in. Without a tier 1 tower, it's a lot harder to be able to defend this on the Dire side. You're not really putting a lot of emphasis onto the Radiant top tower, just because, you know, you're oftentimes out of position and it just doesn't feel like it gives you a ton of value. But now they're just going to be able to quickly make rotations towards that area. They're going to be able to claim it pretty easily at the 20-minute mark. And not only does it deny the potential for the grab ally from Aztekor, it also is going to be giving, most likely, the upgraded Ice Blast to Monodrama's AA. So 8 minutes in, losing that tower, I was really thinking that they were going to put a ton more emphasis onto that.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just weren't able to hold it, and you know, sometimes they may not even be kills. They can just be resource blunders, and that's exactly what happened there from Purple Paradise. He's able to at least clear through some of these stacks in the Radiant jungle, which is nice for him.
I don't even need the Exorcism for this. Just the Elder Dragon form might be enough, but going a little bit too deep is Excess Vampire. Again, really just stall things up.
Deep is definitely the word. Was behind this tier 1 tower. As you said, no exorcism, but now with Excess Vampire going down, there's not really much else that they can do here, especially pre-level 6 here for Monodrama. Really wants to try and build towards that Ice Blast.
Took out the majority of the tower's HP, though, again, without the exorcism, so it's one of those things that you don't want to be caught without, just because it is going to enable E-Spoiled to be able to, you know, make a few more gank attempts of their own. How close are they to their support ultimates? Not super close. Shadow Shaman still needs a little bit, and he would be, you have to say, the more important one to be able to claim at this stage, but he is making a bunch of stacks for Axe to be able to play around with, so it's really just about getting into that Blade Mail as quickly as possible, because you know the heat's coming, and it's coming soon.
Yeah, Aztekor was doing the exact same thing in the Dire jungle, so for both the Mortar and the Axe, there's a lot of that extra network that's hovering around here in the jungles. They're going to see if they can try and go forward here on Young G, but with Excess Vampire in the area, that is a disengage from E-Spoiled. They're looking to see if they can try and go on Covus 9 in the top lane here. The Death Prophet will show on the lane.
Still got the amp damage
with
on Young G. I don't think they're really wanting to overcommit here until you've got the Elder Dragon form. Coming from Aztekor, it's right under an Observer Ward, though. So, yes, they will probably be able to defend this tower, but it just means a lot of them not really doing much, you know? Relatively slow game, 1 to 3 kills scored, net worth pretty much dead even. You'd have to say, though, Nemiga haven't really made any big moves outside of moving up towards that top tower and punishing the missed TP that Purple Paradise had. So it's just a matter of when they actually want to step on the gas to be able to start pushing forward. Is it going to be with the Witchblade being picked up? Is it going to be off the back of Echo Saber and Blink Dagger? Because I feel like Esport's rotation is going to come a whole lot sooner.
Yeah, they've got the Blink Dagger up now on Young G as well, so that potentially could be where they want to go. Excess Vampire, though, walking forward. Yoda does a lot with the Chicken Fingers and the Hex. It is perma CC here for XX Vampire. Seeing if he can buy a little bit of this time. This Sister's Shroud is completely bonkers. So much of this extra time just has to go through to try and get this kill onto the Tusk, and that potentially could have been a bad one.
Yeah, eventually they get it, but is it worth spending, let's say, 40 seconds off the map just to be able to get a support kill, give up a power rune? Not even... No, he did get the kill for himself, I suppose, but I don't know. It felt like a little bit of a forced movement because they weren't under the risk of losing anything on the top side of the map, you know? Tier 1 tower's already gone, so would have much rather he just get into a Blink Dagger for himself and pick off a higher priority target like this Death Prophet. Still yet to see an Exorcism. Maybe now is the time.
Yeah, just pop it and walk towards these tier 1 towers. A lot of these cores are walking their way. So, Elder Dragon form, God Strength, not the Exorcism from Covus 9. Maybe looking to try and clear through this first tier 1 and then, yeah, walking towards the pit.
Claim, oh, some Ancients perhaps. They see that it's being pulled.
So they can see that they're going to be nice and juicy and stacked up. They did get rid of the hard camp, but now with this ancient area, they're able to get through that with Bashka. Bashka and Cobus 9 clean all that up. So they're just vacuuming up some more of these different parts. Again, just not really fully abusing the ultimates that they use. Gold Strength and Elder Dragon form for a tier 1 tower and a 3-stack of Ancients. Yeah, I mean, it's good, but your net worth lead is not ballooning out right now for Namiga.
I think it's more just about, like, of course, the net worth that you get is great. It's about denying it away from Eastworld because without a Blink Dagger on, I mean, the tiny level 9, I'm not sure if it's really enough to be able to reliably get any kills because you've got 2 relatively low damage supports with you. You need the axe there as the follow-up, and so taking away all of that farm from the axe is pretty huge, right? It's going to mean another at least 2.5 minutes before Waste is able to get into his own Blink Dagger.
Was a close little jump there onto Young G. They almost collected him with the Avalanche. Would have been an Avalanche toss combo. Eventually could have taken down that Dragonite, and now we're starting to understand that there is a lot of time that Snovu's just been able to sit around and farm on the Muerta, up over onto the other side of the high ground. They're going to go in with the Ice Blaster as well. She's going to walk forward. It's a lot of damage that goes towards that Muerta, though. Does she have enough to survive from the Shatter? The Cold Feet, it's going to just miss, or is it going to kill her? No, the final Shatter is able to get the kill there onto Snowy, and they continue to keep this fight going. Oh, they're all stuck inside the snakes. 2 cores stuck inside the snakes here, especially with the Shadow Shaman going in with the shackles as well. They get the Berserker's Call. They're trying to get the save as they pull them out here from XX Vampire. At least Young G's able to walk away. But they do lose their Death Prophet for this. Another beautiful set of shards there from XX Vampire. And again, the skill expression from these Tusk players is a joy to watch.
Able to finally get outside of that that Mass Serpent Ward's area is the Tiny as well. Could have potentially followed up on it, even threw the Blood Grenade back on XS Vampire to be able to disable any sorts of blinks that might have still been coming his way, but I don't even say that was an overcommitment coming up on the top side, you know? It was just maybe taking a little bit too long, and that could have been, again, a very, very different story if Axe didn't have that Ancient stack stolen away, because he would have had the blink in the lead up to that fight, and I feel like you do pick off the Dragon Knight in that sort of situation, which would have really put a dampening on how effective they would be able to continuously move onto the eastboard side of the map.
And that's kind of the operative word right now, is the dampening of the Dragonite and the Death Prophet as they wait for their Sven to get towards that ever critical mass. Blink is almost available now for Bashka, so I'd imagine that it's going to be the next couple of engagements for them with double Blink Dagger. Just going to go in with their big cores and see if they can blow anybody up, but he's spoiled. Done a good job at keeping it parity right now. They've been falling behind all too much.
Item build that Purple Paradise is going for. Boots of Travel next. So he's got basically 0 right click other than just being a tiny and tanky as hell. But certainly a puzzling one. I mean, he's going to be hitting it at a pretty similar time to this Blink Dagger that Waste has just picked up for himself, so might look to just join in with a few of these gankish attempts. Haste Rune being popped. Ryota, he's got his own Blink Dagger as well, so they do have the potential to start going in and making stuff happen. It's just a matter of who are they going to find.
They find the Undying here. It's the only one that gets hit by the Ice Blast. A nice little blink call, but no, he gets stuck inside of the shards. And that's not what you want to see if you're a Shadow Shaman who's getting your buddies stuck inside of your own snakes. They have a lot of these deployables, but look at how much damage they're able to do here from Covis 9. Wants to try and turn around with the Soul Siphons. And it's not going to be enough there, Danog. So again, beautiful blink initiation comes in from the side of E-Spoiled. They get stuck inside of the wards. And it's all about Bashka, who comes in on this Sven, finally picked up that Blink Dagger and is a very scary threat.
I mean, yeah, it was a 2-for-1, but you lost the tower as well as a result of it. And again, it just feels like Nemiga are making the better use out of these big item timings that they're hitting. You know, it wasn't the cleanest initiation that they were able to get on Esports, right? Like, you've got a Blink Dagger on 3 separate heroes, but it feels like Nemiga are the ones kind of forcing the situations first, so you're not able to actually get the jump. You're still losing something as a result. In that case, the tier 1 tower, the last remaining tier 1 tower on the map. So interested to see what they're going to do with this next 2 minutes, because again, approaching that 20-minute timing where Tormentor is going to be a pretty high priority. Maybe they're going to look to try and put a little bit more pressure up on this top side of the map, take away the tier 1 tower from Nemiga, and just make it a little bit easier for them to look to try and play around this sort of area.
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of the emphasis needs to be put, right? Top side of the map. Both of these two teams. We did just pop the Elder Dragon form, so it's going to be up for at least that Tormentor fight at 20 minutes.
Yep.
It has to be very, very careful, though, because I believe it's going to just be a couple of seconds off.
Yeah, that's fine. You've got other pretty tanky heroes that can look to lead in. I guess he is the one... Oh, you've got Blink Dagger now, actually, on Excess Vampires, so you can kind of have him lead the way. Also with the Tumbler's Toy, with the Snowball for potential saves for himself. Very viable option. What's the warding situation look like right now? A couple of pretty defensive sentries being placed down by Eastbold right now. And pretty similar story, actually, from the Mega side of things. I mean, one more aggressive ward sort of inside the entrance to the Eastbold jungle, so you can see any sort of rotations that might be starting to happen up towards the top side of the map. Just going for not even the most information wards, just something that's not likely to get dewarded. So this one placed down by Monodrama was pretty good. They're just rallying behind Snowball.
Yeah, you can see now they do have the scan towards the top side, so they know that they're at least in towards that area. This is a big smoke coming here from E-Spoiled. They do take down that tier 1 tower. How quickly do we want to work towards this Tormentor?
They know Sven is there on the left.
Bashki, you have to be careful. This is going to be very spicy for both these two teams. It's everyone being split. They want to try and go in here onto the Death Prophet. Covis 9 gets stuck inside of it. It's a beautiful snowball. And again, as you said, beautiful jump into the backline there. They just catch out these cores coming in from the side of E-Spoiled. They'll have to TP out here if you are the Axe. And now it's just Snowy versus the world, and he eventually will fall down. They don't cancel the TP there onto Purple Paradise, and 20 minutes hits the clock. Their fight was exactly what they wanted for E-Spoiled, but they just don't find the right target. They go in on Covis 9, they don't get the kill on him, and then just out in the back goes Bashki as well as Young G. And it is just going to be a Tormentor, potentially towards Orochi as well.
You still want to just kind of sweep across the map first, but the big difference is, look at those cleaves coming through from Bashka, right? Like, that's the big difference maker. Deals 3.1k damage in that fight and just completely takes it over. And that's the crazy thing, right? He's the hero that they saw first because of a great Observer Ward that they'd placed down, but instead of going for him, they just opt to walk into the area that they don't have vision at the time, and you know, you saw what resulted, right? They, as soon as the smoke popped, they just went on whichever hero that they saw. Whereas I feel like if you take this Sven out of the team fight, the majority of the damage that Nemiga can do is gone, or at least it's a lot more manageable to be able to deal with. The supports had zero impact in that team fight on Eastbold as a result of Bashk still being there.
Yeah, I don't think either of them got a spell off.
Nope.
And, you know, this is the power of picking these tanky heroes, right? You pick these Death Prophets, you pick these Dragon Knights to try and soak up a few more of those spells, and that's exactly what you wanted for the side of Nemiga. And very dominant set of 20 minutes has just come up for them. So We're just sitting here and we're just waiting. And Purple Paradise, what's he going for now? He's got a Void Stone and a 4-staff?
Is it Echo Saber he's got coming on? Yules. Okay. Just wants to be able to last a little longer, have a lot of mana to be able to play around with. Not sure. Still doing okay.
For me, though, yeah, it's not so much about the net worth. I feel like it's just where the net worth is going, right? Like we already touched on the fact that they have these tanky heroes, and now you're going down a no damage route for the tiny.
The scaling is a bit of an issue.
It's going to become a problem, because if we get towards the mid to late game, you've got a Sven, a Dragonite, and a Death Prophet. And if you're looking at East Boiled, they're going to have...
All three of them have BKBs as well, by the way. So not only is Huerta useless, but you're going to have 0.
Speaking of, she's been found. They just jump in. They go inside of the Tombstone to try and get the Huerta away. She wants to try and turn around. At least gets away from the Ice Blast. But you can just see Kovas is not going to let her get away.
Toss.
The toss goes all the way deep into the base. So they at least get the Huerta out for now. But they're looking to see if they can take down the Tiny. They do. In the background goes Young G onto the Shadow Shaman. So he will bite the dust as well with the final right click that comes in there from Kovas 9. And it is saving Private Ryan, taking down Snowy, being able to get him out of dodge, but they lose so much for that, man.
They do, and again, it's just one of these instances of pretty poor itemization, we have to say, right? Like we've just been saying, where is the tiny scaling potential coming from? All 3 cores had that blinked BKB available, excuse me. Mr. Court getting going on a little bit here. Nice ice shard's not perfect, but nice enough. Yeah,
okay.
like where is the actual damage coming from for them in the next? Oh, honestly, it's going to be quite a while until they get into anything, because he's going a 4-staff after that on the Tiny.
Yep.
So it doesn't really provide any sort of assistance. Is it literally just try and get Snowy as farmed as possible and 4-staff him away and make sure he doesn't die, kind of like what they just did, and hope you can kite out these BKBs? It's putting a lot
yeah, I
into his
guess,
basket.
but like I also feel like you can achieve a very similar kind of stance just by taking out one of these heroes. You know, if you get a Blink Avatos combo onto XX Vampire, take him out, then there's no Tusk. Then the Sven has to be much more mindful about how he wants to play this game. Maybe you can half HP the Sven and force him to use these abilities and use these items in bad situations. But now you're being pure utility. Like, can he even kill anybody in an Avatos combo? Not really. So where's the damage going to come in the Axe Call? Unless they catch 2 or 3 heroes, I don't see there's going to be that much from the Axe either. And I think this is a big problem that Eastboard are going to have here, because they are trying to get through 3 tanky cores that do a lot of damage, and there's not that much damage coming back at them.
Yeah,
so,
agreed. The Mjolnir will help,
going to be the problem.
but again, more magic damage against PKBs. Like, how effective is that actually going to be? As Purple Paradise looking to rotate away from this top side of the map, but not sure if away from the top side of the map is the area that you want to be, considering we've just turned to nighttime. 25 minutes. Roshan making his way up towards the top side, and it seems to me like that might be the big prize that Amiga are going for, with Ashka still with a little bit left on that shield rune. Going to be just base tanking it, and why not? Time that
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you feel pretty confident. You are able to see a few of these heroes on some of the wards that are floating around for Namiga, being able to see where the Tiny was on the bottom side of the map as well. So you can kind of just walk into this pit, and what are they supposed to do to you? You're not really scared about any of these extra heroes coming in. There has been a few decent blink calls by Waste 21, but it's just at the point now where
you need the follow-up.
100% sure where it's supposed to go.
Decent little spell usage down on the bottom side, dropping the Mass Serpent Ward, forcing some TPs away. They'll see that Sven doesn't have a TP now, so if I'm them, I'm TPing back on Ryota, instantly popping the smoke and basically going where the Sven ain't, because he's the one that's got the... actually gave the Aegis over to Kovas 9, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. It's an interesting
Trying to be the frontliner for them, trying to soak up some of the spells, because you think about it, like, they don't want to use
all 3 are
spells on him.
transformation heroes as well.
Yeah.
Like Exo plus Elder Dragon Form plus God Strength. It's like there's not really a good person to give it over to. Maybe AA should get it again. Respect 2.0.
Dire are scanning.
Does
For
mean
those that
they
weren't
can...
watching yesterday, we're talking about the AA Aegis Snatch, by the way.
Yep. Actually, it wasn't technically a snatch because they got the last hit as well. Sorry, I just had to actually you. That'd be nice if we saw another Roche steal.
Bring back level 1 Roche, honestly. Like, I'm sad that doesn't exist anymore. Anytime you can have, like, a quote-unquote unique strat, it's fun in Dota to not just have one flowchart way of having to play the game, you know?
Yeah. Alright, they're going to try it. Waste 21. They go in onto the Sven. He's about half HP, but now with the snowball, goes all the way forward here on the Snowball. He's able to pop that BKB. Wants to try and turn around. Look at the damage that he does. He just cleaves through that mortar, and they're just stuck inside of the tombstone. I don't think it's really going to do much for you, Astakar.
Just dive in the
and they're going
threes.
towards the background here for Young G as well, and I feel like this is potentially the beginning of the end. We're 28 minutes into this game, and they are just terrorizing the side of E Spoiled, and Amiga look in very, very dominant positions. You just walk down mid. Like,
yep.
You just walk down mid. There's not much that's going to change.
No creeps. That's the only thing that's stopping them, basically, the old backdoor protection. So they're going to be forced to back off. But again, we, for the past 10, 15 minutes, haven't really seen an avenue for them to be able to, like, how is the comeback actually going to happen? And I'm still wanting to see that. Even like the BKB that's coming through from Purple Paradise, it's not damage. I don't think survivability is the issue right now. It's just the ability to quickly pick someone off, because if you've got a blink call, someone needs to die in that duration of the blink call, and a BKB is not going to change that.
Yeah, and you saw the damage that he was actually able to do to Bashka when
it was
he did
decent.
get them called. It was a decent amount of damage. Could you imagine if we had an extra core on top of that that was able to, get that Avatos combo? I know I feel like I'm kind of hamming into Purple Paradise, but it really does feel like they've put themselves in a very, very hard position with a lot of these this itemization and doing a good job at least cutting the creep waves. And the question is, does Mortar outscale Sven plus Dragonite?
If it gets to like the Giga
like
late
Rapier
game,
plus, like Rapier plus a couple of items, right? For Snowy. That's the only way that I see it, and especially now at Waste 21. They do get gone on. Kovasan is able to take that Astakar in the middle of the map. And we are just looking towards Namiga, trying to take down this last tier 2 tower, and then walk into the base of E Spoiled.
walking
Someone's
underneath.
going to get cut off here as well. Young G's looking to try and see if he can find some of these calls. Oh,
The
blinks
double.
everywhere.
But they're just taking out all the outer towers, you know, like, yeah, it would have been great to be able to close it out right now, but they're not really in too dire of a situation, let's say, and, I mean, even only 400 gold away from the completed Aghanim Scepter for Cobus 9 as well, so he's doing far more damage compared to a lot of these East-World heroes as well. And even just, like, we mentioned all of these things that they're going to have to try and protect Snowy. And you've got the Force Staff on the Tiny, you've got the Yule Scepter on the Tiny, you've got Parvis into potentially a Solar Crest and a Ghost Scepter on the Undying, you've got Hurricane Pike and Mjolnir on Muerta, you've already got a Nullifier on Young G. So all of that is just completely useless. And just one item to nullify, I would honestly say 70% of the net worth that they've got on Eastworld is kind of nuts.
Very, very good item. I personally feel like Nullifier is potentially too strong.
Yeah.
It does.
I think it should do the initial purge, but it shouldn't stay, you know?
I don't think it should have any stats. I think if you kept it the way it is, give it no stats. If you want to keep it with stats, it shouldn't permanently spell. Ryota, unfortunately, he's been found out. Dropping the snakes as well.
You just wanted to disable a Blink Dagger, basically. Something to just keep them down there on the low ground. As would you? Oh, hold on. They're both kind of TPing at the same time. I mean, they're seeing the Twin Gate be channeled over and over. He's in.
They found the Sven. Okay. This is a lot of damage, but the Ice Shard. Oh my god. You could not have asked for a more perfect Ice Blast with a more perfect AA Shard than that one right there. He saved his buddy from across the map and got the kills onto the cause. That could have potentially been a small little avenue for eSpoiled to come in. But no. Ancient Apparition, baby. Zip zap. Making you feel bad.
Yep, just way too powerful. Across the entire map as well, the AoE was enormous, and then he rewards himself by staying too close to the Tormentor, ends up getting himself killed for his troubles. But you know what? Monodrama, he'd done his job.
Yeah, that's hands-off keyboard kind of stuff right there.
Oh, yeah.
But you crack the knuckles, lay back, you look at your core players and being like, give me that win.
What have you done for me lately?
Exactly. Well, very dominant position still. Like, look at this. It was a beautiful start from eSpoiled, but
Bang.
Just bang. And then that just gives XX Vampire enough time to get the Blink Snowball save. They just catch out everybody, and it's just murder on the dance floor, unfortunately. And that was a beautiful, beautiful save coming in there from Monodrama.
Covis9 very, very happy about that one. To be able to turn it on around, I mean, he's the one that did the majority of the damage once they were in, right? Like, he's just able to clean up off the back of his Aghanim Scepter. He's got the Whisper of the Dead as well, so plenty of spell damage off the back of that. Witchblade, you know, Exorcism. It's a crazy amount of damage that this DP is outputting, on top of being survivable, on top of taking towers. You just look at the level of effectiveness that they have right now, and that's the big thing that stands out to me.
And looking to try and end this game is Namiga. Unfortunately, Waste 21, he's not around. Does he have a TP? At least has a TP. Beautiful blink back there, so that means that they're able to at least get away from Young G. But they hear a knocking, and they're beating down that front door. So if you don't fight now, I don't really see how you were supposed to. But how you even start these fights? What, you're going to blink call Young G?
I mean, he's saying, give me the freaking
good.
smoke, bro. Like, the Axe is just like, what am I supposed to do here? They're still going to be hitting into this Axe.
Okay, Purple Paradise out
someone.
in the back. They're at least trying to take down XX Vampire. So taking down the Tusk is a good little start here. They do get the Sven up into the air. Doesn't want to use BKB in an awkward scenario here, so they really want to try and figure it out. BKB's popped up plenty here by eSpoiled, though. Going to turn back around here for the Sven. He's stuck inside of the snakes. It's a beautiful use there of the harpoon. Gets himself out of dodge, and he's healing so much. Look at the lifesteal with the Satanic. Stands and fights, and Snowy wants to try and win this fight, but it's Covis9 with the godlike spree on the Death Prophet. And it's a buyback from the Shadow Shaman. It'll be a dieback from the Shadow Shaman. And it will be the entire base going bye-bye because the Gs get dropped. And game number one, Namiga, dominant fashion.
Dominant fashion indeed. I mean, we talked about the 4 Protect 1 style that they were trying to go for, but that really isn't where Dota is these days. You need multiple different avenues to be able to contest effectively. You need not just one hero that's very easily countable, and it just felt like they played exactly into Namiga's hands, right? They waited for them to get the BKBs. They didn't make plays off the back of 3 pretty early Blink Daggers on the Axe, Tiny, and Shadow Shaman. And I mean, yeah, in the last fight, in terms of the damage actually done, there was an 11,500 damage done by the Muerta on her own. It was like 3,000 by the next highest person, which was Death Prophet, but it can't just be one person. Yeah, and this is the play where it really got out of control for mine. Like, again, prior to this, they saw the Sven hanging around on his own underneath the tier 1 tower. They could have very easily gone onto him with a Blink, Hex, Mass Serpent Wards, Shackle, plus a ton of damage, but they just opted to go into the unknown and ended up losing them a pretty big team fight, lost them the Tormentor, and you could see just 2 minutes after that, what was a 1k net worth lead in favor of eSpoiled became a 6k net worth lead for Namiga.
Yeah, it really did feel like that it was just kind of the snowball from that one moment. And it's exactly as you said, right, where it was just so much of this extra pressure that got put on them after that team fight going so awry that there just really wasn't a good scenario for them to come back into this game, and then it just kind of snowballed with a couple of the moments. This is what a big one where I was looking at, you know, the Sven's about half HP and they didn't really even expend all that much for it. If you're trying to pick this Muerta, I really feel like that you need to enable her and be on the front foot and really just kind of put that pressure on. And make sure that she's able to get those auto attacks going. It just never felt like they were on the front foot to be able to get the kills that they wanted to. And Namiga, had a very straightforward draft, and they didn't have to kind of change anything. There was a lot of things that needed to go right for the side of E-Spoiled, and unfortunately this is one of the ones that just doesn't go right for them. But I feel like the game was kind of done at that point. But
Definitely
it's just, it was just too hard and a little bit of a stretch too far for E-Spoiled.
In that previous fight around the tier 3 mid, like, even I was just keeping an eye on, and again, we've kind of harped on about Purple Paradise a little bit, but he was kind of playing like a position 4 Tiny, not a position 2 Tiny. Yeah. You know, just standing off to the side, and against a lot of this damage that they've got coming through from, honestly, all 5 heroes have a pretty high amount of damage on Namiga's side. Of course, Bashka the most by far, but you kind of need your cores in there to be doing their job, essentially, like being in there, soaking up a lot of the damage, being able to withstand a lot of the damage being done by this Tiny, by the Sven, by the DK, by the DP. But instead, you kind of just left Waste 21 on his own on a little island. And yes, Snowy is able to dish out a huge amount of damage, but you can't just be standing in the middle of a team fight as this Winter. You're just going to get focused down as soon as that BKB is gone, and even prior to that, honestly.
Yeah, and especially because, you know, as we said, with the way that the other cores did pan out in this game, it was all on the mortar, and it's very, very simple game plan when you see this one hero that is all the damage. You go, okay, well, I mean, if we CC her and we kill her, then it's kind of game over. For
Pop your BKBs, stay away from her, wait out the Pierce the Veil duration. All good, basically. You don't have to worry about anything. So pretty clinical, as expected from Namiga. You know, they looked pretty solid in their series yesterday against One Move. Obviously, One Move took the chocolates then, but it's a game 1 lead that they go into this one, and could be looking at a pretty clean 2-0 if things continue in that fashion. But before we get to game 2, we got to go to a quick break, let the players, take a break, get a stretch, get something to drink, and I think you should do the same. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Dominant game one there from Namiga to be able to punch their ticket a little bit further in this bracket here. They are still alive in the lower bracket, much like their brethren of E-Spoiled, who are looking to try and reverse their fortune so far here in the road to the international regional qualifiers for Eastern Europe. And Danog, there is a few things that are starting to stick out for E-Spoiled. We're talking in the green room just before about, you were talking about pick preferences as being something that E-Spoiled have been potentially shooting themselves in the foot with, and potentially maybe leaning away from some of these stronger heroes in the patch as well.
Yeah, I mean, not even necessarily leaning away from the stronger heroes. The big thing for me is just they're choosing second pick whenever they get the opportunity to. Every other team is choosing first pick, and they're the only team that's still yet to rack up a win. Is there a connection there? Maybe, maybe not. But I just feel like when there's so many heroes that are just giga busted at this stage, you got to take the first choice of them when you get the opportunity to do so. I was never doubting like the Muerta in that previous game. That's the thing. Like Muerta did her job. It's just that she was a lone hand, it felt like, in that game.
Yeah.
You should never have a game where AA is doing more damage than a mid-tiny, and he did.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I didn't even see that.
It's banned.
So,
And Nature's Prophet's banned. Let's go.
so it seems like E-Spoiled have decided to get rid of all the bonkers broken heroes. Unfortunately for them, they don't get the first pick here, but it seems like quite a lot of them are going to go goodbye for today at least. So I'd imagine a Templar Assassin band's going to come through. We probably will see...
E-Spoiled would need to do it. Because Namiga got first pick. They're not going to ban it if they have the opportunity of picking it up themselves.
Dark Willow TA, and then we've already got rid of Kunkka. If you're going to go for the TA, you definitely want to get rid of the Bat Rider.
Yes. You can get rid of Bat Rider. I mean, they could choose to ban Darkseer as well. Maybe feel like they have answers to the TA themselves. So if you don't ban some of these bigger priority heroes, then it can become a little bit more challenging.
Ooh, TB. Okay. So the TA is still very much available.
Mm-hmm. TA's available, Doom's available, Darkseer's available. What else has been first phased? Darkseer's not available. Tusk. Okay. Still going back for it. I mean, Excess Vampire played it pretty great in that particular game, so I totally understand why you want to just go for this hero, which again can be flexed around if you absolutely need it to. I think for this team in particular, it's the Pos 4 Tusk that's just leading the way. But I don't know. Like I feel like it worked all right with the DP, which I suppose is still in the pool. Is it now a question of do E-Spoiled pick up the DP for themselves, considering the AA has been banned out? Because I feel like if they don't, or if they don't ban it next, it's just going to be a pretty quick pick for Namiga.
Yeah, so down the path that neither of us expected. The Dirge is picked up here by E-Spoiled. You can see Snovy's getting quite animated there in the player cams, speaking about a lot of these first picks and kind of the ideas that they want to try and go through here. Does have the crown next to his name, whether or not he's the one that's actually calling the shots is a question potentially could be answered somewhere down the track, but can get rid of the Centaur here. A lot more of these offlane bans are just going to get sent out. So the TA eventually does cop the ban hammer. What is going to be the final ban here for the side of E-Spoiled?
I mean,
Some more. Yeah, okay.
I can see it. And I still think the Shadow Shaman is fine. I just think the way that they waited way too long to get value out of the Blink Dagger. I'm not even sure if we saw a single Blink Hex into Serpent Wards, into Shackle, you know? Like, I just think they need to change their mentality around what to do when they hit these timings, for mine. So...
Yeah, it definitely did feel like they were potentially a step behind where they really needed to be. So... it's going to be the response here. This is where we saw the Ancient Apparition be picked up.
Still on board with the Jakiro. Nothing wrong with the Jakiro here.
True. Not wanting to show too much of your hand. I mean...
what's another option? Silencer? Like, people aren't really picking Silencer as much anymore, but it's still a viable option.
Does give you that little bit of a global combo break. mean, I'm loving the Jakiro. I think that just has such a good combination with a lot of the heroes that Namiga have looked really, really good on. Bashka has looked, I would say, his best on Sven every single time.
Yep.
So if you're trying to angle towards that, the Jakiro does enable him a decent amount. Be able to provide those slows so you can stick on targets. Obviously, the Ice Path is very, very good at setting up for a lot of these kills as well.
Bro, I don't know why Excess Vampire is just showing like from the nose up because yeah, there's the silencer. If you look on his Instagram, so many thirst traps. Like man goes to gym and man loves himself, so you know he should be getting the rig out.
He was he definitely had much more than the forehead yesterday. So potentially he could just be having a low day today, right? The self-esteem's not up at the tippity top. He wants to try and win some Dota 2 instead of getting the guns out.
True.
Tickets aren't free, you know.
True. Sun's out, guns out. That's why there's no guns here. The sun is not out ever in my apartment.
It is dank and dark.
You gotta have the dank. But yeah, I do like the silencer just to be able to engage. It's a way to be able to take away the Undying's impact in a lot of these team fights. I mean, they already had a rough time even without that backline disruption, and now it's just going to be even more difficult. Still not picking up the Sven at this stage, kind of just baiting eSpoiled to take it, because I feel like if they don't, it's just going to be claimed by Namiga with this last pick of the second phase.
And I also feel like this Pango has been Corvus Nine's strongest hero as well. He looked very, very comfortable on it in that game that they had against One Move yesterday. So looking to see him start to clown around once again on this Pangolier. The question is for eSpoiled, what do you get? There is a Bat Rider.
Yeah.
But you have to play in a global. So potentially
and you're revealing it as a core really early as well, which, I mean... You mentioned Corvus 9 playing the Pango, so if you were like sure that it was a mid Pango, then sure, you can get away with going the Bat Rider, right? And just committing for it. Like a Drow, huh? So is this now a core Undying?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, is this taking a leaf out of Malik's book from yesterday?
Interested to see how they're looking to play this Naga. We don't really see it be played as core anymore. Like, yeah, they took away the status resistance reduction from the Deluge, which obviously did hurt the support aspect, but there's still so much strong about it. You know, it's kind of like what we were saying about the Chaos Knight yesterday. You know, fast hero, pretty tanky, lots of utility in terms of stuns, great teamfight ultimate. Even just the scouting potential of your mirror images.
Just annoying to deal with. It's really one of those kind of heroes in that category, in the support category, where you don't want to put all these resources in dealing with it, but you kind of have to, because otherwise they just do what they want to do, and that's problematic in and of itself. So definitely in that category of heroes, like you roll your eyes knowing that you have to deal with it, and if you don't, then you're going to have problems. Very strong heroes in that regard. So let's see what Namiga are going to respond with. Probably not vibing the Sven as much anymore.
I mean, can they like
Spectre?
Spectre or like, I don't know.
Because you have Global.
Gyrocopter even. Just something to be able to stay away from the Drow Ranger, outrange her. So, okay, just some other backline jump, sure. Makes a lot of sense.
First Storm that we've seen over our...
It's been banned out pretty frequently. Yeah.
Yeah, always was a second phase bandit, pretty much. Like,
yeah.
Was that like sixth ban most of the time? Fifth, sixth ban for a lot of teams.
Yep. So just looking to get rid of the main counters to it now. So I'm really just trying to rack my brain as to what eSpoiled might be considering into the Storm Spirit. You know, you can just go for a Spirit v Spirit matchup. You could go for, again, the Tiny, but I would want to see them play it a little bit differently, because this time, absolutely, you don't really have that frontliner. Like, Drow does not want to be on the front lines. Drow will die if she's just forced to be out there on the front lines. And they do end up getting rid of the Gyro that I was saying before. I mean, it's just good against the Tombstone, against Naga Illusions, Flat Cannon outranges the Drow Ranger as well. So it's effective in all those ways, but not going to be useful this time around.
We'll see.
I mean, I wouldn't hate the Spectre with what you're saying about
just...
like the global, the Storm Zip, the way to instantly get on the Drow Ranger. Once you get Orchid, you can just kill an Undying.
Yeah, I just don't know if the hero's a hero. You know, I just don't know if she's
It is. It's just like she's maybe 10th down the pecking order.
Yeah, but I mean that's maybe how deep you're gonna have to go to get one of these cores.
Dire team ban.
They have banned out a lot of them.
the Sven. Okay.
Sure, I mean, you could, like, blink on the
covered.
backlines and quick
Yeah.
burst, right? And you've got Warcry, which is effective against the Drow. Luna, okay. Gonna have a lot of difficulty with just being able to get onto this Drow Ranger, is the thing, but I suppose they're just going to be able to rely on the Storm and the Pango to be able to do that.
Yeah, Storm, Pango, Task. I guess they have ways of getting on top of it. Eclipse is going to be next to useless this game. That's for darn sure.
5 seconds remaining.
But they have good ways of cleaving through these illusions. Have good ways of being able to deal with these the summons as well. So you can still get that damage output for the Luna with the bouncing glaives. So potentially could just enable them to have this kind of ball where they can throw their Luna at towers. And Eastboard would have to try and make a contest for them. And then they can jump the back lines with Young G and Corvus 9. So Purple Paradise is going to fall back onto the Tiny once again. Really going to want to see a much more aggressive version of this game for Purple Paradise. And again, Waste 21 on the Undying. Is this going to be a good enough lane against Silencer Luna? Dirge Shadow Shaman?
Not necessarily, but you know what? I trust him. I trust him to be able to do it. I thought he played a pretty decent game on the Axe that he had previously. It just came down to, like, he didn't have anyone to be able to play with at that stage of the game. You know, they weren't really truly connected. But this just puts even more emphasis on Ryota and Purple Paradise. As soon as you get those Blink Daggers, you better be doing something with them. And I think if you're... It's one of the things where, like, I wonder if the good teams are going to get much, much better, and the teams that are still kind of building up are going to be lagging a little bit behind with changes to sites like Dota 2 Pro Tracker, for example. You can't see the meta evolve in the pubs quite as easily. You need to wait until it's revealed in a tournament setup, and the top teams only play in the tournaments. They don't play in the qualifiers. So, you know, you're kind of behind the 8-ball a little bit. You're behind the meta a little bit, but if I'm playing a mid tiny, I look at GPK and I just do whatever GPK does because he is the best mid tiny in the world without a question. I want to see Bottle, Soul Ring, Power Treads, then a Blink Dagger, and then whatever you want after that. You know, it needs to be something like, I don't know, Silver Edge even. Just something to be able to amp up your damage for the here and now and do a lot of burst and try and pick someone off in the duration of a Blink Hex Ward's Shackle.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the one thing that Purple Paradise can take away from that previous game. I'm sure there's definitely a lot of self-reflection in a game like that, and same with Namiga as well. They're not without criticisms. So we're looking to see if they can pull this one back here for E-Spoiled and try and at least get a run on the board. I think that's a thing for me, just trying to get a game inside these closed qualifiers, you know, 2-0-2-0 into being out of these regional qualifiers can be a little hit to the confidence for some of these players, but it is all still a learning experience. You know, a lot of these players still very, very brand new, don't have the same kind of experience as, you know, your players like XX Vampire, who has been kind of around the block for a long time. So we're seeing what they can bring in here for E-Spoiled.
Wonder if they're just going to walk up this cliff or if they're going to take the long way around because, again, it's nighttime for the next 20 seconds and you're playing with a Luna. They're the ones that have the vision advantage right now and they're going to be able to see the Shadow Shaman, but don't think they're going to be able to pick him off in time.
Thought potentially they might try and go something there, but maybe XX Vampire is really just trying to hold on for this skill point to see maybe if you can get away with not having to get shards.
Free D-Ward.
D-Ward in the mid lane, though.
Yep. Asdecor laying that one down beforehand. So it's a 5 Naga and a 4 Shadow Shaman this time around. We are seeing a few 5 Shadow Shamans, particularly in response to like a 3 Terrorblade and the like. But hold on, Asdecor. Speaking of that Naga, he might be in a little bit of trouble.
All he has is the Deluge, and that is unfortunately not a good spot for him to be in. Monodrama gets the initial kill there, so a little bit of extra gold going his way.
So now they've got
being sniped out.
they got regen on Asdecor. He's got 2 sets of tangos, so it's not the worst.
So you can see why you hold that point for the Tuskar. Be able to get that extra bit of damage with the tag team there. Covers 9 is going to struggle in this lane. They're just going to have to side pull like cheeky buggers and basically say, "See you, Drow. I ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole." So they're just going to leave that one be and really just hope that they're mid and side lane.
Drow?
Okay, this is not what I was expecting. I thought that Covus 9 was going to put up the crucifix and say "Begone" to this lane, but looks like he wants to play it out, and I mean,
Not against a Tusk, you're not.
to get it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that you just provide so much more damage early on into the piece, particularly with someone like a Pango. Once he's got that swashbuckle available, it's a lot of that burst damage that probably just wasn't expecting. And well, now that it's level 2 on Asdecor, it'll be a little bit more challenging for them to do that with the ensnare. Of course, the reel in, well, used to be the worst ability in the game when it was like a component of Aghanim Scepter, but now that you just get it by default, it's alright.
Yeah, most of the time things aren't bad, they're just not free, you know?
Yes. Now it's alright, because you see some utility out of it, and as a support, you're actually looking to use it pretty frequently, especially when Deluge had the status resistance component to it too. You just dragged people for so long, especially if they look to try and dive you underneath the tower. Made it a lot more challenging.
And also just having more accessibility to it. How many people would want to waste the 4.2k gold to buy an Aghanim Scepter to test out reel in? Whereas now that it's
Not
free,
me.
you can do some things and find some tech. It's always very interesting to see if you can try and go here onto Snowy. So the reeling will be able to at least pull the Tuskar away, but you can just see the damage. The Pangolier and the tag team, this not fun.
Not fun
at all.
And it's going to continue to not be fun. I mean, this is, again, just a level 2 Tusk. He's hitting on to level 3 after this creep, so probably going to have 1 point in Snowball, but could still hold it just for the 2nd point in the tag team as well, which he does. So he's really just going to bank on Snowy getting popped out of position once again, which might be if he's not too careful. Very clearly just focusing on dragging this one back, making sure that he's in an unsafe position. But at least they were able to drag the small camp in.
Purple Paradise. Looking to try and get a solo kill here. Doesn't have any more of his spells available, so at least makes Young G weak at the knees.
Does indeed. Doesn't really seem like any of the supports want to be making rotations towards the mid lane just yet, though. Even, hold on, using the fortification here to try and...
They're going to kill Asdecor in the bottom side. There is a mid 1v1 that I do love watching, but the Naga Siren is able to walk away. Covus 9 missed the swash with the tag team up, and now Ryota is able to get that return kill there onto Monodrama. Dropping the tombstone comes in from Waste 21.
And it's actually Bashka that's having the most difficult time in terms of the lanes, right? Like, Drow's died a couple of times, but still has a 200 net worth lead relative to the Luna. Maybe 3
Tag
times.
team. No, swashbuckle from Covus 9. So didn't want to go too deep into this, and so they didn't get that extra bonus damage from the level 2 tag team. But Drow is copping the business. They will go forward here once again. XS Vampire is just going to walk at him, and now with Covus 9
body blocks by
does
his
have
team.
the swashbuckle, but it was a nice little gust to be able to at least get a little bit of distance, but it wasn't enough.
Asdecor blocked his own teammate in there. That was just Naga Siren breaking off the only avenue for escape, and ends up dying a 3rd time now. Still slightly ahead of the Luna, but Luna's about to overtake after the next creep that he's able to claim. So not the smoothest start to this game for a Drow Ranger that was picked, paired together with the Silencer, with the Undying. The Naga Siren, you would probably expect that it's going to be going a little bit better, but you've still got avenues to be a menace once the team fights do actually break out and you get past the, let's say level 7 stage where you can start dishing out a little bit more damage from afar, because in terms of the mid lane, you're doing all right on Purple Paradise, right? Like, you're going up against the Storm Spirit. Yeah, Storm's got a little bit of a lead over you, but it's certainly not anything that's unrecoverable. He has the bottle, he's got the soul ring ready to come out to him now as well. And we've got a bunch of people actually rotating towards mid for these power runes.
Ryota is dead. So he's going to try his best to be a bit of a nuisance, but unfortunately for him, he's a level 3 Shadow Shaman. So he will lose his life here.
Distraction plays worked though, you know, 2 people moved away from the power runes. The luck was on their side as well, with Tiny able to walk down solo towards the bottom rune. It's only an illusion. It could be a lot better for sure, but still better than a kick in the teeth.
That's true. We'll take that end day of the week. Able to secure at least something
Top
for
lane.
his mid laner. They are seeing if they can try and get this turnaround going here for Monodrama. That is just so much damage. They're able to at least deal with a lot of these different zombies. Ryota wants to try and walk through this creep wave, but they don't finish off the kill there. So it's a little bit far away from the tombstone, means that the Silencer will walk away scot-free.
They do, you know, kind of push that lane out by dropping the tombstone and using all these spells, so there's no danger of anyone contesting this 7-minute wisdom rune, so at least they'll be able to claim that for themselves. And again, like, they don't exactly have the greatest tower takers on the esports side, so getting Shadow Shaman secured up into his level 6 is going to be pretty vital in terms of opening up the map, making sure that you're able to, you know, get some deep wards in and contest a bunch of the stacks that Bashka is going to be looking to try and farm if you're able to take out that top tier 1 tower.
And that'll be the kind of name of the game for, I feel like, both of these core players. Trying to take these tier 1 towers in the Drought, and the Lunar Excess Vampire just pops some frost arrows for his trouble. Doesn't lose anything else from it. Relatively slow start for both of these two teams. There's a few kills going one way or the other, but nothing really explosive the first 7 minutes.
No, definitely not. Silence is coming in, and I don't know if Purple Paradise got a quick glimpse of him. Could have potentially looked to try and kill the Silencer if he was in there.
Tusk is here too.
4-person rotation.
Yep, this is definitely a dead Tiny. It does have a lot of 1 charges, but it's just not going to be enough. And a regen rune as well for Young G. Ugh, licking your lips, salivating right now. Feel the storm.
Even has the power treads coming out to him as well, so a lot more of that damage, and this is what I like seeing, you know, just shove the lane under the tower, quickly pick up the farm, move back, force someone to have to defend it, otherwise they lose a lot of net worth, and then while they're looking to try and address this, make a play somewhere else. Looks like it might be down towards the bottom side, considering Rolling Thunder is available. Might even be potentially looking for any sorts of stacks that might have been built up, but doesn't seem like they've been able to do any of that just yet. And they're on the hunt.
Well, trying to make the go here on the Lunar on the top side of the map, and they will just walk in and they'll take down Bashka.
They found
but on
Drow.
the other side, they're looking to see if they can find Snovy. So let's see if they can get the response. There's so many people that are hunting this Drow. Oh, he gets caught inside of the shards. And that will mean that the Drow Ranger goes down again. So the trade carry for carry here. Seeing about whether or not they can trade T1 towers.
Not quite yet level 6 on the Shaman, so probably going to be a little bit slower there. I'd imagine that they're going to have an easier time on Namiga taking care of it, but it doesn't really seem like anyone's looking to try and respond with a defense on their side up until... I see a TP come up here now on the Silencer.
Bashka is able to walk their way in. They do have Covis 9 here as well with the Rolling Thunder. Ryota is the one that they're going to try and look for, but Covis 9 rolls a little bit away from the Shadow Shaman. They've brought in the Drow as well, so they eventually do take down that pesky support. Not without Snovy making the rotation towards top side. This is something that we've seen quite a while ago. Bashka's going to walk in. Aztekar, unfortunately, you walked in underneath the Eclipse. Oh, he wants to try and walk away. Almost tried to play dumb. Didn't get away far enough from the Lunar. And once again, so much damage goes in onto Snovy. And he is having a dog's breakfast of a game number 2 here on the Drow Ranger. Not having a good time at all for East Blue.
0, 5, and 0 at this stage on a Drow Ranger, which is... Not the way that you want to be starting this one out, and maybe they're rethinking, should we have had this Undying in this sort of switch-up role? He has been doing a pretty good job on the Undying, though, right? 1-0-1, Luna not exactly having the greatest start to this game, but it just comes down to what have you given up for it, and really, it does center around a lot of the positioning that happened on the bottom side of the map, right? Both giving up the first blood, continuously putting yourself a little bit too aggressively positioned in a lot of these team fights, and well, what do they really need to try and save themselves? I would say a 4-staff needs to be the go for basically everyone on eSpoiled, but no one can really afford to get it right now or anytime soon. This would be a great pickoff, though. They know exactly where Luna is.
Yeah, they found her out. They're going to drop the tombstone. Ryota's here as well, so they will be able to deal with the position 1. So it's not just all doom and gloom. They get a little bit of a win here, and it means they're going to be able to take down this tier 1 tower as well. But about whether or not they can survive the trade, looks like Covas9's going to pick up a free one on the bottom side as well.
Again, we mentioned how good he is on the Pango. Top of the net worth by a fair amount, and he's got a diffusal blade coming out to him as well. So, I mean, if you're able to focus that one into a mid-tiny, especially if Purple Paradise chooses to itemize in a similar way to what he did in game number 1, you're just going to completely take away his effectiveness if he just has 0 mana to be able to play around with.
Yeah, I really hope and pray to our Lord Gaben that Purple Paradise does just go for, I mean, to try and burst someone build, and especially when Pangolier picks up this diffusal blade. It's not like he gets that much tankier. 1200 HP, pretty easy to burst through. So I'm really hoping to see if they try and put the pedal to the metal here for eSport. They've got a lot of these stacks to try and play around, but it's all about whether or not they can utilize the parts of the map that they want to try and play in. Once these stacks have been gobbled up, I'm going to try and make a go here on a Purple Paradise, but with both of the supports just kind of hovering around. They do have Covas9 making his way across here to get reeled in almost towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Really just comes down to, I think, I mean, I was about to say waiting for a few ultimates, but we got them all except for Aztecor. He is the only one still left without it, and honestly, that teamfight disruption is going to be pretty huge. You know, it really does put a lot more pressure onto Monodrama to be able to be on point with that global silence, and it gives them a little bit of a time window to have to actually secure a bunch of these kills rather than just having the freedom to continuously jump. So something like an amp damage rune is going to be absolutely perfect for Young G to have to be able to play around with. We see Snowy again.
Yeah, and they're looking to see if they can jump in onto the Drow. Snowy behind this tier 2 tower. Aztecor to provide that body block, but with the Ice Shard missing, spots alleviate a bit of the pressure.
TP's all the way back to the triangle. Looks like they realize that this is probably what's been happening. An instant smoke coming through. 3-man gank rotation. Purple Paradise, I mean, again, playing kind of like a support in terms of like where his positioning is, and poor level 7 Drow Ranger. Nice little save.
Still alive. They have to be careful. They eventually do get the kill there as well, so they've overextended here. They lose out Young G as well, so Purple Paradise is finally able to get in towards the backline and get those beautiful tiny pickoffs, and they will be able to eventually close down on the Tuskar. So excess Vampire. So Namiga, they went deep to try and take down this Drow, but it looks like he's spoiled. They were more than ready.
They were indeed. Little lippy by Snowy, just dropping the double voice line after his 6th death, but you know what? He must have been feeling pretty frustrated at that stage, so for them to be able to get away with a 3-for-1 trade, probably worthwhile. I mean, even just the assist gold is probably getting him more than he's had in this last little bit of time. That was
Just
with
being
amp damage
around
as
some
well.
of these kills could be okay.
And Monodrama just wasn't able to drop the global silence as well. We have to consider how much that played into their potential to, not get away with a pretty clean trade there. Really nice positioning by Purple Paradise. Again, he was level... I don't think he was level 7. The Drow was level 7. I think he was maybe 9 and a little bit, and he's almost level 11 off the back of all of that.
Yeah, he's building towards the 4-staff early here. So
I don't mind the 4-staff. I just don't want to see a Yules in a 4-staff, because it's fine if you want to go this 4 protect 1 strat and going up against... See you later, Undying.
No, Waste 21. He was one of the ones who was really starting to build up that net worth lead, and now Ryota He's standing behind his buddy. Wants to try and walk away here. They still have to try and get this kill onto the Shadow Shaman, but with the Ceaseless Dirge, it means that now that Waste 21 has come back into this fight, they're going to try and reset with the Song of the Siren. So Aztekar will be able to walk into the entirety of Nemiga. And you can just see that Bash goes in a very, very awkward spot. Avatos combo goes in onto the Luna and throws her into the clutches of E-Spoiled.
Denies even.
Clovis 9 is able to not get away from E-Spoiled, and they're starting to win these fights here, Dan. They're starting to pull this game back, and Snovy with the double kill on the Drow Ranger is able to hold on to the bottom side of the cause when it comes to net worth. But hold on, they do.
The big thing for mine is that they're just not getting that quick burst that they're really needing at the start of a lot of these engagements. As poor Silencer probably about to drop into the grave once again. Monodrama. I mean, they used the Global Silence that time around. That's better, right? But it just wasn't that clean snap kill that they've been hoping for. And in Waste 21, we keep hyping up how well he's been playing. He's the one that gets jumped on. He has, of course, the Ceaseless Dirge, so he's able to very quickly rejoin the team fight. And you just see the value of this Tombstone. It stays up for the majority of it and gets denied by Naga Siren towards the very end. So he's sort of giving them a lot of value. And you see, again, once that Song of the Siren is used, you're able to just reposition yourself perfectly to be able to follow up after the fact.
Yeah, you can just see that, you know, now Purple Paradise is able to get a lot of these early kills on the Tiny, and it's something that usually what comes up when you look at these Tiny players is what happens when you get that first Blink Dagger, how many of these extra kills you're able to get, how much of the snowball you're able to create, and that's exactly something that Purple Paradise has actually been able to get this time around, has been that extra bit of snowball.
They're using the Observer Ward placed by Ryota after that engagement to be able to potentially go for another kill here. This is level 12 Tiny as well, so they want the Luna. Are they going to be able to be patient enough to be able to focus down the Tusk instead? They're actually leaving entirely. I'm a little surprised that they didn't just try and get a Tusk kill if he's going to move on forward like that. Instead, they're going to wait until they're in a much safer position. That's very odd to me. And now walking out into the lane, so they're going to see the Shadow Shaman's positioning.
Just a small little break in their communication there, I'd imagine. So.
Radiant are scanning.
So again, I don't mind the 4-star on the Tiny this game, just because of who you're up against. You know, you want to make space away from the Luna. You want to get away from the Rolling Thunder. You want to save people out of the Ice Shards. Drow Ranger still going to be a little bit until she's able to get into that Hurricane Pike, just because she needs the raw damage output at this stage of the game. So if you can afford her that little bit of extra safety at this stage, by all means, go for it, right? But I'm happy that we're not seeing a Yules. The Boots of Travel is still a little odd to me, but it's his style, so I'm happy to go for it. After that period, though, I'm going to need to see some form of damage. You know, something versatile, like a Shadow Blade even. Don't even need to go into the Silver Edge. Just the Shadow Blade would be enough for me.
We'll see if that's the corner that he walks down, whether or not it'll be a repeat. So, very even, flat game right now between both these two teams. Nemiga kind of just got clapped in one of these last fights and looking to see if they can try and catch out the Dirge here. Waste 21, pots the BKB. Ooh.
Yep.
9-second BKB for not much, and there's no Ceaseless Dirge either, so they're going to see what they can do here for Purple Paradise. Trying to go forward here up onto the Tuskar, and unfortunately for XX Vampire, he's just going to lose his life. But he keeps his Luna safe, and they take down the core Undying.
They do indeed. Maybe just thinking, you know, it was the 100% magic damage reduction, but no, only 50%. It's been that way for quite some time. Not able to get out of that one with his life, and well, it is a bit of a bummer to be given up your Undying like that, considering he has been playing a very, very solid game up until that stage. Honestly, all the cores, look how even they are in net worth overall. Might not be the case, though, as Snovy ends up getting caught out. He's in a very precarious position.
They're on the backside as well. Covus 9 just went into a very random spot. He actually is able to assassinate Monodrama. So they went for the Rolling Thunder here from Covus 9. It doesn't really get much out of it. They do lose the Shadow Shaman here. Bashka's really just trying to run away from this Naga Siren. Wants to try and get as much space away from her as he possibly can. But there is just so many members from E-Spoiled who are just chasing him down. And it looked like the Hunter became the hunted. especially with the Luna there just unfortunately getting into a bad spot. And now they get the shard onto the Naga Siren. What does it even do?
Gives
It's the
extra-
regen.
Yeah, feels very nice. Gives a little bit of that extra regen. Gives some mana back as well. Yeah, mana's kind of nice, I suppose, considering you've got Undying trying to spam his spells. He's only got the Soul Ring to be able to play around with. Tiny, of course, too. Anyone with just, like, max HP that's through the roof is going to get mega value out of that Naga ulti because it is percentage-based.
It's a good little reset
Maybe-
button.
Yep. Even just using the illusions to scout now in preparation for that 21-minute Wisdom Rune. Seeing some pings, and I think the illusion just briefly walked into vision, so I'm interested to see what's going to happen here. They don't have the Song of the Siren this time around, so I'm not sure if the Watcher actually caught that illusion or not, but we've got Bashka coming in here, and just a simple Eclipse drop should be enough to kill, but it's daytime, so he's probably going to see the Luna before Luna sees him.
Oh, Azteca.
Yeah, we're back on full time.
Tusker's here though. Excess Vampire is around in the area. Ooh. Doesn't catch the Runaga, so he will walk away for now. So
Interesting
game is
builds
starting-
coming out here. We've got a Aghanim Scepter coming through for Bashka on his Luna. And you were mentioning during the draft that it is not a great Scepter game unless you're able to just toss it onto your Storm Spirit and let him run onto the back line and just have it, you know, being an ion cannon and just wiping out this Drow Ranger. Remember, you've still got the Silencer to be playing around with as well. It really is going to emphasize the importance of this BKB timing from Snowbeat. Now that he's got the Hurricane Pike and the Manta Style, it's the next point of call for him. It's just a matter of when is he going to be able to pick that one up. It's probably at least another 5 minutes away.
My prayers are answered.
A little bit of extra time.
Onward.
So we will see if this Ags is going to pay off for Bashka. Can throw it onto the Pangolier as well. Which provides you with that little bit of extra damage in the fight. So we'll see if it pays off. I'm interested in the fact that Waste 21 hasn't gone for any of these auras. You know, Crimson Guard specifically against the Luna. Just making a lot of these little extra tidbits of damage kind of go by the wayside. Even a pipe wouldn't be too bad because, you know, at this point you're really trying to focus on the Drow Ranger. The Tiny knows his role. Blink in, try and kill the Silencer as quickly as humanly as possible. Maybe try and put the Tuskar a little bit off edge. But
The big thing that's standing out to me is, you know, you talk about a few of these big item timings. The one for mine that's on a position 5, surprisingly enough, me talking about pos 5s, is the Guardian Greaves coming through from Asdecor. I think that's the big thing here because Silencer doesn't have the, what was it, resonating silence anymore. Like that facet is just gone. So if you pop that Guardian Greaves, you're going to be able to song every single time. You know, there is a reset button available for your team to be able to, you know, nullify a lot of the damage coming through. There's no AA this game either. So the heal from the Greaves, the heal from the Song of the Siren, especially buffed up with that Aghanim Shard, is going to be so critical to the success of E-Spoiled in these future team fights.
we'll see how these next couple of clutch items do come out. As you said, there's a decent amount on the horizon here, so we're getting close to the Aghanims for Bashka.
I want this game to go long.
Greaves coming.
I want to see Asdecor get into all of these items that he wants. He's going to have Holy Locket, so buffing up not only Song of the Siren, but his Greaves, and then the Aghanim Scepter to buff up the Realians, specifically against this freaking Pango Rolling Thunder. That's going to be the big thing. But, of course, he is anticipating this, and he's already going for that Lotus Orb, you know, realizing that, you know what, I need to make sure that I'm not getting countered when I'm trying to, you know, just get it onto the backlines and deal with them.
Just needs to get in there and ensure that he can deal with the damage here. So game is slowed down to a crawl. Both teams are looking to just try and complete those next couple of items, trying to hit those next power spikes before they do progress. There's not really too many objectives on the map. It's only really Roshan, especially with the Tormentor going the way of E-Spoiled.
really does feel like both teams are just kind of waiting for it to be up on the top side of the map. I would say Eastworld in particular. You know, they've still got their tier 1 tower to be able to play around with. They've still got good control over the outpost, the watcher in that sort of area. And I mean, they don't want to fight until they've got these BKBs for themselves. So the emphasis is really on Namiga to try and get something happening. You've now got a BKB on your Storm Spirit. You've got Global Silence up and available again. Link Dagger on the Tusk. Not quite yet level 12, but shouldn't really matter. And, I mean, just using these Naga Siren mirror images off cooldown, essentially, gives a lot of information. Because if no one's dealing with a lot of this stuff, then it's very clear that they've gone for a smoke.
You're in deep now.
And even, as we just saw then, in the middle lane, just being able to reveal some of these players when they get their smoke popped by someone else.
I think
not only just the passive vision.
Bashka right-clicked as well after using the Lucid Beam onto the Naga Illusion, so they actually see that he's got the Aghanim Scepter too. So I wonder if that's, again, going to influence how they're trying to take these next few fights. They're just going to go straight on into Roche. Naga Illusions, though, know exactly what's happening. Just bringing it closer.
Purple Paradise as well as the Drow. Snowy are in the top side of the map, so they may have just found a small little window here. Waste 21. Wants to come in. The Drow will TP in. They want to try and just deal with this Tombstone. So they get rid of that nice and quickly here. So Bashka will go towards the back line. Young G, very, very careful. Clover's 9, though, goes in towards the background. They're seeing if they can try and get anything done with this global silence. They have done nothing with these ultimate abilities. They're trying to go directly here on top of the Drow range of the BKB is being popped. No damage comes out here from Young G. They get rid of the Naga Siren. And now Snowy has to walk backwards. They're seeing if they go back here onto Purple Paradise. Wanting to see if they can take down this Tiny. Clover's 9, though. He's the one that loses his life early on. They just don't have the damage, it seems, to try and take down some more of these heroes. And now the Luna, she's the one that's in the trouble here. Bashka is just going to get taken down by the Drow Ranger, and Snowy with the double kill. What looked like a great initiation coming in from the Mega meant that they just didn't touch anyone with these big ultimates, and they just got kited out.
They got kited out completely. The Global Silence didn't hit onto anything. Pretty quick blink out to be able to counter that one. Felt like a little bit of a desperation, Roshan, to be honest. But again, Asdakor has been doing a phenomenal job of just kiting out, or rather having information about the other team, where he's able to just pick out, all right, this is what they're doing at this point in time. Let's respond to it in this way. And, I mean, it's not at that point just yet, but you could still see a scenario where with just the one BKB that they have at that point, he could have even gone for an Aegis steal at that point if he wanted to try and 1v5 it.
Could have been potential, but now with Roche being as low as he was.
Tuscan Storm.
Watching. See if they can try and go for the steal here. XX Vampire goes in. Storm zips away. He does get the Aegis. A big steal comes in from XX Vampire. You would have loved to have gotten it there on your Storm Spirit with Young G. Now they're going to try and get this fight going. They're going to jump in as well. The Drow Ranger's getting stuck inside of the pitch. He's in that BKB. Wants to stand and try and fight. Ryota, though, he's the one that loses his life early on. The foul play goes down. The BKB starting to wear out here for the Drow. Going up onto the high ground. Not really much mana is left available for them. So Snowy wants to try and get away from these heroes. He's quite tanky here on the Drow Ranger. How much extra damage do they have? Not enough, it seems. Waste 21. Wasn't sure about whether or not that Tombstone tried to save his teammate or if it was a hindrance more than a help. And again, these fights are back and forth here, Dan.
Yeah, Vampire getting a well-deserved tip there. And that was even... the Eclipse was used incorrectly as well. It was just used onto the Luna, ended up hitting a couple of neutral creeps and a few illusions, and that was about it. So, you know, not even the perfect storm coming through from Namiga, and not only do they snatch the Aegis, they also get a pretty clean team fight victory as well, and a BKB charge used on the Drow Ranger. So down to 8 seconds now as well.
Just being able to put the hurt down on her means that these fights are potentially starting to go their way. Just very low on the mana there for Purple Paradise. You can just see in this replay, it was just very hard for him to try and engage. He just couldn't really do much, and whether that's off the back of using too many of these spells and not getting the reset, or whether or not it is mainly just about this Diffusal Blade coming in from Clovis 9.
Do you see what happened there? So the Tiny tried to move in to toss back the Drow to the Undying, and he ended up grab allying him in place instead. So he didn't actually move at all. So it's you see the idea is there, but the execution just hasn't been on point in these last couple of fights for Spoiled.
Yeah, and I think it also bugged him out too. I don't think he actually got inside of the Tombstone because he died to a swashbuckle. So that's why I was like, when I looked at it, it looked like potentially he got tossed to the Undying, and the Undying tombstones like in front of the Drow rather than actually tombstoning the Drow.
Yeah.
Weird interaction. They tried. They really did. But again, now back to parity between both these two teams. Aegis is off the deck, both of them. And you can just see that I feel like this game is going to come down to execution now. Just with the way that a lot of these team fights are going, it's about whether or not the Tiny can get into that backline, try and catch out a few more of these heroes. Really just trying to, abuse the Yules, try and get in, take him down. He's got the BKB now as well here for the Tiny, but again, just no damage for that mid laner.
Drow.
She's walking up. They can see the arrows.
Yeah, I mean, she was smoked underneath that ward, so you know exactly what's going on here. Can look to try and maybe make a pincer move, but you wouldn't want to get caught out at the start of this fight on the silencer. I think he needs to just get completely out of dodge.
Yep, they will Delta split. And they will use this time to push out these lanes and sit back and hover. So we're getting close to the Tormentor respawning. As if there's not a Tormentor respawn thing on the UI yet. Like the base UI from Valve.
Yeah. They just want people to not have to turn their brains off, I guess. They're going for a smoke of their own. Understandable. They just hit a bunch of big timings, most notably the BKB for the Luna, so isn't going to get caught out in these situations where, if you use an early Manta style, you have to worry about the gust. You want to be able to, commit in alongside the rest of your team when that global silence is popped so that you can land that Eclipse onto the correct hero. Because you've even got a Blink Dagger on the Pangolier as well, so really just wants to be right there in the thick of things. And I mean, it really forces you to have to turn around and try and kill him. But again, not going to be able to do so. Like this Pango has actually gone away from the Lotus. He's building into now the AC into the Refresher. So it's kind of been going back and forth between what people's quick buy has been. Like now they're going for a Vlad's on the Naga Siren instead of the Aghanim Scepter, just because it's something that's going to give them some value right now. And I think like they feel like their timing is right now, or at least very soon, considering 900 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter on the Undying. Tiny's not really picking up anything major soon. Just got a BKB, I believe, but not too far away from the Butterfly either on the Drow.
Yeah, that'll be big. The Drow Butterfly. But there's a lot of magic damage though. Comes in from the Mega. Be very cautious for the Drow. So wait and see. It seems like it's potentially some camera problems from Spoiled.
Where's Storm? He's close to his level 20, but not going to get it before the outcome of this smoke. So, all right, I'm trying to formulate like the ideal team fight for Nemiga. Probably pick off Shadow Shaman just because he dies so damn fast. Like he's got 0 items that are going to give him any sort of HP. Not even the enchantment for his neutral item is going to help him in that regard. So just find the backline, quickly burst him down. If you can get onto the Naga as well, I guess that's kind of okay. But I mean, you've got 2 BKBs and a Rolling Thunder, so that's not going to be affected by the Song of the Sirens. So honestly, you could probably just look to try and focus down the Drow Ranger. BKB be damned. Just still just focus everything in onto her once the Shadow Shaman's dead. Yeah,
I think the raw physical output that you've got from some of these other cores really can just not worry about that BKB at all. So we'll have to wait and see if that's how these fights want to pan out, especially now with the BKB being up for Bashka. Getting close to building that next damage item for themselves. Feel like this Ag Scepter could have been utilized in a different scenario. A little bit more of that gold going one way or another, but That's why we like Eastern European qualifiers, Danog, because we get to see some different stuff. Not saying that Axler is different. It's just I feel like there potentially could have been some other carry players that would have gone much more traditional route. You know, going in directly into that Hurricane Pike, BKB, Satanic Butterfly, just trying to end the game that way. But get a little bit of a turn of spice.
From the esports side of things, I'm just trying to formulate how they're going to respond to a bunch of these team fights. Obviously, they're not the ones in the position of being able to decide, considering they're not smoking and they still want to get into these next couple of items. But their ideal scenario is that Waste 21 is the one that gets engaged upon, you know, and all you need is like half a second for him to be able to pop the Blade Mail, pop the BKB, pop the Gale Guard, pop the Flesh Golem, drop a Tombstone down, and you're good. So as long as you've got Asdecor on the back lines, just within range of the Guardian Greaves, as soon as that Global Silence gets popped, just use Song of the Siren, you know, because it's basically a pretty happy one-for-one trade, and you either force Nemiga to pop all their BKBs and try and engage, and maybe the healing's going to be enough to be able to save the Undying during any sort of lockdown that he might be going under. But if not, they've still used the majority of their BKBs to be able to do it, right? And you might have some damage coming back the other way from Snowy.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty straightforward plan. I feel like a lot of this kind of does come down to both the supports. It's what a lot of these metas really have been kind of divulging into. These supports really having quite a lot of work to do. So we will see once we get ourselves back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. See what we get this time around.
I'm reading some of the flavor text on some of these new abilities, like Chicken Fingers. Even a brief moment as a chicken is long enough to make most would-be aggressors rethink their mark.
That's actually pretty good flavor text as far as flavor text goes.
Just like, what if you were a chicken?
Started reading.
Like, how would your mind change? Probably not much, to be honest. You're pretty.
Hey, yo. Well, I mean, I guess the question is, do you learn all of your chicken instincts in that one instant? Or does Asdecor learn all of his Naga instincts at one go as well? Waste 21. Ooh, pops
this
the BKB.
Is not the way they wanted to start.
The amplified damage that comes up now as well here from Young G, and they just burn through that BKB. They've double smoked behind, or triple smoked behind this, and it just doesn't really matter. Popping the Ceaseless Dirge as well is not a good way, because these next couple of minutes of these fights are just not going to have that second life.
I mean, Asdecor was standing on the top of the cliff, which is fine if you want to be the one popping the smoke, but he was standing right next to a Watcher, which he started to channel as the smoke popped. It was very weird. Very, very weird. Anyway, he's going to be up in 3 seconds anyway, but that was your 7-second BKB, I believe, on Waste, so gets rid of some of his unreliable gold, sets him back a little bit on being able to finish up his Aghanim Scepter. But they didn't really use anything big on Nemiga to be able to make that happen, just some Storm mana, basically, and that's going to bring him a whole lot closer towards his Shivas, so that's going to be great at making the effects of that Naga Siren, Song of the Siren, a little bit less impactful when they are going for that quick pick-off. It might, you know, enable them to pop all of their BKBs and just say, we can wipe out this target, heals or not. You know, the Shiva's Guard is going to be enough to be able to go through that.
Especially now with these galvanized stacks starting to stack up for the Storm Spirit.
Another smoke.
So they got themselves the Tormentor kill now, so we will have the foul play going back to the old broken foul play. He can now use items, so hopefully even more broken.
Very fun.
Yeah, Nemiga, they're looking to see if they can try and catch out some of these members from E-Spoiled. This game is on a knife's edge. And it really does feel like one big team fight can push it one way or another, considering how close this net worth chart is. Walking directly underneath the ward here is Young G. It's not the real one.
Hold on, can they see him? Oh, they see an illusion. They see another illusion.
He punched the wrong one.
I don't think he even saw it. I was looking at Nemiga Vision and they didn't even see the real one, so obviously done by Asdecor to be able to play around that. They will get dewarded still, but you know what? Worth. That's another smoke that's been popped. It's another little bit of timings that they're trying to still get into, and you still didn't quite have the butterfly on the Drow Ranger, just 500 or so gold away. So all of this stuff is really just giving them such valuable time to be able to get into their next items. Now you've got the Aghanim Scepter for the Undying. Only about 400 gold away from the Vlads as well for Naga herself, so this is all good stuff.
It's just delay until they can reach that critical mass with the Drow Ranger. She becomes a hero very deep into this game, especially when it's going to be all about trying to get on top of her as well. And you know, Tiny's finally been able to get into the position where they can potentially try and help. In a lot of these team fights, kind of Saving Private Ryan, you know, you just get a lot of that repositioning that comes in from the Tiny playing much more of that, as you were saying after game number 1, that much more of a supporting Tiny role, where it's all about getting a lot of this repositioning, not so much about the damage.
Still a little worried about them from that damage perspective, though. Like, yes, Drow having the butterfly means that she can actually tank up a little bit of this. She's got, of course, 4 staffs and BKB to be able to play around with, and the full supporting cast, but is it enough when you compare it with a legitimate Tricore that they've got on Namiga, able to output damage from every angle?
That's what we'll have to wait and see. That question being answered. So Ryota is
smokes.
sitting on this tier 3 token, neutral token. So see what he wants to try and go for here.
Might have just got bad choices. Go for a smoke of their own. I think they saw it, and that's why they're going for this big zip.
Oh, big global silence, and they want to see if they can try and get their Pangolier out of here, but they don't. So the BKB is being popped, same with the global silence, and it's time now for you to run for Namega. And they will be able to catch out the silencer, but with Monodrama, doesn't really matter. He's already lost his life, and I didn't really catch the start of that fight, but Kovasnine was just so deep, and they just popped everything trying to get that kill going their way. And they don't get anything out of it. Ryota at least.
Didn't need to walk in that far. I mean, he's got the Blink Dagger to be able to play around with, so could have channeled the Rolling Thunder away from the Watcher. They knew the smoke was happening. That's why Storm went in with that big zip, popping the Shivas just for all of the vision, but it was just... the rest of your teamfight control was already dead. Considering maybe Bashka could have thrown the Eclipse in onto the Storm Spirit before he went in, but just wanting to wait out those BKB timings caused a little bit of panic, but well, again, we're sitting in a pretty even situation. Eastworld 62% win probability. About as high as it's been, despite the fact that they used to have a 7k net worth advantage, even though it's down to just 1.
Now we're looking towards the Roche Pit once again. Global silence, still moments away.
No Flesh Golem.
Nobody wants to come walk in here and fight. They have no Ceaseless Dirge. They need to go into this fight right now. Drop the Eclipse inside of the pit. They will just summon the Siren. But it's about getting the Roche. They walked directly away from the Roche pit, so that means they were able to get the Aegis here onto the Storm Spirit. They're going to turn back around, but look at all the damage that the Drow is doing, standing and delivering. They want to see if they can try and get this fight going. She goes up onto the high ground now, thanks to that shard. She gets stuck into the stairs, and this Butterfly is doing a lot of work for her. They go inside of the Tombstone and gets enough distance, but look like the Storm. On the backside, Young G really trying to take down this Drow Ranger, and again, these cores are just trying to take down Snowy, and they're unable to do it just yet. The BKB from the Storm isn't back up once again. The Shackles is there, and that is so much damage from the Drow Ranger. Stands and deliver. The Ultra kill from the Drow is enough to get it done.
Yeah, no, that was crazy amount of work. I mean, we talk about the difference between, you know, the solo core, the tri-core, but if you can get an initiation like that, it's kind of crazy that they were able to get away with it. I mean, they were more focused on just standing on top of the Drow Ranger, making sure that they were able to disable the marksmanship, but she was just dishing out way too much that it wasn't even a factor. They just moved away from this as well, so the Eclipse was just hitting Roshan on its own. That's why they were able to take it out so quickly.
I thought with the Aegis going in the hands of Young G, it was going to be all she wrote, but with this shard coming in from Snowy, it was just... he was just able to constantly reposition, and the Butterfly just meant there was just so many of these different auto attacks that just didn't go through. Just not that much damage that came in from the Luna. he just doesn't really have those right-click items, right? It's mainly just the Hurricane Pike and the Manta style, and not having that extra bit of physical damage has meant that the Drow Ranger was able to stand and deliver, and now it's just gotten to the point where Drow is by and far one of the strongest cores that we have here in the game, and if we're able to just constantly keep her alive and quiet around, then the damage that she can do is very, very scary.
For sure. And again, this is just amped up by everything that they've got. You know, you've got the Vlads, you've got the heal component coming out from the Song of the Siren there. You have all of the vision that the Tombstone is providing. So it just gives Drow these perfect targets to just lock in on every single time in these team fights. And you can see that I think Bashka knows, look, it's time to start being more of a right-click threat going into the Silver Edge, which is, it's all right. But after that, the Satanic, you know, just to be able to stand your ground and actually look to try and take a few of these team fights.
Exactly. So, seems like we've got our work cut out for ourselves now if we are the cause of either Namiga or the Drow Ranger.
Yep.
Sorry, my brain just stopped working.
No, that's all right. It happens.
Couldn't think of the next word for spoiled. So we really need to try and just get to these positions where they can really start to stand and deliver in a lot of these fights. And you know, this Aghanim Scepter build coming in from the Luna really has not worked out. It really feels like Eclipse has not been a spell this game. But
maybe once she's not even like I need that
25.
full ion cannon, you know, but it's not the level 25 anymore. So it's just like
another mini stun,
yeah.
Either way, we'll see if it pans out. I mean, he could always just eat it and fill in that slot, so it's not the end of the world for it. They've got the Refresher now on the Silencer. So Namiga do have a lot of weapons in their arsenal, but it's just Snowy after, what was it? Was it a 0-6 start for Snowy? Yep. He's 12-7 now.
He was 0-5-0. Then they went for that gank on in the Ancient Camp, and it was 0-6-3 because it was that 3-man turnaround. Will Storm be tempted by this regen rune? I don't think he even knows that it's there, so lucky for him. Ooh, he's really looking to just try and enable his upcoming Aghanim's purchase as well. Speaking of Young G, chose to go for the Magnifying Monocle instead of his, I've already forgotten what his previous neutral item was. I was just looking at it. But anyway, he just wants to get that big grip in so that you are going to get mega value out of, you know, Arcane Curse, out of any sort of Rolling Thunder engagement. Sorry, I just saw Corvus 9 start to wind up the Rolling Thunder, but no one's nearby, at least at this point in time. Did we see who got the Roshan's banner?
No one has it.
Gone. Is it in the pit? That was second
use
Rosh,
it?
right? I doubt it. Maybe
Yeah,
they
it
used
definitely
up
was
top.
because Excess Vampire snatched the first one.
Oh well,
They must have used it in the top push, or maybe it's sitting in base.
maybe not. Who are we jumping here? I think they might have got a glimpse of Ryota, who's going to be able to blink away to, I'm gonna say safety, but daytime. They see the shaman. They see the shaman. They
Okay, they've been able to do it, and they find the real one. Wonder if they were going to expel anything more for that.
These other lanes are pretty heavily pushed in though, so it's not like they can even really do anything off the back of it. All three lanes, honestly. Like, top lane is always going to do it off the back of these super creeps, but bottom lane just being shoved in by the Tiny a little bit, going for the Wind Waker, so again, just more protection for Snowy, who's level 25 now as well, so greater marksmanship chance too.
Becomes oh so dangerous with that marksmanship. There's so much damage, especially now with the Daedalus. Could you imagine how much longer...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, could you imagine... I was just having a little thought to myself. Could you imagine how much longer Dota games would be if it was like League of Legends and Barracks respawned?
Please no. That's repair kit all over again, and we know how that was.
You would have to make them like get... I mean, basically the same as League. Like, their buildings get like 2 tapped. So it's like you just have to make them get like 2 shot.
I mean, they basically do these days with a Sven, at this stage with how far he can get. Level 25 on the Tiny, actually, and he's got Wind Waker completed as well. So, talk about these big power spikes that he's able to get into, and with the Octarine and the level 25 talent, just a 4.5 second cooldown for that Avalanche. So, all these BKBs are now getting very, very short in duration. His level of effectiveness is going to ramp up massively. So it makes the next fight so vital for Nemiga. I honestly feel like if they lose this one, there's no coming back for them.
Yeah, it really does feel like that they're just... With how close the Luna is in touching distance to the Drow, if you lose another fight, that's just going to balloon out, and then Drow's going to be multiple behind him above. Oh, SS Vampire, that is a jump they would like to have back. They're just going to come in now with the Global Silence on top of the Rolling Thunder, and there's just a lot of these abilities just trying to buy a little bit of this extra space. So, Line goes in, the blue hole goes in as well. They've got the orbital cannon. Look at the damage they could do here onto the cores, but it's all about the Drow Ranger. That's the one where you need to put your focus here. You're looking towards Eastboard, seeing if they can try and get Snowy away. Goes up into the air as well, wants to try and stand on top of this high ground. Bashka looking forward to see if they can take down the Drow Ranger. Another beautiful blue hole comes in from Young G, and they take down the Drow Ranger. Triple kill for Corvus Vine. Ultra kill for him. Give him the rampage. Give it to him. Give it to him. Give it to him. He doesn't get it. Young G takes it away.
Maybe still
damage. That Waste 21 takes it away as well. Maybe with another couple of seconds, Kokosvine wants to see if he can stand here and fight and get the rampage. No, it's not. It's taken away from Bashka. And that's a fight that you want to see again if you're Nemiga.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they just go right into the thick of things. That's the big difference, right? With the Song of the Siren, once you're in that Rolling Thunder, you could still have that impact across the board. He was doing a great job of just disrupting everyone, getting them set up for that blue hole coming in from the Storm Spirit with the Ion Cannon, like you were mentioning, going in, layering in over the top, and that's the power of the Refresher Orb as well. Just being able to get the double Global Silence coming through. Even just very minor things, like Monodrama made sure to get the last word onto the Shadow Shaman towards the very end there. If not, he would have ward trapped and fully shackled one of the cores on Nemiga. But because he got that last word off before the ward drop, it meant that there was no follow-up, and just meant that Drow was dead woman walking.
Yeah, long silence duration there coming out from the silencer. As you said, it was just a well-executed team fight there from Nemiga, and cause man, I just keep getting this like nugget in the back of my throat. I guess nugget is probably the worst word to use, but there's chicken nugget in the back of my throat. Chicken nugget. Kovacine, he did such a good job at just creating all of this extra space with his teammates, and really just kind of forced him into a lot of these bad positions and these bad ideas.
For sure. And that's the power of panic, like Dota 101 is make the enemy team do what they don't want to do, essentially. And, if you've got multiple ways to create that panic, from double Global Silence, double Rolling Thunder, the potential of a Storm Spirit with Black Hole, basically, is a pretty powerful tool to be able to have. And he's got the Aegis as well, so I wonder... Maybe he's going to be conservative, it seems. Just wait for that buyback gold before he goes and purchases out the full Parasma. But with the Aegis, I kind of feel like it might be useful to have now.
We'll see. If he wants to dip their toes into the Parasma world, whether or not Young G is going to feel okay with not having it just yet. What are we looking at now for some of these extra items coming in here from Spoiled? BKB was up on the Shaman for a long time. Edzuka.
That's the item. The Aghanim Scepter for the Naga. That's the one that you're really wanting, because Pango didn't go for that Lotus. They don't have anyone with the potential for the Lotus. And I mean, at least the Ensnare is going to be enough. You want to, of course, get maximum value out of the Global Silence, so you're not going to global refresh and immediately global again. But you might need to, if that's really what the control is that you're looking to try and play around, right? Because Naga will use the Guardian Greaves to be able to break that Global Silence. I'm just having a look around if they're ready to pop a smoke here. Doesn't look like they have one. They've got a pretty good ward, but being scouted out by that insane cast range that Shadow Shaman has off the back of his Magnifying Monocle and Aether Lens.
lot of range for Ryota. And now this is where things get very tentative for both these two teams. They both understand that a lot of these team fights come down to execution rather than actual teams, rather than the heroes.
Of course, he's being annoying. He's just trying to cut these waves with his Naga Siren. There's the deluge there onto the creep waves as they come in.
Radiant are scanning.
Does a lot of damage.
Nearly finding the Pango just off the mark there with the Avalanche.
That would have been a big pickup. Them take out Corvus 9.
Pyrrhic Cloak as well on the Tiny, so it really comes down to like, who do you actually go for? Because everyone's got like a defensive tool of their own. Like Shadow Shaman still dies incredibly quickly, so that probably needs to be your main priority of looking to try and jump onto him. Especially, it's probably going to need to be Storm Spirit because everything else is too slow. He's going to be able to pop the BKB and probably be fine, but everyone else, like Naga's got the Outward Staff, you've got Pyrrhic Cloak on both Tiny and Undying, you've got Blade Mail on Undying, you've got just 4k HP and a crap ton of armor on Tiny.
A lot of hard heroes to try and deal with here, and that's kind of the name of the game, right? Is you know, to deal with Drow, but you've also got all these other heroes that are very, very hard to deal with that are around here as well. So
It's going to be Shaman
fight
first.
execution for both of them will be.
Ashka's looking
Parallel.
at Undying, trying to take him out here, but making sure not to walk too close to that high ground ward. Stay out of the sentry range at least. He's going for a bit of a solo play, it seems, here.
Okay. Young G, you have to be careful, and they just get rid of the Undying. Okay, so Young G will walk forward, does not pop that BKB, has the Aegis to still play around with. The Orbital Cannon, though, is able to buy a little bit of this extra time. Ryota goes into his own BKB. Once again, this Global Silence just buying a lot of this extra space. They still do have the extra life here for Young G, but they're just going to go into the foul play. And they took 2 quick kills there for the side of Namiga. They have to be very, very careful about their base, though.
They do.
But kills are kills.
That he was 5 seconds away from Ceaseless Dirge as well, so could have had that free respawn, but wasn't meant to be. Doesn't have money for the buyback. Yes, you're a little bit worried about your base, but Tier 4 towers should be able to deal with it. You're much more worried about trying to crack into the enemy's base, especially when you've got the potential to clean up this series 2-0. Aegis expiring in 20 seconds, so going in, just trying to force out a few big cooldowns here is Young G. Has to be careful of getting too far out of position, though.
Especially if you go deep into this base, or the punch up and the kick in on the Drow Ranger. They want to see if they can get
Oh, this
Snowy,
is big.
but it's a big song.
Still no buyback
They're
from
standing here and they're
Tiny.
looking to see what they can do. They lose out on the Aegis. So Young G goes in towards the
Blue hole.
backline. It's a blue hole. Everybody's sucked in. It's the Drow Ranger who's low. It's the Drow Ranger who's dead. It's a buyback now coming in from E Spoiled. They're looking to see if they can stay alive for a little bit longer. But no, Purple Paradise goes and bites the dust again, and it is all disengaged. All systems go for Namiga to try and get themselves out of this base. But again, the
Another
blue hole
blue
goes
hole.
in the background. The Orbital Cannon does a lot of work, but it's not enough to take down Snowy. Oh, he's so low. If they took down the Drow, that would have been game over, but it potentially could be now with 2 minutes on the sideline for Purple Paradise. Waste 21 goes into
It's a
the
big
background. They're
Undying.
seeing how much damage they can do. Snovy's TPing into this fight. It's going to be oh so slow for them. They do
Another
have the
blue
extra
hole.
damage. They come in towards the backside here for Young G. Once again, the blue hole goes on to Snovy, but do they have the damage to take down the Drow Ranger? Look and try and get
They
on top of
do.
him. They do. That is 2 minutes dead with 2 cores, and the GGs are dropped, and that will be a 2-0 for Namega. It took them 51 minutes to finish off this second map here, Matt, but they get it done, and they will move forward in the lower bracket. And unfortunately, for the boys of E Spoiled, it is a 2-0-2-0 and sent out of the international qualifiers.
Hold on. What happened there? Because they called GG, the creeps were hitting the Aegis, and it says E-Spoiled victory. So I'm going to need to know what exactly happened in that, what the ruling is with the actual outcome of the game, because I am not 100% sure how the admins are going to rule this one. Yeah, that's
Okay, yeah.
certainly an
Alright,
interesting
I didn't
one.
even notice that. I didn't even notice that. I saw the Gs get dropped from, I believe it was Naga was the first one that dropped the GGs. And yeah, I didn't even pay attention to which Ancient exploded, because 90% of the time when we're casting these games, Matt, it's like you see the GG and we're getting ourselves ready for, you know, the end of the game process. So, question mark either way.
rubbing my
2-0.
hands at this outcome. Don't call GG until your ancient explodes, especially if that's the potential that could be happening. You know, anything could happen. They did say GG. You know, like it was the. Did they cancel it? Is that BM? Who knows? Who knows what the outcome is going to be? I think Snowy obviously had a much better game that time around. You know, like he was still right there to be able to potentially carry that game. But even with all of these Avatosses, even with the Wind Wakers and the Four Staffs and everything coming around, it did just feel like the real standout for me was Young G on his Storm Spirit. You know, the multiple blue holes. It wasn't even the perfect Eclipse there at the very end of the team fight, but it just came down to way too much team fight for them to have to deal with double Rolling Thunder, double Global Silence, Walrus Kickback, Blue Hole, multiple BKBs, Aegis to be able to play around with. It was just too much, way too much for them to have to deal with. But even despite that, like I was saying at the 42-minute mark or so, it really did feel like if Namiga lost that team fight, it was game over. Like that Aghanim Scepter reveal from the Storm Spirit was their last chance, in my opinion, and they made the absolute most of it. So Young G, MVP.
Yeah, it definitely did feel like that Young G leveled up towards the latter stages of that game to really start to carry it out for his team. So it was a pretty stellar performance. I feel like from both of these two teams, eSport really started to bring it together in this second game, and potentially with the series or what have you, depending on the outcome of this second map. But I feel like there was a much better performance from them in this second map than what it has been from some of the other games. You know, looking back at just the end times for a lot of those other games, obviously this is basically double pretty much everything that they put forward in that previous series and even in that game number one. So it is going to be an interesting tale to see where eSport do end up if they do bow out of these Road to the International closed qualifiers, about whether or not they continue to keep the grind here in Eastern Europe, or whether or not it is a tale that we've seen from some other strong regions where you get a lot of these top teams that are just so far ahead of everybody else, and then you get those top teams that constantly get to soak up all of these
invites
different opportunities,
and
then the bottom half of the players have to try and go elsewhere to try and make it big. So
or they have to fight for one spot, basically, like we're seeing in these qualifiers right now. So but that's what makes a great competitive region. That's why I love Southeast Asia so much. You know, it really feels like anyone can beat anyone on their day, and it did feel like eSpoiled could have come out with a W, at least in this game in particular. Let's have a look at a few of the highlights, and you know, this is one of those big Aegis steals that ended up happening. You know, again, the Eclipse did the majority of the work to be able to get this Aegis, but despite all of this, it was the Drow Ranger that was the real standout of this one. They didn't have those huge teamfight ultis, and just standing on top of that glacier, Snowy just did a huge body of work.
Yeah, I think Snowy did a really, really good job at just being able to constantly kite around and just get themselves into positions where they're able to just constantly dish out a few more of these arrows and really just start to lay down the smackdown, especially with the sidestep talent as well, just being able to have that little bit of extra mobility in a lot of these team fights. And it just got to the point where they just had to commit so many resources to try and get on top of the Drow Ranger that if they didn't get that quick and easy kill, or maybe they just had enough left in the tank here for eSpoiler, that it was a good fight. And this was the fight where it was kind of make or break, right? Like, this is where this could have been game over for Namiga if they were the ones who lost this fight. And Covisign is just doing such a good job at just kind of constantly just keeping them their eyes on him. And then it just got to the point now where that blue hole just took out so many of these different cores. And then just looking here at Purple Paradise, he's just so low that he can't actually commit to a fight. And then eventually with the BKB wearing out on the Drow Ranger, that it was just going to be a little bit too many resources for them to work through. He didn't get the Rampage here for Covis9, which is a little bit of a sad one for him, but they won the fight and potentially won the game as well.
He'll take the W and he'll be happy with it. Man, I have never been more antsy to see a replay. Like, it's like, notify me when the replay becomes available. Come on, game, I want to see it. I want to see it all coming through, because we're going to get our perspective of this. But just look at the minimap. Look at how many creeps are on that Dire Ancient, and it's the GG call by Snowy. But, you know, 10, 9, 8... the Ancient explodes. So it's like, what's going on?
Yeah,
what's the ruling? They called it before the Ancient died, so who knows? Who knows?
Don't ask me, man. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for that one. I think, as we've been told, we're still waiting on a ruling from the game. So it was the creeps that killed the base, right? It wasn't like a GG and they cancelled the GG and then the fake GG went through. So it was
the creeps killed the base. Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen that before in my life. Because that could have been something that, you know, like if you're the side of spoiled, if you'd noticed that and none of them typed GG, they would have just won the game.
I just don't know what's going on, dude. I would not want to be in the admin's shoes. I'll say that much, you know, because
yeah, it's. I mean, I feel like it's one of those, I don't know, awkward scenarios. I'm not going to muse about it because I don't want to put any thoughts out into there or anything, what have you. So
all we could say is what the players said, and I think as Decor said, GG GL next. So that kind of says what needs to be said. You know, that they tapped out, but if they just waited 5 seconds, maybe it wouldn't have been the case. I don't know. I don't know.
Hindsight's 2020, I guess. But I feel like it's a good spot for us to start talking about a few more of these teams. I think for me, Namega still have a few issues for themselves going forward. So I'm very interested to see how they're going.
Name those issues.
I think for me, they just look a little clunky sometimes when I think for me is Bashka. When he's off those, his Sven has looked head and shoulders better than any other carry that he's played throughout the entirety of this tournament. And I feel like that potentially could be a little bit of a hamstring for Namega, is if they don't get that Sven, then things look a little more dicey for them, right?
For sure. I mean, it just becomes... It's kind of like when you're playing against a Hark and you could just ban out the Visage, right? Like, yes, he could play other heroes for sure, but that's his hero, you know? And I'm kind of surprised that they let it go so deep into the draft, and then they still didn't pick it. I think they went down that Luna route with the last pick of the entire draft, and Sven was only banned at the last stage, I believe. It was still available with the last pick of second phase, and they didn't choose to go for it. So I'm a little surprised that it was allowed to stay that long, for one, and two, that they still didn't go for it. Maybe they are trying to expand his hero pool live, you know, like trying to do it because they did have the 1 game buffer to be able to make that experiment happen.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely did feel like it was a bit of an experiment as well with the item build. So, I mean, that's the questions that we have to get answered. And there's still some questions that we need to have answered as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick break here. On the other side of this, hopefully we'll come back with some answers, and hopefully you guys want to join us after this.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know there's a thrilling end to this series that you would like to know the answer of. And luckily for you guys in Twitch chat, everybody that's following along on the Reddit threads and what have you, there actually has been a resolution. So the resolution is it's going to be a 2-0 for Namiga. GGs have been dropped, and, you know, as tale as old as time, in the rulebook, as soon as the GGs are dropped, that's an intentional forfeit of the game, and that's when the game will end. Thrones exploding or not. So Danog, Namiga, 2-0.
2-0, and I think that's based on the play that we saw, probably what we're coming to expect. I'd say, honestly, for both of these teams, they're in round one of the lower bracket. The chance for them getting all the way to the very end is slim. But I'd say this is a very valuable lesson that I hope a lot of teams do take to the bank. You know, be like Nigma. Don't call GG, basically. Just wait for the game to end, or at least have a quick look around, because there's the argument that maybe Namiga could have TP'd back if the GGs weren't called and might have just popped the glyph and all this sort of stuff, but it's literally like, this is how close the two teams were. Yeah. So congrats to Namiga. Unfortunate for eSpoiled that this is the way that they have to bow out, but it's a learning experience, and we got to see a little bit of a different style coming through from them as well. So all the best to them moving forward.
Yeah, very excited to see what they can bring into the future, and very excited to see what Namiga can do as we go forward in this bracket. But speaking of going forward, it's time for us to go forward into our second series. There's another elimination series, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to get ready for that. We'll take a quick break. You guys can get some water, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this. Welcome back, you beautiful gamers. It's the road to the international, and the road is paved with Eastern Europeans because we are in the Eastern European regional qualifiers, the closed version. And it is day number 2 as well. We've gotten one series out of the way, looking towards our second. This one is going to be a very, very interesting one for us, Danog. Obviously, Kalmai Charter. I don't know why my brain is just, it just can't seem to pronounce that word consistently, versus Cybergoose. So that's a much easier word for me to pronounce. But a very good team with Ponlo on it, who are exciting to watch, versus another good team with a lot of very, very good names on it as well.
A lot of very good names on it. I mean, you talk about the Eastern European talent, Ponlo has to be up there, the Singaporean Eastern European. But, you know, on Cybergoose, you got, TA2000, Shura Jr., Noticed, Solo. Problems a little bit less renowned, but still, you got some big names out there. And, I mean, Kamachata, they looked really impressive in one of the games that they played yesterday. And I'm a little surprised that Cybergoose weren't the ones to advance forward. It was actually Quantum that did instead the 3rd place finisher of the second open qualifier. So little odd, but again, like we've been saying, anything can happen in the Eastern European region, both in terms of game results, series results, GGs being called. Anything can happen, as we just saw. Fountains exploding, as we get to see the beautiful players themselves. Mirage cosplaying as Ricky to the best of his ability.
He's there.
He might just be leaning down. Yeah,
it's just very dark.
Is he
in his
really
room, it seems
sunk down in his chair? That's more a Chira Junior's thing, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Fortnite Man's got the new mug rocking. Looks like a pretty comfortable office chair.
The Chug Jug.
The Chug Jug. Chugging right now. Rinsik is the one that has the real gamer posture, like the real pretzel, like sitting on a chair, like Elf from Death Note kind of stuff, you know. Whereas you're looking at the side of Cybergoose, they're definitely much more chill. And I think Rinsik he's not as bad today, but Notice is getting the arm sleeves on. I know it's a big Counter-Strike thing, less so much in Dota 2.
What is that for? Like circulation?
No, a lot of it. Sometimes it can be for so people are like elbow movers with their mouse, so it gives them that slicker surface. Can be for circulation. Can just be because they think they look cool. All depends. Gamers are superstitious, man. They like things in very specific ways.
What do you have? Do you have like special undies? Do you have anything?
Superstitious wise, it's mainly just routines for me, making sure I do the same thing before I do something crazy like that.
And look where it's got you.
Yeah. Casting here with you at 8 p.m. on a Thursday.
Exactly. Couldn't imagine anything better. Yeah. Speaking of looking great, Solo, you're going to need to correct me here, but it looks like he's like colored his hair, or is that just age and a few grays coming in? Because I'm red green colorblind, so again.
That just looks like age to me. He actually looks pretty good. I mean, I don't want to disparage him because I feel like he's within our age bracket. So let's have a look.
No one wants to disparage him, though. He just went on an interview and he just blasted the way that Solo's been playing for like the past 6 years. So that's interesting.
Yeah, he's 34.
Ugh, he's one of my people.
Not too far away from me as well. Like, obviously, in a lot of these tournaments that we've covered over the years, 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, someone of Solo's pedigree, though, still be able to hang with the big boys. So having a look at the draft so far here, I feel like the big thing for me, Matt, as we're starting to look at how these two different teams are going to be playing, it's going to be looking at the supports. Because obviously all their core players are all fantastic, but we've been able to see how much pressure a lot of these different supports are able to put on the game.
Look at all the heroes that have been let through, though. TA's not there. AA's not there. Nature's
BB.
Prophet's not there. Shadow Shaman's not there. BB's not there. It's a lot of stuff to choose from. And that is, I suppose, a pretty good way to approach a draft, right? Like, just ban out the stuff that you specifically don't like playing against. And I think for Kalmachata, it was the Kunkka that was really causing them a lot of distress in the previous game. We get to see our first bristleback of the entire qualifiers. So, at least in the games that we've been casting. So, interested to see how they're going to react to it. I mean, you could just go Chaos Knight, no? Like, it's one of those things where you can look to reposition relatively easily with the CK. You also seen Fortnite Man play the Mars very frequently. As long as you land the spear, it turns BB to face you. So that's a nice way to be able to just have a quick response to it. Any just break builders obviously feels quite nice as well.
I mean, that's what the Shadow Shaman has that, what is it, level 15 talent? Hex breaks. So you do have that small little avenue here for Cal Machado. See if they're able to work in towards that and see whether or not, it's Ike or Ponlo who walks around with the Shadow Shaman this time around. Is the Legion Commander a dead hero?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, okay.
Like there's... It just doesn't... It had this weird situation where like everyone was gaining damage off of it. I think it was a bug for a little bit of time, but it's kind of weird in how it worked. I wonder how... I haven't actually tested this, if Hex Breaks works with chicken fingers, or if it needs to specifically be Hex, that does the break.
That's a good question.
10 seconds remaining.
And they're actually banning out the Shadow Demon themselves. I mean, I guess it would probably have been Ponlo that ended up playing it, and he's going to be playing the Shadow Shaman, but just having that as an option against a BB always feels pretty nice.
Yeah. The Kite Simulator. To be able to put him in the Hurt Dome.
What else have they really got to be able to choose from? I mean, Undying is not in the pool. They're really focusing on Ike and Fortnite Man in particular here. Like, Fortnite Man, every single game, if he gets the opportunity to. I know we saw him play only Mars yesterday, but Darkseer is his number one priority for sure. And then Ike, these are his two main heroes that he likes to play. He's also been able to play, again, the 5 Death Prophet. We saw have reasonable success. You could still Nature's Prophet, but again, against a Bristleback, does it feel that great? Probably not. Bane is a small possibility. Disruptor. Omni Knight, not the worst, but again, like, how is that actually going to be able to... Yeah, into a BB. I'm also wondering, like, we saw Rinsick play the Slark, and he did not have a good time in that game number 3 yesterday. But I just want to see something that can buy a Disperser against this Bristleback, if it is indeed going to be like the Pos 3 Snot Rocket style.
Well, the AA is making their way downtown, walking fast to being the most hated hero of this tournament so far.
He's homebound for sure.
71% win rate.
No, it's kind of busted, and again, you're just going to be able to buff up so much of the damage that's going to be coming out to, like, we're seeing a lot more people buying the Veil of Discord as well. Wouldn't surprise me to see even a Shivas. You've already got an AA, but you're not always going to be able to guarantee the hit. Kunkka already gone. We saw that it was a race that played the Great Puck that was enabling the AA. Chira Jr., I mean, he's super capable of doing that as well. Yeah. Storm Spirit, probably the number one hero, though, for Chira.
Definitely. I mean, I feel like a lot of the Eastern European mid laners, like, they have that very classic mid lane hero pool that they rely on and are fantastic on. So, especially, over the years of seeing Chira Jr., I'd imagine it's Spirit Route will be what they're trying to aim for here. Kamachata, though, what do they want to try and move towards? They have been picking quite early a whole lot of Fortnite Man. Do they feel like the Mars is good enough here? Didn't really have...
It's good against BB.
Didn't have the biggest impact, though, for the last couple of games that we saw from Fortnite Man. What was it, a 007? Did he have in game 2?
Something like that. It didn't look great. And there is the CK. Okay, so you've got a little bit of that reposition. You've got more stuns. You've got... well... We haven't really seen Ike play the 5 Shadow Shaman is the thing, so where exactly are they flexing this to? Is this going to be a 1 CK that's looking to try and trade against the Bristleback? Could it be a 3 CK? Very, very possible.
Okay, not with the Slaughter.
Definitely not. I mean, very small possibility of Slaughter being mid, but they have played it in the offlane before. And, I mean, maybe that's the way that they're looking to try and address this, is just let's go minus armor against this Bristleback. You've got Corrosive Haze, you've got Reality Rift, TA's gone, but maybe, I don't know, something like an Ember Spirit as well, that's just able to slowly chip away. Tusk, still in the pool. Could be Sven, if you did flex this one. Yeah, Sven, sure.
We'll see where they want to end up here. So Cyber Goose.
Oh, they could still Shadow Fiend as well. Presence of the Dark Lord.
Yeah, true. I'd like to see them have a little bit more reliable stuns. Potentially try and have something to alleviate a bit of the pressure from a lot of this minus armor that's coming through already. Trying to think. The Oracle here? Dispel the sprint
sorry. From
for Cyber Goose.
yeah, so you're saying for Cyber Goose you want something to give them armor or like sustain.
So, something that at least allows them to kind of deal with what's coming at them from Kala Machado.
I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Willow so far, and like Terrorize can feel pretty nice. You know, just laying down the Bramble Maze as well takes away a lot of that potential. Or just picking a beefy boy like the DK feels pretty good too. Honestly, even a Tiny is a possibility here. You're not even locking into playing it as a core. You can still, I think, make it work as a position 4. TA 2000 needs to wash his face. Can't be yawning in one of these high stakes situations. Is it an? Oh yeah, I see. Who's the one on the right?
Kakashi's at the top. Is that Naruto?
Is it?
Or is it Boruto?
I think it's Boruto. I don't know. I have no clue.
I don't know.
I see Kakashi. I don't tell the rest. We've got Windranger coming through. Okay, so I'm just trying to think of specific combinations with this. As again, kill shot feels really good, but you need to have that specific setup to be able to make it work. So maybe they're just like, all right, well, what are heroes that we can? There's the Sven you're asking for. Make work where they're kind of self-sustainable, so that it will give us a little bit of time to react if they do indeed try and engage onto us. DK, obviously very tanky. Windrun, very effective tool. BB, tanky as hell. AA shouldn't be on the front lines. So it really just comes down to, you know, what sort of heroes remain that are going to enable you to do that. I mean, it's not locked in as like a DK 1 or 2. Bristleback could be 1 or 3. So you've got flexibility options. Is it Cybergoose that have the last pick overall as well? It is, yeah.
Yes.
They do. So they're going to be able to change this up. I would be very surprised if they didn't ban the SF, because this really just does feel like their style of draft, you know?
Yeah.
Stun into Yasha, Kaya, Requiem of Souls with a blink, and try and blow someone up with magic damage. And I think it's important to not go all in onto the physical damage. Otherwise, you know, you're just going to get Crimson Guard, you're going to get
AC,
Shivas, yeah, all this sort of stuff that's really just slowing down and nullifying a lot of the damage that you've got coming out. Hell, they even like Underlord, for example. Great against the CK. You know, good at holding people in place. We've seen Underlord position 1 work rarely, but it has been known to work.
So to get rid of those pesky heroes from the middle lane, those kind of anti-heroes, be able to shut down the Bristleback.
They don't really have any
them...
DAC line dive. Like, could they just sniper or something like that? Just be really annoying from afar? You probably don't do much against the DK, though, is the thing. Like, DK can just
I was going to say, I would like to see them get a Silver Edge builder, so I wouldn't hate to see it. Also, really good at disengaging from the AA Ice Blast as well. You've got a lot of decent mobility on the sniper. You are kind of just really far away from the fray, so it's like you and Sven aren't generally going to get hit by the Ice Blast together.
You should have like 3 heroes in front of you as well.
Yeah.
And they're all tanky strength heroes.
I don't hate it, but I think the problem is the last overall pick from Cyber Goose could just make, you know, this sniper pick feel null and void, and you just get stormed or something, and then you feel kind of useless.
Yeah, no, I get it. And it is why I'm like, this last pick is going to be pretty important. I mean, I would be totally on board with the puck as well, to be honest. But again, then you just put the DK mid. So what are you supposed to do in that situation? Do you pick Timber? Okay, yeah, I see it. Good percent damage. Nice little thing where they can't get away with not going for a BKB. You know, if you're looking to just try and itemize into like the halberds and the like, you're going to get punished a little bit by this Timber Saw. I can see it working.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I do like it. As we saw, first pick of the tournament.
Solo seems pretty
really
confident.
being a Timber patch. And they're going to go with the Doosa. Oh, these heroes struggle with dealing with Doosa.
They do.
They struggle.
But
for TA2000 Juicer as well.
she can melt if you get on top of her, though, is the thing. Like, it's
True.
really just going to be dependent on where the supports are. Like, problems, I think he's going to be the key, because as soon as Ike has his Blink Dagger, that's just going to be priority number one, right? Find TA2000, get the Blink Hex. Well, I wonder if he's going to go for, like, a really early Aghanim Shard on him, and maybe, like, an Aghanim Scepter, just to be able to have that snake going back, so you're not going to be able to get Hex into Shackle combination.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I like it. It does feel like it's a... I was going to say, it does feel like it's a pretty decent investment coming in from TA2000 to get towards that little bit of extra protection, but it has definitely been something in the past that I've seen Medusas go for, so, I mean, I'm not going to disparage it by any means, and I'm definitely not going to disparage somebody like TA2000 as well. So
I think it's even just the shard these days as well, actually. So, like,
Yeah.
that's not a big gold investment when it's going to be saving you time and time again, giving your team a chance to be able to rejoin you and influence in that way. So I could see it working. I still want to see. So did we kind of resolve what I was sort of wanting? So we wanted a Silver Edge builder. Don't really have that from anyone except maybe the Sven. We don't have a disperser buyer either on my side.
No.
So I'm a little worried that they're going to get kited around unless they are able to 100-0 this Bristleback with regularity. And Noticed is a good enough player that I don't think he's going to put himself in a position to get caught out pretty frequently.
And I think the problem also as well is the only real way that they can take towers is snakes and a Sven. Timber's
Yeah.
not really going to take towers. Slider's not going to take towers. Whereas for the side of Cyber Goose, they're in a position where, they've got the Dragon Knight's pretty good. I guess the others are kind of crappy at doing it too, so it's not like they're blown out of the water. But we'll wait and see. Rinsick, he's going to be moving forward here and wanting to see if he can get a fight under his turns. Notice walks up, and we'll notice Ike there on the high ground.
Awful. Just awful.
30
It's fine.
seconds to battle.
We're here.
They're even just
all
planning
day.
for the later stages. Like, everyone's going to be picking chicken fingers anyway, right? But it just means that when Dusa eventually wants to have that Manta style, you've got an answer to at least stop both. You just cast Hex on one, you right-click the other. And then, even just a Shadow Shaman is able to take away a lot of the farming potential that TA2000 has. So even if he does go Manta down the track, he's going to need to keep those units inside the jungle. Ooh.
The battle
Barrage?
begins.
Remember, this is a mid-slaughter as well, by the way.
Should have a pretty decent lane against Chira Jr. here on Dragon Knight. Especially with the leg day facet.
Timber would have been pretty good too, though. Maybe
Yeah.
just feeling like he's going to have a better time against the Medusa on the Timber Sword.
I feel like into the AA he's going to have a bit of a rough time as a Timber full stop. Especially with a double melee lane, but wait and see.
It depends on really what the style is that he's going to be looking to play, right? Like, is he going to just be sticking around being that annoying reactive armor builder, or is he just going to go the old nothing to say build where, 4-4-0 and it's just all about front on damage? Yeah, try and burst people, try and get really aggressive, try and yoink away a bunch of stacks that are being made up for both the BB and the Dusa and the Dragon Knight. That's something that they're going to be doing quite frequently. And, I mean, for problems, he's going to, with his power shot, be able to make that happen from afar. Nicely done, winning the Sentry Ward battle.
Good start there for the Shadow Shaman.
Raj as well, doing a decent job of bullying Chira Jr.'s face.
I think that's really what you need to do on this ladder. You need to get these first couple of levels really going your way. Once you hit that, I think that level 3 power spike is going to be the big one here for Mirage. Just constantly keep getting those clicks going and see if you can just win this trade war.
Not the US trade war that's going on at the moment.
I was going to make a joke about tariffs, and I was just like, nah. Rather not. Twitch chat's already still, molding half of them.
For the last result.
Yeah.
You know what? Just don't call GG in the future. Simple as that.
Yeah. So, we'll see how the rest of this series is going to go. We'll see whether or not Cyber Goose can can kind of pick up their socks. It's something I didn't really follow along with when you were speaking about it a little bit earlier as we got into this series, Danog. But the fact that Cybergoose didn't win their first series, bit perplexing.
Yeah, for sure. Again, against the third place team in the second qualifiers. So
Yeah.
this is, and it's not like it was a best of one either. You know, they ended up losing 1-2. Maybe just getting a little bit overconfident. Who knows? Didn't have time to watch that series in particular, but interested to see how that's going to affect them mentally because Double Chance is gone. They're in the lower bracket now. So how are they going to be able to combat this? The other thing that I'm also just looking into is like, what is Chira Jr.'s build going to be on this Dragon Knight? Is he going to build like... I don't think this is the Blink Dagger game, at least at the very start. I think he needs to be really focusing on how can I take towers? How can I try and open up the map as much as possible? Because the thing for mine is like, what is the Deucer going to be doing? It feels like they're going to be playing a pretty passive one here on the Goose Boys.
Yeah. Stack and crack at this point. Stack up the jungle, go and crack it open, get some gold, sit back and wait. Actually, may not have all the time in the world to sit back and wait. Yes, the Sven into the Deucer matchup's not really that Sven coded, so we'll have to see what the type of pressure that's going to get put on Kalamachata and see whether or not they will feel it in towards that mid towards late game, or whether or not Rinsik is going to feel pretty confident going into a game like this. Doesn't really have the good diffusal builder, so they have to try and figure out other ways of getting their damage into the Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's, like you said, no diffusal builder, no real... You just got to blow her the hell up, basically. Like, I almost wonder, is it going to be... I think the thing that TA2000 is going to do, like I was saying before, is just really keeping track of what Ike's item progression is going to be like. Like, if he sees him getting a good amount of farm, if he's getting a lot of kill involvements, if he's making a bunch of stacks, if he's getting bounty runes, how close is he to being able to get that Blink Dagger at all stages? And he just needs to plan his Aghanim Shard around that. Because he ain't getting it from a Tormentor. Last
Well,
point
you'd hope
call
not.
there. You'd hope not.
If TA2000 is in the running for a shard, you want to hope that everybody else has theirs at that point, or maybe you're thinking about game 2.
Yeah, this is a juicy camp on the bottom lane next to Solo with Fortnite Man. Yeah. How are they going to be able to deal with it, though? The other thing that I was also just looking at with regards to what I was saying about the Dragon Knight and like what his build is going to be, little interesting that he's gone for the Gorgon's Grasp this game in particular versus the Undulation on the Medusa. A lot of people do like going Undulation as the facet, but you know, Venomous Volley, it does feel kind of nice just to be able to try and keep them away, try and kite them out a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, I mean, the attack speed slow can potentially prove some problems for the Sven as well as the Slardar. So, I don't know. Still surprising. Is this still the same? I'd imagine you probably wouldn't know, but I wonder if this is still the same courier bug that's been around for a very, very long time. Not bringing all your items and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, occasionally it does that with me too, yeah.
Where it's like, oh, bring it to you.
You just gotta spam it until it listens.
Yeah. We're still in bad, guys. It's fine.
This is really like...
Going solo in the bottom side. That's a lot of burst damage that came out there from Fortnite Man. Same now with the Blood Grenade. Pondo's looking to see if he can try and get the first blood, but it's Fortnite Man who gets it here on the Timber Saw. And he doesn't have the reactive armor, so he's just copping a licking from TA2000, but first blood's going the way here of the Timber.
Yeah, he's got full stick and Healing Lotus as well to be able to play around with, so he should be A-okay.
Looks like he's going that bursty kind of build.
I wonder if he is ever going to go just like 1 point in the reactive armor, just because it is nice to be able to just stay out on the map. It enables you to jungle just that tiny bit easier too. It does end up going down into that that avenue, or you know, cutting waves if they do end up falling a little bit behind. The thing that support CK does not do at all is be able to deal with And then should be okay. Like a bunch of units like this. So I wonder if it's going to be Ponlo just trying to drag that next wave, because he's really not being all that effective in this lane right now, especially with Timber being forced all the way back.
He's copping a lot of damage. He has to be very, very careful. Yep.
He had a stick as well, and a Fairy Fire, but
He walked through the neutral creeps and he got a couple of auto attacks, so...
power of the AA. Bone Chill, too good.
Yeah.
Against these strength
100
heroes.
damage from neutrals. It's just... yeah, not good. That's fine. He gets the reset. But yeah, as you said, it's just very, very hard for them to try and deal with that big old creep camp.
This might be solo in a little bit too deep, though. Never mind, he's going to be able to back off. Still, though, he's continuing the bully. And he should get the kill, actually.
May have the... oh, no, he missed the... he cancelled the animation. Fortnite Man cancelled the animation, and now he's gone too far. He does have another Timber Chain to be able to get away here from TA2000, but TA2000 is just going to continue the clicks. And as you said, getting that value point in the reactive armor is good enough. Ponlo did make a rotation towards the middle lane here to try and see if they can unlock Mirage a little bit here against Shiro Jr. But Kalmachada just not able to connect with their heroes that time around.
And they're making sure to put a lot of emphasis onto these neutrals as well, realizing how likely it is that they're going to be looking to try and build up some stacks. As yeah, I don't think Fortnite Man can go there, and he really doesn't want to be left solo in this lane at this point, not with the health and mana that he's got at this stage.
Yeah, especially when he wants a little bit more of this experience, but they're putting a lot of emphasis towards this mid lane. They want to try and rocket Mirage into that early
he
start.
could die here.
Slider wants to have. Chiro Jr. comes in, gets the Dragon Tail at least, but look at the burst damage. Oh my god, amp damage plus corrosive haze.
Yeah.
That's what
Plus reality
used to be
rift.
called. So it's a lot of damage. Yeah, what's the total like minus armor? So 10 plus reality rift. How much is on reality rift?
4 at the moment.
4. That's 14.
Radiant are
Damn. I wonder why
And
got
he's going to have
stacked.
Aether Lens, and he's going to have level 10 reality rift pull distance. So pretty good. Don't even need a blink dagger to be able to make a lot of these plays on the CK. And
to be
Slider's got
mindful,
an
though,
Orb
not
of
to-
Light, just
to pull
passively.
them away from Mirage. Too
True.
far.
So what? 2 from the Orb of Blight. Eventually, it's 16 at this stage. Feels pretty good. And then later on, of course, it's going to get even stronger. We're expecting, I mean, maybe... do you go into the AC as well? Just, like, really go minus armor? Or at that stage, I feel like it'd kind of get into the diminishing returns level.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the question, right? And depends who's done the
Fortnite Man is
nerd
very
math.
deep here.
Noticed. He's getting collapsed on here. The Bristleback. He does have 16 wand charges, though, so you have to be very, very careful, especially with the Vanguard. Looking deep into the tier 1, so it looks like Ponlo has called that one out. Notice it's very hard to kill. They just don't have the damage. I think they 100% need the Slider, and maybe even the Timber.
I think with Slider it's enough at this stage. Or maybe not now that he's finished the Vanguard up already, right? And
Yeah.
love the Halberd pickup that he's looking to go for. I don't know if he needs to go the full power treads or if the boots would just be enough to be able to just continuously cast that Snot Rocket in a lot of these team fights.
Dire's
We'll see.
bottom tower is under attack.
Feels like it is kind of player preference at that point between the Treads and the Arcanes. Bottom side, though, Ponlo is doing what he does best, be a nuisance across the map. I feel like he is one of the POS 4 players that I see quite a lot, who is just
Tower is under attack.
not really just in no man's land, but just really being deep and getting a lot of info for the team. Whether or not he survives the info tracks is up for debate.
It's a lot more value once you're level 6, though. I think it's still way too early to be making those moves, but I suppose the justification is you're happy for you to be dying rather than Fortnite Man having 2 people focus in on him, especially considering he is going this higher damage output sort of build. So you got to get him those levels. You got to make sure that he's able to farm effectively. Ponlo's time will come.
Which I don't hate from Fortnite Man, and obviously conversely Ponlo as well. Giving him that space so he can play this little bit of a quote-unquote greedier style. Problems. He'll be having some soon. He
Nah,
pokes
he's
his head
fine.
out in front of Mirage.
He knows. ward there to be able to play around with. So he knows that there's 3 people in mid. His job is basically just keep power shot in these waves as much as possible. Just shove it out, delay it, and he's gotten the Sister's Shroud as well, so it's even harder for him to end up dying. Not the case for Fortnite Man. One of these Grandmaster heroes, Luke.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to bring up the stats on him. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to bring down the god that is Fortnite Man. This guy's basically got a shrine and a statue for half the Redditors. So,
2-time OG Slayer.
We'll have to wait and see if the mid game is where he's able to bring it back. Chiro Jr. did a really good job at just being able to rotate towards the Timbersaw, who noticeably does not have those tankier items just yet, or those tankier skill builds. So, is a very juicy morsel to be able to take down. And seeing again just a little bit of a slower gain from Kalmachata.
They're just gonna. I think they do see Ponlo there. He's actually just moved into the out of the fog of war, excuse me. So they've got a rough idea that they're looking to try and collapse in onto this lane. Again, Wind Ranger doesn't exactly have the highest mana remaining to be able to stop this from happening. And good move though with the siege creep to be able to take out this tower. We did mention that that was one of the weaknesses that they had on the Kalmachata lineup. That sieging towers not their biggest strength. Now they're going to need to try and move back and defend their own towers from being taken, because siege creeps are hitting in onto both their bot and top towers.
Yeah, that'll be the thing. They need to make sure that they defend these towers as well as trying to take them when they can.
Haste on Mirage.
Okay. So maybe this could be a fight. They do find out noticed. Ike is here as well. They notice that there is a big old creep camp that he's trying to take here. So they're going to throw out the AA Ice Blast here. Going to try and make sure that Notice can get away from this. So it's just Rinsick who's the one who holds the Ice Blast.
He's fine with it though, but it's not stopping them from farming all these stacks, right? And this is the thing. They don't necessarily want to do much of anything on Cyber Goose at this point. Like, they just want to sit back, do nothing. If they get a tower, great. If not, whatever. Like, we just need to get into our early-ish items, and I feel like they've accomplished that. You know, BB's got Halberd coming out to him. By the time he's got Power Treads, you're probably going to have the Blink Dagger up on the DK. Deuce close-ish to the Manta, so, you know, that's the sort of time where you're looking to try and make some tower pressure happen of your own. Probably should be at around a similar sort of time that Mirage is getting into his Blink Dagger as well, though, so now the thing that I'm looking for is Ponlo fires up a smoke for Deceit, still needs to ferry it out on the Courier, but, you know, Echo Saber, the smoke coming in, still a fair ways away from any sort of like Blink Dagger purchase from Ike, but he's very close to the Mass Serpent Ward, so I want to just see them keep the pressure up. In fact, he's just picked it up. So can they go for a smoke here off the back of this? Maybe not with Fortnite Man having so low mana.
Maybe they could try and connect with Rinsick in the top part of the map. He did just pop Cold Strength though to farm, so looks like it's just going to be Mirage and the gang. Fortnite Man is smoked up here as well. It looks like for the side of Cyber Goose, they are also on the same vein. Problem Solar as well as Chiro Jr. Want to see if they can try and take down Fortnite Man. And Fortnite Man is going to show on this lane. And unfortunately for him, this is going to be yet another death. His team is not anywhere to be found. The Ice Blast will be more superfluous than helpful in those fights. And it is just another one of those big victories here for Cyber Goose.
So eyes are on BB now. Where is he going to reveal? Is he going to reveal at all on the lane?
Surely not.
He had a very brief glimpse of it, but it'd be enough to fully commit behind that tower. They didn't have to use a single TP to be able to get that kill onto Fortnite Man using the smoke to its fullest potential. But maybe they're just looking to invade around this 14-minute timing. The thing is, they can get pincered very easily. They'll be behind enemy lines, and what you're supposed to do to be able to try and respond to this. No Ice Blast, I suppose.
They've still got quite a lot, and now notice he's the one that's been found out. They go in with the amplified damage, hasn't really been able to do all too much with it, and they're just going to be able to clean up these wards. Yeah, about half HP on the tier 1, but all it was just TPs in from some supports. Chiro Jr.'s here on the side, but it's going to leave it be. It seems like they just don't have the prowess, because Fortnite Man's had a struggling lane, and Rinsick just wants to sit back and farm, so they just don't have the presence on the map just yet.
We have seen from Rinsick, though, the second he gets the Blink Dagger, he's just all in on trying to kill someone. But the thing is, you haven't touched a Medusa at this point, and they're going to try and look to do it now, but should be able to get the Stone Gaze off.
Ooh, the Manta dodge comes out there onto the Chaos Bolt, so they almost got themselves a pretty little penny by taking down TA2000. Looking to see if they can
Found
find
him.
him. Once again, Mirage in the backline is able to get that Corrosive Haze out onto the Medusa, and she eventually, with the mana gone, loses her life here to Fortnite Man. So, playing around Rinsick is a good place for them to be here. Chira Jr. stuck in the trees, blinks up and away from the creep wave, so doesn't get found out, so he will be able to walk himself into the Twin Gate and then get himself the heck out of dodge.
I mean, you just see the difference, though, with Rinsick actually joining in onto something. Takes out the majority of the HP of the Medusa, as well as having the damage remaining from the God Strength to actually secure an objective. So, that's 2.5 tier 1 towers that have been removed. I really want them to, again, look to put a bit of emphasis onto this top one. Honlo, through his illusions, might be able to scout a lot of this out. Gets the D-Ward off, so that's nice. Ooh, on his Shadow Shaman. It feels like there's going to be a team fight breaking out pretty shortly, but Honlo might be a bit too deep here.
Yeah, he could be getting caught out here, and there's just so much burst damage. It's just non-committal. They throw out an Ice Blast, they throw out a kill shot, they just get Chira Jr. there with a Dragon Tail, and it's not really the response that you would like. You can see that Mirage really wants to try and be responsive to a lot of these different skirmishes and engagements, but Fortnite Man as well as Rinsick, they just sit back and farm. They just don't have the same kind of presence on the map as it was what you'd like. But now with Rinsick with this Link Dagger, this could be go time. Captain Charter.
I think so. I think that is indeed the case. They just want to shove this wave out really quickly in the mid lane so that their smoke isn't incredibly obvious. Might even just look to use Mirage as bait in this mid lane. I mean, no one defending it raises alarm bells for me. It's going to be Fortnite Man putting his life on the line, on the front lines. No one's kind of doing anything, though.
Letting TA2000 just take out this initial
The real
T1 tower. About half HP. That's a beautiful little war trap on the side there. Chira Jr. is being stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and he's able to eventually get away from some of these snakes. And now we're going to go in here for Rinsick, seeing if he can try and take down Notice, but no,
Surely
so much
BB
damage
dies.
that goes in towards
Surely
onto the
BB
standard
dies.
Notice. Still lives, still walking around. At least gets a little bit more of these snot rockets going out as well. Chira Jr. about half HP. Fortnite Man, he cannot re-aggress. Mirage tries his best to try and see if he can get this fight going on their terms, but just don't have what it takes. Took so long to take down Notice that they just didn't have the extra bit of damage there.
I mean, I'm just surprised that they waited so long. They had everyone in there. They had Blink Dagger on Slardar and the Sven. You had Adusa just basically right-clicking unopposed, and Fortnite Man was just sticking back. By the time he went in, the fight was essentially over. Like, you lost your POS 1 that needs to keep up with this Medusa, and sure, you get the Bristle back, but it just costed them way too much time, and well, effectively, it's translated into some solid net worth coming through from Cybergoose.
Yeah, they're not head and shoulders above the net worth purely because Rinsick is in a pretty commanding position himself, but these calls are starting to fall behind here. And nice Hexe goes that on to Chira Jr. Ponlo's going to try and TP away. It's not enough, so Chira Jr. claims that one with the Breathe Fire. We will see Ike be able to walk away.
I don't mind the idea of trying to, go in onto solo, get that really quick burst onto him, but it's a really early Ghost Scepter purchase. Not really the support item to be going for, considering it's only really useful for you, but considering how important AA is with the Bone Chill, let alone the Ice Blast, to be able to deal with some of these tanky boys, it just feels really nice to be able to say, you know what, you're trying to 100-0 me, even if he gets Orchid, it's like, it's still just not enough to be able to take him out, and no one's really a nullifier builder at this stage.
Quick little kill there on Chira Jr. You can see this is what happens with the Corrosive Haze, as well as the Spend God Strength. People do just disappear. So the game plan is there. The game plan obviously works. We've seen it time and time again. It's about trying to get that execution down here for Calma Charter.
I mean, it works, but you really need to... You need to do it before they get too tanky that it doesn't work, where you can't just burst them 100-0 super easily. And when you're hitting these big spikes, like level 2 ulti, for example, that's an extra 5 minus armor that the Slardar is looking to try and play around. So how are you going to be able to engage effectively with that?
Zero questions.
I mean,
Yeah,
they should know
20
as
minutes.
well that, yeah, 20 minutes, that's exactly what I was just about to highlight. Like, this top area is the area that's going to be most hotly contested. And I think maybe Kamachata have said, you know what, let's just give this one up. We're not in a position to be able to fight right now. We need to just try and get something else while this is all happening. You know, you could see Ponlo trying to farm really deep in the mid lane. They expect that this is going on. What I do want to see is a little bit more emphasis being put on to... It's actually Chiri's that ends up getting it. Okay.
Interesting.
And Ike, not sure what he was doing there, but you know what? Go off, King. Would have been happy enough for him to just walk behind enemy lines while they were doing it and drop the Mass Serpent Wards on the tier 1 tower, just so that it's a little easier for them to invade into the area that, you know, Dusa, Bristle, DK still want to be trying to farm a few of these stacks.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke's going to try and pick up anyone that's looking to try and continuously cut these waves. It's going to be poor Ponlo that ends up dying again. He's got the shield rune, but it's only going to give him about a couple of seconds of extra life.
Yeah, it's just quite a lot of damage that just goes through. A lot of magic damage. So they just burst through it. Fortnite Man's going to try his best to try and clear out these waves, but yeah, it really does feel like this is a lead that is just constantly building here for Cyber Goose. And the question is, how do you really kind of combat this? Is it just a full 4-man smoke movement? Hopefully you kill TA2000, slow down this Medusa, and try to put a bit of pressure back on Cyber Goose?
I guess, but like, what is actually the big item that you're hoping to wait for? I mean, you've got Aghanim's nearly completed, I suppose, on Mirage, and that's really what they're going to be looking to play around. That plus the BKB from the Sven, but even... Oh, hold on. This would be a pretty big yoink away, considering you're going up against so much. Oh, hold on. Ward trap.
I said the power of having a little bit of extra gold across everybody here. Means Zero Supports just have that one extra item. So they're about half HP now on the Roshan. Fortnite Man...
He's
does
not
have
there.
a
He can't
TP,
throw the chakra
so
in. Yeah.
He can't even get anywhere close. They're going to see if they can go in Ponlo. 4 stars forward, and unfortunately for him, the Aegis is already gone.
It's a good attempt, though.
Yeah.
Weren't even able to get away with dewarding the Observe Ward that was placed up on the high ground there by Solos. A little surprised about that. But it just doesn't feel like they're getting anything of great impact across the map, you know? Like, a lot of these trades are just favoring Cyber Goose by so much. And what I was saying before that all happened was, yeah, you've got your BKB now on Sven, and level 3 ulti, which feels pretty nice. As they do actually try and go in here.
They go in here onto Node.
Didn't pop the BKB.
Didn't pop the BKB. Now Rinsick gets about half HP, but it's the Ice Blast. This is going to tear through these tanky boys, and they don't even get the kill there onto the Dragon Knight, who's the one without the Aegis. And they've just lost 3 here, and at 22 minutes here, Deadnog, I think this could be a quick one.
You gotta pop
are
the
they supposed to
BKB
do?
when you're making those sorts of jumps, you know? Like, that was literally the difference. The extra couple of seconds probably means that 2 heroes die, and you maybe get away, but instead, just go down to about half HP. And what I was about to say was, you've got the Stone Gaze still to have to deal with, right? So it's not like the BKB is the be-all and end-all of your team fight winning strategy. You still can't just continue to stand and commit and right-click. You're going to get punished.
Just getting to the point now where this Deuce is reaching critical mass. He almost has Skadi. And once that's picked up, like, I mean, what are you supposed to do with a Medusa who's going to have, like, over 2k mana shields, all this armor, 30 plus armor, probably even more, evasion from the butterfly. It's just, yeah, it's a lot that they have to try and get through here. And it has been such a good Medusa pick from Cyber Goose. And it's really
Hold on.
just put them-
PB walking up into them would be great.
Okay. Well, these cancel
keep
his
the spin.
TP, but now they want to try and walk back around. They do get themselves a little bit of a hex, and Ike, unfortunately, is stuck now in the win run, and he will eventually lose his life. Just TA2000 getting those right clicks going forward. They didn't want to engage, because they only just got the BKB back now for Rinsick.
That's the big thing. Again, we haven't seen those big initiations. We haven't seen that burst potential outside of the first, let's say, 10 minutes of the game, and that's the area that's been lacking. You needed so much more emphasis onto TA2000, and he's just free to do whatever the hell he wants now at this stage. Just 500 gold away from that Skadi.
He's walking up Margo. They
that's
killed
a
the
help.
courier. Okay. So that's big from Ponlo. So that buys him a couple of minutes here. But it's kind of the conversation that we had a little bit earlier, right? What are you really waiting on?
They're going to smoke, and they're going to go for the back line, try and take out these supports in particular, but they respond with a smoke of their own.
Looking at the desperation play. Beautiful blink in there. Comes in from Chira Jr.
No
Nice pass
BKB.
on top as well. Mirage isn't able to do anything here, and Rintik is just stuck between a rock and a hard place with this win run. It is so hard for him to try and walk away from it. Tries to use the war cry, but it's not going to be enough. The Snot Rockets will go out as well here from Notice. They're going to go forward
Look how much
directly
damage.
in onto the Sven. He just goes about half HP, and he has to BKB TP away. And unfortunately for Ponlo, he's going to have to be the sacrificial lamb. He wants to see if they will take him for a little bit of a ride. And TA2000 was looking forward here to try and take down Ike, and they're going to get the TP away on Fortnite Man as well. So they at least get away without having critical damage dealt to them, but it's just, once again, they lose all these lives. They've still got a minute and a half left on this Aegis as well. And
No
this fight's
BKB.
too straightforward for Cyber Goose, and this looks like a pretty dominant game one victory, if I was a betting man.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're going to go this minus armor strat, there's a time where it's going to drop off in effectiveness. And, you know, a lot of this survivability is just going to balloon way too far out of control. So I think they've just missed some of their timings here. TA2000 is far too big for them to deal with. I mean, he's double the net worth of basically everyone except the Sven on Kalamachata.
Yeah, Kalamachata, unfortunately, just have some very comfortable heroes, but it's just, for me, they're really, Fortnite Man just has not had many lanes over these last couple of games. The one game that they looked great in, he had a pretty even lane. It was just a whole lot of good creep cutting coming in from Ponlo, and these last couple of lanes have just really not been much. So, speaking of the man, the myth, the legend, it is just not really much of a showing for Fortnite Man. It's basically just walking into tilted towers and losing the first fight.
Back to the battle bus with him.
You're just going to walk at
at
tier
least.
4s, right? Like, there's nothing they can do about this. The creature is going to constantly keep pushing in, and you're just going to walk at these tier 4s and try and win the fight.
They just got to
20
get on the back
seconds
line
is-
somehow. I mean, the positioning is always so good coming out from Cybergoose. It's hard to find that area of engagement. You're always running into either BB or DK or Deucer first, and those are not easy kills, although Solo's kind of baiting himself a little bit. Finger over the Ghost Scepter, not able to pop it in time and gets one shot.
Yeah, Blink Crush is big there from Mirage, and as you said, one shot there goes onto the Ancient Apparition. Ike, though, very,
Damage,
very low.
though.
And again, it is just too much for Rintik to deal with. And I think for this game number one, they are trying their best to pull this one out of somewhere, but it's not really going to end out with much. The Dragon Tail does get reflected there by Fortnite Man, but you can just see this Snot Rocket Facet just walks in. He's just able to get all of this goo going everywhere on top of everyone. And you say you have a minus armor strap. Ooh, okay, Fortnite Man does blow up Chira Jr., but it's now. It's time for TA2000 to walk in and try and finish this game. Beautiful Chakra Shot comes in there from Problems, and Mirage will just die out to the final Mystic Snake.
Yeah, it turns out there's a reason this Bristleback gets banned every single game. Like, it's just way too hard to kill him. The build-up for Halberd is just so good. And despite the fact they were going up against this Bristleback, with Halberd being busted, they're like, you know what, let's go a right-click build. That's going to work effectively. And it just feels like they're being kited out almost seamlessly every single time.
Yeah, it really does feel like that they've just been in a commanding lead since start to finish. There was some good moments in the lanes there from Kalamachata, but it really did feel like that Cybergoose are trying to right the wrongs of yesterday.
For another
Try and
smoke,
fight
just keeping
again
the
here with
supports hidden.
Kalamachata, though.
I mean, this is their mega creep, so they're going to need to do something.
Oh, it just walks in with a halberd. I mean, it doesn't... Everything's completely nullified. They're trying their best to see if they can chunk through a few more of these people, but now with the diffuser blade and the Scotty, TA2000 gets it done. GGs have been called. Checking the other ancient.
Yeah, there we go.
It's going to
Look at
survive.
the other ancient.
All right,
It's going to
it's
survive.
surviving.
I think we're good.
Yep, I think we're good. Okay, yep, all right. So, pretty dominant game one victory there from Cyber Goose. I did like the draft that came out from Kalmachata, but it just seemed like right now we are looking at this for Cyber Goose as being a team that was hoping to contest for this spot going in towards the international. And yesterday, I really feel like they kind of dropped the ball, and they're going to start tearing faces through this lower bracket. You know, looking across the players that they've got, gives them comfort heroes, and these guys can really put you to the sword.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a blip on the radar yesterday, absolutely.
Yep.
As we look at a few of these highlights, you know, decent little jumps here, but this is the BKB reveal that wasn't popped, and so you're already down to about half HP before you've been able to do too much of anything. It's a very different story if you're able to take out the DK as well as the bristleback at the start of it all, and you just see the amount of damage that you just take from blade mail, from bristleback on its own, all the extra minus armor, and it's a great combination together with a Deucer as well, right? That split shot is just going to be hitting onto everyone, and he was even right-clicking the Sven for 500 at the end of that team fight. It's kind of nuts.
It's just crazy, and as we said, this is the reason why this hero has been banned quite a lot. You know, Halberd's a broken item, does a lot of work for that bristleback, and just the Snot Rocket facet just seems to do so much work. So I'd imagine giving them bristleback and Ancient Apparition was not on the bingo card for Kalmachata to start out their day number 2 of their TR qualifiers in their final life. But that's the bingo that they got, and this was their final attempt, and all it took was Notice that just walked in and just pressed Halberd, and the fight's over. And then at that point, it's just TA2000 just doing TA2000 things, and unfortunately, just not a dub that you'd want here for Kalmachata, as Cyber Goose get the victory this time around.
Not sure if we'll get to see it overall, but have a guess. Who had the most damage on Kalmachata?
It's surely it's Rinsick.
Yeah, it was Fortnite Man. It was Fortnite Man. So that goes to show you, like,
Okay.
we were saying Fortnite Man not having a great game, and still he had the most damage on the team. You know, it really needed to be a whole lot more of a cohesive team effort. It's something that we've been, for a lot of these losing teams, it really feels like the stuff that's been holding them back is not realizing their timings and just going together as a full-on unit. You know, there were times where they tried to invade into the enemy Wisdom Rune area, weren't able to accomplish it. There were times where they were trying to get into the enemy Tricamp with the Ancients, weren't able to accomplish it, and they still end up wiping you and taking their big Ancient stack, you know? It just felt like things were always delayed a little bit, unfortunately, which is a shame, because I do like some of the ideas that these guys have. It's just the execution isn't always on point.
Yeah, and especially because the first game that we saw of Kalmachata as well gave us so much hope for these guys, because it looked like they were all on the same page singing the same song and just really kind of this super coordinated unit. And we're like, okay, this is potential. All of these players are fantastic players. So being able to bring them all together and have them all consistently work together was a big shining light. And it seems like the wheels are starting to fall off the wagon. But that's neither here nor there. We've still got another game to try and get to here for Kalmachata as well as Cyber Goose. So make sure you guys join us on the other side of this break for game number 2.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
this is it for Cal Machado. This is potentially their final game here in the road to the international. If they want to stay alive in these qualifiers, if they want to stay alive in this lower bracket, they need to bring it in this game up against Cyber Goose, who looked like they've righted their wrongs of yesterday. I think is a big thing to say. They've definitely picked up their socks, and they've just going, all right, if we're going to get given 2 out of the, most broken heroes that we've got in the patch right now, let's just play it, let's run it, let's make it clean and concise. And I think that final pick, Medusa, really was kind of the cherry on top for me, Denog.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just synergizes so well with the BB in particular, right? Like, you've just got a ton of minus armor being put out and a Medusa that hasn't been targeted at all, well, once, and that was really the only blip on TA 2000's game, right? And that's exactly what I wanted them to keep doing. It's just they didn't. They went back and farmed, and I feel like Sven was just way too passive, considering, once you're past level 15, I believe, you're able to reduce that God Strength cooldown by a fairly decent amount. I think it's, 12 seconds. So, to be able to have it every, let's say, 60 seconds or so, not too bad. You can just stay out on the map, be farming a whole lot more aggressively than they were, especially considering I think they took mid and bottom towers at a relatively early time for Cal Machado. So it wasn't all doom and gloom for them. I thought that game was winnable. They just really needed to capitalize on those moments where they had those timings, and it just felt like they didn't.
Yeah, it definitely was. It's not like that, they got completely outdrafted there. I really did like the draft that they were coming in with. And it's just something that you touched on towards the end of the game as well, is where, sometimes these teams really just have not been able to find that sweet spot of hitting those item timings and really being able to abuse them on the map and taking advantage of that small little advantage that they have and turn that into a large advantage. And that's where you see some of these other teams that have that little bit more experience in the bigger stages. Looking across at Cyber Goose, like some of these guys have been playing on some big lands. I'm looking directly towards players like Solo TA 2000 and Notice. Like these guys have been walking around for a very, very long time and being able to do a lot at a lot of big events. So, yeah, and they just have that little bit of extra edge where they understand, okay, I've just got this small advantage over my enemy carry or my enemy mid. I can exploit that to try and enable the rest of my teammates to try and get this into a dub.
Even at the very end, when Solo put himself out there on the lane, you knew he was baiting. He was maybe banking on his dusty old bones to be able to press the Ghost Scepter in time so that he didn't die, but he still baited them in, and you just saw what happened, right? Yeah, your AA dies, but everyone else on Cal Machado died as well. So, you'd take that trade every single day of the week.
Yeah, exactly. We're just waiting to get ourselves into this second game draft, ladies and gentlemen, as Danog and I wax lyrically about all the experiences of some of these players in the Eastern European region. It's been a very, very exciting region, and I'm very excited to see what it does at TI as well. Over the last couple of years, we've been having ups and downs when it comes to the way that some of these regions have been performing, cough, cough, China, for a little bit of time. And I'm very excited to see a lot more of these regions come back into TI and really be able to push for another title. Eastern Europe has been there for a while, challenging for titles, winning titles at Spirit, and seeing if that magic dust can rub off on some of the other regions as well.
Yeah, I mean, China wasn't that bad at 2023, though, right? Like the Seattle TI, I think they got 3rd and 4th, so certainly could be a whole lot worse, but yeah, it tends to be those peaks and valleys, let's call it, with Chinese Dota, and hopefully with Tidebound already invited. Now they're not going by Tidebound, they're going by some other name, but apparently the oldest esports organization in China overall, All Gamers Global, are going to be showing up, and joined by just one other Chinese team. So has that ever happened before? Only 2 Chinese teams at TI?
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like maybe it happened last year.
Potentially. I feel like in the weird, wacky COVID TI years, there was potentially maybe 1, 2, or 3 may have been the smallest outside of 2. But I definitely know over the past couple of years, there was probably, one Chinese team that was standing head and shoulders above everybody else, and there was one qualifier that came through the last couple of years. So
I think it was 2 at the Seattle TI I was talking about, and they ended up finishing 3rd and 4th. So, maybe they need the pressure. Maybe they need to, feel like they got to stand up for that country pride. I wonder where the next TI is going to go as well after Hamburg. Any predictions?
Australia.
Let's go. Let's will it into existence.
That's the
secret.
biggest cap. I would love for it to go back to Southeast Asia.
Give me
being-
Tokyo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, give me Tokyo. I don't know how realistic that would be. You are correct.
Tourists. Filled with tourists is what it would be.
2023 was the two Chinese teams finished third and fourth, LGD and Azure Ray.
Yep. For sure. The only two teams that were there as well. So
Yep.
good to see spirits are still high, by the way. Ponlo always with a big smile on his face. Have I ever told you the story about how he didn't know how to make spaghetti bolognese when I was when DPC, rest in peace, still existed when I was over at the in LA doing BTS stuff?
He didn't know how to make bolognese?
No. Boiling water was like rocket science to him at that
Oh my god. You're airing Ponlo's dirty laundry here live on stream while he's trying to
Oh,
fight
don't get me
for his
started on
life
him
and-
doing his laundry.
Oh god, Jesus Christ! I couldn't imagine. Danog is. This is going to be the next Reddit thread. Danog is Ponlo's dad.
I mean, he calls me Dad Nog.
Oh,
so,
oh my god,
you know, that is kind of the way it is. But no,
that's
he's
a
grown a
podcast
lot.
I'd listen to.
He's
Dad
grown a
Nog
lot in
and
like the
Ponlo.
past 4 or so years since that happened. So very happy for him.
Well, hopefully he's able to pull out the dub here, and we can go to a third and try and extend this series here between Kalmachata and the Cyber Gooses. TA2000 opening up with the Terror Blade.
I mean, TA 2000 Terrorblade, you're very happy to pick that one up whenever you get it, given the possibility. I mean, if you're a great Terrorblade player, I like it. I personally am not a fan of first pick Terrorblade. Like, yeah, you can flex it to the position 3 role, but I feel like you fall into the trap with some drafts of just having do nothing drafts, I call them, where just nothing happens. You don't walk around on the map. You don't really do much of anything. Doom is a hero that they actually frequently picked to be able to counter this TB. So I wonder if now this is going to be noticed playing the TB instead. Like, yes, Tier 2000 is great on it, but this is a specific response to it. And with the Shadow Shaman being banned out, I wonder if that's really bumped up the TB in priority, because we've been talking about the chicken fingers and how great it is as being a TB counter, and the fact that Kalmachata's taken it away maybe just, you know, was the tipping point to say, all right, let's just go ahead and pick it.
Yeah. So we'll see if the pivot is necessary here for Cyber Goose, or whether or not TA2000 still feels confident enough to be able to play through with this Terrorblade, and they just try and have some more of these other heroes to alleviate the pressure when it comes to the Doom. Seeing a lot more of these saving supports when you've seen the Doom come out. So
Seconds remaining.
could potentially be something along those lines that maybe they want to try and lean towards here. I feel like if you're Cyber Goose right now, you're just trying to get rid of a whole lot more of the comfort heroes. The Kalmachata's been running throughout these qualifiers, the open qualifiers, closed qualifiers, and really just try and put them into a position that makes it really uncomfortable for them. Backs against the wall, final game, potential elimination. They have to sit here and try and find something different up against a team who is kind of in the driver's seat and really trying to look to cruise through this lower bracket. So they get rid of the puck and they pick the AA. I really like that that ban into pick there from Kalmachata.
Even the Pango as well, right? Like, yeah, they didn't do it just then, but it's still just one of those heroes that not too much you can do about him being able to roll in onto the back line and potentially 100 to 0 you. So, yeah, feels good. AA, don't love seeing it, but
5 seconds.
if you're going to give yourself the best chance, you got to make sure you're picking it up for yourself whenever possible. I mean, let me have a quick look at the draft order. I mean, I feel like if they didn't pick this AA now, there was the risk that Cyber Goose would just like AA puck themselves, just because it's a great combination together. It can be super reliable. Kunka's already banned out, so I'm just looking now at what are your reliable setup options for the Ice Blast, because you can't have a huge Ice Blast every single time, and people are going to be able to move out of it a lot of the time. So what is still left remaining for them to be able to do it? Maybe Ember Spirit with a Chain Gang facet could be a viable option.
Maybe the Mars, but obviously the Doom's the one that's been picked up here by Kalmachata, so that's probably going into Fortnite Man's hands.
I think Rinsix played it a couple of times as well, though. So
Okay.
they've got the flex potential to be able to make it work either way.
Does really kind of lock in that you're not playing TB as a carry if you have Doom and Mars.
Seconds remaining.
Yes, correct.
So
5 seconds. Dire
We'll see what they want to go for here. The Cyber Goose are going to go with the Jakiro Tusk combination, what you were talking about a little bit earlier today when we were seeing a little bit more Tusk come in that first series.
It's just such a solid combo, and it doesn't reveal anything, you know? Like, a TB Jakiro could lane together. A TB Tusk could lane together, and it's totally fine and dandy.
10 seconds remaining.
So let's see what the responses are now from Cal Machado. Ike, the mastermind behind the operation.
Dire team
Probably going to pick the Ponlo hero here. Going to respond with a Muerta. Potential Ponlo hero as well.
I mean, it's just a classic TB counter, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's really the thing that you're looking for. Going up against the Tusk, though, I wonder what they're really considering here. Like, okay, leaving potentially that flex there where it's still going to be your position 4 with the last pick of the overall draft. Of course, it could be Ponlo playing the Muerta, but even just something like, I don't know, I wouldn't hate a AA being played as the 4, and you go like a Clockwork, for example, just pairing it together with the Muerta. Of course, it's not going to be the Undying. Omni Knight's banned out. Tusk is already picked up. Ooh, Enigma.
Oh,
It's a little rarer.
Enigma in a while. That's a noticed classic, though. Like that's like a hero that stands out when you see that name next to it. Is it just
Ponlo
or a
loves
bot?
his Rubik.
That is
gotta
true,
say.
it does.
And
There is
you've
a lot
got a
of other good
Jakiro.
spells to steal.
Yeah. Wouldn't hate it. Might be licking his lips at this possibility, but then again, Muerta is pretty decent against it as well. You know, just the calling, get it, just silence it from afar, dead shot, similar sort of deal.
5 seconds remaining.
What is the thing that they're lacking right now? Like, you've got actually a pretty decent amount of push on Cybergoose's side with the Eidolons, with Boots of Bearing, with TB. Just, you know, again, good TBs don't just use Metamorphosis for team fights. They use it for team fight into tower into farming. You know, like it needs to be all three. And I feel like that's an area that they're massively lacking right now on Kalmachata is how are you taking towers? How are you taking objectives? How are you opening up the map so that you can be in a position to contest this TB when he's farming?
And that's the question, does that really get alleviated by picking a position 4 for Ponlo, or is it you just trying to now pick a position 1, potentially, for Kalmachata, for Rinsick, that can try and alleviate a bit of that pressure for you? And this is where you kind of, you know, drafted yourself into a little bit of a corner, just because you've got a few issues that you want to try and solve here, but you've also got a few issues irregardless to the heroes that you want to try and solve as well.
I honestly think the bans are more interesting than the picks this draft because, like, the Gyro's banned out, so now you don't have a response to the Enigma because the Bristleback and the Kunker are also gone. Same sort of thing with the Sven. You've got the Beastmaster gone, which would have been a great pick at this stage for Kalmachata, but it's just a really good hero, so it's never going to be removed from the pool. So what's really there that can, like, have the potential to do well against TB in lane, as well as Enigma hitting multiple units in lane, that has a BKB piercing disable and can farm relatively effectively and has ganking. Like, it's a lot to have to get in just the one hero. Is there even any POS 1 hero left that can, like, just hit all of these Eidolons? I guess if you played Doom as a 1, you could make it work.
Yeah,
Just
Scorched Earth.
Remaining.
No,
So
not
then
really.
you'd have your 3 remaining, and then what?
Potentially Slark.
Brewmaster, if you play it as a 3, like against the TB, it's not horrible. A lot of team fight as well. Don't think you hate a Monkey King into a Storm Spirit.
It's not too bad. Chiro Jr. 0 and 1 though. Sitting on the goose egg. Trying to turn into a cyber goose egg, which is a 1. Your 1s and 0s.
For sure.
Come on, that was a binary joke, guys.
It was. I got a binary joke. Yeah.
Come on. Pick it up, Twitch chat.
What else are there options?
Well, I
I'm
guess
really
the question
struggling to
is,
find it.
with so many problems that need to be fixed here for this final... Well, not fixed,
Alchemist?
need to be addressed. Oh. Yeah? Some good Ags givers.
You give Ags Givers, you can use the Acid Spray for the Eidolons in the lane, you buy a Blink Dagger and can jump in onto the backlines to help burst people down. Relatively early timings. Centaur.
So they're going to go Doom POS 1, it seems.
Yep.
with Rinsick. Or
So they feel like the
potentially
Scorched Earth
yeah.
is going to be enough against Noticed, and you've got a good amount of damage into the TB. Sorry, I get confused. TA planned the TB. If he did want to make any sort of rotations through the Twin Gate. So I don't hate this overall. I'm still just a little concerned about... I mean, I guess they've got somewhat reliable setup for the Ice Blast, you know? Like Vortex, eventual Blink Stomp from Fortnite Man. But at what point are you actually going to get that Blink Stomp? I honestly feel like auras are going to be a little bit more important because you need to enable Rinsick to actually engage into fights, and he's just going to be running in a lot of the time. So
He's going to be like Blink, Midas, Radiance, BKB kind of deal, right?
And from Ponlo last game, he went his CK with just the standard build that he likes to go, you know, Tranquil Boots into Aether Lens. I think he had a 4-staff as well, actually. But I wanted
Yeah, I
to
think
see
he
a
went
Boots of
4
Bearing. And I want to see Boots of Bearing again this game, just to really enable Rinsick as much as possible. Because they've got a decent amount of slows as well. So just to be able to get that, 1.5 seconds of slow immunity feels really nice, just to be able to reposition yourselves in the middle of a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things to do here for Cal Machado, and it seems, again, pretty straightforward. Is that we've cast to Danog is the simpler draft generally will win out on top because there's a lot more room for error. And if you're Cal Machado right now, it is backs against the wall, final game, and they need to try and pull something out of the hat here. We'll see whether or not they can do it here in the second game of their lower bracket series against Cyber Goose, who, in all honesty, probably shouldn't even be down here. They should be hovering up in that upper bracket, staring towards a potential game against either Na'Vi or Aurora. Would have been the Na'Vi game, I believe. So they're definitely kicking themselves that they're in this position, but if they're able to make this a nice little swift 2-0, get that confidence built back into these superstar players.
It'll make the lower
feel
bracket
like they
interesting
could be
as
a
well, having them there
Yeah.
as like the Slayers, you know, coming through.
Yep. The
on the
gatekeepers.
downside. I mean, the big thing for me is still just like... I mentioned that they don't really have any great ways to be able to take towers on Kamachata, and that has not changed. Whereas you've got an Enigma and you've got a Jakiro, and even TB to a lesser extent to be able to do it on Cyber Goose. So you talk about simplicity. That's one of the big things, is just being able to open up the map like that. Reduce the area that enemies are able to farm, reduce their TP potential so it's harder for them to get across the map, enables you to play a little bit more of a split push style. I don't know, it's just challenging in my eyes for them to be able to get away with this nice and easily.
The battle
Sometimes people rise to the challenge, other people wither away from it. So we'll see which one happens here for Cal Machado. So, 3-1 here for the bounty runes. Pack her up.
It's
Don't
over.
see that very often.
Jakira's actually gone for the Twin Terror facet. So just looking to be a bit more of a right-clicking menace, I suppose. Not really wanting the extra use of the Ice Path. I think the Ice Path one is kind of busted, but clearly he thinks he's going to be trading a fair amount in this bottom lane.
We'll see how it does pan out here with the Twin Terror facet. Tier 2000 cops a lot though.
Yep. I mean, magic damage against TB, Taylor's old as time. We need to be able to limit his effectiveness. So definitely like around those big timings, like, you know, your level 3s, for example, that's going to be the big thing that they're looking towards in trying to get kills onto TA 2000. Once you've got a couple of points in the double edge, once you've got a couple of points in the dead shot, it becomes so much more vulnerable. But Solo's doing a pretty good job right now of just bullying away Ponlo so that they're not going to get a lot of this harassment for free.
Yeah. So we'll see how these lanes do pan out. Whole lot more pauses today. A lot more technical issues. I feel like we had a pretty easy breezy run yesterday. Maybe it was because we were on the last two series. I don't know what it is with the players today. Having a little
New patch. Games in beta. Who knows?
Games in beta, yeah, that's true. Do
Also
you
just
do you
keeping-
subscribe to the copium of Battle Pass 2025?
Nah.
You're not
I-
subscribing to the copium?
No. I'll tell you about it later. I don't want to say
Alright.
anything more. But I'm just looking at this top side of the map where you've already got, these Eidolons split up and they're going to be consistently looking to try and harass the Doom. Still just level 1, but with Scorched Earth coming off. Cooldown pretty shortly. Just trying to harass the Tusk with Chilling Touch as frequently as possible. Pretty decent way to be able to do it, of course. AA, one of the longest attack ranges in the entire game. He'll be happy enough for him to go towards the Enigma as well.
You're just throwing them downtown. So I guess the question that I have for you, Mr. Danog, is with Rinsick here on the Doom, what's kind of the game plan that we've got now for Kalmachada? Is it just Doom tries to farm up and they play as this kind of 4-man ball, or are they trying to just get this 5-man ball going? Like, what's the game plan that we've got here? Problems, unfortunately. He may have 99 of them. He's copping a lot of damage. Could potentially be our first blood. The snowball will be able to at least buy him a little bit more time. And he snowballed through the creep wave. And the Chilling Touch isn't enough. It is enough. Okay. It's the first blood going the way by.
Yep. Just getting that Death Rhyme stack up off the Innate, so nicely done. Able to get him a nice little start to the game. I really want to see him look to try and get up in TA 2000 space. Like, I know you're a Doom and you're going to be going Midas and all these sorts of things, but in my eyes, that's just a way to assist you with still getting net worth while being effective. And Doom's one of those heroes that, it's nice to have the BKB, it's nice to have the Blink Dagger, but items don't really change how much you're able to output, at least in terms of a damage perspective in a lot of these team fights, right? Like, you're going to be engaged by, enabled by things like Stampede, by Storm Spirit jumping in first, all these sorts of things. You need to be there for your damage specifically to deal with this TB.
Okay, so more so play a general kind of game, whereas Rinsick is just looking to really be that thorn in the side of TA 2000.
Pretty much. You need to try and do it, of course, as much as possible in this laning stage. I mentioned level 3 is the big power spike for both Fortnite Man and Ponlo, and they're getting close to it, but these things like pulls happening isn't going to make things any easier for them. Also, this Sentry Ward has stayed up the entire time as well. So hopefully for their sake, Ponlo is going to be able to get rid of it, which he does. Nicely done. Same sort of thing up on the top side with problems.
Yeah, Sniper's Courier as well. Bottom side though, looks like we're going to try and go here onto Fortnite Man. The Reflections are doing a lot of good work. Kusum comes in though back towards onto Solo. Now they have the calling as well. They want to try and walk through it here. Does TA 2000. Extra bit of those auto attacks is finally able to get them the kill there onto Fortnite Man. And Ponlo wants to stand and try and fight here. He does have
Dead
dead
shot
shot
him.
up in a couple of seconds. TA 2000 though has to be very, very careful. Ponlo, okay. Doesn't get it. Gets it off the back of the range creep. Almost got him within range for a few more of those auto attacks.
Very close. Almost able to secure that one. TB getting very low. Doesn't really feel like Enigma isn't going to be in any sort of position of concern for the next little bit, right? Like, they're just getting so much harassment in onto this Doom. Not even needing to drop the ice shards as well to make him consistently be taking a lot of this harass coming through from the Eidolons. How many ties has he got? 12. And they're going to get a kill most likely off the back of this.
Yeah, so many of these Eidolons just deal so much damage with that tag team, and they're actually able to dodge away.
The boys are coming.
So many of them going in here against Ike as well, and they've got so much time left available, and Noticed will get another one. Yeah, before that fight even went off, I watched Noticed deny 3 creeps in a row in front of Rinsick, and it's just, yeah. This is what I said in the draft as soon as I saw this coming out from the side of Cybergoose. Noticed and Enigma, he's one of those, I don't want to say very few, there's a lot of really good Enigma players, but he is very, very good at playing that hero, and he's just dominating this lane.
It's what happens when all of the big Enigma counters are banned out, right? Like, that's the reason I was suggesting the Alchemist, is that it's just so much easier for you to contest. Like, I know Alchemist is not really a hero at this point in time, but in terms of your ability to just deal with these Eidolons, which are the things causing so much concern for the Doom, it really was at least in my opinion, kind of the best option left outside of Maybe a drow, just with the multi-shot.
This is what we've got now, so we're going to have to deal with it. On the charter. Trying to go here onto TO2000. They get the calling out as well. They don't get that extra bit of damage, and so much slows comes in there from Solo, and TO2000 just whips himself around the trees. Has to be very careful about these dead shots. Knows that he is in a vulnerable position. With this extra bit of damage here coming in onto Ponlo, does Solo have enough to be able to get there? He got a lot of these big slows, and they're looking to try and see if they can get the kill onto the Muerta. He's going to be able to get away, whereas topside Rinsik, he's in trouble once again underneath his tier 1 tower. And it's problems and notice giving him a whole lot of them. And it is just, unfortunately, not a good start.
Looking to try and build up a few stacks for him, but if he's not too careful, you can just look to try and get those taken away. No points in the tree dance, I suppose, for the Monkey King, so he's not exactly in a position to Primal Spring, and yoink that one away, but he's still going to be moving around and trying to yoink away the Wisdom Rune.
He's going to get it too.
Watch other side. Yep. He's just a tree. What do you mean?
Slow. I'm just a tree. Ponlo's here. So they will have a fight. Solo's here as well. Boundless Strike comes down onto the Muerta. They do have the Ice Path as well. And with this extra bit of damage, they get themselves a free kill. They get themselves the Wisdom Shrine. Problems gets their own one on the Radiant side. And this is continuing to be a very fast start coming in from the Cyber Geese.
I like that. I mean, it is kind of snowballing out of control. It might sound a little dramatic, but I mean, you've got a net worth lead in basically every lane. You've got an XP lead in every lane. 2k net worth advantage. Your supports are getting close to getting
Once you're tier 1, it's 7.5 minutes in your safe lane. And then you're off lane as well. Oh no. Are they going to lose another here, Matt? This is the questions that I'm trying to answer myself. And unfortunately for Fortnite Man, oh, Ponlo's doing his best to save his body. He does a good job. So Ponlo, being the savior of Fortnite Man, at least gets him out of dodge for now. But tier 1 towers in the safe and the off lane. The mid lane's not
even
really
letting him
going to
get a
be
power room.
much longer either.
I mean, that amp damage could have been a difference maker, you know, finally giving them something to be able to maybe make a move out on the map. But I guess not even really, because Rinsik is just level 5. Fortnite Man is just level 5. You know, I know it's pre-10 minutes, but you're really wanting to be approaching those big team fight / pick-off ultimates as much as you can. Right now, it's just a matter of...
fight this.
He does, but I think Mirage should be happy enough just to make sure that you're securing your own farm across the board. Just don't let them take away a bunch of these stacks that you've made up for yourself.
I was watching Notice there nice and intently. Was at that level 6 for quite a while. Held off on the point, and as soon as the storm zipped in, he wanted to go for the black hole here. So it seems like they want to try and be aggressive. I feel like Mirage is the large beacon blazing across a giant sea of ignorance right now. Invoker quote.
What's that from again?
It's an Invoker quote.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It sounds deadlocky as well, though.
I'm a shining beacon blazing across a giant sea of ignorance.
I don't think I've played a single Invoker game. Do you know that?
No. That's actually quite surprising.
I'm not good with many buttons. I'm good at looking at things, like the map.
I mean, you only have 2 spells. I don't know what you're talking about.
True.
You only have 2 spells at once.
It's just remembering all of them. Do you have any, like, ways to remember things? Like, Alacrity is WWE because of wrestling and fighting.
Yeah, because of the SmackDown. QQ. I mean, I just remember
QQ walk.
Because yeah, so I used to do the Invoker minigame while I was in queue for a while.
True.
I'm a terrible Invoker player, but I can remember the spells.
I'm surprised that, like, as a Wraith King main, you're like, you know what? Yeah. I like Invoker.
Oh, Rinsik. He's been found by the boys. He at least gets a Doom out there onto the Monkey King. So they've got some time. Does avoid the Ice Blast though, but he still is doomed up, so he doesn't get that extra bit of healing, and then it's a lot of damage that comes in there from the Ancient Apparition.
Doesn't have any mana left, by the way.
Gets punched up into the air.
Mirage is dead.
Yeah, he has no mana left, and he just gets stunned up.
Neutral.
Oh. The fact that they brought the purple satyrs back, my goats. Everyone hated them. The Prowlers are awesome.
Yeah, awesome might be stretching it.
The prowlers are cool.
I do like the new ones though, the little tadpoles. Marsh mages and
the
polywogs.
or the boglets.
The boglets.
Shout out one time to my boy Boglet.
Mm-hmm.
Very prominent in the deadlock scene right now in Australia. Tangent.
He needs a new name change to Boglet.
Well,
Oh.
it may not feel like it is, you know, as snowbally as what it is, but it really does feel like that there's just very little map control coming out here for Kamashada. It's going to be a big pick here for Mirage if he's able to at least convert this kill into something,
Oh,
but
no.
they just kill him. He just takes so much damage. I believe that was from the Malefice of Notice, yeah, from the low ground. Just makes it so hard for him to continue to walk in, and he just constantly gets ticked by these stuns, and Mirage is trying his best to try and get these kills, but it's just not working out.
Pretty... Oh, Jakiro D. Ward, what a surprise. Pretty rare that you're going to be dropping a black hole to be able to save a support, but certainly in that instance, the only one that's having, in my opinion, like a salvageable game is this Storm Spirit. You know, you can see that the damage potential is there. You can see that he could be the one to maybe open this map up a little bit. And he is playing a very sacrificial role right now, just to enable Fortnite Man to get something, you know, and at least he's got the Blade Mail now, Doom very close to being able to have the Midas, so some of that scaling is going to be answered. It's just at the cost of Mirage's game, so he's not going to be happy about it, but it's a necessary evil.
Yeah, and it's all about trying to see if this timings are even going to work out for them, right? Like, yeah, it's, you know, they're trying to create all this space and try and create all these times for these items, but by the time those items, you know, materialize, is it going to be too little too late? We already have a Blink Dagger so far here for problems. Like, there's Boots of Bearing that are already here coming out for Notice, unless he hasn't finished it. I think he has his courier coming towards him. No, maybe he's not finishing it, but, you know, 2.2k gold right now. He can go for a Blink Dagger if he really wants to here on Notice as well. It looks like he's going to try and complete some more of these auras, try and finish off this pipe. And TO2000, all the meanwhile, is just sitting back and farming. He's almost finished his Manta, at least now with the Midas up. They can try and do something, but I mean, this is
They need to do
tough.
something, because if not, like, these Eidolons are just going to take this tier 2 tower top. You know, like,
Oh,
something
that's
needs
last
to-
season lost. TO2000, he's in trouble. He at least gets the Sunder out onto his teammate Problems, but it's not going to be enough for them. They do lose Mirage, though, and again, Ike just walked in and gets deleted. They're looking to try and see if they can take down Fortnite Man here, who is oh so low when it comes to this Centaur. Malefice is up in only a couple of seconds here. So, noticed. We'll just try and walk into the trees and try and find Fortnite Man here. Problems will try and search for him as well. They found out the Tuskar, and they will just get the Malefice as well as the Eidolons to finish the job.
My question is just, where's the Doom? You know, like, he could have very easily joined in on that one, just going through the Twin Gate. He was farming up on this top side of the map. He has Doom available. That's a very different story if you're able to, you know, get into the center of that team fight with your Midas, with the maxed out Scorpion. He's actually going to Devour. It is off cooldown at the moment as well, so probably should be using it. But, yeah, I just don't think you can afford to sit back this much and just wait for your Radiance. It's like you're playing one hero down, essentially, when you've got your biggest teamfight impact spell off cooldown and ready to go.
Especially in combination with the Ice Blast and the Storm as well. It's kind of like help me, help you kind of scenario. The Doom enables the rest of these other team members to be able to try and play the game where they can have a few more of these items, and then maybe the next team fight, they don't need to have the Doom come into it for them to get a kill or two. Maybe it's, you know, they only require the Doom if they're trying to kill the TV or noticed. But at this point, it feels like it kind of needs to be all hands on deck. Everybody needs to try and play their part here.
Once again, though, speaking of Noticed, he's just in the perfect spot at the perfect time. Even just dragging the creep wave away, making sure that they're able to hit this one uncontested. No need to even use the drums, the Ripper's Lash as well, to be able to just wipe out these creep waves really quickly. And in the meantime, they're barely going to be able to get this tier 1 tower bottom. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw mass TPs come down here just to be able to punish, but maybe they're just going to give it up, saying, you know what, we don't even need to play on our side of the map anymore. Let's just set up camp on the Kalmachata side.
Yeah, just get all these wards up in the Kamachata side. You can already see, as you said, set up camp. This top side of the Dire jungle is currently being occupied.
Just trying to harass
Cyber
Qualifiers.
Geese.
I mean, they got
Rinsick. You have to be careful here at the tier 3. Taking a lot of damage here on the Doom so far. The Ice Blast will do a little bit, but the Doom does nothing. Doesn't get out the ultimate. And again, looking to try and see if this fight can go forward. Podlo gets oh so low here on the Muerto. Eventually loses their life here to problems. And this is Ike losing his life. Oh, I thought that was going to be the old classic of AA just dying to TB illusions. But he's able to at least survive this time around here for Kalmachata. And like, what do you do? Like, what do you do?
You
Try and
use
doom
your Doom
someone.
ability in the first 17 minutes of the game is what you do. I mean, they didn't use the Stampede as well, so they've still got that potential. Sentinel's TPing back, but they don't have the Crimson Guard, just a Blade Mail, and they're going to be able to get away.
You hate to see that. Chira Jr.
Not
goes
Doom
for it.
used.
Okay, so they've walked in with the Doom. Now onto Tier 2. But look at the black hole. Hits onto two of them. Beautiful science set comes in from Podno, though. So you really be able to stop a lot of this damage that comes forward from the side of Kalmachata. And they've been able to at least dispatch of a few more of these calls to the side of the Cyber Geese. And now Chira Jr. wants to see if he can fight 1v5. Fortunately for him, Monkey King doesn't have the items just yet. So a big fight win because they clicked the Doom button.
Yeah, they clicked the
Yes,
Doom
the
button. I was
tips.
about to say, the tips needed to come through because that's the positive reinforcement. That's the behavior you want to be encouraging, right? Like, Storm Spirit ends up getting a triple kill off the back of that, and he very much deserves it, Mirage. Like, he has sacrificed so much of his game to be able to get them into a position where they can even look to begin to try and contest this. Very nice use, again, like we were saying, of the calling to be able to interrupt that black hole. They ended up getting...
Yeah, really
you know,
need that
a lot more.
BKB.
Yeah. It's going to be a while until he gets into it, though, but that's fine.
Takes some time, but it's what we talked about just before, right? Help me, help you. With the Doom. If you get that Doom out, then all these other spells are actually able to do their work, and TA 2000 just kind of had to run. And that's what happened. So Kalmachata...
We did say that he...
4K gold swing?
Yeah, and we were saying he can't just sit back and farm the Radiance, and wouldn't you know it, like, the Blink Dagger, you can just buy it. He doesn't have it anymore because he's got the Devil's Bargain facet, so he just sells it for 85% of its value, and now he's close to the Radiance again. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you just need to get that Doom on cooldown, and then you can buy something that's going to be able to help you in, you know, a way to... You buy the item to help you in the team fight, then you sell it, then you buy what you actually want. Right? That's what I was trying to say.
We got there eventually, mate. It's perfectly okay. Sometimes we all have blunders. I have them more than most, but it's perfectly okay, all right? We're here to live and learn. We're a welcoming community. We're a loving community, okay?
Okay, let's not go nuts. Let's not tell
like
lies
I was
to
at
these
like
good
a-
people.
Yeah, I felt like I was at like a nature retreat or something. We felt connected with the earth. All right,
I need to go to the hot springs now that it's winter here.
that sounds
We should
fun.
go sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mornington.
We definitely will. Cute little date idea.
That's like
Anyways.
6 hours away from you, though.
Yeah, okay. Rather not then. All right.
Doesn't
Yeah,
work once.
2000.
Do it again.
Now has the Aegis available. That's the counter to the Doom. And speaking of the Doom, he's very, very low here on Ren 6. So Knight needs to head back to base, and they are probably just giving this up because it does not look like anybody is willing to move towards this tier 3 tower. They tried to go for a little cheeky deny there from Fortnite Man, but fortunately for him, the right clicks of the Centaur are not as strong as the Terrorblades.
This time around, though, he's going to have the Radiance. He's coming out to it on the career right now. Again, no jump potential, though, so you might need to be using... You've got to be very careful with Fortnite Man in his positioning. You can't afford to be putting yourself out there to die just because you need the Stampede to really enable this Doom to join in the rest of the team.
Guess also one positive to the side of Kalmachata is the fact that Nodus does not have a Blink Dagger yet either. So they don't have that potential of that real sudden black hole build up. But they get themselves a full Anorak. They do 95% to a tier 3 tower. So you're feeling in a pretty commanding position now if you're Cyber Goose.
They're assuming that it's a Tormentor that's being... Well, they don't have to assume. They've got a ward there, so they know. That's not exactly what's happening. Monkey King, is he going to reveal at all on the map? It doesn't seem like it. I'm going to run into him, but he will pop the smoke.
Looking to try and see if they can cut some of these trees here. He is being found out, and unfortunately for him, there's not really much that he can do being stuck inside of these trees, so he will be able to at least leap away with that BKB. Wants to try and get the TP away. How much damage can they do? Not enough. Mirage almost had the clicks to get it done.
That does mean that he... Well, I was about to say probably can't contest this Tormentor, but TA2000's just come up here with the rest of the boys, and they want to try and get a bit of a jump onto Fortnite Man. He's pretty tanky, though.
30 seconds until they have Metamorphosis. Solo is in the tree, so they've been able to find out the Jakiro. TA2000 will just walk into literally the middle of them. And start hitting a creep wave. He walked through the entirety of their team. Noticed is in a very bad spot. He's at least getting saved now by the snowball. Let's see what they're able to do here. Notice at least gets a little bit more of that HP back in. Wants to turn around with the black hole. Hits onto 3 of the members. They get themselves kicked up back into the air, but they haven't converted on any of these kills just yet. The Doom goes out there onto Chiro Jr. Now it's TA2000. He wants to walk forward and see how much damage he can do. Mirage is getting very, very low when it comes to the mana. He doesn't have the attacks to get rid of the Storm Spirit, and it's just going to be Fortnite Man who will lose his life. Ooh. Chiro Jr. He's been clipped.
Should be fine. Yeah. Positive. Never in doubt.
Scanning.
I was clenching the whole time.
Ike wants him. Ike. He wanted him, but unfortunately, he got what he wanted. It just
Didn't see the
wasn't-
20 stick charges.
Yeah. Just unfortunately wasn't what he expected.
Ooh, DD bottom. Nice little bonus for Mirage, who now has the Kai Assange, so... I mean, it's okay, right? They've got a decent amount of stuns. So Spell Amp is going to be very useful to be able to have. And instead of them claiming... Like, they had the vision to be able to claim this Tormentor for themselves, and now Notice is just going to get a freebie. More Eidolons to be able to just pump out and slam into all of these towers.
Well, they do have problems just clearing these waves. So, can definitely see why he wanted to get a little bit more of those Eidolons. I guess kind of the question now is what's the road to victory looking like here for sort of Kalman Sharda. Rinsick moving towards a BKB, but it just feels like this POS 1 Doom is just permanently behind the 8 ball, and I don't feel like there's many fights left in the game, to be perfectly honest with you, Dan.
No, I'm totally in agreement with you. You know, it just feels once again just like it's been a little bit too passive. One Doom, two Dooms in 23.5 minutes is
Well,
not cutting
technically
the mustard. Is it?
Yeah, he doomed Monkey top at like when he was like level 7. Doomed TB in the top fight towards the Dire Racks, and then in that previous fight,
Really looking to go for a bit of a big dive in here. Trying to take out somebody, but won't be succeeding with it. No Blink Dagger yet still for the Enigma, and 30 seconds away from the Black Hole. It's just, again, another case of death by 1,000 cuts. They're going to be happy enough to be able to claim the range racks for now. Back off. They've already taken all outer towers. They've got the Tormentor, so really is just, again, what we were talking about. Set up shop. Plant your flag on the Kalman Sharda side of the map and do not leave. There's no reason to. There's such a small area where they can look to play on the map. They've got just the one Observer Ward near the Dire secret shop, just giving them any sort of information on the map.
And especially because they're looking to try and get towards those next set of items. They at least now have the BKB up on Rinsick. But this is the fight that they're looking to try and go forward here for the Cyber Keys. Shiro Jr. out into the back lines there, goes directly onto Podlo. Wanted to see if he can try and take down Ike, but it's all about the front lines now. Fortnite Man goes down. There is nothing left available for them, and they just walk in. They black hole onto the Doom. There is no Doom available for these next 40 seconds, and they're just going to walk up onto the high ground. Mirage, though, gets stunned out by the Boundless Strike, and they get finished onto the Storm. He does have buyback, but is it going to really matter for them? Fortnite Man can try and walk in, but it just feels like they're just going to lose their entire base here. more of these lanes are starting to walk forward as well. They do just go directly onto Fortnite Man. About half HP, but they lose out there onto
Midnight
the top
Pulse is
guy.
doing so much.
Problems. He's the one that is able to fall back here. Kira Jr. about half HP once again. TA2000 wants to make sure he doesn't overextend. And so he will continue to poke and prod. So Kalman Charter, off the back of triple buybacks, they at least hold Elena Rax on the bottom side, but they've just lost so much. Like, they had any semblance of control on this map. It is completely gone now.
Exactly. Like, that's the big thing. Yeah, dieback on the table. No real item progression happening. Doom, he's got the BKB picked up, but again, like, what is it actually going to accomplish for them? He's going into the Kaya Sarge. I really feel like it just needs to be a Blink Dagger. You know, you just... A slow game is not going to eventuate at this point. You know, you need to win a team fight, and the only way to do that in my eyes is off the back of the perfect Blink Doom.
Yeah, just, you know, catch TA2000, who has a Revenant's Brooch. Just catch these heroes out. Try and do something. Try and be the aggressor. And hopefully you can, you know, maybe catch some unawares.
It's a lot of hope happening, though, and, you know, they're going to need a lot more than that. I mean, just comparing the Vision game that they've got, you know, they just awarded one award that was inside their own base, but they've still... All this bottom side, which is basically the only area that they feel safe because top and mid are just pushing in with super creeps. Any sort of avenue to get in there has got Vision. High ground on the cliff, the right-hand side, which Pono is just walking through right now, and they're going to see Ike as well. So they know they're comfortable enough to be able to make a jump onto anyone that shows on the top side as well. And they just place down another ward just to... Basically, whenever you leave the base, they're going to know about it on Cybergoose.
Like security alarm. The old perimeter. Wrapped around the base. Not really much.
See you later, Pono.
Problems. I don't know if they are okay. Pono will lose a lot of his life here. Chira Jr. does have to pop that BKB to try and see if he can get this fight going. He wants to try and eventually convert onto this Muerta, but he will lose his life for it, so definitely hashtag not worth it. But that's a black hole and a half.
Worth it.
If I've ever seen one from Notice, that is two big cores to catch out in the black hole, and we will see Fortnite Man go down without a buyback. Same goes for Mirage, and it's a Ringsick in the backline trying to get a Doom out on the solo, and it's not going to matter. If I was going to be Rinsick this game, unfortunately for him, the hands go up and not many Dooms are done. And that will be a swift 2-0 for Cyber Goose here as they move forward in this lower bracket. And unfortunately for Kalman Charter and our little boy Ponlo, that is where they bow out of the road to the international.
It's a little bit unfortunate considering how close their upper bracket series was yesterday, but we could tell Cybergoose today came to play. You know, this is a team that, honestly, I had a dark horse of finishing top 3, even potentially, throughout these entire qualifiers. And so the fact that you've had to come up against them in lower bracket round 1, a little bit of bad luck, but again, it just shows how close the entire region is, where, you know, if you just have one off day, you can end up being bumped down to the lower bracket. So it's you know, unfortunate for the Kalman Charter boys that this is the way that their run is going to end, but you know what, this was a vibe stack, this was a fun stack, this was just, you know, try and be involved in the TI process in some capacity, and well, they were indeed that, and they made some fun showings, and who knows, maybe people will try the CK support in their pubs.
Potentially. I know it's been something that one of my good buddies that I've played with quite a lot has enjoyed for a very, very long time. That was pre-facet, so a little bit more of a grief than an actual half-decent pick. But yeah, you know, they had a good showing, and unfortunately for them, sometimes when you come into these closed qualifiers, there are a couple of teams that are just kind of heads and shoulders above everybody else. Definitely feel like they could have won their previous series yesterday, and probably are kicking themselves just a little bit not being able to come out on top in that series for Kalman Charter to take down Liga team, especially after how strong that first game did look for them, and they were pretty much ahead for the majority of that third as well. So it's just the way that the cookie crumbles sometimes. But you know, conversely for Cybergoose, these guys have righted their wrongs of yesterday, and they're going to be a menace in this lower bracket, and especially looking at some of these players, you know, Noticed, TA 2000. I think Cheerio Jr. Probably didn't really have the funnest of days for both these two games, but definitely Notice and TA 2000, I think, just had absolute banger games, game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, Notice is my MVP by far. Just crushed the lane. He was a big reason why they were able to open up the map. Every single black hole was pretty much perfect. Even that last one that we saw in the highlights, being able to catch Rinsick with the BKB, he just force-staffed himself in. Didn't need a Blink Dagger to be able to make it work. So, very, very nicely done by Notice on the Enigma. He had the Blink Dagger at the end of the day, but not necessary.
Yeah, not necessary indeed. And it just feels like a lot of these drafts as well were very comfortable coming in from Cybergoose. And there was a couple of times where we're looking at some of these drafts coming in from Kalman Charter and they were trying to I don't want to say reinvent the wheel, but they were trying to do some different things, and they stuck their own guns. And I do applaud them for doing that as well, and especially being able to get some wins with it as well is very, very positive for them. But unfortunately, they have to bow out this time around. And as these days go on, Danog, more and more people will say goodbye, and more souls will get consumed by me in this lower bracket. So I'm very excited for us to have a quick look at the bracket as we're halfway through day number 2 here. And we get ourselves ready for some very exciting upper bracket matches.
We do indeed, and we see there eSpoiled and Kalmachata eliminated, our first two saying goodbye, and we've got Namiga and Cybergoose waiting on the bottom side of the bracket, and we've still got 2 upper bracket round 2 matches to come. Aurora Gaming, the next one coming up, they will be facing off against Namiga, whoever loses that series, and then Navi versus Runa Team. The loser of that will be playing Cybergoose. And, of course, the winners move on to play One Move and Liga Team, respectively. But before we get to those future brackets, we got to decide this one first. So for me and Fluke, that is us done for the day. We'll be back for the first 2 series tomorrow. We will leave you in the very, very capable hands of T-Gov and Nomad to be able to take you through these upper bracket bangers. I'll be here in chat watching just to see how it's all going to be able to turn out. Any last words, Fluke?
I'll be asleep. I'm not going to be in Twitch chat. Sorry, guys. I've had 2 hours sleep in 3 days. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Fair. Honestly, very fair. But we still need to give them time to get all set up, as well as the teams into the lobby. Probably about 10 or so minutes until we're back up and running. So thanks again for everyone tuning in. More Dota action coming to you very shortly. Stick around.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hi, and welcome back to the road to the International. Thank you very much, Danog and Fluke, for a wonderful morning of exciting games to start off in the lower bracket. And now we are moving up to the upper bracket. T-Governor, are you ready to watch the big boys play?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, again, it's only been one day of groups so far, but like, I wanted to get to this day straight away. I wanted to see what, of course, we know what Aurora's going to be doing, right? They have had multiple, top 8 performances throughout the 2025 year so far. Like, I have high expectations for them, right? It's more like, I'm excited to see later on as well, like, the Na'Vi, how good are they going to do with their roster shuffles? Runa team looked pretty good against eSport yesterday, so there's upset potential.
Yeah.
Quantum, 2-1 Cyber Goose, but yeah. The fact that we get to see Aurora and Na'Vi in action today, who are the top 2 seeded teams, the favourites to play out in the grand finals. Maybe I'm getting carried away, but I'm also setting up the hype for a potential. What if we hyped them up and then there is an upset? It makes the upset even cooler. But yeah, unlikely in the first series.
For sure. Like the upset needs to come from one of these teams just playing like way better than they have been all year, pretty much. Like, I think that's the only way. I mean, maybe you could say, like, Na'Vi, you could cast some doubts on that team, and I think that'd be reasonable. But ultimately, in these close qualifiers, they have been getting deep each time. They just haven't been able to really get to that many events this year. And, their junior team has been doing a little bit better. But, they have the experience. We're fully expecting them to make it through to the grand finals. So, yeah, it's about to see if any team can really step up, seize the opportunity, and find that momentum. But we are covering Aurora versus Quantum first today. Now, T-Governor, when we walk into these matchups, the expected thing is for us to say, oh, well, Quantum, it's going to be tough for them, but maybe they'll do well. Maybe I want to see a close game. I don't, T. I want to see Aurora stomping them. I want to see a 20-minute game and then a 16-minute game, T. I want to see Aurora just boom, 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 because sometimes it's just good to watch a team playing their very best against someone that's not quite as good. Call me sick in the head. I don't mind.
Sure.
I'm just being honest with you, buddy.
Do you have somewhere to be today or something? Like, what's the situation here? Like,
No, I'm fully accepting that the second series can be a nice long one. We can be rewarded for a nice long one afterwards, and then we're just like chilling nice and early into our fourth series of the day, and everyone can kind of enjoy a nice 3-game series as Na'Vi struggle maybe. But I don't know. What do you think? Do Quantum have any chance here?
I think the issue with trying to give chance to Quantum is the fact that Eastern Europe has been so dominant throughout the year. And when a region is dominant, it often means that their best teams don't really have to live within the qualifiers because they're just, at the events, right? Doing all this tier 1 shenanigans, getting to top 8. So I think the pressure in this qualifier is we haven't seen a One Move or a League or a Cyber Goose or an Amiga, any of them do literally anything in the entire calendar year. So all of their practice and understanding comes from the occasional qualifier where maybe there's one BB or one Aurora or one Spirit depending on the situation, right? But they just don't really have time to level up and improve. And then when it comes to the important qualifiers, that's when you need to be at your best, right? So you'd like to think that maybe throughout the multiple European events that we've had throughout the last couple of months, maybe they've been able to scrim some of the Chinese teams or SCA teams that have come over to enable them. But just because of how it goes, when your region's so good and your top teams are just away playing tournaments and not in your region, like playing the qualifiers and stuff, then yeah, it's really hard to rate it. Of course, it's kind of different being a European team because there's such good options, but unlikely, boss. Really not setting the scene here for an upset, I promise, but I like to be realistic.
No, that's all right. We are being realistic with this one, and I think that's fair. Quantum as well, they did have their 3-game series yesterday where they didn't look particularly good. I think their biggest problem yesterday was their lanes, and that's pretty concerning against Aurora. Like, I feel like if you don't do well in your lanes versus Aurora, you just we're going to have quick ones here, I would imagine. So unless they can come up with something really, really good and sort of improve on what they were weakest at last game. And Aurora, they're not a lazy team, okay? These guys are very, very try-hard, as most teams are at the moment. They will have watched. They will have done their homework. They will not, that's everything. Whenever I talk to the teams about how they approach closed qualifiers or a team which is just not playing well, it's always the same thing these days. There's nobody who's just we just chilled. We didn't prepare for it. No, that's not Dota anymore. These days, everybody's always prepared for everybody. So that's also an extra layer of pressure for Quantum as well, is that you're playing against the team which is probably best prepared against you as well as being the best team in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just have a good ethos as a team, right? Because they do want to try and win everything. They want to qualify to everything. They want to, make their, stamp in the scene. And I think as a pro, it probably hurts more when your region is the best region and you're not the team up top, because you feel like you're always in the shadow of someone else, right? It's like when Spirit wins TI, all the other Eastern European teams, even though they have good runs, they're never talked about in the light of Spirit. Right now, Paravision is dominating everything, and it's like, you might sometimes mention Aurora, but then you meme them a little bit with the Kiyotaka throw and the Nightfall BKB, right? Like, they're a good team, but no one really respects them as the winning team. So of course they have a long road to go to earn that respect for sure.
Which I think is extra harsh because they've been together like the shortest out of like the top 5 teams. They basically formed.
True.
And then they formed it, I think it was March even they formed it. And they just rocked up and just started qualifying and going deep and immediately just joined the top 5 teams who have been established for a lot longer. So yeah, I think Aurora maybe don't get quite as much credit as maybe they should. But then also if you don't win, then you don't get the credit. It's just how it works. It's a very harsh world, this Dota 2 business, but it is what it is. Let's see what Quantum can do here. I mean, we talked about their weaknesses yesterday. Let's do a little bit of positivity. What did you like about Quantum from what we saw yesterday?
1 second. What did I like about them? I think their team fighting and like enabling each other was pretty good. Like the clutch plays. I know it's like such a weird niche thing to reference about a team, but like when you lose your lanes, you need your players to find like the clutch moments, right? So because of their weaknesses, they showed some of their strengths, right? And I think just having those moments always helps you. The issue is when you go up against tier 1 teams, a clutch play then requires a level of kind of maturity and discipline to then compound that into winning the game. You can't just make one clutch play to win it out, like when you're against like a tier 2 team. So yeah, clutch plays really good. That's the big positive I saw from them.
Absolutely. I do like to see it when a team is able to play well under pressure. And that is what Quantum delivered. I also think that iCrad generally had a pretty good series. He's a fairly consistent player, which makes sense. He's probably the most experienced player on the team, but he's definitely able to always have a game, even if its lane doesn't go that well. He'll come back, he'll put in a shift, and he was a big reason why they were able to win yesterday. So maybe he can pull that off again today in a much harder matchup versus Kiyotaka.
Already starting with the Doom first pick. Can they like to play the hero on Nightfall quite a lot? And not opposed to it. I think it's nice when you have a carry that after 3 to 4 minutes of really strong laning, you don't need to help him. And then suddenly like Panto's playing the map already, right? Because like we know how aggressive Kiyotaka is. He likes to play like Death Prophets against, melee matchups. Like he likes to play like he wants to have that slight nuisance from the mid lane. So as soon as your 5 has the freedom to do anything he wants, because your carry is so kind of independent, it really starts kind of creating this kind of game plan of a team that is so good in the laning phase. And the Shaman response. Nice casual Shaman.
Yep, we've seen a little bit of this hero hanging around. I'm a big fan of the big snake facet. I'm not going to pretend it's a better one. I think it depends on how many ranged cores they have. But if they don't have many ranged cores, then the big snake can do work. It's just much better at tanking tower, because it just takes hits and doesn't lose any damage, unlike the multiple snakes, which every 2 hits will be losing a portion of its damage. Not so great in the fights. You can't pull off any ward traps, and you can't...
You do kill people very quickly.
Does it do good damage to heroes? I haven't really seen it hit heroes that much recently.
Yeah, like when you find like a lone support by themselves, Shaman can just throw down the Serpent Ward, hit a Shackle, and you're going to put them to easily like a third of their HP. So it's pretty nice.
Nice. Yeah, Shaman definitely that fix-all hero as well. When you have him, you just always know what you're going to get. It makes it hard to pick any of these really good mid laners as well. There's always like this thing at the back of your mind going, well, do I really want to get a puck into this? Do I really want to get like a Void Spirit in Ember, whatever? Shadow Shaman's always going to be there. Ready with a Shackle. Ready with the Hex. Can cause big issues. A lot of these Shamans been going for the cast ranges as well, both on the neutral item and in the item pickup as well. And then you get these big long shackles across the fight. makes it really hard to actually interrupt it, throw a stun his way. It can be really strong in terms of answering any of these like big solo core lineups. Very good hero across the board. Doom, meanwhile, it's just your answer all from Aurora as well. Whatever you pick up on Quantum, you're going to need to have two cores having a pretty good time because one of them's just likely going to get doomed in the face. Unless it's like the last game we just saw from on the lower bracket where the Doom really didn't get many Dooms off at all. Rek was just getting cancelled out at every available opportunity. It was pretty sad to watch.
Yeah, carry Doom really is like a specialty thing because you don't play as, backline jumping as an offlane Doom. You're not going like phase drum, BKB, getting into the fight. It's more, let me position and I'll walk in. And as soon as you have a Doom walking into a fight, it's like, you're probably not going to connect on the perfect Doom compared to an offlaner. So again, you need to be like, it's going to sound weird, but you need to be like an actual experienced Doom player, even though it's just a point-click spell. But you need to know the motions of the hero, especially in the carry role.
Absolutely. Be aware of how people try to maneuver around you and find your entry into the fight and be impactful with it. Quantum are going to open up with their double support. Shadow Shaman into Oracle. I feel like these are both strong enough to allow you to first pick them. It just always feels a little bit weird to go supports with your first two picks, T. I mean, what's the potential harm in doing this?
They're showing the player style of their team very early on and what the strength of the lanes are going to be like, because Oracle in lane isn't the strongest. You are quite a level hungry hero that excels maybe when you hit level 3 with 2-point purifying flame, but still it's like you're just awkwardly in the lane compared to other supports that have really strong level 1 and 2 timings. So they already know that they can potentially exploit that lane. And then same thing for Shaman. He's very good at setting up, but it shows your hand. I like the fact that Aurora, they look at these heroes that are very level dependent as well. I mentioned Oracle needing levels, Shaman wants levels. You put a Tusk and a Nature's Prophet into the game, you're going to be fighting, running around the map, looking for kills. If Oracle or Shaman ever step up, that's a Nature's Prophet TP in with a Tusk shard to contain them. So I'm expecting Aurora supports to be very active on the map, and yeah, Quantum, they now respond themselves, right? It's two supports that are very aggressive, but their control is limited. So then you pick up the Storm Spirit to always punish the fact that he isn't really gonna die in this game unless the next two core picks for Aurora provide some of that control. Yes. I think I favor Aurora's lineup though, because Quantum, I'm not seeing the kill threat early on, where it's like Storm zips in, maybe Shaman walks up, but you're then running into Sprouts and Snowball saves and tag team, and yeah, slight damage problem for Quantum. We'll see if they want to fix that with this upcoming pick.
Yeah, good high damage offlane I think would fix a lot and still give you that last pick on the carry. That's not the easiest role to find damage on here. I'm thinking maybe you get creative, go for like a Sand King or something, but I just don't know how that hero could be played at the moment. Instead, I'll go for the Brew. I think that's sort of ticking boxes.
Yeah, I mean, we did praise Palantimos Brewmaster yesterday in game 1 against Cyber Goose, right? It was the clutch Roshan fight where he hits, 2-3 different Cyclones on the Abaddon, then also Void Spirit moves him away. It's like, yeah, it was just really, really good micro from the Brewmaster. But Aurora, they don't care about the Shaman. I think the whole argument of you can't pick Puck because of Shaman or Line, it's like, if your team's aggressive enough and starting the fight, then if your Puck's getting hexed, there's probably other issues being presented in the draft or in the game plan. So yeah, I like the fact that Aurora go for this as another way to start the fight, contain the fight. Doom really needs heroes to just isolate heroes and go, this is where we're engaging, because of course he just wants to walk in. So now you've got Shards and Sprout and Coil, plenty of ways to ensure a hero is standing still.
I think I'd quite like to see Drinking Buddies coming out from Tusk this game. I think it could be really valued to get heroes out of that shackle, to get heroes away from the Brewmaster. Potentially if the Storm goes for an Orchid as well, which I feel like is quite likely.
Potentially. I'm always a fan of seeing Drinking Buddies. It's more of a... You need to basically ask yourself, do you want to concede winning the lane for a save?
Yeah.
And is saving on a Shaman big enough compared to tag team win lane and then have Blink Snowball, and Snowball already does the save on the Shackle, the save on the Orchid, because obviously you just put them inside the Snowball, right? So I would agree with you if there was like a bigger spell for them to respect, like a Kunkka or something, or like a
True. I mean, it kind of depends on the carry in two ways, right?
Sure.
Where if they pick a carry which is just going to win the lane, you can't contest it, then I think Drinking Buddies then becomes okay because you can't win the lane anyway. And I think if they pick a carry which can be kited or wants to blow somebody up in the end, like to start off a fight, then again, your Drinking Buddies is looking okay. So there's options. I think they'll decide later on. And that's what I love about this Fast on Tusk as well, by the way, is that, yeah, tag team is better, but in niche situations, you can pull out a Drinking Buddies and it can have good effect. And good Tusk players know that and will do that, which I think is like a good spot for a Facet to be in.
So Doom most likely will be going carry, especially when you see Brewmaster in the off lane. It's like, just put your Doom in that lane, you chill, you kill him. And now you got to find for Aurora, who don't have ultimate last pick in the draft. What does Toronto Tokyo want to play? I mean, some of his specialties have been like the Dawnbreakers and whatnot. I say specialties. It was a pub last night, but still.
Okay.
We had a 29,000 gold lead and Arteezy got kicked into the fountain. Oh, there's the Dawnbreaker. All right, cool. My pub that we lost.
There it is. Excellent.
There we go.
Pub data coming in handy.
It was so sad, Nomad. Like, we basically won the game. And then my Tusk, who had Ags, kicked someone. Rubik then stole the kick. We were hitting the Ancient. And then Arteezy got kicked into the fountain whilst two of their heroes were dead. And the fountain basically just killed two of our team. Game's over. No one had buyback. So, yeah, it was so despair. 29,000 gold lead, all thrown away. But that did enable me to call for the Dawnbreaker. So, I guess it was worth. Oh, and
going to be the final pick.
Yeah, Gyro.
So, hope you carry. So, yeah, not one of those heroes which is going to go in and just try to blow somebody up to start a fight. Definitely a more spread damage carry. And just going to try and win out the team fights here. So, Toronto, Tokyo, Dawnbreaker, yeah. You probably just go tag team with the Dawnbreaker. You got a nice combo there.
Yes, you do go for tag team. Go very aggressive. You press it, he then Starbreakers. Life's pretty happy.
Wop. A lot of damage. But overall, based on this draft, so Quantum, they're very much going for sort of big team fight spells. You got the split. You've got Jared jumping in with a flak, doing a lot of damage. And they're good save in the backlines. Like it's a very well put together draft from Quantum. I will say that. My only issue with it is the tempo isn't very good unless Storm Spirit has a really, really good game. And he has gone for Shot Color again, which is interesting.
Has he committed to it? Sure.
He went for it in our series yesterday, so I think he will do.
Ah, cool. I somehow missed that the entire series. Nice.
That's
Go
okay.
me.
There were like 3 occasions where I was like, wait, did Shot Caller kill this person? No, it didn't.
No, it's fine.
I was like, kept trying to check it to bring it up, but it never really had any impact, unfortunately. It's just a little bit of extra damage inside of the fight. But yeah, what does Aurora Gaming's draft do very well?
It overlaps really nicely, right? Because Doom very quickly with a couple items will walk into every engagement, and then once he walks into the fight, you've got Dawnbreaker protecting him with Solar Guardian, you've got Tusk jumping the backline. It's just very chaotic, very skirmish heavy once you have some items. I think the main problem for them is the control that they have does somewhat fall off as the game progresses. You have a coil that gets deleted by BKBs, you have a Doom that you can just disengage from, and then it's Tusk Punch and a Sprout. So the team fight aspect does struggle for them, but if they have good lanes and they dictate the entire game and have like item advantage, they will just keep finding the correct fights and punishing them. So I think if you are a Quantum fan, you're really hoping that the Storm, the Brewmaster, and Gyrocopter can find like an even amount of farm, scale into the game, and then hold their ground. So yeah, Quantum's draft, honestly, it's playable. It's not as if I'm looking at this going, it's a 90-10 to Aurora, they're favorites. It feels like it's like 60-40 to Aurora based on draft, but yeah, we'll see if they can execute.
We will indeed as we get into game number 1. And one thing I feel like is potentially an issue for Quantum, they could get baited into trying to skirmish a bit. And I feel like post kind of like 12 minutes into this game almost, I'm not sure you're actually allowed to go and fight without anybody except like 4 or 5 heroes on this team. Simply because you're playing into the Prophet and the Dawnbreaker, like the global potential is sort of insane. And yeah, Storm did switch at the last second back to Static Slide, just teasing us a little bit, but at least we get the massive Serpent Ward. Yeah. particularly out of the ordinary here when it comes to those facets.
30 seconds to
Another
battle.
thing to mention with Quantum is their tricore in a like kind of slow game all require items to continue playing the game, right? It's not as if you get a level and off you go. Like Storm, you want like a Witchblade or a Kaya and then another item. A Brewmaster, you sometimes want to farm an entire Radiance. The Gyrocopter, you want to farm like an entire Aghanim, right? It's like there's no cheap item that a core buys that goes, right guys, this is my moment, let's break the early game. So I think that's where
Do you think-
are very vulnerable.
Run, Lucas, run. Oh, that was so
They
greedy.
have shards.
Yeah, I think he might be dead here. And deservedly so. His smoke popped and he was like, maybe I'll stick around. Maybe get the win. But yeah, he is going to die. Right click comes in from Panto. And that'll be a first blood going to Aurora. Are there any possibilities of like build switch ups from Quantum to allow them to take the fight to Aurora a little earlier, or at least allow them not to get run over? Can you see maybe like drums or early crits or something like that?
I think for Gyrocopter, for sure, you can go like Treads Falcon Blade and then start entertaining, like you said, like a cheaper item. But then you really hurt your scaling. So if like the Gyrocopter's doing this, you need another core to also kind of match that energy. So then you bring a lot to the fight. So I think it's more dependent on like how well the lanes go. And then someone can go, okay, our lanes are going well, Storm already has Witchblade, I'll quickly buy this item and let's go fight. So yeah, there are... Brew and Gyro can sacrifice their game a little bit, but it really only begins when someone else has a good time.
Someone needs to have a good time. Let's see who can manage it. As mentioned yesterday, their lanes were not their strongest point, so we'll see how this one ends up going down. Of course, already feeding away a kill, ain't going to feel too good. Panto, definitely a hero that can make usage of a first blood. Not the ideal hero to get it on, but Prophet's definitely a good support hero to pull that out. A lot of suffering going to be happening in this lane.
Did you know that you actually have the lowest ping in this game?
Wow.
Yeah. I have the
Well done,
second
British
lowest.
Internet.
Yeah, you're at 30, I'm at 30.
No, good.
Yeah, nice.
Excellent.
Congratulations.
We can do something well, apparently.
As soon as he paused it, like, let's go check the console, make sure everything's fine, no one's got some like 200 ping or anything.
You're always on top of that, aren't you? Always making sure that everybody's, no one's lagging out. Then you know it's going to be a long one, don't you? When it's some sort of connection problem.
Well, you've been manifesting a 2-0. You came into this pre-show going, oh yeah, Aurora's gonna, I want them to win in 20 minutes, and I want, you know, it's like,
Yep.
I want to have my dinner. It's like, brother.
Let's say 36. No, I never said I wanted to have my dinner. I said I wanted to build up a debt, because that's how
yeah.
Dota works. Build up the debt for the Navi series later.
Good point, good point.
I want to see as much Navi as possible. Haven't casted as much of my boy Ari recently.
Yeah.
And he'll have great internet as well, I would imagine.
I mean, he'll be on boot camp, so he won't have that.
Oh no. Kind of low down here, but Mary, he's going to be the first one to fall as the tag team comes through, doing enough damage. Lucas trying to finish the kill, but cannot get over to Mira, and they will be left wanting. A good harassment coming out from Lucas. He is the only hero with any health left in this lane right now, but actually Mira's salving up, so he'll be all right. Looks like it will just be straight up death, and nice shards to block off and get that Lotus for Mira as well. Playing very, very well in this lane at the moment.
I feel like Aurora's doing really well in all three lanes, right? Like they're getting the kill bottom plus the Lotus in top lane. The way that Panto's hugging Nightfall, he's ensuring that the Brute and the Shaman are both low HP. There's not been a point yet where it's like threatening at all. Brew Shaman isn't the most kill hungry lane. And Puck in the mid, 21 CS to the 19 of the Storm. Pretty close, nothing too crazy, but it's the HP that Storm
The
has.
intonation there was wild.
Yeah, I know. Well, you're thinking I was going to be like, that's crazy. No. I was getting to the point where the HP, though, that's the problem. All right.
Yeah. I mean, it does.
brother.
Every time I've watched mid, I was expecting the same thing, because every time I've watched mid, I've been seeing like Iconrad on like low health being dived under tower, Kiyotaka just constantly going for kills and stuff, but somehow he's keeping up on the CS. So kind of impressive. Kiyotaka gets a rune. That could be bad for Iconrad, but Kiyotaka doesn't want to stick around. He'll just be able to secure both runes here. Well, actually the sports come in. Mira's able to grab it.
That's
There
pretty,
he
yeah.
goes, just leave.
That's rough for Storm.
Yeah, that's really bad. That should start to see a much bigger difference happening in this mid lane. Mid-diff.
Nightfall.
Mary's just being followed by top lane. Sorry, there's all sorts of action going on right now as Yayo does fall. That'll be Palantimos dying. Nightfall on very low HP, but he does not care. He's going to run down this Shaman as well, but can't quite go into tower. Not just yet. But Panto, he's just going to be able to bring him down the old-fashioned way. A couple of Glicks, a couple of Sprouts. Nightfall doesn't even need to dive the tower.
That's
I think we're going to have to very sad walk back to base as we have a kill down to Lucas at the bottom side. Toronto, Tokyo, and Miro going absolutely crazy down here. And now Snowball in. Another kill coming. In comes Panto just to make sure he can secure this one for the team. That'll be another kill going the way of Aurora. This laning phase is an absolute disaster right now. 0 and 7.
Middle tower is under attack.
The problems that I mentioned, right? The fact that these cores, they're item dependent. If they're playing on the back foot, they all their recovery plans are to farm. There is not a Gyrocopter, sure, you might be able to twin gate and throw down a cooldown, but after that, straight back to the jungle. Brood could split, but if no one's having a good game, if your support's under-leveled, what kill are you going to get with it? So yeah, Quantum, they need to be really, really careful that they don't just continue bleeding more kills in the first 10 minutes of the game. It's only going to get worse against this lineup that Aurora have. And sorry. Lucas. It kind of looks like they were posing for a dive, but they weren't. Oh,
Yeah, they want in. They want in bad, and no TPs available at all on the side of Quantum except for the Oracle, and yeah, that ain't gonna work. Going for Kiyotaka in the middle lane, but Kiyotaka just happily gonna waste the coil here to keep himself alive. As they race over towards the rune, but Icrad's going to be able to grab this one. Emptiness is ready as well, so really securing the first active rune for Icrad. Yeah, it's one he could maybe do something with. The one here in the game where a regen rune can really, really have high impact in a fight, but well, not the one hero, but
Regen runes and Storm, they're strong early for farming, strong mid-game for fighting, and then Arcane Rune takes over for kind of the later portion of the game. So this first regen, it will just put him back into the jungle, continue to farm up. That's the net worth. All 3 cores in Aurora are kind of running away with the game. 3.5k gold on the Dawnbreaker. Whew. The build most likely will be phase into Blade Mail, take that Blade Mail, jump into the fight. You got Storm and Gyrocopter. They want to throw down these ground spells, you soak it up, return the damage back at them. But if the game's good, he might not even go for it. He might continue becoming a core. Of course, Nightfall likes to play the Dawnbreaker carry, so they can just replace that build if Tokyo wanted to be a greedy
Nightfall, what do I build next?
Yeah.
What do I do now?
Hey boss, help me, yeah, exactly. It's possible, but Blade Mail is the normal path. We'll see if they want to deviate from that at all. As Nightfall, he's
When you have Chip Fest, it always feels so good.
such a sin.
Oh, top lane. Palantimos is going to be
He's
alright.
fine.
A little bit of...
He won't be in like 200 XP on Doom. My guy's gonna get Doom, instantly cast it. He'll blink and boom, you're gone.
That's a T-Gov guarantee right there. We shall see. That is, of course, if Palantimos stays in range.
Yeah, Primos is gonna walk it. Hello, good sir. Thank you for hitting level 6. You may Doom me. Yes.
So you've reached 6. Time for your complimentary Doom.
Love this part.
This one's on the house.
Okay, so Doom's level 6. Here it is. Now, Brewmaster, walk into your death, please. Did not do it. What a
Time
great
to,
pro player.
Time to die.
Key thing now is top lane is pretty much, I mean, to be fair, they're kind of baiting on it a little bit. Nightfall is walking in. He is keen to
Get him!
There it is.
Get him! No, yeah, he's on the run. He's going to get out. Nightfall looking for another target, though. Sees Icrad, sees Emptiness, but this is getting a little deep, even for Nightfall, so they're going to back themselves away. He's got no BKB to TP out with yet, so doesn't want to quite go for that one. Alright, that was my one.
And it's like how the spell is like dragging Nightfall into the fight. Like, I must use it, I must use it, must use it.
Uh-oh. Here it comes. She doesn't even need to. It's level 5 on the Brewmaster. Just let him die. And by the way, Leo's just dying down in the bottom lane to Toronto Tokyo solo by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Yep. Solo kill for Toronto Tokyo. Very casual stuff.
The
Getting an
Dragon
enemy
is
carry.
0-5.
Oh, here's the Doom. Cool.
Well, it's 11 for 1 though, man. It's 4,000 gold lead.
What did I say? 20 minutes and a 16-minute game. That was my desire.
Yeah.
And it looks like we may be getting the 16-minute game first. I don't know. They're going to fall Nightfall now on a killing spree. He has got a Midas coming out, so, you know, it's not going to be the fastest game ever, I'm sure.
Well, it's Doom in the carry role. It's going to be fast. He's going to get the Midas, continue fighting, continue moving around the map. This is not a I buy Midas and hit jungle. You've got 3-point scorched earth. You can do whatever you want. And Kiyotaka, my guy's sitting at only 1 kill, nothing else. No deaths, no assists. We're yet to even have to really talk about him as a hero.
Red will get the amplified damage, but nice coil coming down onto the 3 of them. In comes the Dawnbreaker as well, smashing Iconrad into oblivion. Bye-bye Mary and Emptiness as well. 3 heroes just reduced to dust under Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah. Good team play from Aurora. What else do you want me to say? They're making all the moves. They're utilizing their setup, and we'd say that Puck hasn't really been in the game. They rotate to mid. Wait a second. There's a 3-man coil. Sure, you get the room, but you're all clumped up. Level 4 on the Oracle. There's no saves. There's nothing to happen here, and see what else they can do. What pressure they can apply. Mid tower's fallen. Top tower's fallen. The last tower to go down is the bottom tier 1. Panto's level 7 on the Yeah.
Yeah, and Yeo's 5. He still doesn't have level 6 on the Brewmaster.
Oh,
what is happening? Okay, kill onto Panto would definitely get him level 6 here. Let's see if they can bring him down. Looking like they probably can. Okay. All right, level 6 at 11 minutes on your offlaner. Let's go. We're back in the game.
It's actually a really big death, right, for Quantum. Like, Shaman's now happy, Brew's now happy. I want to say happy, I mean just getting the levels, right? With how bad the early game went, just getting a kind of a free XP dump onto your hero gives you a little bit more kind of purpose. We'll see if they want to turn that into any other move, right? You've got the Serpent Ward, you've got the split. There's ways to at least poke out a fight. Ideally for Quantum, they want to soak the coil up with a Brewmaster, save him, then get a split, force Aurora to all be running into the fight and try and look for that type of engagement. Even though Gyrocopter has had a miserable game, you need to respect the fact that cooldown with secondary strikes facet, it does decent damage if it's localized in a good area. So, see if Quantum can create anything. There's a Blade Mail and Dawnbreaker. Alright, I take it back. They need to hit creeps. If they run into a Toronto Tokyo level 10 Dawnbreaker with Blade Mail, they will die. So, yeah, okay. Hit creeps, boys. You're down 13 kills, 7,000 gold.
Get them creeps. Get a bit of income, please. 7,000. It's too much at 12 minutes into the game.
This is like the best part of TI qualifiers. Is the fact that because like anyone can participate, you do get these like moments where team that comes through the second open qualifier in the 3rd place decider match.
Oh, Big Snake.
Okay, yep, I'm seeing it.
Big Snake, guys. Oh, Toronto Tokyo. Yep, okay, Big Snake's actually doing it. They've killed off Toronto Tokyo. Looking at Kiyotaka as well. Kiyotaka still has health to work with, though. Turning it around, comes in Mira and punching up Yayo, but Gyro's entering the mix as well. Kiyotaka very low, especially if these first strike hits come through, and they will. Oh, Puck! Kiyotaka's going to go down as well. 3 heroes down on the side of Aurora. They get a little bit greedy. They do not respect Big Snake, and they will lose the fight because of it.
Okay, all right. I was about to do this whole storyline about how it's cool to see that, a team that can come through the literal last chance of an open qualifier gets to go up against like the best team in the qualifier part of the region, and then they make a cool play. So yeah, Shaman, he finds the Puck, instant hex, and yeah, Big Snake, it does big damage. And yeah, critically, they were trying to go for a quick kill onto the Shaman, right? And the fact that it draws out a little bit longer, the Storm zipping in to kill off the Dawnbreaker, I think the counter argument to all of this is Oracle isn't level 6. Like, what happens for Aurora if Tusk is a little bit closer? If if Doom TP'd earlier, like, the fact that the Tusk isn't there, the Doom isn't there, You're still using a big Solar Guardian just to kill a Shaman. There are multiple mistakes in that engagement from Aurora, and Quantum, they capitalized on it. But the next fight, Mary on the Oracle, will have False Promise. That should, in theory, simplify things. Because if Aurora are kind of blundering a quick pick on a Shaman, it's only going to get harder if they don't find the Oracle.
Sad part is you can't false promise the snake, but it will definitely help out.
Yeah, you love the snake, alright?
It will definitely help out any of these heroes kind of caught out in the front lines. Of course, it's got weird interactions with Doom. Essentially how it works is if you use it towards the end of Doom, Doom will end, and then as long as False Promise ends after Doom ends, then all the normal damage calculations come through. If the False Promise ends before Doom ends, then you can only take damage, you cannot be healed. I do like how Mira's just casually walking around with it. I think this... I'm trying to remember how much this this cosmetic's worth. The Flaming Trail one.
Is it for every hero or only this hero?
7,000 or...
Yeah, it's pretty
I have a
pricey.
list somewhere from a content piece I did. Let me go have a look.
Oh, you have a gander. I'll talk about the fact that they're smoking. We do have the Tusk and the Doom. Well, I'm going to look at those items in a minute. I've not looked at that at all. I've not used that observer information at all. Will they find the Storm Spirit? Yes, they won't.
Yes, they won't. Man, you should really get into play-by-play.
Hey, that was good casting. Yes, they saw him. They won't kill him. I think everyone loved that.
Comedy's an important part of it. Tusk is just sitting on a hill, by the way, and none of his teammates are nearby to give him... no one's here to snowball. They need to aggro the ancient
okay, will
camp
he
'cause
shard
he's
block
blocked
quickly?
the small camp.
Yes or no? Will he shard himself to the low ground?
No, he already tried. He couldn't do it.
He's gonna do it. Oh, boo!
He's
What the-
getting the crutch, getting Nightfall to come over and help him out.
Come on, if you want to win TI again, Mary, you gotta hit the shard.
He tried and he couldn't do it. That's cool.
Oh well. Let me go look at the items real quick.
Okay, here we go. I've got it. Who's this guy? Mira.
Okay, 1 second. So basically, the critical thing here is when you look at the items, Radiant are still in this like starved farm game, right? Compared to obviously what Aurora has. And that's why the attacker in the top lane does find the Rune Master and with a punch
Yeah,
does
that's
get
a
the
big
kill.
pick.
Yeah.
That is a big pick off there. Once again, slowing down that Radiance, which honestly he's not doing a horrendous... Okay, no, he's doing a horrendous job in getting it, but he'll get there. He's having a great time. I found out, by the way, it's $2,200 for this bugged Tusk, the Flaming Trail and everything, so nothing really. Way less than I was expecting.
$2,200, damn.
I might get one.
Alright.
I'm a big cosmetic seller. I'm not a collector at all. I like my Steam money. I get something expensive, boop, straight on the marketplace. Thank you very much.
Again on
What's
the
your most
Storm Spirit.
Oh, hold on.
Hold.
Okay, we don't need to hold on.
I-
What's your most
I don't.
expensive cosmetic, do you reckon?
I just have cheap ones. I like making heroes look funny with cheap cosmetics.
Oh, yeah, you do. You were like asking me for a book for AA the other day. Just like, I've got something really important to ask you. Like,
That's
oh,
right.
text messaging me.
Yeah, I
wonder
bought
what
it off of Yuma, the heroic carry player in the end. It's fine.
Easy.
Getting slowed down, but more because Aurora haven't been able to find any pickoffs, right? They killed the Oracle there, but they've not got like the big hero kill in regards to the Jar of the Storm. I'm kind of counting Brewmaster as like the middle ground at the moment. Like he's not like once he has like Radiance +1, he's like a big enough kill, but I think the fact that the Storm and the Gyrocopter have been able to quietly do their job for the last 5 to 6 minutes of the game due to the sacrifices of Brewmaster or an Oracle is giving some signs of life to Quantum. I don't want to get carried away and say like there is a comeback in play, but if they can continue this farm for like another 6 minutes, let's say, they are going to look relatively competitive in the game. Of course, that does compound around BKB on the Gyrocopter, BKB on the Storm Spirit, and being able to stand your ground against the inevitable Coil and Solar Guardian.
This is a BKB fine crowd here, isn't it? Because
Yes.
he's got the Metal Hammer, so he's not looking to finish off this higher Sanj. He's just looking to go straight into the BKB. Definitely makes sense in this kind of game. Of course. If you get doomed, doesn't really matter, but hopefully he can find a way to not get doomed. And as mentioned before, from the last series we watched, this carry Doom, he's not the best at getting on his man. It's more about kind of getting in, dooming one of those frontliners, and just getting some clicks off through the fight. Being a big scary demon. Aurora seem happy to just kind of farm away at the moment. I'm not entirely sure what they're waiting for. Perhaps it's for the Tormentor, which should be coming up in about 45 seconds, so...
Yeah, not only that, they have completed the pipe on the Dawnbreaker. So a couple of the... Puck. Finished by the Shaman and the Storm Spirit. Big snake.
Yeah, but of course the Dawnbreaker is going to respond. Oh, Snowball from Mira actually catches out Icarad. That is a big pick off here. I thought it was just going to be the Shaman, but Mira very well positioned.
Right, who's going to get the last hit on the snake? Anyone calling for it? Or is it a free-for-all? Ah, give it to the Tusk.
Mira wants it for the blink.
Wants for the blink, yep. Okay, Aurora finally killed the Dawnbreaker, who's been kind of a nuisance on the side of the map, farming up. Like, they see him there, but they've not been able to kill him. But Mira, nice snowball. Looking for the Orchid on the Nature's Prophet. Into Storm Spirit, the Brewmaster, even the Oracle can get a good TP in as the fight's developing, silencing any of these heroes that heavily rely on their spell to have good contribution to the fight. I don't mind it at all. It synergizes nicely with the Shard as well. Like you TP in, you instantly get vision of anyone in your area, Orchid the guy that you care about, and yeah, fight will continue. 11,000 gold. To your question about why Aurora kind of slowing it down, I feel like they're happy farming because they know that when they get their BKB, their pipe, their whatever, they will win the next fight. There's no doubt in their minds that the fight is theirs to take. But if they take a fight before those timings, there is that kind of slight chance that, what if we don't get the Oracle? What if this happens? So they are just reducing the chance in their mindset of a bad fight occurring. And with the BKB picked up, with the Parasma on the puck, it does feel like it's very close to go time. Of course, Mira just needs to finish the Blink Dagger if he isn't going to die top lane.
Well, the Dawnbreaker coming in, it might not be the case, although they're not leaving here. Split comes out. They want to take this fight, and they might well find it as Mira's going to fall. TP out from Panto, not going to be successful. He will die as well. It's just two supports, but Emptiness, he's looking in for more. And then comes a big snake right on top of Toronto Tokyo's head. Toronto Tokyo, not really much mana to work with either, and doesn't even get a chance to use any spells. He is gone as well.
And now Nightfall's here, under a ward.
Okay. Yeah, this is not clean gameplay coming out from Aurora at the moment, but hold the phone. BKB comes out, looking to turn around. Doom out onto the Gyrocopter. Gyro, he's just going to keep going here, trying to fight up Puck. Do you really want this action? I don't think you want this smoke. He certainly does not. Gets himself away, and here's 4 heroes dead on the side of Aurora, trading only for the Oracle. That is a headline and a half.
Save your body syndrome or something. I think that's the easiest way to analyze that one. Like, Tusk is going to go down, but the Doom doesn't have TP because he TP'd to the other side of the map. And then whilst the Tusk are getting pressured, Toronto Tokyo tries to go for a quick save. That quick save then becomes a Nature's Prophet also dying. Your Puck and your Doom, they're not there. That's not a fight, lads. I think in the heat of the moment, Aurora, they have to accept the fact that, sure, Mira's got picked off. Maybe he does like a shard snowball to that small camp. He does something to kind of elongate the fight, but to accept the fact that he has been picked off in a slightly greedy position trying to get a Blink Dagger. But to turn that into a full 4-man death chain feed, that is not what you want. But of course, the critical thing though for Aurora is they have the timings. We just mentioned how they have everything. So if they can just reset from that, chain feed, play together, they're still going to be in a very good position. But they are showing signs of
instability.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. Very Intermission with the tag team.
Yeah, kill off the Shaman. He's been the most critical part of Quantum's game plan at the moment. Kill him off, get in the pit. They can't fight you. No Doom still, but Quantum, not interested.
This game is kind of showing us some signs, though, to why Aurora is a very good team at getting top 8 in tournaments, but never making it to like the finals, right? Because they dominate the game. We're seeing a couple mistakes where other teams would punish and turn that around into like a really big moment of, oh my god, Aurora, they've turned their 10k lead and they've lost it 5k or something, right? But at least in this game, it's showing me the signs of why they are a fringe top 8 team or fringe top 6 team or whatever, but yet to achieve it. Do need to clean up a little bit of their gameplay for sure, especially if and when they qualify to TI, as they hunt to lift the
Absolutely. A little bit sloppy here, guys. Whether that's a case of just lack of discipline or perhaps not fully respecting the team they're against, who knows? But either way, they are still ahead. It's Aegis. Things are okay, and Lucas is making a pretty big mistake here in the middle lane, but let's see if they can recover from this. The false promise does come down, and they're just trying to throw the heals down from Mary. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, though, and it is not. Lucas explodes on the backlines. Snake comes down, but I don't know how much it's going to do. Emptiness trying to hold his ground here, trying to kill off Panto, and Panto will die to it, to be fair. It clicks like hell. But it is a 3-for-1 trade at the moment, and not a very convincing one at that. Einkarad is trying to play around here with Kiyotaka, and he's doing a pretty good job at laying some damage into this little pucky guy. But blink away, Kiyotaka will be fine.
But that's the fight we expected from Aurora, right? Sure, this time around it's Quantum and their Gyrocops are getting picked off by themselves, but that's what you want to see from Aurora, right? It's that pick-off. Any moment you see a Quantum hero by themselves,
Kiyotaka?
throw him into heroes, and yeah, Kiyotaka, he's just cheeky. You know, this is exactly what you see from him.
Yeah.
Every single time he plays a hero, he's always trying to be a thorn in your side, but yeah.
Middle lane tower will fall. The tier 2 is gone. Nightfall will take it. That's full at 25-minute mark. And again, Farm Teamos just trying to find a place to farm. Trying to hit some creeps. Wants to get his pipe online to help his team get a little tankier in these engagements.
All right, I know the answer to why the game is somewhat shaky looking for Aurora.
Is D on holiday?
Maybe. But based on Dota buffs, at least, it is Toronto Tokyo's third only competitive Dawnbreaker game. He played 3 months ago. They won against Tybound. 12 days ago, they beat Liquid on an online tournament, right? So it's not as if he's played this a lot. So maybe there's still some growing pains in the playstyle. But once they find it, it is very, very strong.
Another day, another Doom on to Lucas up here in the top side. Once again, Mary will be there and start throwing down the heals, but he just can't do enough to keep the Gyrocopter alive. There is going to be far too much damage coming out here, and the Gyro will fall. Mary also going to die. Nightfall grabbing the double. And you just need to leave Icarad. He recognizes that, and he gets out of there. Emptiness also trying to slip away in the sidelines into the night. Does get seen, though, by Kiyotaka. Nice blink reactions. TP in the trees. Kiyotaka will not be coiling him today. Nice escape from Emptiness. Icarad also getting out with that one. He's looking away to safety, but again, Lucas caught out by the Doom.
The lanes from Aurora, they're getting shoved so quickly that when Quantum puts a core onto a lane to then counter shove, they're going to get jumped, right? It's like bots getting pushed in, mid's getting pushed in, Gyrocopter goes top for a millisecond, and hey, there's a Tusk and a Puck and a Prophet, and everyone there to get the kill, right? They
should have done the high ground. They're gone. We're currently holding on to an Ogre Axe. Wondering if it's going to be a BKB or an Aghanim Scepter. Not too sure yet.
I often prefer BKB. Sure, in this game with the Puck and then the coil, you can snap the coil. So because of that, maybe it has high value. But I feel like just getting the Blink BKB on a position 4 Tusk, it simplifies your initiation so much. You're just, when you blink in, you know, I'm always going to get the punch off. I'm always going to commit. There's not going to be like a root or a stun that just gets me away from my target. And at the moment, this quick buy is looking towards the BKB.
Yeah. He's playing against Oracle as well, though, so there's a bit of extra value there. But yeah, it looks like he's going for BKB.
It easily can change, right? If in the next fight they struggle to kill a hero because of Oracle, maybe Mira goes, you know what, guys? I can just buy the axe, we'll kick him away. Oracle will never get the spells off because they're too far apart. It could be a discussion based on the outcome of the next fight. And Panto didn't actually go for the Orchid in the end. Due to the pick-off potential, he wanted the Glimmer Cape. Having any magic barrier against Storm Spirit is kind of devastating for the hero. And you need to use like another round of Zip and Remnant just to get through that. And when mana depletes, you can die. But yeah, 19,000 gold for Aurora, 28 minutes in. Been some shaky moments. Mainly due to Toronto Tokyo Soda Guarding in. But other than that, close to a very, very, very good game from them.
So far, so okay. As
It's like
maybe-
a 8 out of 10.
yeah.
Oh, they're on the absolutely 8.2 out of 10.
Shaman gonna get dropped in the backline. The Doom comes out onto the Storm Spirit. A very good Doom target indeed. Once again, Oracle throws down the ulti. Can the Jara can do anything with this? No, he cannot. He can run away. That's what he's gonna do. I think when they respawn on the Storm, you've got your last fight coming up for Emerald Quantum. Oh, Lucas is being hunted here as well. Pantimos gets brought down. Lucas.
There he is.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble here. BKB is available, so there's just too much damage coming down now, though. He's going to die.
And the punch to prevent the TP. So, yep, very, very difficult there for Quantum.
And now, yeah, you can't. This whole idea of respawning, going whilst Doom's on cooldown is sort of out the window because the Jared's dead for now 50 seconds.
Hey, there's a
and the
15-second
Doom is
window
on-
no matter, right? There is a...
All right, we take those.
we take that.
That window is open wide. I'm jumping out.
No, they have no windows to play on. The Storm dies, and the Brew dies, and Jargot also dies, and everything's getting delayed. And that's exactly what happens when you're winning with Doom on your team. You set the pace of the game. You set, hey, by the time that you respawn, get your resources, we'll make sure that we push enough waves, done enough on the map that we get Doom again. That's what the good teams do to ensure that cooldowns aren't a problem. It just feels like we've not seen Quantum make a single move as a team yet. But that's also a product of how do they kill a hero, right? You've got Pipe Radiance on your offlaner. Your carry's got BKB, SMY Aghanims. There's no damage item for the Gyrocopter yet. There's no Daedalus or Rapier or Satanic or anything to like ensure he's like, this is my moment. Of course, Satanic being after the damage item, but yeah, they are kind of victim to farmers. Shaman also victim to Kiyotaka.
Yeah, he's getting caught. This deep ward doing a lot of work here.
Radiant are scanning.
The thing is, they want to make one last go, but Aurora don't really want to like just fight. They kind of just want to chill, get an Aegis, and then go for it.
It feels unfair to compare the team's items, I'll be honest.
Are scanning.
I'm looking
Yeah,
at like support to support. One support's close to a Hex, the other one's got just a Glimmer Cape. Then you got a Blink on the Shaman, but Mira's got Blink and a BKB. It's 30,000 gold. It is night and day what the teams have.
It's a 30,000 gold lead where it's also a 42% gold lead, which we don't really talk about too much in cast, but I think that's a kind of bigger title. Is they are going to try and go on to Panto here in the backlines, but Mira coming in. They are just eating these pandas right now. Those guys are going extinct and they're just destroying them. Yeah, forced to go back into his regular form, which is going to make him way weaker in the fight. Emptin is dead on the backlines. Kiyotaka is doing what he wants. Doom Adams the Gyrocopter as well, so he can't play the game. Everybody's just dropping. They can't even kill Panto. Absolute destruction in the bottom side of the map. Iconrad doing what he can, but what he can do is absolutely nothing. Game
Wait.
probably done.
But no, man, the
Emptiness dive back
Quantum
into
creeps,
it.
they're hitting the Ancient. I don't know why they...
Not this again. Throw back to Series 1. GG is called. And game number 1, thoroughly going to Aurora. A 35k gold advantage by the end of the game. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah. Not really much to say on this, right? Like, we are in the first round of the qualifiers for Aurora. We're looking at the number 1 seed team in the qualifier, right? Some could argue with a slightly better performance throughout the year, could have got an invitation to the event itself. And then you have the team Quantum that didn't get through the first qualifier. They got through the second qualifier in the 3rd position. So they are the last team to qualify through the opens to get here. So the weakest team, right? It's first versus last. And we're seeing it in full light. The way that Aurora played out the lanes, played out the map, sure. There was a couple moments where Shaman, maybe even Toronto Tokyo's Dawnbreaker, made some moments that Quantum felt good in. They were able to capitalize on a couple kills, but just the team play from Aurora, knowing what to do on the map, fixing the problems as soon as they came, it meant that there was never really a chance for Quantum to enter the series. Lucas just kept dying on repeat, as you see in the highlights.
Yeah. I think most players on Quantum were able to show a little bit of promise, a little bit of, pizzazz. Emptiness had some moments, but unfortunately ended up dying way too much. I think Lucas never really came into the game, which is unfortunate. A pretty depressing game for him on the gyrocopter. Storm, we had some cool moments on Storm, which was nice. We always know that Conrad can deliver in these situations. 5 and 4 actually, so positive KD. Good job, buddy. If he's a numbers guy, I'll be happy about that one. But yeah, overall, at least they took a couple of fights. You can go home and say, yeah, you know what, we got a couple of fights in, feel good about that. But yeah, ultimately never really close to coming back into this one. Aurora never really let it slip out of their hands. Nightfall just an insanely consistent key attacker as well. Both of them 10 and 1, clicking creeps, doing what they needed to do, and never really faltering too much. So yeah, I mean, going into game number 2, Quantum, just got to keep on trying, keep on trucking, keep on picking what you think is good, what you're good at, and getting this practice in. And again, that's what it is. It's extremely valuable practice for Quantum to play against a team of this caliber. You can bring your best ideas and you will lose, and then you can learn from that, and you can try to improve those best ideas you have, which is valuable if you can find the value in that, as long as you don't get too squashed. If you just get pure outskilled or pure outlaned, then you don't really get to learn a whole lot. But in this kind of game, there's plenty to learn from. So hopefully they can take that into their next series and follow on. Or the next game, maybe, if they're quick enough to learn and improve from those. Most teams aren't, but we'll see what they're able to do. Panto, going to be our standout player for this one on the Nature's Prophet. Again, the global presence between Panto and Toronto Tokyo just makes a bad situation into a kind of impossible situation for Quantum, where any fight you take, just going to be 5 heroes. And that's going to do it for game number 1. Quantum do drop down in the first game. Aurora, will they take game number 2? Probably. How quickly will they do it? Well, stick around to find out. We'll see you in a bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back to the Road to the International, where we are getting into game number 2 of Aurora versus Quantum. You might not know Quantum, and that is fair enough. They are a team of kind of newcomers, mostly. I mean, we got Panel and Timos, we got Ike and Rad. They're just doing their best. They came through the open qualifiers. They're trying their hardest. They won their opening series against another open qualifier team, but now they are against the raid bosses of Aurora. And predictably, game number 1, bit of a stompty.
Yeah, no, it was a stomp. And I think for Quantum, of course, when you know you're going up against the best team in the qualifier, you have to make sure that you just brush off the loss, make sure that your next draft is just coherent and to a good plan, and then that will give you the best chance to just make the game more competitive, because it would be very wrong of me to be like, oh, maybe they can do it. If they change this, they change that. You know, it's like, I'm not expecting them to win, but if they can just get a good draft, find some way to punish an aspect of Aurora, and then continue finding that punishment throughout the game, there's always a chance that, you know, 2-3 good pickoffs in a row and you've got yourself a winnable game. So yeah, the draft is critical for Quantum if they want to get close to beating what is a powerhouse of Aurora.
Yep, I also think it's critical for learning against Aurora as well, which is what you want to do. If you mess up the draft, then your only lesson to take away is we shouldn't have picked this hero, or we shouldn't have given them that hero, then I think you don't really take away a whole lot and you don't get to improve a whole lot. So you got to make the most of this opportunity, because, you know, we don't know behind the scenes whether they get to scrim each other a lot or not. Probably not, because I just don't think it would be too much value for Aurora at the moment. I don't even know how long Quantum have barely been around for as a team for, but yeah. And also, if you give them a good games, you know, they might come back and look to scrim with you in the future, and they're on TI, etc. And that's really good opportunities as well. It's one of the reasons Navi Junior was able to improve so quickly as a team, is because they just played well, and a lot of teams wanted to scrim against them, and they've had a very good kind of scrim friendship with teams like Falcons, which has given them a really big boost in how well they play and how valuable their practice time is.
Yeah, one of the things, though, if we come back to this series for a second with Quantum, is just I'm worried that Palantimos' hero pool is not punishing enough to make Nightfall feel uncomfortable. Like, when you look at the heroes he plays Brewmaster, which kind of farms the lane. He plays Centaur, farms the lane. He plays Doom, farms the lane. You know, Darkseer farms the lane. Like, he's yet to show an offlaner that really goes, if I get a good matchup, I can kill you. Like, he has dabbled with Death Prophets and Dawnbreakers, but they're so hard to draft in a way that someone else on your team isn't having just a bad matchup. So I'd like to see maybe finding a way to find, you know, maybe like an Enigma pick or something to be like, this is my lane, I'm commanding it. Nightfall, you have to play Recovery. Because Nightfall, he is in his prime when he gets to like the first 7 minutes of the game and his tower's not pressured, nothing's happening, he's hitting creeps, like, all right, you know he's just going to take over at some point. So yeah, I'd really like to see Quantum do that. And with the first pick Undying, most likely in the 5 position, sure, you know, flexibility exists. I feel like my point holds true. Just lock in the Enigma, sorry. Boo, they go Bristleback. So it's a very good hero, sure, but I wanted strong oomph. But to be fair, Bristle can do that, right? If it is a 3 position, if you find a 4 that is like a Dark Willow or, you know, a Shaman type hero that can just provide that extra containment, Bristle can do the things that I mentioned, but you need to protect it.
Was there any particular change to Undying that made him so strong in the meta now?
Don't believe so. If memory serves me well, it was... I mean, he did get, like, you know, like the meme patch where it's like +2 damage or like +1 up armor, this type of stuff. It was as simple as he got 2 more damage. And,
Hype.
Yeah. Undying will always live or die in popularity based on the other heroes getting picked, right? It's the same argument to kind of like Oracle. Undying, they need... If there's like single target pickoff that's excelling, Oracle will look good. If there are melee offlaners that don't have good stun and there's not like hyper mobility heroes getting picked on multiple roles, Undying will be good, right? Tombstone, incredible value. Flesh Golem, very strong. The Rotten Mix, where you spawn a zombie every punch, it means in the first like 50 minutes of the game, anytime you pop Ultimate and Tombstone, you're commanding the fight. You're running into cores and you don't
need to
care.
be controlled.
Yeah. Later on, sure, you scale off, but the early game, you are kind of like the conductor of the tempo.
And occasionally we do get to see it off lane. Not
Yeah.
sure Aurora will be exploring that option, but, you know, the flexibility is there if that is something which Toronto Tokyo is comfortable with. Let's see. Weaver going to be coming out as the next pick for Quantum, so already they're kind of going a little bit off the rails in this second draft. And I am
They
worried
hate
about
Tombstone. No. You know what?
Okay.
I can feel the fear, you know? I can hear it. But let's think for a second, right? You got the minus armor strategy now with the nasal goo plus the bugs. We've also, most likely support position,
5 seconds
boom,
remaining.
tombstone, you're mine. Eat that alive. I'm not opposed to it. It's answering the Undying. Do they have a lack of control, stun, and damage? Yes, but that Undying should be somewhat answered. And now he's not even the 5, so you've answered the 5, but it's a 4 or a 3 now.
Yep, slowly being promoted through the draft. That's what they'll grab next. But yeah, you grab the Bane because there is absolutely no control at the moment. Therefore, Bane's going to be able to get off these nightmares, and at least 2 of the heroes won't be able to do anything about it. We'll see if any of the following picks will. Who needs stuns when you can run at people, I guess? That's what Weaver and Bristleback do very, very well. 3rd pick now for Aurora. Gonna need to grab themselves some cores, most likely, unless they want to shift this Undying to the 3. I can imagine a carry pick coming here. It's usually what we see. Magnus will come down. So again, keeping that flexibility open. A hero which can really be any position they want it to be, really.
Aurora is so scary to run into. Like, their objective control is insane. Like, the tombstone on a high ground, that's a free ward. The Magnus to use the vision to skewer and drag people into places they don't want to be, very powerful. Bane, Nightmare, and Grip. There is no way that you enter an area of the map without smoke, without anything, because if you do, you're going to be running into such a fortified area. Yeah, damage is not the best friend of Aurora at the moment. They have control and kind of slows across the board, but the next 2 picks, if you put like a leaner in the mid lane or anything like this, you have no damage, but that's already banned out in the first phase. But that type of hero, and Aurora's draft is going to look really, really good. Quantum, though, they want to go for a bit more map play. Stuns are not their friend yet. Still yet to pick up one, and relying on Ice Path as your only stun in the draft is... it do be rough. I am concerned. Like, lanes, in theory, are strong, right? Jakiro, one of the strongest 5s for playing out the lane with the kind of Jaw Breath, Liquid Frost. Terrorblade with Meta and Reflection, again, powerful. Bristle, Weaver, you see a support out of position, you should be able to kill them. Like, their lanes are good, but that's all their draft really does at the moment. It's play lane into Bristle farm, TB farm. There's no explosive 1-2 punch where a core takes a successful lane and reminds Aurora that, hey, we won our lanes, this is me on the map. It's, you win your lane, Bristle farms Ancient Stacks. You win your lane, Terrorblade farms, the jungle camps above his safe lane tower. I am worried that Quantum isn't reading the kind of the script on how to maybe try and beat Aurora through better laning, and pressure. But yeah, you get the Medusa, another objective controlling hero so well. Like, the triangle is so fortified for Aurora. Stone Gaze, the Root, the Skadi, everything. It's very, very scary lineup from Aurora.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to get through. And no big team fight spells coming out from Quantum either, so nothing really big to sort of play around here. It's really a metamorphosis draft at the moment. Let's see. His TB will click, like any hero that kind of gets a couple of goo off on him, gets a swarm on him. Terrorblade's going to make short work of them for sure. Question is, can TB stay on those heroes without being dropped themselves?
That is
the juicer.
You raise a good point in the fact that TB can do damage, and he's expected to have items to do that. Because Aurora, they don't break the map very well with their heroes. Like Magnus and Medusa, they're really good at, like I said, controlling areas, farming themselves, but they don't take a tower, smoke, take another tower. They're not like super quick on the map. That's why I think a lot of Aurora's tempo will come from the mid lane. It's a mid lane as well that they're going to have a counter pick towards. So nice bans from Quantum to take away some of the Kiyotaka specialties there. Monkey King was banned out earlier in the phase, so if you don't ban Ember, you can't always Husker because that's going to get banned out. But yeah, for Aurora, they're quite passive in farm. Great at controlling areas, but farming. So TB Bristle, I would be so surprised if they don't match the economy of Aurora. They'd have to really make some really poor choices in the early game, even the mid game, to not be able to farm.
Yeah, no, both teams have a fantastic economy at the moment. Does look like we will be getting a slightly later game this time around unless Aurora do just crush the lanes. Or Quantum crush the lanes. I'll give them. I highly doubt it. They've not been a particularly strong laning team so far, but there's a chance. Conquer. Final
God,
pick
what-
here from Aurora Gaming.
This entire draft is. I keep talking about this triangle. I'm sorry to go back to it, but like the defensive capabilities on all these heroes, you just don't kill someone. There's Soul Rip, there's Tombstone Shard Save, there's Nightmare, there's Skewer, there's RP, then there's a Medusa of Stone Gaze, there's a Kunku of Torrent, there's Rum Buff, there's Boat. It's like every hero has a way to save another hero when the fight gets difficult. And then Quantum, they have Ice Path.
Yeah. Ice Path, Reflection, Swarm, Goo. Yeah, this sounds okay. They can maybe, yeah. If Aurora miss all their spells, then Quantum will win the fights really easily. Final pick now for Quantum. They need themselves a mid laner, an off laner, sorry, and they will go for the Dark Seer. Wait, they did need themselves an off laner,
Yeah.
but they will have the mid bristle. All right.
Okay. You know what?
Bit of control, bit of team fight. I'm not hating what I'm seeing.
I don't mind it for the fact that Medusa felt somewhat unanswered, right? You throw in a Darkseer, you kind of force the Medusa down the Mjolnir Axe build, because does Nightfall really want to go Manta Butterfly Skadi to then get a clone of him sending that Skadi Butterfly towards his Bane or whoever, right? So, yeah, I actually don't mind it. I think the Darkseer pick puts like a little bit of like an insurance policy into your lineup. Sure, the stuns, the team fight, the control is so lackluster, but if you can get the farm, if you can find a way to goo up a hero with Terrorblade in position to right click and Darkseer gets a good wall off to slow them, you know, that there is some life to the kind of the mid game for Quantum, but so much farm is required, and we'll see if Aurora wants to give them the access to that farm.
Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to as well. Is how much can Quantum control the map? How much can Aurora kind of put pressure on them? And, you know, the answer is probably going to be not a whole lot. I feel like, you know, when it comes to lanes, at least split pushing, that's sort of Quantum's jam. You know, you've got these illusions to come out. You've got Weaver to split push lanes. You've got Darkseer with the Iron Shells as well. Even Jakiro can split push waves kind of safely. So I think Quantum should actually create themselves quite a lot of room here to be able to play the game if they get out of these lanes okay. I'm really not hating this draft anymore. I think this Darkseer pick solves multiple issues for them. So I'm kind of impressed with what they've been able to do. Maybe there's something we're missing. The only way we're going to learn that is by jumping into the game and finding out how this one goes down and what Aurora can do. And of course, there is always that kind of big thing in the air of like, what if the lanes just fall apart? Which they kind of look like they were about to in game one. And they sort of did in game one. They had one moment of recovery, which meant that the game wasn't a total stomp. But yeah, they need to do better.
The nice thing in this game will be, due to Aurora drafting in this style, the kill switch, the moment in which you know their game is already won in their minds, it doesn't go from like 15 minutes, it goes to like 24 minutes, 25 minutes, right? So there's like a much larger window for Quantum to find those moments. As they get the early D ward, they are positioned in their own jungle. And Ankrad going for the red facet actually from the mid lane. Sometimes we see the mid bristles still go for the green facet and just try and be as utility as possible, get the early auras from the mid lane, but here he's taking a page out of a Mars book. Get red facet, that means he has the option of going for Aghanims if he wants to, and he'll provide just more damage.
They're going to be clicking more himself, which kind of makes sense, I guess, when you already have the Swarm. Doubling down on that AoE minus armor can be good, but you don't really have anybody to take super good use of that at the moment. You've only got one right clicker and a half, because the Darkseer's wall will also create a Medusa, which can click as well. I can see arguments for both, to be honest, especially if the Darkseer wants to move into like an Aghanims build. It might be really nice to have Snot coming out on everybody and then a Medusa illusion to mess everybody up, but it's such a niche scenario, and it's just easier to play this way.
It feels like he's playing for himself rather than his team, but I am intrigued to know his itemization. Because like, if this was green bristle, we'd be talking about Lotus Orbs and SMYs and all the items to get into the middle of the fight and repel the spells, be as tanky as possible. I kind of like those items in this game. You have a Lotus Orb, you prevent the grip. You got the SMY, you can eat through some of the stuns. But of course, that's down the line. Laning, very, very critical.
I'm not sure you mentioned it, but a little bit of flexibility. We knew that Aurora flexed this draft a bit, so it'll be Kiyotaka on the mid Kunkka. It'll be Toronto Tokyo on the off-lane mag. And of course Nightfall on the Juicer. I could have run it almost any way they wanted.
Yeah, I think I like this way the most. I think Toronto Tokyo likes playing the Magnus. Putting Magnus in the offlane means he plays more towards enabling his carry. Right, Medusa loves when heroes are close to them, so then Magnus kind of it feels very nice having that combination. I don't see the Bristle vs Kunkka mid matchup too often. And right now it's very even.
I don't think many of us do.
It's like 8 for 1. The farms going both ways. They have great ways to punish each other, right? One guy's got Tidebringer, the other guy's got Quill. And like, at any minute, you could just die. Like it's a matter of managing your resources very heavily in this matchup.
I think level 4, when Iconrad picks up a point in Viscous Nasal Goo, then maybe we start to see a bit more threat coming out onto the Kunkka. We shall see. Bottle
You know what
on the
make
way
pauses
for
really
Iconrad.
hype? Is
What's
if as
that?
soon as a player pauses, there's like the time available for both teams and it automatically starts counting down.
Yeah, that would be brilliant.
Because then, like, as a fan, I'll be watching. It's like, oh, Nightfall paused. They've only got 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. Ah, you know.
True, yeah.
And then it's like, well, actually, this was a needed pause, so it doesn't eat in 10 minutes. You know what? Maybe it adds more rules and mechanics to pause. I take it back.
We love the rule book as viewers. We love the rule book.
Do you think a player has actually read the rule book? I'm gonna go with a no.
Well, judging by our first series and how long that took to sort out, I would
Also
say no.
no.
But guys, we won. Iconrad is going to grab his bottle, grab himself the water rune, and actually give him the sustain he needs to keep throwing out these quills. One thing that's a little annoying for the Bristol is that Kiyotaka, he's not really a big spell spammer on Kunkka, so the one's not going to feel super good, which is kind of just like a really nice opportunity Bristle has to keep his mana really high. Feels a little bit worse to play against these heroes, such as Kunkka, who have that auto cast ability. I'm going to give you those one charges. Anto fighting up pretty hard up here for that Lotus, but Emptiness realizing that with Nightfall coming over, he's got to give up that chase and will give the Lotus over towards Panto.
Anchor just behind the tower. 3 minutes in. This is
You
where
gotta respect
Kiyotaka's like, he's calling for a TP, but Bane doesn't actually have a TP and a dying. Doesn't have the resources to really keep you in if he wants to actually connect.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And you like to think this has been communicated. Kiyotaka getting low here. Iconrad might be able to finish this off. Oh, he's out of mana. He is out of mana. Cannot get the kill. And Kiyotaka gonna have a quick trip back to base. There's no bottle, so it's a bit of healing. Picks up some tangos as well.
That's like the lifeline on this matchup for the Kunkka, right? Like, what other hero can get back to base and not be punished for having to walk back? It is only Kunkka that realistically can do it. Sure, maybe Nature's Prophet, but he doesn't see that in the mid lane anymore.
No.
As expected, farm across the board. Everyone's having a pretty good time. Got a single lane where I'm like, oof, that's so much worse than it should be. Like the Magnus has some soft pressure on him from the Jakiru. Mira is getting chased down by the Jakiru. Nice path.
Yep, looking like that's going to be a kill for Mary. Bringing down Mira. And actually a first blood as well, so support on support first blood. A little unusual, as Kiyotaka getting very aggressive onto Iconrad in the middle lane. Trying to force Iconrad to use all his resources. And look at this, it's 4 minutes 45. Bristol's bottle is already empty, and he's realizing that he needs to go back to base if he wants to stand a chance of keeping in this lane. So, kind of tough.
You don't have the sack.
In about 20
they're,
days.
and so both turning up here, but not really getting a whole lot done.
Radiant's
Of
middle
course,
tower is
don't
under
really feel like Nightfall really needs much help up here in the top lane. There's not going to be too much of a kill threat, so
Yeah, he's fully independent, and I don't think they really care too much about trying to shut down the Darkseer. Darkseer always finds a way to recover, but you know, you kill a Terrorblade and take away a 600 for a Bristleback. It's way
Yeah, I was
more
gonna say,
impact in the tempo.
this pressure's about to move mid here as we approach the 6-minute mark, so see what happens. Mary coming down. They're all moving on to Iconrad here, but the jump in the backlines from the support just trying to blow up Mira straight off the bat. Huge damage coming out from the Jakiro as they will take down Mira, and actually Iconrad gets that kill, which is a pretty big win for the Bristleback here. They're protecting this bottom side. Is anybody going to bother going top? I don't think so. The attack also kind of low during this as well as Panto. He's getting interested in Iconrad here. I'm wondering how this one's actually going to go down. Yeah, without the mana for Iconrad to really pressure, there's not a whole lot he could do, and it will be Kiyotaka that gets the rune. Of course, doesn't have a bottle, so no resources refilled, but a double damage could come in big with all these heroes hanging around. Damn, Emptiness is going for this right now. You got to be careful, little bug. Yeah, he's going to get X'd up and might just be dead. Bit of a misplay there from the Weaver. Getting a little bit carried away by the armor, starting to stack up onto Panto.
So just saw it Undying running. It's like, oh, this is a free kill, but no, just waddling around. He did have a stick and a fairy.
You don't
So he was
have
able
the
to
size.
bait that.
Man overboard.
What an awkward gank in general. Like the level 2 Bane gank. Was it level 2 or level 3? I think it was level 2, but either way, just super underleveled supports running to mid to try and kill off a Bristleback. And Kunkka, he got control, but he wants the supports to come in with the damage, right? That's where Kunkka feels best from the mid lane. And yeah, Aurora, they're trying to be active. The heroes aren't enabling them too much, but they're still trying to do the motions as if they have the correct heroes to do it. Because Nightfall is like, thanks lads, thanks for all this mid gameplay. I'm top net worth with 0 cares in the world right now, and looking for the Manta at the moment.
Yeah, the only one really struggling on Aurora is actually Toronto Tokyo, who's not having a good time. He's been kind of pressured down on the bottom side, doesn't have a whole lot of money, doesn't have a whole lot of XP. Trying to get towards 6, but it's going to be slow.
It is, but the fact that he's still within 300 gold of the Terrorblade is kind of like a net win, especially against like Jakiro and Terrorblade. You know, he could have maybe died once or twice, depending on if you're the aggressor in the lane, you misplay, but no. He's chill, he doesn't go for any kills, he just farms up, making some stacks, and there aren't any stacks on Quantum. You've got a Bristleback and a Darkseer, and they just made their first stack in the game at 8 minutes. With all this mid pressure, they've not been able to be effective in the jungle, and now Quantum, at this phase of the game, you want to have 2-3 ancient stacks available to accelerate one of your core's timings, and that just is not available. So instead they're going to posture around the mid tower once again. Panto, he's like, alright, I've been here before, boys. I know what your antics are.
Iconrad, though, doesn't get the bottle refill once again, so this is really limiting his aggression. You know, he just wants to run at people, goo them up, spray them up, punch them up with the Seeing Red and the Warpath, but without the mana, it's just impossible. So, farm.
That's why I'm surprised at the mindset of Quantum. Like, when I look at their lineup, I see decent lanes that set you up to farm really effectively, to then get items to try and break Aurora through the team fight. But they're not farming that effectively compared to what they could be, right? Maybe that will help.
Going down to the bottom side, Ice Path is going to miss, but it kind of zones him into an awkward direction anyway. And with the right click coming through from Lucas, they will pick up this kill onto Mira. This will leave the tower vulnerable. Anto trying to come across, but you've got to think twice about it. For the first time, Mary and Emptiness are actually like linking up and playing together very nicely.
And good, like, guys, they're stacks.
under attack.
You didn't make them, but I'll take them.
Yeah, I don't think taking these steps is going to be super easy here. Panto, though, killing him is going to be super easy. Iconrad brings him down. They see the tombstone on the high ground as well, so they'll be taking that one out. Mary's going to grab that, and yeah, Iconrad now with this kill coming down. No tombstone, they'll kill him. But of course, Panto respawning immediately with a ceaseless dirge. And now they come running up the high ground. Kiyotaka says absolutely not. You do not get to take these, as he comes in with a nice Tidebringer start this one off. Mary, though, with the Ice Bath coming down. Kiyotaka is actually getting kind of low. The Weaver doing work. He can't stick around too much longer. Nightmare to save Kiyotaka, but Yayo jumps in, finishes the kill. They even bring Nightfall across this one, but look at Nikenrad in the backlines. He's just taken the Ancients all by himself. He's already done the damage. Toronto Tokyo turns it on. That doesn't skewer. Can't get him. Ikenrad, the thief in the night, robs them of their Ancients and TP's out before they even notice.
Of course, we saw the TP, but he didn't. It's kind of tucked behind a tree, and yeah, Quantum. Some signs of life in this game, being cheeky, seeing the stacks, taking them. And like we said, they didn't make them themselves, so they have to go find the resource in there. Bristle. Only 300 gold behind the Medusa. Looking at the Perseverance at the moment. That will probably become a Lotus down the line. Goes back to the Aghanims. Playing on seeing red and not going for Aghanims. That feels like half the reason to take the Facet. And how many times have we seen Emptiness walk into mid lane? This is the second time he's tried to like pressure Undying.
Yeah.
The first time he died, the second time he died. For a draft that we praise for its defensive capabilities, the inevitable prowess of their, the fact that they just can never kill them.
No way.
They do have issues into like early Crimson Guard, early tempo, and Quantum. They are minutes away from some of these items coming into play. Like, maybe they can punish Aurora.
Potentially. It all kind of comes down to Iconrad, I think. How much is he willing to get involved? He's definitely going to wait for the Aghanim Scepter. I think that's when we'll see him make some real moves. And how effective will that be is the big question. Of course, you wait this long for your first big timing on the Bristle. You'll be playing into this Blink Dagger on the Magnus, which is going to make things pretty difficult. X marks onto Yayo. He could be in some trouble here. Drops down the Wall of Replica. He has got himself a 20 wand and a Healing Lotus to work with, so doesn't really feel too scared. So the illusion is doing absolutely nothing to Kiyotaka. Iconrad coming in, but there's a Blade Mail picked up from Kiyotaka, so he's kind of happy to start playing around with him, but I'm not sure he should be. He's getting real low on armor right now. If Iconrad can get some hits off on him, then it's going to really hurt, but he's going to be able to get the Swarm off, and now they turn around with a grip out onto Iconrad under the tower. Iconrad still okay for now. The Vacuum cancelling out the Skewer or the RP from Toronto Tokyo, but he finds it anyway, gets a kill onto the Bristle. Emptiness still trying to fight up with some dying. He just can't get enough of Panto. He wants him, and he wants him bad, but he won't be finding. RP comes out just onto the Darks here. Not the most impactful I've ever seen, but Panto's still alive for now as he continues. Oh, big damage coming out onto Emptiness. Nice angle there from Kiyotaka, along with the decay from Panto. That will get them that kill. I hate life, says Panto. As this fight does seem to cool down here. A lot of heroes getting extremely low on Aurora, but they balance their health resources beautifully, and that is the thing. They don't have the stuns, they don't have the slows, they don't have the burst to really finish anybody off. So Aurora more than happy to just juke in, juke out, get heroes low on the front lines, and then just cycle them out of the fight.
And you also had an arcane rune on the Dying, right? It was just decay, 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 decay. He's just in the middle, offering up high fives, and they just didn't have the killing blow. Blink Dagger is now available on the Magnus. The next time you step up in the river, you're not going to be getting gripped at the front of your tier 1 tower. You're going to be getting gripped and skewered to the back of it, making it so much harder to fight Quantum. They need to respect that. The fights will get harder in regards to control. Damage, again, I think the edge, it feels like it should go the way of Quantum. Like if you bring all your heroes and use all the spells at the same time, Quantum should be able to get the kills. Of course, once you kite away from the boat buff, but we'll see if they can do it. There's so many layers to this. Aurora's draft is so annoying. It's not as simple as find hero, kill hero. It's find hero, don't get gripped, don't get boated, don't get RP'd. Once that happens, then you can kill them. That's why Lucas is being very careful on the Terrorblade to not join like every fight and to overcommit himself. Smoke up. Again, like I said, Magnus, he has the Blink Dagger. They have grip. They have flesh column. Any hero on the map right now will disappear from this this 3-man smoke gang.
Wants to see who's coming through this portal, and he sees the entire Dire team and gets dusted and grabbed. Unlucky. Lucas could save him. I think that probably wouldn't be a good idea. What's that? Heals coming through. Arena's down. Wall's down as well. And now in comes the RP. Nightfall there with the Stone Gaze to follow up with as well. But it's doing enough. They've already taken down one. Lucas goes for the Sunder onto Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka getting a little low now as they can maybe... Oh, Ice Path just about catches him on the edge. They'll need a little bit more though, and that is their only stun. But they've got the damage. They'll take him down. Kiyotaka dies. Lucas has a successful fight. Medusa just has to slither herself away.
Aurora, they go through the Twin Gate. They find a Weaver, one of the most annoying heroes to find at a Twin Gate, right? Because he goes invisible, Sakuchi's away. In the minute, we're going to see the replay here, where they have a second, Panto, instant dust, you get the grip, cool. But where's the fight? Where's the follow-up? Toronto Tokyo, he delays himself, his entry to the fight for a second. Sure, he hits the RP, but your supports have already used their entire toolkit to try and kill a Weaver. The Tombstone has been instantly killed off. Maybe if he'd placed that Tombstone on the high ground near the Twin Gate, kind of on that steps area, that would have been just pumping out zombies the entire time. But gripping the Weaver, not getting the kill to the very end, Tombstone going down, not having multiple decays, soul rips, or even flesh golem right clicks available for the fight, it meant you did nothing. And like we've been saying time and time again, Aurora, they are very hard to kill, but their damage is locked behind items. And this is Quantum's best window to do it, and they're doing it. They found it, and it all boils down to emptiness. Sure, he's had a couple meme deaths, but that smoke break was critical for their success there. Oh, nice ice path.
Oh my god, he's
Keeping
getting
his Weaver
saved.
alive.
Oh, Shikuchi! No, he's not going to get enough this time around. Toronto Tokyo puts him to sleep.
It looked like
Oh, he's such a lunatic, honestly. Emptiness is just so
the
aggressive.
way that you started that, by the way, I was like, Monka, you know, he's such a I'm like,
He's a nuisance.
Oh, there we go. I'm not a carry player, so I'm not really in tune with like the read on this specifically, but into Darkseer and Terrorblade to still go for the butterfly, I guess you could mantle the reflection and then don't get walled is maybe Nightfall's mindset. It's a confident build. A weaker team potentially would get punished by.
Yeah.
This is ever
Well,
going tip battle between the Undying and the Weaver. I think it's more Panto tipping the Weaver, but yeah.
Radiant are
maybe the logic is like you can't kill your illusion very easily, but your illusion also doesn't kill you very easily. So your illusion's not going to hit you a whole bunch either. So
Yeah, but normally when you make the illusion, you're sending the illusion off to go kill something else, right? Darkseer doesn't wall the Medusa to kill the Medusa. Darkseer walls the Medusa to maybe click her a couple times, but then as soon as a Bane steps up, you just A-click on that, and then he has to run away. I think the way that Nightfall's been playing, he's nowhere near the fight until the wall's been used, the meta has been played on the TB, and he's shown his hand, right? So I think the itemization from Nightfall is more leaning on the fact that his team has to set up the fight for him to succeed. And of course, Butterfly vs. Terrorblade is always quite nice. Laura, how did you get here?
I'm wondering that myself. It's like he's taking a page out of Emptiness's book. He's deep sea diving right now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
This game's actually so much more even though it's very slow and like there's no like intensity to the fight, it's very exciting in the fact that I can see a way Quantum wins the game. And in game one, I did not see the path to winning. They looked very weak, right? But this time around, like the SMY coming out on the Bristleback, obviously in like 2,000 gold time. The Darkseer just completed the Greaves, so you have Greaves and Crimson Guard. He's thinking about Lotus Orb, which we already mentioned is very good this game against like the Bane, the Kunkka. The Ice Buff onto the Kunkka. Tough. Only support tickling him though. I think they're trying to force out a TP, but Aurora, they don't overreact to this.
Gotta kill off these swarms, but Swarm's got a decently long cooldown, I guess. So step up here. That's timing pretty off the mark there for the X marks from Kiyotaka, and that means that Jakira is absolutely fine, and he's now got to leave. TP out, there comes, oh, it's the Darks here from the sidelines, Vacuum is there. Kiyotaka dies.
Yeah, I respect Kiyotaka for being aggressive, right? There's only 2 stuns available in the game. One's a vacuum, one's an ice path. You see the ice path, you're going to be a bit cheeky. Doubts it. He comes around, he goes for the stun, and now 20 minutes in, Tormentor should be uncontested. Magnus just completed the Agnum, so he has the Horn Toss to assist him in grabbing heroes. Medusa pretty much has the butterfly complete once the courier goes via the secret shop.
Radiant's middle tower is
Toronto
under
Tokyo
attack.
going full playmaking mode. Let's see if it pays off for him. It is
Again, there's no
slightly high
stun things
risk.
to care about, right? Oh, he grabbed the TV.
Oh, it immediately pays off. Jumping onto Lucas there. Yeah, throw down the RP as well. Absolutely. Kill off that Terrorblade. And, you know, you
Griffin
weren't
came in.
ready for the Aghanims.
It doesn't. You don't even need an Agnums there. That's just a Terrorblade just waddling to the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
kind
Could've
of
just
see-
RP'd him and skewered him. It was,
But yeah, look at the vision of the map from Radiant. Like, you have quite a good amount of wards to understand where the enemy's going to be, right? Look at that kind of middle section of vision. 2 in the mid area, 1 at top, 1 at bottom. Yeah, I kind of... That's just a bit of a bad death there from Lucas.
a little bit.
Yeah. He's had a bit of a quiet game though, to be fair, on the Magnus. Maybe like, it always happens in a Dota game, right? It's like a Doom that doesn't press Doom. 45 minutes later, it only takes the 1 Doom to feel good. Same thing in this game. The Magnus, he's been present, but it's not been like, wow, Toronto, Tokyo, oh my god, the Magnus. So maybe Lucas just kind of got a little bit complacent due to how quiet the game has been. You must always respect the Magnus.
What's this man? Leader a team with Collapse for many years.
Radiant's
So,
middle tower is under
learned from the
attack.
best, you would imagine. Into the pit, though. A definitive move here from Quantum. Going for Roshan. Off the back of this. RP is down.
They do have a
Really
scan
good.
available. Most teams have 1 scan available if they wanted to use. Oh, no, they don't. That was really weird. It said it had 1, but then it took 1. Oh, because I used it.
Sorry, mate.
The Bane
went to
scanned
scan
on
the
top of
triangle.
himself. I thought that was a Radiant scan getting used, and I got real confused for a second.
I think that would have made more sense, but kind of showing that Aurora had no idea that was happening. Again, maybe underestimating Quantum a little bit and starting to perhaps turn things around a bit. There we go. Here comes the Horn Toss onto Mary and onto the Darkseer as well as Nightfall enters a fight, drops the Stone Gaze and starts trying to get off some damage, but doesn't really have the targets at the moment. A little bit awkward. There's a grip coming out onto Emptiness, but the vacuum wall onto 3. It's nice. Is it good enough? Mirror's going to drop for now, and they'll jump forward onto the next target. And that is going to be the Medusa who's TPing out of this one. Nightfall is gone. And Kiyotaka, though, on his own in a completely isolated position here, he is going to die. That is 2 big heroes down the side of Aurora and a large portion of the map given up to Quantum to allow them to keep on pushing.
Yeah, Quantum, they've identified the fact that Aurora, they're kind of struggling in the fight right now. The RP was on cooldown. Your Bane's gripping, but the vacuum. Thinking there's only 2 stuns available for Quantum, but that's all they need.
They land them, yeah.
If they land them, yeah, it's working. There's 3-man vacuum into
Great
wall.
stuns.
You instantly have to disengage. You know, Palantimos on the dark side, he feel like getting close to MVP level. Like his presence in the game is really just threatening Aurora so much. Yeah, it's
do
kind
feel
of
like I would
it's
maybe
kind of
like
sad
to
that I have to
see-
give him MVP just because he's like there's only 2 stuns, so one of them has to go towards the MVP, right? It's
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
yeah.
Maybe someone else can buy her in Bristol or something, but until then,
Miro top.
yeah, Emptiness top, you mean?
Yeah, Miro tried to go for the nightmare Tumbletoid, but time lapsed and he ran away. Yeah, no worry for Aurora. So, these items, they're coming in from Quantum. But Darkseid went for an Atos.
And
Like,
fast.
more stuns needed.
He knows what he's got to do.
Yeah.
He knows what his job is in this game. A little bit surprised he didn't go for the Blink Dagger next, but actually going for the Gleipnir, so going for the max width vacuums. I love that. That is hilarious.
He took the vacuum talent on 15. Yeah, why not? He just
Dude,
hit
I
a
want to
3-man
see
vacuum.
the screen-wide vacuum. I'm excited now.
He vacuumed them for the ice path. It's like, okay, yep.
Global vacuum. Oh.
And Nightfall has they have damage now.
Get sundered up, but a nice grab here onto the bristleback on the tide lines, and it's actually going to be Iconrad going down. Nice isolation there from Toronto Tokyo. Good distraction from Kiyotaka as well, though he is still low, so got to be a little bit careful. Pantimos and Lucas running away on the side. There he as well, going to throw down that ice path just to try and slow them down, but Toronto Tokyo, he's looking, he's hunting, he's searching, and will he be finding? They're actually running up here. They want to try and kill off Kiyotaka. That's a brave play, my friends, but it is going to work out at least for now. Will they be punished? So far, absolutely not. Being chased by this Medusa illusion and these TB illusions, there is a scary army here from Quantum, and Panto, he's going to meet it head on, and that's not going to end well for him. He's gone. No Cecil Sturge either. He's out for good as Mira being chased. Oh, it does actually come off cooldown. There we go. Mira, he's dead as well. Yayo grabs that kill. It's another victory for Quantum.
Yeah, Aurora, they're kind of feeling the pressure of this game. I don't think they expected game 2 to be so difficult for them, and Quantum, they're going, wait a second, this is a lot easier than we expected for Aurora. Like, you've got a Magnus. You grab the bristleback, you get a kill. Why aren't Aurora waiting for that next round of Magnus spells? Play for the next fish. Sure, they chase down the lane. Kiyotaka goes super aggressive, but he's only got like 200 HP and 12 wand. He dies instantly. Toronto Tokyo never enters the fight with a secondary jump. I feel like if you are Aurora, you need to respect Quantum. Play on every Magnus jump. Use the fusion, get a kill. Get another jump, use an RP, get a kill. You're going to be happy. You're going to whittle down Quantum pick-off by pick-off, but yeah, they keep just getting, outplayed in the longer fight, and Quantum, every time we finish a fight, I'm just clicking around. I'm like, oh, okay. Yep, the items, the next round's very shortly in. Like, Quantum haven't really brought a big item to a fight recently, but we're close to a butterfly in the Terrorblade. Another Atos for the Weaver, so now we have 2 Atoses in play. SMY for the Bristleback. Like, yeah, they're getting stronger. And Kiyotaka is getting
top. Kiyotaka and Panto getting beaten up a little bit here. Panto going for the TP out, but Emptiness is there with a Shikuchi into the Ghost Scepter. Gets a kill. Panto dies. Kiyotaka gets out.
Are Aurora about to potentially drop a game?
I think they are.
Like the
lowest seed team?
Yeah. Oof, exciting. We've manifested
Very much so.
the upset, yeah.
God damn, Cast is cursed strong. I come in saying, yeah, this is the one time where I'm like, hey, you know what? Let's just watch a beat down, and it's we're actually getting a close series. Who knew?
But do you think Aurora? No, I don't. In interviews, Aurora always say that they treat every opponent with respect, but I think in the back of their minds, they might. It feels like complacency is kicking in a little bit in the series, based on like some of the mistakes that they've made, like the way that they took team fights, not being on the same page. It has hurt them.
G is either not here or he's gonna be like running in the moment. If they lose, they're running in after the game finishes and just like beating them all up.
I hope not. But who's dead?
That Emptiness is dead. Just gets isolated once again by the Magnus. Toronto Tokyo, the one guy able to make these plays in this game.
We ruined it.
Not used.
We said that maybe they lose. That in itself has caused the motion of the game to...
Yeah, the momentum's flipping right the way back again. I mean, there is still the Nightfall problem, which nobody's really addressing at the moment.
Yeah. Like, as long as Aurora play on Magnus, I'm pretty sure they should win out the fights. Like, if it's blink, skewer, kill, reset, blink, skewer, kill, reset, that's like... Quantum can never take a fight ever again. You play on the Tombstone Vision, you fish for a hero, you play near Nightfall, you dodge the wall. When Darkseid wall goes down, run away. Like, I feel like the fight formula for Aurora is not that complicated, but in the heat of the fight, when Bristle's running at you, when Weaver's Sakuching onto your backline, you can kind of feel baited by the intensity of that skirmish from Quantum to kind of draw into the engagement to kind of, you know what, let's just take the fight. So I think Aurora, they have to play their game to win it out. And that's where Quantum, I think they're doing well at just making it kind of confusing for Aurora. That's why I'm baffled.
Yeah, it is a little bit confusing. It does feel like it's an easier way to play this one, but let's see how the next few minutes play out. No Aegis anymore, of course. That was gone a long time ago. Roshan coming back up in either 3 minutes, either 30 seconds or 3 minutes 30, sometime between them. That will be the next big fight coming out from both these teams. Although, having said that, it's an immediate smoke from Quantum. They're looking for Nightfall, but Nightfall, he sniffed it out. Feels something is wrong in the waves, in the water. Won't survive this time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's very tense right now. Very even game. Aurora, they're sharpening up, making sure they're not really just taking these random skirmishes on the map, which never really seem to set them up for success. Instead, just trying to play some more set-piece Dota, you know.
Also, it's a product of the recipe in which Aurora win is very, very simple at the high ground, because that is Magnus's best place to take a fight. I think Quantum, they might smoke, they might look for a pickoff outside of the map, of the base, sorry. But do they know that Skadi's now completing the Medusa? And Medusa
Big timing.
hasn't really been threatened. She's always like poked her head into a fight, got a kill, and then quickly scurried away. But they are split up on Quantum. They do
One
have...
thing to mention is it's Skadi without an Axe with Nightfall. So
Sure.
Oh, this could be a huge bait though. They're dangling the carrot. Will they take it? The illusion at least will see Kiyotaka on the back. Kiyotaka can't do anything about this illusion, so it's just going to follow him. Nightfall now going to join in the smoke. If anybody comes to this middle wave, they will be toast, but it's Iconrad who starts this just by throwing a bunch of goos over towards Kiyotaka, getting him nice and sticky to start off this fight. Toronto Tokyo still waiting. Iconrad feels like he doesn't really care if he gets jumped. Dangling, poking, posturing, being annoying, going in with the bristleback as well, using the active. Nullified once again. Nightfall, he wants him, and he goes chasing. They found themselves a good situation. The vacuum back from the Darkseer creates a whole bunch of illusions and a whole lot of mess on the screen right now. Nobody's really dying here. Kiyotaka's getting kind of low. There's a grip coming out onto the Bristle. Bristle will be your first casualty. Emptiness running away on the back lines. This is enough to force back Quantum, or do they still want to try and take this fight? Emptiness being moved around by the Nightwalkers. A nice path from the low ground onto Kiyotaka. He's getting very low here. Emptiness, he wants to finish the job so badly. He will do it. It costs him his life, but absolutely worth it. A TP out from Toronto Tokyo is going to get him to safety. Nightfall also pulling the parachute cord on this one. They will leave on Aurora once again, submitting the fight over towards Quantum as Lucas takes out Mira. Another fight. I mean, this one very, very even in terms of the heroes which actually died, but Aurora, they give up the ground. They leave.
Yeah, it's all a matter of the tombstone. I think at the start of the fight, because that tombstone doesn't get killed off, Quantum, and it's a like high ground checkpoint. Oh, wait a second, the fight continues to go to the Nightfall. Back up 3
Set, but the RP coming down onto the two of them, but where is the follow-up damage? It's not there because Mary's there. Ice Path in response. Stops the Medusa being able to follow up, but Lucas, he's sort of in a weird spot right now. The Medusa is just constantly pecking away at him. He's going to go and use the Sunder, but of course doesn't really do much to Nightfall, but they found Toronto Tokyo on the sides. They'll bunch him away. He doesn't actually get out the skewer because he gets interrupted by the Hurricane Pike. Pretty nice from Lucas there. The unconventional use of the melee Hurricane Pike cancels out the skewer and gets him the kill on Toronto Tokyo. These guys, they are cooking, T.
They are cooking, but again, to talk about the previous fight for a second, that is the fact that Quantum, they couldn't kill the Tombstone. They had to kind of like hold their own, wait for that to expire. And then Aurora, they themselves, they wait for this Weaver. They grab the Weaver, but it takes so long to kill him. The Medusa illusion just clicking away the entire time with the Jakira. We are going to see a replay here, but like Ankrad, he starts this engagement with so much confidence. I'm still surprised he hasn't picked up the Lotus, but again, maybe that's a discussion for another time. It's a 3-man vacuum, but the position, like low ground to high ground, you can see Lucas on the right-hand side. He doesn't really want to start this engagement. It's not optimal for him. But yeah, Aurora overstay their welcome. In the pressure of losing their bristleback, they don't back down. And the fact that, look at this Aurora, they're waiting for the entire sleep duration to expire to then go for a kill, but he gets the time lapse. They miss the stun, and Kiyotaka goes down to the support. So it's like they're just blundering the clutch moments. While Quantum, in the clutch moments, they're hitting the 2 stuns that they have.
And that's the one thing we said about this team, you know, laning, not great. Overall game plan, you know, not great.
Yeah.
Drafts, though, good. Clutch moments, very, very good. Quantum, we can definitely categorize them as a clutch team. They like to be team fighting, they like to be playing up, and yeah, it seems in the crunch versus Aurora, they're putting up an incredibly good fight in this game too.
Do you want to give Toronto Tokyo a break about talking about him and Magnus, or what's the plan? Where do you want to move to?
Let's be
like-
positive. Let's talk about item timings we've got coming soon and how they're going
Okay.
to change the game.
Right, so Jakira's looking towards an Aghanim, that's pretty good. Nightfall, of course, looking for the MKB. That MKB should allow him to post Aegis on Terrorblade, you know, try and get a kill. And yeah, AC from Kiyotaka, as we see from the quick buy. Like, there's big damage items available for Aurora. Like, that's why I'm so baffled. Like, they kill anyone in an RP or a grip, they're dead.
Remember the Weaver as well. It's a really, really big one. Panto trying to get out, but it's going to get cooked up by Mary. There comes a ceaseless dirge, though, so we'll be back straight away.
That's a good point. The Aghanim and the Weaver.
Yeah,
Don't see support Weaver too much,
huge
but
difference maker.
if he can Sakuchi and time-lapse someone that gets RP'd or gripped, keeping them alive, you know, Aurora, they're locked into that one fight. The RP fight, the grip fight, the tombstone fight. So if Weaver can come to break any of that, it will be very, very good. But Bane, also actually getting close to a big item himself. 800 gold away from the Aghanims. That'll then create 2 illusions, also gripping the target. You have to then stun all 3. The 2 illusions plus the main hero to stop the Fiend's grip.
Kiyotaka's getting ran at right now. Smoke
Story
up
of the
from
game,
Lucas,
mate. Story of the
Yayo.
game.
Yep, has been. BKB TP out instantly. Yayo does not have the Aghanim Scepter, so no way to interrupt. He has finished the Gleipnir and the Blue Dagger, so in the fights he is going to be
And
absolutely.
put.
This is exactly the same point he died in last time, but this time he's actually able to get down. Oh, never mind. Yayo drags him straight away back up again. It's not just the Undying, but the Medusa's here as well. Forced to use the Stone Gaze to try and get herself back. Panto, very much dead though. Mary goes for a very, very optimistic Ice Path. Doesn't quite land.
They're going to grip onto the Weaver. Meanwhile, okay, support for support. That's a pretty big kill. Again, he has the Aghanims, so that save component has been removed. In Toronto Tokyo, use the RP. I didn't actually see where that was. Grab the Terrorblade. No RP again. Don't forget.
Yeah, this might be Iconrad in some trouble, though. That said, he's just leaving. Whoa! Well, Lucas! He's got the Aegis, so that Sunder absolutely working out for them now. He saves him, gets himself out. How can Aurora not punish this?
It's a matter of RP. I didn't really pay attention to where he used it, but that's the difference maker there.
No RP. Bristle is just being so annoying in this game as well. It's like every single fight is Quantum held like in a nice position. As for, you know, they've got their Terrorblade on the front line, the Darkseer just to the side slightly, the 2 support position behind. Very, very nice. And then Iconrad just in the middle of the 5 Aurora heroes every single time. Whether it's because he's been dragged back by the Magnus or whether it's
He
by
doesn't
his own
choose to be
volition of
there
just
half the time,
walking
yeah.
in. Yeah, it is usually his own choice. Sometimes he gets assisted by Toronto Tokyo. I almost feel like Toronto Tokyo wants to be on tossing him away. Oh, get out of here.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Feels pretty bad for Lucas. His courier died. They had the Orb of Frost, so he's got a Skadi, but he's just waiting for like the cheapest item. Like he could have probably just like dropped it on the ground, got a teammate to maybe like, you know, bring
Yeah,
it to him, but
Fountain
buy
or
a new
something,
one.
Maybe the Weaver when he was dead. I don't know. Yeah, that is kind of silly looking.
Bristle. He's been grabbed to the backline so many times that, you know, with the outward staff, he can now just combo break just a little bit there, just go off the entire
really
map
cool
for
item.
0.7 seconds.
Dire's top tower
Very nice. Against Magnus as well, it's like you get skewered, you press it, he misses RP, it's going to feel awful. Kiyotaka is he going to TP or is he going to BKB TP? That's the question. Or die. The last like minute of gameplay has been Magnus BKB TPing, Kunkka BKB TPing,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
and Nightfall farming his BKB to most likely subsequently TP himself.
That said, Aegis just kind of times out without really anything being done with
Okay.
it.
Refresher time, Nomad.
Yo,
This is it.
surely,
You're at the
surely
high
this is the
ground.
moment.
You got 2 RPs, 2 skewers, 2 horn tosses. The team fight control, the synergy of Aurora has been dwindling in this game. But now Toronto, Tokyo.
I'm ready. I'm
everything's
doing
on
my
the
vocal
table.
warm-ups. I've shut the
Yep.
windows so I don't annoy the neighbors. Toronto, Tokyo, come on. Give me some fireworks, buddy. Get yourself back into this game.
As much as we're memeing it, like the fight from Aurora should be like on a 5-on-5. It really shouldn't. There's no question. They should be winning the fight, right? They got the Tombstone, Ags on the Bane, Refresher Magnus, you got AC on the Kunkka to buff up the damage of the Medusa. Like everything should go the way of Aurora on a 5-on-5. They just have not been able to execute on it due to the constant threat of Bristle running in, forcing the spells out and not allowing Aurora to control their own fight. They're victim to reacting.
Gotta be a little bit careful with the mana management on Toronto, Tokyo, by the way.
Yes, that is true.
It's not too bad, but it's a little close. You know, if you start using too many spells, okay. It's fine. Calibration. That was a flash laugh for emptiness as well.
I think, yeah, it's more important he makes the mistake there than 5 minutes later at the high ground, doesn't get the Terrorblade, dies, and game gets difficult, right? So, I mean, gets difficult. It's very difficult, but
Dire's courier has been killed.
he cannot miss another Horn Toss skewer. Bristle goes for the Basher. He's like, oh, these guys just keep BKB TPing, man. Like, they are looking for Kiyotaka. Weaver and Bristle back TP to the bottom tier 2. Kiyotaka, he's Xing himself for the wave, and with the Basher, this TP,
Not guaranteed.
he actually doesn't know that
It
the
is not
Basher-
guaranteed. Oh no, Kiyotaka! The BKB. It doesn't work out. The reveal on the Basher is gonna seal his fate. Good night, Kunkka.
Silver lining, he has buyback.
All right. Crazy that we're in this position. I mean,
Yeah.
what is happening? Oh, that vacuum was almost game-winning.
Medusa's hair was like, fluttering in the base.
That was a no buyback producer there, Tegan.
Yeah.
That was almost a game-winning vacuum. Would have been absolutely insane.
What a way to lose the second game. Oh, he hit
Here
the
we
combo.
go. There's the
There it
catch
is.
coming out onto emptiness. They see him, they get him, they kill him. The fly swatter in full effect. We go.
I just love the fact that this is a game where Aurora are like 110% have to be focused right now. It's like any wrong misstep, they are just gonna really struggle. Like the team fight needs to go their way. They have all the team fight on their cards. In Quantum, they can't get complacent. Like they're finding these pickoffs, they're choking out the map. But if they lose the respect for the Magnus, if they lose the respect for the Bane,
Tower is under attack.
it just takes one death on the Terrorblade without the Aegis. They're all get so much more confident. It's only it's like 9,000 gold lead. At this stage of the game, that means nothing.
It really doesn't.
Aurora, they smoke up, but without the Kunkka, they don't really want to cross the river. And the mid creeps are hitting their tier 3. So the alarm bells are ringing for Quantum.
Yeah, they'll
Smoke
take back
is in
their
play.
outposts. Kind of giving everybody a pretty clear idea on what's happening.
Panthers
Aurora,
looking for the Dagon.
are controlling the Roshan area, so... Okay,
grab the
attack,
Bristle.
but there's Skewer
He's by
back
himself.
coming out onto the Bristle. Bristle RP'd, and he will die.
Wait, he died to Roshan. He walked out of the pit and roared.
He just roared. That was really funny. How the hell?
Because the last Roshan went the way of Quantum.
I mean, it's
so Roshan leaves the
422
pit.
damage. That's a pretty clean kill steal. But anyway, Roshan's going down, and the Aegis will belong to Nightfall. They're trying to poke and prod and annoy him with a wall, with an ice path, but it's not anything.
Sorry, but can we take a moment to really understand that? The last Roshan went the way of Quantum. So Aurora start the Roshan, they grab the Bristleback. It obviously leaves the
Bristle's
pit because,
quill.
and then Bristle's Quill then makes Roshan raw. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh,
I'd
mate,
like to request a replay when possible. Oh, God. DJ, spin that disc.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Middle tier 2 starting to fall now. Quantum. How are you playing on the back line? Still 6k gold ahead. Very, very rich. And the Bristle, the TD, Darkseer, they all got their items, they all got their money. Oh my god, he actually went for the Des and Blood right on Darkseer. The range of vacuum right now is absolutely insane.
15 talent, the glide near. The tier 4 neutral item, he's got everything. Unfortunately, we don't get to see
Des and Blood right.
Yeah, I was going to say tier 4 to emphasize the stage of the game. You've already said the name of the item. Yeah, it's fine. I was trying to 1-2 punch with you.
Right.
So anyway, they aggro out the pit, and then the Quill, ready?
Yeah.
It's really funny.
Roshan, he claims his bounty.
Do you think if Aurora win this, it still counts as like a loss from like the fans and themselves? Like the game 2?
Yep. I'm
Again, just for context, in case you just tuned in, we are talking about Seed 1 of the qualifier, consistent top 8 tier 1 team, versus 3rd place in the 2nd open qualifier, bottom seed of a qualifier, and often bottom seed in a TI qualifier is like the mixed stack that formed like 3 days ago. Or like, yeah.
To take it a step further as well, in a qualifier where 2 teams dropped out, therefore we had 6 open qualifier teams.
Yes.
Yes.
There's a lot of work to be done, especially I think when Aurora has this much of
The range of this iron shell. Insane.
was it the range? I'm like, look, I'm clicking around the map like, what am I looking for? What am I looking for?
It's just Darkseer. He's just iron shelling an entire wave down under smoke. Things that have never been seen.
Nightfall with the Aegis, they took the mid racks, they've taken the top racks. Now we have to start asking the questions, what does Quantum want to do to try and take a fight?
Yep, it's not easy. Nightfall's kind of just unstoppable at the moment. That's a huge starting point. Oh, here we go though. In comes the Horndos onto the 2 of the Wash. He's just stuck near in this one as well, and he's going to be able to actually get himself away back over. Now, it's Kiyotaka getting sort of low. A lot of damage coming out from the high ground, but there's a save coming out from the tombstone, and got to be careful with Ikaradus. Once again, Emptiness on the sidelines does get caught out, but that is rip used onto the Weaver. They're going to use this opportunity to kill off the tombstone, and Nightfall, he's getting very low indeed. Cheese given over to him by a teammate. That's going to keep him going for now. Don't forget, still has the Aegis, so plenty of health still remaining, plenty of life still to come, but doesn't want to lose that easily, but a grab onto Einkrad once again, grabbing it back with a massive vacuum coming down onto the 4 of them, but it doesn't make a difference. They've lost their Bristle. With no buyback on the Bristleback, things are about to get very scary. The scariest it's been so far for Quantum in this game. Can they hold meta? It runs out. That is a bad, bad sign for them. Is a courier able to get to the secret shop to get him a refresher? It's not. This is probably just however much they can take in 60 seconds. There is going to be no fight left for Quantum. Buyback does come off cooldown for the Bristleback at least, so he's able to get into the game. In fact, it was Emptiness who bought back and went and got a bounty rune to give them the money to do so. That's pretty sick.
Radiant are scanning.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
A lot of tension in this game. Aurora, they will lay off the gas for now. I am really, really surprised they've backed away from this. Bristleback is dead. Metamorphosis is on cooldown. Why did they leave T?
Aurora have been losing this game for nearly like what feels like 30 minutes. Discipline has to kick in at this stage of the game. You take the 2 racks, you full reset. In their minds, they can win the fight. They're starting to hit the RPs. They've started to sync up with Kiyotaka.
Well, not without their conquer, they won't. And it looks like Kiyotaka might have gotten caught out again. And that said, he buys himself a little bit of time, but the route is there. He's on fire. He is gone. Kiyotaka, what is happening?
Brother, it's 49 minutes into the game. Why do you not have buyback? He bought a disperser.
Yeah, almost got him out of that one as well until it didn't.
I don't think we need to talk about he might have survived with this item that deleted his buyback. What is oh my! Like, for Aurora, I was just saying discipline, and you take mid racks, you take top racks. In their mind, it's like that Aegis gave them the life to take 2 racks, in which Quantum they couldn't break the base. Even though Toronto had a shaky game, sometimes it's an RP, sometimes doesn't. And Dying barely gets out with the ice punch, but yeah.
How open was he? Something like a little mini clip. They're still trying to find him. They think they got him with the ice bath. They suddenly realized, actually, yeah, he's probably gone.
So now we're back in the position of, is Nightfall strong enough and confident enough to make the same calls when he doesn't have the Aegis? Maybe picking up the BKB, but with a BKB, like, what does he want to get rid of? Is he getting rid of Manta? But then he can't dispel the... I mean, you have BKB then to get rid of Reflection instead. It's quite an expensive way to do it.
Yeah. My thoughts as well. Quantum.
Yes. I just love the fact that we're getting to the stage of the game and it's like we might have buybacks, we might not.
Who knows?
We might hit an RP, we might not.
I mean, look at the buyback status on the side of Quantum right now. They're just all in. Quinton. There is one buyback available, and it is on the Terrorblade. Everybody else, they're just buying these big items. Blink Dagger bought from the Weaver to make sure he can get off the Aghanim's time lapse, which I think is important. I think Emptiness for me, once he picked up his Aghanims, you have to change the way you play this hero because your hero becomes a different hero. You stop being a deep killing guy and you start becoming a saving hero with the Blink, with the time lapse. But even pre-Blink, you've still got Shikuchi. I think going into the backlands constantly stops becoming as effective, even though the Swarm is really important to drop. I want to see Emptiness step up in the next fight. I want to see him get off a good time lapse. I mean, he did have a good one onto the Bristleback, to be fair. Like, he saved Iconrad massively from the Horn Toss due to his positioning, so I could be wrong. It's happened before.
Quantum.
Santo's trying to farm, but Nightfall's just not letting him. But there's a smoke up from Quantum here. They're going to look for a target, and they may have just found one. Ponto, they're going to get on top of him here. Nullifier comes out to make sure that Ghost Scepter is going to do absolutely zilch. Illusions will deal with the Tombstone. It's going to be a extra 200 gold for Lucas from that kill as well. Season Surge comes out, but it's going to be too late for Mira as he falls as well. Lucas picks up yet another.
This stage of the game, it's what pickoffs occur, when do they occur? Is it near Roshan? Is Roshan respawning soon, right? The window of it respawning is in the next 10 seconds, and that 3-minute time will start kicking in. We saw Aurora with great confidence. If they get the next Aegis, you have to just... We got to say that they're probably going to win the game, right? So for Quantum, can they find more kills in this 3-minute window? Can they keep chain killing Aurora to ensure that they get the Roshan? Going high ground, not really a task that Quantum have... tried to, really do. 2 minutes. When's it going to respawn? Actually, it's a short respawn time. It should be up pretty soon.
Oh yeah, it's very very quick.
Yep.
Still no Bane. Oh, I'm going to say the bit. There you go.
There's Roshan, yeah.
Bing, 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 bing.
No stun available on the dire side. And because Aurora took the last Roshan, there's no more. So it's their turn to get another Aegis.
Iconrad's going to be the one to take it.
Yeah,
I really like
rate that.
Actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, he's been targeted by
Breezy.
Toronto, Tokyo 2-3 fights in a row now. You put an Aegis on him, and off you go, boss. Please RP me.
Yeah,
Try
take me
your
in.
best.
I'd like to go into the enemy team, please. I wonder if this changes how the Magnus is going to play it. Is he going to keep on trying to drag the Bristleback in? It's going to hurt so much to try and kill him twice in the middle of your team.
Has he been promoted though? That's the real question. Because right now he's on RP, the frontline level of Magnus. Has he got the qualifications yet to get promoted to RPing the backline? That's the real question that we have to ask ourselves. Has Nightfall given him the permission as the captain?
That is true. Lucas, what's he going for? Okay, do we have a quick Ags check on the Medusa real quick? Okay, she has now got an Ags and Medusa. Alright, good. I was going to say, it was disturbingly late into the game when he actually went for this versus like a heavy illusion lineup, but I'm glad we finally now have
Oh, jumping in.
Oop, BKB jump in. I mean, they're still going for him every single time. RP even committed as well, but the vacuum wall is good response from Yayo here, and is getting good damage off. They're going to have to save the Bane to start this fight. Iconrad's still alive on the front. Lucas having to actually back away from Nightfall, but now the Stone Gate's over. He can start really dealing the damage, and these huge vacuums. You just get everybody every single time for free. Nightfall is running out of mana, and he's running out of health. Up to the high ground, he shall go. Getting himself out with that speed from his teammates. Double wall, not doing a whole lot here. The Weaver does die in the middle of this. Double RP also being used. But they didn't even get the Aegis and the Bristleback. No major kills, just emptiness falling once again.
The first life was time-lapse, like you said. So, yeah, Weaver stepping up to the intensity of the late game. Gets the save on a Bristleback. A Bristleback with the Aegis. Oof. FPS drop. I'm sorry, Mira. You've entered the late game of Dota.
Yeah.
FPS is not your friend anymore.
There's two walls on the ground. There's illusions everywhere. It's Arcana as well with the little footsteps. It's yeah. Gonna
I
start
think
to struggle a
Vacuum
bit
is
at this
actually
point.
the spell that makes it the laggiest at the moment. Like, if I'm trying to think of, like, in this game, you got zombies getting generated from Tombstone. The Tombstone on death says two Tombstones generating zombies. You then have Vacuum, which
Whoa.
for some reason that is
Damn.
beautiful.
My guy does not skip chest day. Legs? Yeah, legs ain't looking so good. And we're not going to talk about that one, Mr. Patrick. Nope. Thank you very much. Back, also looking good. Hard to see under those big sort of Archangel death wings, but anyway.
Did he even channel the Watcher? He didn't. He gave up.
He's a carry, he doesn't channel watches.
Hey, take the Watcher. No. Fine, didn't take the Watcher. You are just tuning in. This is the upper bracket. If Aurora are to win, Quantum will be going to the lower bracket.
With a ton of confidence, might I add.
Yeah, this game is inspiring for Quantum for sure. I think, especially when you're one of like the newer teams to a qualifier, you don't really know your identity. You need to find out what works, what doesn't. A lot of the official games kind of become your scrims as you kind of morph into the tournament. And the play style of this game, like the nuisance of Ankrad, the follow-up of Palantinos in the Darkseer, that is a recipe that I want to see replicated in all the future games that they have.
Yeah, this is the formula that works for you. You got to distill what exactly it was that made you so successful here against an incredibly good team, and then try to replicate it in your future games. This is the napkin in which the plans are drawn on. Yeah, you're gonna see Mira here. Immediately blinks away. Don't want anything to do with him, but it's gonna be such a deep drag back onto the Bristleback. Grip's coming through as well. Yayo trying to help out, trying to cancel out the grip, but that's not gonna work. Mira too far away for once. The rest of the team, can they come in and help out this Bristle? I don't know if they can. Does have buyback on the Bristle if he really wants to use it, but Aurora, they're showing a lot of restraint here. They don't want to go for this.
Oh, the quill cancel his blink! He had a 3-man RP! Oh.
But again, Iconrad, his positioning, he's always so far up, and it's just making it an absolute nightmare for Toronto Tokyo to ever get in the right place for an RP.
I also think I got baited by observer vision, not their vision as well. I think the Magnus did have to walk past the tree line to actually see them. When he saw them, he got quilled. But if he doesn't get quilled there, that is a 3-man RP.
I mean, he blinks, he looks for it,
close.
and he probably gets it, so wouldn't be surprised.
All right,
Both teams
Kiyotaka.
are showing so much restraint at this point.
What are we gonna buy on Kunkka to lose buyback, boss?
Didn't pop the meta, and they're going to go onto Kiyotaka again. Kiyotaka, he goes for the middle wave, and he will die for it. It's just a problem that's been representing itself over and over again. Kiyotaka cannot resist that middle wave.
Farm is fun. Nightfall though.
Whoa, Nightfall. Yeah, BKB. No TP.
Oh, BKB and Wolf. That's a new one.
Yeah, this is not the Nightfall. Anto's here though. Disperse is out as well. The rest of the team nearby. They will
Get
go
the
hunting,
wisdom.
but they will not be finding. And yeah, Toronto Tokyo able to grab the wisdom just in time. Do we have any funky level 25s which you don't get to see very often? Any supports getting there?
Medusa no, Kunkka no.
25.
I don't know. You said support, so I started
Supports.
listening with the cores. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. But they're not really there close to 25. So I was looking at the current 25 heroes to quickly refresh myself.
Hold on, we have plus 2.5% Liquid Frost, Max Fire. Oh shit, we have an RP coming down, at least onto emptiness. Alright, but 5-man vacuum and a wall coming out. Mirror is not enjoying that. They're gonna have to use a Stone Gaze just to get the illusions off them. That is wild.
A lot of damage.
But again, emptiness, he's just dying a little bit too much in this game for my liking. 1 in 12 at this point.
Doesn't really matter though. Going back to the 25 talent real quick. Jakiro talent against Medusa, it's kind of whatever, right? You're playing on max health against Medusa who has 1600 health. It'll be nice against Undying and Magnus and Kunkka, but yeah, against Medusa, nothing. The other three heroes, really, really strong.
Yeah. And he has been able to get off some clicks in these fights. Mary has been pretty active on attacking on the Jakiro, utilizing that shard nicely.
Alright. Quick step back from 7.39. Do you think this game would have been as difficult if we were still on 7.3 and had Ninja Gear available? Like, do you think that like this game and its intensity is built under the fact that Magnus doesn't have a free pass to hitting, you know, every uppy he truly wants?
Yeah.
Because of the lack of the neutralizer.
And it's much easier for Yayo to land these huge vacuums because his radius is basically the size of a screen, so... I like the 350 AoE surge as well, which is essentially like 700 AoE surge now. Oh, it actually shows us 784 AoE on vacuum. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Live updating content. 59 minutes into the game.
Ooh.
I'm
Here
gonna
we go,
quickly
T.
tell- Yeah.
Tier 5
60
neutral
minute.
items.
Have we? Oh God, no! I forgot.
Come on,
Changed.
Divine Regalia.
I gotta double check all of them. All right.
Yeah, me too.
Stygian,
I'm looking real
Fallen
quick.
Sky, yeah.
Helm of the Undying. Oh god, that's going to be confusing as hell.
They dive and then they keep come back again. That is just That is. In
Wish
this
us
game
luck,
where it's
guys.
like it's all about that jump or that burst, that could be game breaking. So
don't know
I'm
if
voting for
Divine-
Helm of the Undying is needed.
Yeah, Helm of the Undying is like best game.
Ooh,
Goodness, that is a big catch here from Toronto Tokyo. 2 cautious found. Second RP coming down as well. They have lost the TB, they've lost the Darkseer, and they've lost the Bristleback. There is no buyback on that Darkseer, by the way. Asleep at the wheel, Quantum, and Toronto Tokyo punishes heavily. I mean, that was not a fight. That was just an execution in the middle lane. The only survivor is the Weaver, which makes a very big change.
And the Darkseer doesn't have buyback because he also spent his gold.
Oh, no.
Oh,
He
no.
bought the refresher orb and he wanted to use it in the middle lane. And now his team are going to have to try and do it without him. Metamorphosis is available at least. We have to be so careful. Yeah, there's no RP, but that Horn Toss is still such a big threat. And Nightfall, he didn't use anything there. Stone Gaze is still up and running as Icarite going in the backlands like a lunatic. Terrorblade's going to buy back into this one. He knows they won't be able to deal with him. If Medusa wants to take the buildings, she's got to focus on those. And in comes Lucas on the backlands as well, trying to look in for the Undying, but they've gotten the Mega Creeps now on the side of Aurora. They will lose Panto. They won't be losing anybody else for now. Cease's Dirge coming out as well, allowing him to respawn. Now the question becomes, can they kill Nightfall? And the answer comes yes, because he has no TP. So, sorry guys, no hype
This
here.
game, this is actually so much better than we could have asked for because
Dude,
now
this is the best game of the qualifiers so
like
far.
the Darkseer now he's gonna respawn. Sure, you're against Mega Creeps, but like, kind of whatever, you know. And now Nightfall's up for 80 seconds. Roshan could respawn again. And then when I look at that timer, it kind of feels like it's what, about 30 seconds away. Plus, if they get Kiyotaka out, he's got Big Giddy but no TP. Nice.
Yeah, but they
Disengage.
don't have the greatest chase here.
They don't.
Other side.
Against the Disperser, it's a bit of a problem.
Every spot possible to keep himself alive here.
Rules from Emptiness, he tried to find the angle for it, but they might be chasing Alyssa a little bit too hard now, and they're trying to get their tier 5 neutral items.
Pretty sure if I read the timer correctly, Roshan should be up in, like what, 62, 25, 30 maybe? Oh, I'm looking at the bottom pit. Don't know why.
It should be pretty soon, yeah.
Yeah.
Within like next 10 seconds.
Right, I said 62.25, right? Let's see if my Roshan clock reading is good enough. Oh, Weaver.
Just playing with Kiyotaka. By the way, I love that Jakira still has Tumblr's toy at 60 minutes into the
Let's
game.
look at this clock real quick. 21. 20. Ah, 3 seconds off. All right, I'll take that. You know, that's like a B grade, I think.
Can't help but feel Quantum. They wanted to get some neutrals before this started.
Kiyotaka.
Ooh, Iconrad can actually get one, but he's in the middle of a fight right now, so that's probably not going to happen as he's surfed away from this. Lucas getting onto Panto. Panto will be die. Although I say that, in comes the Tombstone. Can he keep himself alive here? They're struggling to finish the job, but there's Lucas dealing the damage from the side. They've got to kill off another Tombstone now. Nightfall, he's in. Toronto Tokyo on top of Lucas. There's the RP coming out onto him. He's in trouble. He needs some help, but he's not going to find it. No buyback available. The return kill comes out on Toronto Tokyo, but Nightfall's completely untouched during this, and there's a lovely, lovely grip out onto the Darkseer, who still doesn't have buyback from this. This might be the end. They might just go for the finish here. Aurora, what's going to stop them realistically? Mary is dead. Roshan, they could consider it if they wanted it. Buyback from Toronto Tokyo, and yet they're going to want everything in their pockets to go for this. Nope, never mind. Nightfall just wanted to bait Panto into getting beaten up by Roche. They're going for it.
It's because Kiyotaka's in mid lane. Oh,
God.
We know how that mid laner running it down mid.
So let's see. They're trying to set up for something fun here. Emptiness is in the tree line. He's looking for an opportunity to get off that Aghanim's fiend. The time lapse. They've got to time it perfectly, and he kind of does. Not really making a difference. As I say that, they're getting so very low. The quills are stacking up, but it's not enough. They had a dream, they had a plan, it didn't work out. A great game from Quantum, but ultimately Aurora, they do close it out. They do find the finish. 2-0 Aurora, but it does not feel like it, T.
I've never felt so uncomfortable at the conclusion of a series before. Like, sure, Aurora, they show their, their experience to be able to eventually win out this game. The mid RP from the Magnus on Toronto Tokyo to grab the Terror Blade and the Darkseer to then punish the Darkseer no buyback to get the Mega Creeps. It's like it was an awkward game from the Magnus. Like, he had to resort to grabbing the Bristleback for a couple times. The early to mid game, it was turbulent, but again, like in always, it's that one RP, it's that one grab, and the game's fully on your side. And yeah, I think for Quantum, they should take this game, motivate themselves to find this strategy, to replicate it again, because it was a decent showing from them. To go up against the seed 1 of the qualifier and to make it go past 60 minutes is testament to your individual mechanical skill. But yeah, this is it. After, again, the turbulent game Toronto Tokyo had, that is the grab that pretty much wins them the game.
It is, yeah. There's a few minor mistakes coming out from Quantum. I mean, obviously that was a major one, setting it mid like that under vision. It's always going to cost you really, really big. Not having buyback on the Darkseer also made things very difficult. And in this last fight, I just want to watch this one again because it did just end in a flash. Medusa getting in and causing them a whole bunch
Look at the
of
grip
issues.
though. So the Darkseer on the right hand side, he's like, guys, all right, my carry's about to die. If I get an illusion of the Medusa, maybe there's a chance. Stone Gaze is on cooldown, and he goes to blink in, boom! Instant grip. Yeah.
Those reactions from Mira.
Like there is a world where it's like, if he doesn't get gripped, if he gets the Hex, the clone, refreshes, another clone, like double Medusa, sure, you're dead on like TB, but there's at least something to fight around. You're not saying that you win the game from it, but you go from losing the game to like a 10% chance of surviving for another fight. But yeah, just what What a game.
Oof,
What a
indeed.
Again, I'm just speechless. You know, I'm just like, oof. Everything that could have happened in the Dota game happened. There was deaths without buybacks. There was buybacks with, you know, multiple deaths. There was, you know, TPs out, BKB TPs out. Good game. Very nice game.
Very nice game indeed, yes. Did have a few tier 5s at the end, but obviously our standout character is going to be Nightfall. 1,000 XPM, 1,000 GPM, 1,000 last hits in this game as well. 65,000 hero damage. I mean, you know, it's a Medusa. It's what we expect, but Nightfall very much pulling in an absolute shift on this hero. The one person who didn't really get caught out much, the one person who didn't really fall behind on his timings at all, and definitely the reason for Aurora's win here in game number 2, which does mean that unfortunately Quantum going down to the lower bracket with a 2-0, but definitely with a smile on their faces as they will continue to play in these qualifiers, as this was the upper bracket match. Aurora move on to their next series, and we will be doing the exact same thing. We've got our next series of the day coming up shortly. We'll be jumping into our next one, which will of course be Na'Vi playing up against the other open qualifier team, which is of course Runa, who we saw play yesterday and put in a pretty decent performance. So we'll be heading over to that one. We'll jump over for a short break, about 10 minutes or so, and then we'll be back with that series. See you in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the Road to the International. Once again, we're jumping into our next series, and this one could be maybe a little bit close, but I'm fully expecting Navi to just walk this. You know, they've been. It's time to make a statement, I think, for Navi. And a lot of these qualifiers, they've come close, but haven't quite gotten it. But with Aurora showing a little bit of weakness in the last series, it's a good opportunity for Navi to kind of show us what's really going on here, T.
You say that, but I actually have just no idea. I have no read on Navi, right? Because as an organization, right, they participated at PGL Valahia Season 3, in which they were quite underwhelming. At that point, they had QBFY on the 4 position, they had Shad on the carry, Sanctity on the mid lane, and now we've got Yoragi on the carry, got Copy to mid, we've, picked up, Ari now to 4 as well, and then they also played a qualifier with a kind of a hybrid version of that stack, because there was like another iteration before this one. They didn't do too well there, they lost to Aurora, 3-0 in the grand finals, so it's like, since Navi's last LAN, the roster has changed a lot. They played one online tournament, which they have won, to be fair, tier 3 online tournament, but there's no real data to apply, especially with Copy being added to the mid lane. So as an organization, I expect them to do well in the region in qualifiers, often getting to, top 3. But with this version, I have no idea. I'm really excited to see how strong they are, as they have been, quietly scrimming away in the build-up to the TI qualifiers.
Absolutely, and they have been putting the work in, as we know. Navi, big organization, they've got the funding, they've got the support stuff, and they expect a lot from their players. So we'll see what they can pull out here. But yeah, it is a bit of an enigma. We don't really know how they're going to do. We can assume they're going to do well because of the organization and because of the players, but assumptions only get you so far. And to be honest with you, have not had a consistent year at all. None of these players really have, to be honest. Ario has been on OG for most of the year. We all know how that's been going. Copy started the year on Nouns, and then Nouns fell apart, and he's kind of been jumping around since then. Not been looking great. I think Yuragi's been on Navi for a little bit.
He was on break. Yeah, he went to the active side of things. He kind of returned to Dota, I think, kind of in the first half of the year, and then kind of kicked up some pacing, and then obviously rejoined the roster as he was, of course, on contract. But yeah, it's just like when you look at the roster, it is just a lot of like, what ifs, maybes, and they
very high potential players, but very inconsistent players.
Yeah. Oh God, did you hear that? My chair.
We did.
Broke.
Yes.
Oh my God. Why am I?
Your chair?
Yeah, it was my chair.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
I tried moving it. Oof. I have no idea if it came to stream,
mid-stream.
but yeah. Well,
at least we can get it on camera if your chair collapses. Production, make sure you got that one ready.
Just got that rolling? All right, great.
Yeah, give us a picture-in-picture if it happens mid-game, please. Thank you.
Oh my God, they're going for a smoke. Guy!
See T flying off on the sidelines. Jesus, Nicky Cool's got his brightness up. There we go.
Yeah, what was that about?
Let me just look at this white page for a minute. Interesting. Kunk are going to be the opening for Runa team, and Navi, they're going to start things off with a Storm Spirit. Is it legal to first phase a Storm Spirit, T, Governor?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine. As we know from the Husker vs Storm matchups and all kind of like the weird matchups, Storm just happily hits jungle and thrives in the fact that you can jungle quite effectively. So knowing that your mid hero has a really good insurance policy means that you can kind of pick it blind. And in the game, it always has an impact. If the game's difficult, down the line, you grab an Aghanims, you hit that 2-3-man vortex, you're turning around. If the game's good, you're crushing the tempo with Witchblade and Sanj Kaya, and you're finding constant kills. So I honestly don't mind it. I think when I coached Copy on jiggling, the mind control stack, for like a month, he excelled as a player when he was really confident to pick his hero early. Like, he's not the type of mid laner. Sure, he'll happily pick a Husker or like a Puck or something like this in like a good counter matchup, but the Copy that thrives is the one that has a early pick Pango or mid Earth Spirit, a Storm Spirit, like any of these heroes. You protect it with like one ban, and then he knows, I know what matchups I'm expecting to play against. I know my timings. I will command my game because I'm confident enough to take my pick early on, which then gives another core player more information in the draft. So yeah, I think that already seeing Storm Spirit picked up this early on is testament to Copy being confident with his hero pool and returning to the form in which he is often playing his best Dota at. So yeah, I have no complaints with the Storm Spirit.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
We have the Silencer coming out now from Na'Vi, a hero which has fallen off a little bit as of late, but still see him coming out time and time again. And with the Storm Spirit, it's a very nice combo. You're giving yourself a nice safety blanket for your Storm Spirit to use when he jumps into these fights. Should be good. I'm interested to see how this one works out for them and what position. Probably 5.
Yeah. With Silencer getting the change on his facet, he went from being a broken hero to a good hero. And
Yeah.
teams who don't pick him up, it's because their mindset is, oh, we must only play the broken heroes, right? So, yeah, I like it when teams still entertain the ones that get the nerfed. And, yeah, Global Silence will always be disruptive to preventing a boat, to stopping a save, enabling your Storm Spirit to jump in with confidence. Yeah, it kind of makes sure that your Storm doesn't have to, like, buy a BKB too early. Because, like, the Global's your cushioning, sorry.
Yeah. Next up, we got the Wind Ranger coming out for Runa team. Most likely going to
Already,
be
I'm
your
hoping for a
support
life
hero.
stealer. Yeah, I think it's like Kunkka is your flex right now, Windrunner is your 4, and then depending on what they pick here, will kind of show that. Realistically, I think they pick up position 5 to keep the Kunkka flex alive, but for Na'Vi, I wouldn't mind seeing like a Tusk, maybe a life stealer. These heroes, you got Tusk to snowball save from Kunkka spells, life stealer to have rage to not care about Kunkka. Like there's a lot of options, and okay, for now, they go for the Ancient Apparition, which, you know, classic hero, very very strong, but it is weak against Storm Spirit because you don't have lockdown. It's good for the Shackle Shot into Power Shot, Ice Blast from the Ancient Apparition, like using the Windrunner spells with the A. Like, you can kill anyone at any time, but you are picking up a support duo that often is the reason why you then go for a Storm, right? Hard to hit stuns on a very elusive hero. The Shadow Demon, okay. We see it a couple times, but not enough where we're like, okay, Shadow Demon's back. It really is like the occasional flare pickup, but you want to save a hero from Ice Blast, put them into a Disruption. You want to stop a Windrunner running away, then Ultimate her. If you want to stop a Kunkka from doing a combination, again, throw down a Disruption. I really hope he goes for the... I'm going to make sure I don't butcher the pronunciation. Yes, Promulgate.
Promulgate.
Promulgate. No, Promulgate.
Promulgate.
Oh my god, we failed that. Oh, I failed it miserably. Don't know why I'm bringing you down with me there, but...
I
Well, one
was
that makes
reading it, I was trying to
Disseminate
remember
really
it.
strong. 'Cause obviously you
Disseminate
take-
good, yes.
Yes.
Disseminate facet. An Axe. Okay, not a hero we've seen a whole lot of recently, but that'll be coming out from Na'Vi as well. Thoughts?
We just spoke about the facet choices, right? And if Shadow Demon does go for the Promulgate facet, which then gives heroes HP or takes them away depending on if it's on an ally or an enemy, right? Plus, it then does shared damage. You throw it onto an Axe, who hits like a 3-man call with Disseminate on top. You got Blade Mail plus this damage going around. Like it's just a lot of damage getting flowing around. So yeah, I don't know, it's an explosive pick-off combination between them. It feels like Na'Vi have 2 separate pick-off combinations. SD and Axe will go kill. Silence and Storm will go kill. And behind all of that, you have a last pick for Yuragi on a carry to relish with all the space and farm. So yeah, it's, I'm excited at the prospect of the brawl from Na'Vi, and for Runa, they understand this pick-off game, and I think Sven, as much as we don't see him too often, he's kind of like the middling carry. He feels like one of the best carries at chaotic pick-off games. He farms up, and he will make the pick-offs himself, right? So it's like if Storm's out hunting and oversteps to kill a Windrunner, Sven will just blink back on top and go, thanks for killing my Windrunner, I now kill you. He's really scary when you're playing like a skirmishing pick-off style of game, and yeah. So now the pick-off versus the pick-off with both of these lineups.
Absolutely, a lot of killing going to be taking place this game. A lot of sniping coming out for Runa as well here. Like you've got so many opportunities, like to just grab people on the back lines of the fight. Tidebringer, kill shot, ice blast. It's gonna be tough. These silencers and these shadow demons, like sure, there's not a ton of jump onto them, but like you could just die as an afterthought in the back of these fights if you're not careful. Very interesting. Let's see. These final picks here are going to help shape these drafts quite a lot. One thing about Na'Vi to be said is that they have very, very vulnerable backlines. If this Silencer or the Shadow Demon get jumped on, their fight is really going to fall apart quickly. So not only are they going to have to pick something which can offer threat, but they also need to protect the Silencer and the Shadow Demon somehow. They haven't really picked off an offlane that does that particularly well.
Technically, the supports do that to some degree, right? If you jump the SD, the Silencer can global. If you jump the Silencer, the SD can disrupt. So I think it's about positioning. But the speed in which they die is so quick that you cannot always rely on it. Like, Sven doesn't really care about global, right? Because once he blinks in, he always has a BKB to save him. And he's already probably used stun, right? Pre-global. But yeah, we'll see what they want to go for in that regard. Runa
Yes,
team,
Milan, the coach of Na'Vi, deep in thought here.
yes. Yeah, they want to carry, and Runa team wants either off lane or mid, depending on what's happening with the Kunkka. And yeah, Na'Vi, they ban out one of each. One mid, one off lane.
Yep, just keep it even.
And Yuragi
get
has
rid
so
of the
much
best hero
choice for
possible.
his carry.
5 seconds
He's
remaining.
played recently, at least. He's played Troll. He's played Omni. I mean, this is 2 months ago, but still. There's still Terribly. Oh, Terribly just got banned out. Unlucky.
All right, take that one out the pool.
Yep, gone. But yeah, into Sven, it feels like Terrorblade is the most kind of scripted option, just because you shove the wave so nicely that the pickoff that we just praised about for Na'Vi feels really good, where TV pushes the lanes, Axe finds the kills, Storm finds the kills, right? And then, of course, it's banned out. That's why it's gone. But
Yeah.
is there another carry that can do the same
10
thing?
seconds remaining.
But the Ricky from Runa team is really, really cool.
Yeah,
It's going to give
Ricky
them
mid, yeah.
the good silence against Storm Spirit, forcing him to go for an item he doesn't really want to build, whether that be 4-staff, whether that be BKB. He's going to have to do something to answer that. And then both the supports also probably going to have to deal with his Ricky somehow. Like we talked about how it can be tricky on the backlines, and this Ricky's just going to be such a disruptor to these fights. I really like this pick.
Yeah, it puts Na'Vi in a position where, let's assume Ricky gets good farm mid. Again, let's assume he's a mid, right? Because there's an argument where maybe Ricky's a support when known as a mid and all that stuff, but in the narrative that he is the mid, it's you get a good early timing of defusal and you just set everyone else up to feel really good. Na'Vi, though, they take a Medusa.
Select your heroes.
Alrighty then.
Yep.
Big
Yeah.
carry hero, and it
It is
does
mid-Ricky,
kind of
yeah.
do what I like. You know, they sort of Silencer and Shadow Demon can sort of just like cuddle under Yuragi's wings, and they should kind of be okay. Interesting. I like it though.
Yeah, not opposed to it at all. Often Medusas thrive when there's no objective pressure on the team, and Runa team, they don't hit any tower at all. Right? Sven wants to farm Mask of Madness and an Echo Saber and a Blink Dagger and a BKB before he even thinks about trying to hit buildings. Same thing for like a Kunkka, he wants like Blade Mail +1. Ricky, there's no way he's touching an objective. So for Na'Vi, there's no threat of, guys, if we pick Medusa, will there be enough map for her to farm Manta and the items she wants? Will she get to Butterfly? Like, that is not even a question. Like, you already know the answer. Like, her map state will be there. Unless everyone on her team just egregiously dies, like 2-3 times, sure, then her map will disappear. But that's not going to be the case, most likely. So yeah, Na'Vi, they get the Medusa, who will get to Manta Butterfly, and that's the big timing. What pickoffs can Na'Vi get with the Storm Silencer, with the Axe SD, and once Medusa gets to Manta Butterfly, what is the type of fight they take? And that's where Runa team need to try and play around with these timings, try and threaten the pickoffs that are inevitable when they come for the kills. You have to kill them, and then you go and chase down the Medusa after. But yeah, I like the drafts. I like both drafts. I think I'm leaning Na'Vi slightly, just because I think Axe is a really strong hero at the moment. Medusa has quite a free game, but we'll see if Runa team can do it. They did look very good in their first round of the qualifier.
They did, yeah. They stepped up, and let's see if they can step up again, because they will need to against Na'Vi. They are a tough team to beat. That said, I actually prefer Runa's draft. I really like what they pulled out. I think this Ricky last pick was pretty devastating, and I think they're going to be able to have a pretty good time here. So let's see how this one goes down in game number 1, as we have the Sven versus the Medusa. Sven obviously pretty good at matching the Medusa's farm. The thing is, you do need to jump in and blow up a hero. Like, Sven's definitely one of those carries where you need to jump in and get a kill straight off the bat if you want to feel good in the fights, and that could be kind of difficult against a Shadow Demon. it's going to be kind of Ari versus Shigetsu in a lot of ways in these fights, which is going to be cool to watch. And yeah, Boom going for the call-out facet, which is, I mean, I've only ever seen Axe played a handful of times in competitive, and when I've seen it, it has been the one-man army, so call-out's pretty cool.
Yeah, you see Hero, they do more damage to you with Blade Mail. That's pretty much it.
Yep, getting a bunch more armor
30
for it as well.
seconds to battle.
Mm-hmm. Both teams smoked up, using the smoke to see their position.
Yeah,
So that
Shigetsu
shows where
reveal,
the
immediately
corners,
run
yeah.
away.
Hiragi actually expects more heroes to be there. He instantly concedes the rune, and he has a right to do so. Ikunka is rotating, and
The
now
battle
Hiragi is.
begins.
He's like,
Wait, hold.
maybe? No.
No.
I always
That's
find
why
it
it's
so
so
funny when
important to-
carries do that. Like, do you think they're just not going to take it? Like,
Maybe they forgot.
yeah, I mean, you got to always be ready for mistakes, I guess, or something. But anyway, what do we have? We got Venomous Volley on the Medusa.
Look at top
That
lane,
makes
remember?
sense.
Look at Corey, his positioning. He knows that the A is going to wrap around to the tower, and
Hello, sir.
glaive to the
battle
face.
hunger for you. Oh, that's just actually maybe a kill. They've got a lot of damage coming out with these Glaives of Wisdom, and that'll be first blood going to Boom. What a way to start the game for Na'Vi.
really, really important first blood. With Sven and Ancient Apparition, with Ancient Apparition having Bone Chill, they've got pretty good damage to annoy the Axe. But once Axe gets Vanguard, he brushes off the damage from the Sven. He can sustain through the Ancient Apparition. So giving him first blood is going to be really, really good.
Very important. And also, Ari did a phenomenal job in denying Shigetsu on that first wave as well. So Shigetsu had like an uncontested first wave, but it was under tower a bit. So he really struggled to last hit it. And he also got denied one creep from Ari, and Ari also messed up another last hit on a creep for Shigetsu. So only getting one creep from that first wave is going to feel a little bit bad, especially when your opponent laner got a first blood. We'll see how that difference comes into play. Meanwhile, at mid, it is Copy versus Nikki Cool. Give it away.
Did you have some bias in this mid lane matchup by how you introduced them, or
I mean, how can you not with a name like that, T? This oozes panache. That's
what you mean copy? Yeah, it's great.
excellent name. Dealing with the Ricky pressure, welcome, focusing on the last hits. So it's down at bottom. Queasy and Kaori lining up against each other. Queasy, by the way, our standout player yesterday. He
That
had
is true.
two fantastic games.
Yeah, he did pop off. That was like, I mean, if they are to make a run in this tournament, I'm expecting Queasy to be the foundation of each win that they perform in, right? And yeah, we'll see if they can create any of that today. He did have to level winner on level 1 though, due to the fact Koyori had Glaive of Wisdom. And you say about mid lane, yeah, Storm was kind of crushing it, right? 16 for 1 to the 10 and 0. Like, Ricky playing into a static side Storm Spirit. Sounds like you are just going to tank every remnant to the face.
That has been the case. Even when he jumps on him, he still gets hit. Like, it's kind of unfortunate. This matchup doesn't seem good.
I can see in the game it being annoying, right? But the lane, I'm not seeing the, oh boys, we got the Ricky, the Storm's not farming. That's
Kaori
not to be the
on
case.
the bottom side. Albaca
Good
going under
diving
tower
for
for it. And the kill shot will be there from Queasy. Albaca getting low in response, but Yuragi's got to be a little careful. He's out of mana now, so getting this kill is not going to be possible. We'll just have to let this one go. Ooh, the kill shot. That was close. That was very, very close. Thankfully, it's percentage based, so the Medusa basically has to be dead for the kill shot to kill her.
If only Yuragi was able to have a little bit more mana to then try and threaten the Kunkka, but doesn't get the kill, and yeah. Really nice aggression from Runa team in the off lane. They needed one lane to start going well, right? Like, Storm's very slowly out-CSing the Ricky. Axe is complete free farm in the top lane. Even out-denying the Sven. 8 denies to the one of the Sven. Like, top lane, Na'Vi's winning. Mid lane, Na'Vi's winning. You need one lane to go well, so yeah. Good to see Kunkka and the winners kind of stepping up to provide something to potentially play on. after laning phase. Don't switch to network. It
Lane
looks
take
pretty
advantage,
despair.
but till the end, maybe dropping here. Boom gets the spin, gets the kill. Well, Ari gets the kill actually, but that's the damage to secure it. That'll be another kill going to this top lane of Na'Vi. So sad watching this Ricky trying to fight Copy in the river. It's just not working.
No. Will he? No, he usually. Oh, no, he's just behind him.
Ooh, he doesn't have tricks, yeah. Close though. He will get the courier. All right. That was nothing because he already got the delivery, but still. The message was sent.
4.5 minute Vanguard on Axe.
Wow. Yeah, that's
yeah.
insane.
He's tanky. He's ready to keep skipping waves.
Yeah, he'll do this all day long now. Skip the wave, bring it to the jungle. Life's gonna be
Level
good.
5.
Can till the end do anything about it? I don't think.
No, no, he
Ooh,
can't.
Mr. Creep, Mr. Creep. He's got him.
Yeah, with how free it is for the Axe right now, I am expecting Ari to potentially move away from the lane, start making some stacks up for himself.
Radiant's
Maybe,
turret
but Ari's actually just kind of dying.
Dive
here.
in the tower, yeah.
Indeed.
It's time to
Destruction
take
buys him a bit of time. Boom's coming over, as is Kaori. Can they keep Ari alive here? Well, they might just trade the kill and look for till the end instead. McQueezy comes in, says hello to his best in Kaori. Oh, threads the needle with that power shot. Doesn't hit anybody as till the end dies. Ari still on the run. Can he get out of here? I think he might. No. Stun comes out from the Sven. He will not be the boy who lived. Shigetsu brings him down, but Boom gets in front, uses the battle hunger, levels up Berserker's call to try and bring down Shigetsu here. Was holding that point to see if he needed it, decided he did, and that might just get them this kill. Shigetsu getting low. Counter Helix will be coming off in just a second. Not required. They'll get the kill. Boom's on the tower, but he's got a Vanguard. He doesn't really care too much. He's going to keep on fighting, keep on
he's
looking for
dunking, he's
Queasy here.
dunking.
Berserker's call's available. He doesn't want to use it though, because then he won't have the mana for dunk. So goes for the dunk and gets the kill.
What an uncomfortable start to the fight, though. Like, Ari kind of walks in on SD, like, Silence is rotating in, but, like, he kind of goes in, like, 2 seconds too early, and luckily for him, I think the Sven very clearly overchased and presented the turnaround Axe. Have an incredible start to this game. 3,600 net worth. Now they kill one of them.
That's not good for Runa. The one lane, which was looking like it wasn't going to be a complete shutdown, suddenly gets flipped on its head as Yuragi gets a kill down here and gets his Medusa into the game.
Giants are scanning. Radiant structures.
Someone needs to start turning things around for Runa.
Okay, slight little error there from Copy, actually enabling his catapult to get aggroed. Ricky then manipulating the creep wave, and the mid tower pressure does fade because of it. Due to the chaos of top lane, only I think one set of stacks has been made from the Shadow Demon.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Not
is
too
under
focused on the
attack.
jungle, really making sure that the lane is as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, enabling
to
Boom
defend once
I think
again.
is good because you're simultaneously shutting down Shigetsu, who's in trouble once again. Boom is going to be frozen solid, but I'm not really sure he cares as long as he's getting the kill in the spend, which he is. Can he get the kill? No, he cannot, but it doesn't really matter. Shigetsu's dead once again.
Attack.
Top lane's a
Queasy
disaster.
going to go place some very, very deep vision here into the enemy jungle. Whilst Aries distracted, see if he can maybe catch out and reduce the farming or something like that. He could get him busy onto Copy, but Aries going to save him from the cold feet and make sure that Copy
And so
can
regen
secure this rune. In fact, he doesn't want the rune, he wants the Reki, but he's got to be a little careful here. Oh my god, that power shot came so close to finishing off Copy there. That was too close for comfort. Now, Queasy gets himself back.
Nicky Hall's kind of like playing with fire. He doesn't know if there's a sentry on the high ground, but he's still walking into the middle of the river like, they probably don't.
Dire are scanning.
I'll gamble my life on this.
Worth the gamble.
Copy. Gonna go steal some stacks. Maybe look for the Sven as well, but a big zip across will not be finding him. Shigetsu's already gone south. Tower easily taken by Boom.
Target?
Okay, big kill down the bottom side. Albuquerque managing to get the level 6, dropping a boat onto Yuragi's head. Albuquerque, they do bring him down.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's important that you apply pressure somewhere, right? Like, you know Axe is untouchable. You cannot go near him. So I think Na'Vi needs to respect the fact that Axe has kind of a big kind of note above his head, which is like, if he is in lane, don't go near him. Like, once Ancient Apparition hits level 6, if Winrunner gets a couple more points in Power Shot, then sure, they probably are going to smoke back to the top side of the map, but until then, if you're Copy on the mid lane, you're Ragi on the safe lane, they are the vulnerable heroes that if they overstep their mark, one shackle shot or a smoke screen, with enough heroes, they can go down. But Axe, he is close to untouchable.
Oh yeah, they just don't have it right now. They need some ultis to deal with him. And like their core heroes just don't really deal with him super well either. Jump forward. Onto Nicky Cool here. The supports are coming in from Na'Vi, but with the smoke cloud coming down, it makes it really awkward to finish off this kill. And yeah, Ricky will get away, but it does completely push him off the rune, so it shows that Copy will be able to secure the rune, whether it's top or bottom.
They are playing the runes nicely. Na'Vi, they keep rotating every couple of minutes. They're left by themselves.
Yeah, you're not getting an absolute ton from these runes, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Runa team's desperately trying to get levels, so Winrunner's sucking the XP mid. AA is just pretty much AFK behind this right on top, like, boss. If I'm not level 6, I'm not on the map, I'm not in the game.
here it got strength.
Yeah, it's because the AA is just standing next to him like a bad smell, just desperately lapping every bit of XP.
Please, level
I'm
6.
losing XP.
Just level 6 and I'll leave you alone.
Yep, there you go. Oh, I thought the off-screen camera was the AA. I was like, damn. It wasn't.
Yeah, you
They
can.
showed mercy.
It's like
Tower is under attack.
Pokemon Yellow where the Pikachu just follows you around everywhere. That's kind of what Shigetsu's experiencing right now with this Ancient Apparition.
He really is.
Oh, he's managed to shake him. He's given him a lane. So go play over there. You'll be fine. Axe won't jump you. I
Alright,
promise.
he's level 6.
Hooray!
But Boom has Blink Dagger, but he's hiding it on the Courier. And Courier has smoke behind him. So Boom will push this wave, join the smoke, grab the Blink Dagger. He didn't go for the Blade Mill. As of yet, that'll be the next item.
Yep,
They want a
Marcus
big kill.
Style.
Dire
The courier
are
takes
Honestly, a
scared.
kill on
six.
Ricky's quite nice.
Yeah, that would be nice. Till the end is sort of blocking it at the moment.
Kinda. It's a new core to leech XP from.
All right, we'll jump in. But I mean, the Ricky's immediately going to respond to this, but Global Silence coming down, so everybody just silenced up for this fight. But it will be till the end who drops. Queasy jumps in, Focus Fire out onto Ari. Ari turns around and gives him a Demonic Purge. Use your ulti on me, I use my ulti on you. Both going to land onto absolutely nothing, but it does give them the run buff, and Ari just slowly going to get pecked away by Queasy, who will get a kill, but a jump in from Boom onto 2. Where is the follow-up, though? Well, it's enough to kill off Nikki. Cool, the Ricky is dead, but Boom dies in response. Till the end getting off good damage here. They'll kill off Albacore in the backlines, but Copy's got to be careful. Shigetsu is in. Till the end will die, but Copy dies as well as Queasy. Kill shots him down. Yuragi trying to get something done in this fight, but he can't really follow up too easily. Queasy getting so much done in that fight, and ultimately, it is just a bit of a trade, one which I would say kind of favors Runa.
Yeah, I'm very much leaning towards Runa, right? The fact that the Axe, your big 7,000 net worth Axe, you're jumping as support, then Ricky kind of keeps him alive a little bit longer. We are going to see the replay here. Like, the initiation, slightly delayed in the damage, right? The global as well, not perfectly in sync with the Axe. So spells are cast, prolonging the fight. And Ari, once again, his positioning is very, very deep. The top tier 1 engagement, now here at the mid tier 1. He kind of offers himself up to die to the side of Runa. And sure, Ancient Apparition does buy back for the fight.
And dies again.
And dies again. I think, yeah, if you're Runa, when you're behind this much on tempo due to the Axe, you take any kill you can to feel like you can enter the game as Sven. Slowly going up the net worth due to this. 300 gold from Diffusal. You get the Diffusal blade on the Ricky, you play around global, SD or Silencer, they show themselves, they're going to be going down. The supports and Na'Vi will need to start respecting the Ricky a little bit more.
Axe cool, you know, it's strong, but without the blade mail, it always just feels a little bit underwhelming.
You want to see the Chad item that Copy's buying due to the fact he's against Ricky?
I'm not going to check, but I'm going to assume he's just going straight default. Oh, Arcane picked up by Ricky. Cool, actually. Copy didn't get it, and he's about to be frozen solid, but not before he brings down that Ricky. Boom, just relentlessly running after till the end. Until the ends of the earth, he will be chased. Copy gets the kill. Queasy still just kind of chilling. Queasy just seems to be playing a different game. Doesn't ever seem to be jumped. He's just power shotting.
So just to be clear, I said Chad item, alright? PKP, that's like respectable, but Chad, my guy's looking at a 4-staff on the stomp.
Hell yeah.
Kaya into 4-staff. I mean, fair play, right? There's X boat, you can 4-staff after the X returns you. The cold feet, if you really want to not waste zip mana. There's smoke screen. In essence, it's cheap, it does the job. We'll see if it works out, but on paper, it does do the exact job that you want. Survive the cheap spells they have that threaten me in this one position. If I get away from it, I should be fine. Another smoke though from Na'Vi. The global isn't going on for a minute, so they're simply playing on finding a pickoff, but they have all the heroes to be able to do it. The blade mail. Also on the courier, so I have to go for the twin gate. Delaying that slightly. Gunka very defensive, already doing the X at his own tier 1 tower to ensure he doesn't get picked off. And really nice read from the Gunka, TPing away from the bot side of the map, straight towards his team. They are going to meet. Both teams are running head on into each other. Copy. Oof.
Yeah, he is well known for these big zips on the Storm Spirit at any point in the game.
The 4-staff is complete. I really want to see it work. Like, there's a problem that's been, shown in the game. He knows the item to deal with it. No guide would ever suggest it. So I hope it works. Again, on paper it should.
Boom,
found
getting
that.
jumped, going for ancients here, and they're going to get it killed very, very quickly. The response from Na'Vi is not good so far, and they've got vision down to see them coming around the backlines. This is looking awkward as hell. They're going to lose Ari as well. Global Science comes down, but what's that really doing? Nicky Cool is actually inside of the tricks of the trade when it came down, so he's unaffected. Kaori just going to die. Copy finds absolutely nothing. Yuragi has been seen on the backlines, but he'll be okay. They don't have the damage to take down a Medusa right now.
Na'Vi went from being the one smoking up, looking across the map, but the amount of time they spent to try and find a kill, they got just complacent at the end of the smoke. Just go back to farm, guys. If you didn't find anything, it's okay. But at the same time, Rune team was making the same smoke, looking for their own kill, and just because they did it like 10-15 seconds later, they're the ones to get the kill. It was a matter of seconds for either team to be the ones to find an advantage from that smoke. Yeah, Rune team, they are punching themselves into the game. Sven on top of the net worth. I said during the draft, Sven is one of the better heroes at kind of dealing with these skirmishing lineups. He himself likes to skirmish, play around God's strength. Boom. Picks up the great now. Runs top and dies.
He does a bit, doesn't he? This is
Oh, disrupt save temporarily.
Hold. Ari coming in, return onto Nicky Cool. The power shot won't connect. Boom's fine. And Nicky Cool until the end and not. And Copy's not done. He's got a bone to pick with Queasy as well. Queasy, run to the trees. He's got the wind run TP out. It's too easy for Queasy. He gets out of there.
I think Boom's going to have to take a step back and kind of rethink how he wants to enter this game. After a fully uncontested lane, to a couple, I say couple, he's had the death of the ancient camp, to respawn, go straight back to the area where he was killed, to then nearly die again. If Ari was not in position, that death, your axe would have gone from being top net worth, commanding the game, to kind of falling in line with all the other cores, and that's not what you want. So Na'Vi very lucky there to keep Boom alive. Of course, that also was without Sven's squad strength. That's what Ancient Apparition thrives, right? Any minute, anywhere on the map. Ice Blast plus enough heroes, you will get deleted. And Boom now finds Nicky Cool. What a roller coaster of a game for Boom. It's great lane into death, into then nearly died, into then a big pick on Ricky. It's oof. Oh.
He's really an all or nothing gamer, isn't he?
It really is. No,
I just want to point out a very unusual usage of the Unleashed from the whatever it's called, the neutral item which buffs other neutral items. Using it for the Essence Ring, so you get 312 bonus health and mana for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That's
a nice option.
quite unusual.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
every bit of health is, you know, critical, right? We always talk about patches where, you know, the aura was broken here or the heart was broken there, right?
Dire
But
are scanning.
why not buff up an essence ring into your tier 1? Oh, I always call it the reset. What's the dormant curio? I see. Okay.
The Dormant Curio. It's got a
Yes.
great name.
It does feel like one of those neutral items where it's like, how bad were your options to go for this one?
No, I think if you're a carry hero which doesn't really like benefit so much from like a little
Dire's bottom tower.
amplification
Sure.
in the early game, then
Just
it
invest in the
becomes
next one, right? Yeah.
quite nice. But yeah, I don't think it's. I think it might be a little overpicked. If I'm being completely honest.
I feel like for tier 2, it's good on Essence Ring. It's good on maybe Brigand's Blade, maybe the Mana Drought. It's like I feel like everyone's like it may be good. I tried it on Tumble Toy. It's pretty funny because it makes you just move a little bit further.
Yeah, boy.
So you get like a jump plus, but yeah, that one it's kind of redundant on. But I guess you
would
could make
like
an
to see
argument
it
that
on Divine Regalia, tier 5 artifact.
take it all the way up there. I see.
Yeah, you get what plus 26% on your damage. Anyway, Queasy's dying, or is he? Yeah, because Boom's going in deep here actually, but doesn't really have the backup. Although they've just whiffed so many spells. Ari just using disruption to kind of just make.
Shackle
Oh,
into two.
oh, that's a good power shot coming out as the shackle held them two together. Yuragi, well, gonna answer the God Strength with the Stone Gaze. It's such an awkward fight. No one's landing spells here. Nikki Cool jumps in, gets caught by the Gorgon's grasp. Till the end's gonna die in the backlines, and Nikki Cool's gone as well. So Na'Vi taking control now as Okapi coming into the front lines. It's gonna take a shackle to the face and now a power shot to the butt, and now a torrent up the yeah. But they'll back away. They'll leave him alone.
Bottom tower is under attack.
You know it's TI qualifiers because I feel like the analysis I want to provide for that fight
Under attack.
is a different level to where we're at right now. For obviously the prestige of this tournament, I won't go to the. What the hell was that, though, man?
Call it a spaghetti fight. Does that sound correct?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Everyone for themselves. So the Runa team, the main struggle in that engagement is the fact that Sven was on the kind of northern side of the fight, whilst Axa kind of forced the rest of his team into kind of like the more towards like the mid portion of the map. The fact that Sven was all by himself, you never really converted on the damage. And once again, Ari is in position to protect his axe.
And
He
Ricky-
jumps in. If he doesn't get disrupted there, or of course the global, he's probably going to get hit by the ice blast and maybe brought down. The fights will only get easier though for Na'Vi. When Boom picks up the BKB, he doesn't need his supports anymore. He will be very independent.
Bottom tower is under
Why did
attack.
Ari do that? Why did he just use demonic cleanse on himself? It's like a pretty important ability. And now the fight's going to take place, and it's not going to be there. Jump on the backlines as Boom trying to find a target. Doesn't use the call just yet, but will finally throw it down onto till the end as Copy jump in Ricky Cool in the backlines. And I imagine he's got enough damage to kill him off here. Yep, Ari's going to make sure he does go down. So 2 kills happening for Na'Vi here. They focus on their targets. A little bit forced there from Runa, I have to say. There's a tier 1 still up. You know they're going to TP in the boys. It's got to be cleaner than that if you want to go for a kill that deep.
The chaos of this game, the turbulence of it, honestly leans towards Navi's favor, right? Yuragi, he only had 1 death in the laning phase. He's got the butterfly. He has the manta. 1 ultimate orb deep into the Skadi. Sven, unless he gets out of nowhere, like Daedalus and MKB, you're going to need to favor the Medusa in the fight. The amount of kiting that you can do to kind of just eat through the BKB of the Sven to prevent the God Strength feeling good. Navi are in the driving seat. 9,000 gold, 23 minutes in. Got a smoke up from Runa team. They feel like they have enough to take the fight to Navi, even into the global. They need an explosive entry. They need Sven to convert on the damage. The last couple fights, he's been isolated. Wrap around. Nice. His BKB is coming out on Courier. It's about to arrive. So if they find the axe, the BKB just arrived and...
And he doesn't use it quite yet, but there'll be a disruption from Ari. He's also got the Demonic Cleanse as well, so I don't really have too many concerns about Boom here. But let's see. Global Silence going to come down. Boom jumps in, gets a call off onto the Sven, the absolute madman. But he will not be deterred. Finally. Nope, he's still not dead, actually. Ricky trying to chase him. Ricky cool on the chase. Boom. He will finally die, but it's going to cost them so much. Ricky is dead as well. Moving on to Albuquerque as well. Albuquerque with the Lotus Orb coming on out. That little shield of protection. It's not going to deter Copy, though. It just keeps clicking and clicking and clicking, and eventually Albuquerque will be dead.
It was a battle of who doesn't want to press BKB. I think the Sven saw the axe not press it. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it more. It's like a game of chicken. It's like, oh, you know what? I'll wait longer. And then Sven dies. This
they're
game
playing
is very
chicken.
confusing.
Into live traffic. Anyway, into the Roche pit. We shall go.
Now we see the replay here, right? Harry again with another disruption to keep the save. Sure, Boom gets Ice Blast, but at this point you might have to say, why didn't Sven just BKB there? Just continue committing to the fight. You know disruptions on cooldown. You know the axe can't blink. Just get rid of all the slows that are on you. Get right onto the axe. Threaten him during the Ice Blast, but instead he opts to not press it. Gets caught by Copy. And yeah, Na'Vi, the supports, I think they are shining in the fights. Of course, Stone's Spirit is doing a lot of work zipping around and threatening everyone. The saves from the disruption, the globals from the silence. As we say that, we come back into Copy zipping around everywhere and just being an absolute menace on the map.
Yeah, Queasy and Harry both going killing spree at the same time until the end. Shut down once again. Copy looking for Ricky Cool, but he's struggling with this one. Albuquerque, meanwhile, just kind of sitting with the Essence Ring, with the Blade Mail. It'll be a slow death for him as he gets pecked away at by the Medusa. Queasy's still trying to help out with some power shots, but it won't work. 3 heroes dead. All they get for it is a silencer. This game looking like it's kind of getting out of hand here for Runa.
Yeah. There were some signs of life from Runa team based on some good early pickoffs on Axe, but Axe is luckily one of those heroes that like a death or two doesn't really stop his game plan as long as it doesn't compound into like the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th death, right? Like he's kind of allowed 2 or 3 before he kind of falls off, and yeah, his itemization was correct this game. Go for the Blade Mail, the Blink, the BKB. Don't mess around with anything fancy. Some axes go for like Sand and Kaya and they try to be all cute and they get ags and stuff like this game. All you need to do is find hero, kill hero, and with Ricky Cloud, that's going to kind of be annoying. You can't obviously call inside it. So yeah, boom, good itemization, enables him to have a couple of deaths, but yeah, his team has helped him a lot.
$17k gold advantage, a lot of that sitting on the Medusa. Early game we saw the Axe starting to run away with the net worth, but you know, he just kept on brawling, kept on fighting, and that net worth slowly shifts towards the Medusa. Of course, Coffee having a great time in all of these fights. Actually, one thing I really like about the 4-staff, which I didn't really think of at the time, but it actually means he doesn't have to go BKB at all, which is really, really good.
No, with the Silence and the 4-staff, that's him done for the rest of the game. He's good to go.
What a dream.
We're also assuming that he's not getting like smoke ganked where a Sven blinks done out of nowhere and he's 100-0'd, right? Like,
I mean, yeah, but if we all itemize for that, then everyone would just build Aeon Disc only every game, so...
Welcome to 7.40. Just leaked the new patch. Oh, Storm jumping in once again. I keep saying that.
The 4-staff. But now he's Atos.
Nice
what a
one.
twist. Doesn't make a difference. And Tildia just gets bonked by Boom, who's happy to pull off the BKB to kill off an AA. Trying to force Yuragi out of position. Yuragi doesn't really care where he is, though. He's got a BKB. Buyback from the Ancient Apparition, so they'll at least have an Ice Blast to work with here. Can't really jump in now on Boom for another 60 seconds, so they will chill.
A minute half on the edge. Still a tier 2 tower in the bot lane, and after the pressure is applied top, I don't like this move. You know, smoke up, play on the fact that you have the vision, Boom, using that vision to then
jumps past the Ancient Apparition over towards Shigetsu. He wants Shigetsu, and he wants him bad, but, well, he'll get him, but in all the wrong ways. But doesn't matter. He's dead regardless. Yuragi brings him down. The moment that Skadi is applied to the Sven, it doesn't really feel like there's a way out of the fight for him.
A noble sacrifice from Boom. Finally,
Absolutely.
Ari's not in position to disrupt him, yeah.
Yeah, it's been the game, hasn't it? It's Boom, like, leaping in and just... Yuragi having a great time because of it.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing for Boom, though, as a pro player, where it's like his playstyle is always going to be the one where if the team loses, his plays are the most memorable, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, copy. 4-star.
Yeah, actually being some trouble. Never mind. 4-star. 190.
What's he getting out of the corporate today?
No, I actually don't want... I have a lot of complaints about cores in the items. I want Glimmer to be either removed or nerfed, but, like, I love 4-star.
The silence deepens.
We're not going to have this discussion here. You know, we don't have enough time to argue. I want it removed. Like, gone?
Yeah, get it out of here. I'm bored of it.
Oof. Next should be
I just don't like having to play dust when I want to kill a support.
Yeah, we go. There we go.
It's
I knew it. I knew it.
It's just so boring. I want my slot.
I want my bracer. More for an extra little bit of strength. Oh, really
Well, I'm sorry, if my supports were better, then I wouldn't mind. But, you know, I was always like, oh, I'm going to just two-shot this support. Oh, he went invis. Now I got to wait half an hour for my support to be like, oh, what? I just got to...
Is this the context where you're playing an axe and, like, your support is like a silencer who just
Yeah, I'm playing
cannot get to
Boom
the same
Axe.
place? Yeah, exactly.
blinking through the enemy team to find the support on the back line.
Where's the
Where's my
detection?
dust?
Oh, God. That is the beautiful thing about Dota, right? It's like every role has a different perspective on the
We all
game.
hate each other. Oh,
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. No. We love to hate and we hate to love, I guess.
yes, sir.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, no, the difference in perspectives is always funny.
It's like you have 5 roles and then thousands of MMR differences. So every person's perception of the game is wildly different. You know, compare that to like a story-driven game. It's just like the story's the story, right? But Dota, it's you talk to some people, you're like, wow, today I learned. Maybe the last smoke up of the game for Rune Team.
Is under attack.
They need to just killing the supports would be helpful.
Just kill Medusa. Everything on Medusa. Yeah, go for it. Get it down. Everything on the Medusa. Will this plan work out? No. No, it will not. Sven is dead. Ricky Cool going for Kaori. Kaori maybe going to fall in. No, GG's being called. All right. A fitting end to an entertaining but ultimately very convincing game here, as Na'Vi will be taking game number 1 over Runa Team. Not a very close one at all. Na'Vi looking pretty damn good. A couple of deaths here and there, you know, not a complete shutout, but yeah, Na'Vi just never really went off the tracks on what they wanted to do in this game. They were on rails too.
I think this is the type of game where if you are Na'Vi, you're rewatching it just for how to handle your early movements, right? Like the fact that they smoke bottom with the axe to then for him to die, then he TP's top and then nearly dies. Like those are the 2 moments in the game where when they potentially play Aurora in the future rounds of this tournament, those are the mistakes that compound to your enemy having a good foundation in a game, right? Especially after the lanes went so well. So yes, Na'Vi won the game, but I still think there's a couple moments throughout that puts a little bit of fear if you are an RV fan when they are to go up against the Auroras and whatnot, but for now it doesn't matter. They fixed the problems during the game, they cleaned up their act, the supports were keeping the game very healthy for the aggression of the axe, and then copy on the Storm Spirit. A first pick Storm Spirit, he's just styling across the entire game, right? Like forcing around, jumping heroes, threatening everyone. Like the Ricky pick, it just didn't really do that much. Sure, you killed the odd support, but it just wasn't as impactful as the constant 1-2 punch of the Axe Storm, always finding the backline.
No, it was not. And, you know, the backline jump was just so much better on Na'Vi. Like, and Na'Vi did show pretty early on what they were planning on doing here. They were going for the Silencer Shadow Demon. I feel like you cannot give Ari this good of a game when he picks up his Shadow Demon this early. Like, you have to have better answers. I thought that Ricky was going to be that answer, but look at this fight here. Like, Ricky, where are you? Where is he? He's not even there. He's not even jumping on the right targets. He's just going on the front lines. So, a little bit disappointing for me on that one. And, yeah, I do think that... either get yourself some easier heroes to find the backline with, go for your pucks, go for your Ember Spirit, something like that, or just come up with something else. This didn't look good to me. It didn't help that the lane was a bit of a travesty for poor old Nicky Cool as well. Oof, don't look at his KDA, guys. Don't be one of those dudes. But yeah.
Realistically, the whole draft from Runa team was good, right? I think both drafts were very nice. Na'Vi had really good pickoff play and Medusa to kind of secure the game. And Runa team had good defensive capabilities of good pickoff play themselves, but it was just a Ricky. Like the TLDR is, you tried a Ricky pick, you trusted your mid laner, you said, hey boss, what do you want to play? He called for Ricky, he lost the lane, game felt weird because you just didn't have the mid impact, right? And I think just, sure, brush it off and then look for the next game. And I just want to see more Axe. I think Axe is like a...
Same.
It's like, once you get through the lane, I say I'm saying it as if it's a weak laner. It is a strong laner, but once you get through the lane and transition to having a Blink, a Blade Mail, and a BKB, at any minute you're finding someone, they're probably gonna die, right? It's a really kind of like exciting hero to watch and play. So yeah, happy with Axe, not very happy with Ricky.
Na'Vi take game number 1 here at the road to the International Eastern European Qualifier. Still in the upper bracket. Second chances are here. And the second chance will be coming up after this short break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the road to the International. Please keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle at all times as we're into game number 2 of Runa versus Na'Vi. Game number 1, a little bit of a shutout. Runa, they gave us some good fights, they gave us a few kills, but unfortunately they never really got the lead. They never really threatened Na'Vi in any way. So here we are with game number 2. How do Runa change things up? The Ricky mid didn't really do it for us. Is it just a case of getting something a little bit more stable out there, T?
Yeah, pretty much. It's not to try and oversimplify it, but yeah, don't allow Copy to run wild with the game. Make sure your lane's better, because like the Ancient Apparition, he walked to lane, he died, he walked back to lane, he kind of walked away from lane. Like, they didn't lane, right? It's just, A didn't really do anything, he was under-leveled. The Ricky didn't do anything, he was under-leveled. Queasy was trying his best at 5-1 and 7. It really kind of felt like, yeah, some players were really turning up to the series and other players were just very absent. And yeah,
Agreed.
compared to Na'Vi, sure, there were some moments of shakiness, but it was a team as a unit moving throughout the game, taking down their opponents. And yeah, Runa team are going to need to, of course, step up if they are wanting to take this to a game 3.
Is there any player on the side of Na'Vi that you feel like they could focus on trying to shut down?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, Copy's the easy answer because he goes 12-1 and 9, but also Boom just crushes his lane on the axe with the assistance of Ari. So Nicky Corn needs to do better in mid, and then I'd argue till the end on the pos 5 needs to do better in the safe lane to ensure Boom doesn't just pop off. So the 5 and the mid need to step up a Runa team.
5 seconds
All right.
remaining.
Let's get into game number 2. Got the draft now on the screen, everything. Got TA Bristle taken out on one side, TB and the Cottle taken out on the other side so far.
10 seconds
Won't be seeing any
remaining.
Undying. One more band to come from Runa team before Na'Vi get their first pick hero.
Dire team banned.
I'm wondering if Na'Vi decide to shake things up, try things out a little differently. Well, they'll be forced to. The Storm does get banned by Runa.
10 seconds remaining.
So no chance of the repeat draft coming this time around.
5 seconds remaining.
The respect, especially because like the way that you draft it, I think as soon as you do this one time, you kind of break your opponent, right? It's like, imagine entering a draft and like first picking, you know, like Arc 1, and then you lose to it. It's like, what do we do, right? It's obviously not to the same
Yeah.
level, but when was the last time you saw Storm in the first phase set of bans? You haven't, right? At least in the last like couple tournaments. It really is a hero that's like a player specialty. So yeah, cool to see that Runa team is already a little bit shaken by it, and maybe in other
10 seconds
series, lower or upper bracket against Na'Vi, they might have to think about Storm as well.
remaining.
Always going to be in the back of their minds, that is for sure. And any team which comes against Na'Vi now going to have to be considering if they're going to just go first phase on that hero. This time around, we will get the Shaman. Do you reckon this is going to be an Ari Shaman or a Kaori Shaman, or are they still like leaving it open?
Admiral Concar.
I'd like to just 5. I know you can play it in 4, and like Na'Vi Junior. Again, that's the cool thing. Zayats was in my opinion, the first pro player to put Shaman on the kind of the map. It took teams an
Yeah.
uncomfortable amount of time for them to play it. The fact that it took them like 3 tournaments for it to become like the most played was insane. But
Remaining.
yeah, 4 position was where it was kind of like birthed, but it very quickly kind of shifted into other roles. But yes, it's always possible 4 or 5. But I think I like Kaori playing it, as he likes to be an annoying player. He was always the Phoenix that buys Hex.
Team banned.
Why not be a Shaman that already has it built into you?
Absolutely. Makes sense. You don't have to spend 4,700 gold or whatever it is for Hex these days. I think it's more than that, actually. It's a good money-saving technique from Kaori. And the Kunker's going to be coming out from Runa team again. Something they seem comfortable with, something which they can flex about, maybe. It did look good in the offlane for them, to be fair. Like, that was the one lane which was going okay until they left the Kunker out to dry.
Radiant team banned.
You know, it's the
No
one and only
issues.
kind of good sign from that team for sure. In that game,
Yeah,
was the
in the
Kunker.
lanes, yeah.
Yeah, all the lanes specifically. Yeah, team sounded so blunt. I meant lanes, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Gulp.
10
I think, I mean, Albaca on the Kunkka looked really good. I think, well, it looked good, at least for the most part. Queasy on the Wind, again, standing out to me a little bit. Obviously, hard to stand out in a game where you're being shut out that hard, but he managed it somehow. It's still making some nuisances of himself.
I just want to know where Copy's going to go with his next hero. Like, he played some Pango. He likes Storm. He plays a lot of the heroes, but it's kind of fun to find like what's his current flair for the patch, right? Like, I can talk about his his historically what he likes to play, but again, Copy thrives when he gets to play his like top 3 heroes. Again, hero depth, sure he has it, but he just doesn't look like the same player. Once he gets to like hero 5, 6, or 7, it's just not the same. You're taking a little bit of time here, Runa, with their ban. They take out the buck, so 2 bans. That's respect towards Copy.
Yeah, I'd say tip of the hat towards him. But, you're going to push him into playing something weird. You better be prepared for him to play something weird, because he does have a pretty deep hero pool. Copy doesn't really back away from picking something a little different if the game looks good for it. However, still plenty of good stuff left in the pool, so I can see them leaving it for later. They might just take it now on the last pick before the bans for Na'Vi, because that would be the best position for them to pick Copy's hero in. So let's see which direction they want to go for it.
Dire team pick.
All right, so to start things off, we'll get presumably the Boom Doom. Could, of course, go over towards Yuragi if required as well. But I would imagine this doesn't really feel like a Yuragi hero and definitely feels like a Boom hero.
Both can play it.
Okay.
Shad, the previous carry for Na'Vi, was one of the few carry players that liked to play it. Before, of course, like Nightfall took it in, to the tier 1 scene. Critically, Na'Vi need to make sure that they are not falling into the trap of lots of single target spells that Naga Siren can just combo break, right? If you doom someone or shackle them, and then there's a song, how do you fight? And interesting enough, they go for another big team fight spell. These are heroes that are very good at winning their lanes though, right? Like Doom is hard to shove out of lane unless there's like an Ursa there. Warlock often wins a lot of the safe lane. So winning lanes is one way to deal with Naga Siren, because you have so much economy that you don't care if you get songed because you just continue running at them. But if the game is even, you put a Golem and a Doom down, Naga Siren sings, you run away, you now have a really nice window to take the fight. So that's something that
That's
Na'Vi
always
have
the
to-
concept with Naga,
yeah.
isn't it? But like,
It is.
yeah, it doesn't seem to go that way that often. But yeah, if you can pull it off, then absolutely, it's
Well,
it feels
from
like a
support
god
Naga, it's if you're picking support Naga, then normally it does go that way. Like
Radiant team.
you should always be able to disengage, but yeah. At least in the last like week of Naga play, they have stepped up immensely in ensuring that's always possible.
Any itemization you expect from Naga to be able to help her achieve that?
10 seconds remaining.
At the moment, it's just Glimmerclip and Blink. They're like the main 2 items you go for.
Link
So then like, you're always like scurrying around, you're invisible, you're saving someone, then you're singing, then you get like a blink to like jump past. So yeah, they're the main 2 items to be able to achieve this.
Okay. And Weaver coming out for Runa as well. Flexibility on that, most likely support though. And yeah, they'll grab the Tiny. So, I mean, still tons of flexibility within Runa's draft. This is similar to what they did yesterday as well, where they're just kind of happy to play stuff wherever, leave you guessing, and leave themselves nice and open for the last pick here to really get a gotcha hero in there.
10 seconds
Now,
remaining.
Na'Vi should be grabbing the
5 seconds remaining.
copy hero here, you would think.
Yeah, you think you're playing into a Tiny or a Kunkka, right? But Kunkka to offlane, Tiny to carry, suddenly there's a new mid. So that flexibility will be slightly annoying for Na'Vi, but the fact that you have your mid pick here into 2 bans, you also can just ignore what they have. So, okay, let's pick a hero that can play against Tiny or Kunkka, and then we'll ban any of the kind of nuisance flex heroes that gets enabled based on my pick. So I don't think Na'Vi are too concerned by how flexible Runa team's draft is. Again, when you look at their overall lineup, they don't have crazy damage. Like, if Kunkka is offlane and Tiny's your carry, they both need to farm a lot of gold to feel good. Your support duo doesn't really gank the map. Like, they run around a little bit on Weaver. Sure, you bug a guy, but it's like you need the Tiny to be there for the Weaver to kill, and they do go for the Ember. So if Na'Vi are respecting the flex, it will just be, you know, like Monkey ban, Huskar ban. All right, cool. Game's good, but we'll see if they want to overban here. Some teams don't even ban like the big anti-Ember heroes, which is, it's always fun to see when they're that confident. I think sometimes Spirit have done this before, where they kind of offer up the hero to their opponents, like, please try and pick the hero. Like, we know that you want it. We'll see if Na'Vi have that confidence or if they just want to get rid of it for simplicity.
Radiant team ban.
Let's see.
It's one of
Yeah,
them.
they will get rid of the monkey. There you go. Yeah, you have to protect this pick. It's it is vulnerable. And there's always like weird stuff you can pick against it, like Viper and whatnot, to really shut it down. But then, of course, you are putting your game at risk by picking something which might not necessarily work within your draft and doesn't really do a whole lot.
Radiant team ban.
I'm gonna get the Axe ban coming out again. They don't want to play against another Boom Axe just in case. Again, that Doom is flexible, so you're banning out any carry or any offlaner which you don't like the look of. You have to thoroughly explore both roles.
10 seconds remaining.
I do like the look of a lifestealer here, though, for Na'Vi.
5 seconds
yeah.
remaining.
It can work out quite nicely. Yeah, I think as soon as you see Kunkka, Lifestealer always has like super high value. You just don't care about him the entire game. It deletes the Kunkka flex to carry, because Kunkka carry, if you Lifestealer carry, Lifestealer wins like pretty much every time. So, yeah. If Na'Vi want to force the Kunkka in a certain direction, then picking Lifestealer is pretty cool. But you are banning mid heroes to protect your Ember, so you aren't able to protect a potential, you know, carry pick here, or through like offlane bans, etc. Because if you pick Lifestealer, then now suddenly you have like an Enigma offlane, and Runa team get to play around Enigma, and it feels pretty good.
Yeah.
You'd have to put pretty Tiny carry in that scenario. Again, there's a lot of options.
Are indeed. Final bans then. Na'Vi, what are you going to get rid of? There are plenty of options still available for both sides.
Yeah, it's as simple as, do we need to ban to protect our carry? Do we need to... I completely forgot about Death Ruff, actually. That is a good reminder. So not only is picking Ember harder now, because Death Ruff is back in meta, which is a counter to Ember. Ember can't rotate, take your tower. As soon as DP hits Exorcism, Ember can't fight her. You slight spam, she siphons. So DP's really good. Monkey's good. Huskar's good. There's so many heroes actually that threaten Ember in the mid lane, and I go for a Tide Hunter.
Okay.
I think the chuckle from Copy was like, maybe they Huskar me. Who knows?
Yeah. This is all right. Well, you can see there's a bit of trepidation from Coach Milan here as well, looking over Yuragi's shoulder.
There is a Doom in the mix, right? So that could be one deterrent for the Huskar, right? That's why they didn't ban it. They banned DP instead, but the same argument could be applied. Yeah, go on. What's up?
Potential for a Tide Hunter carry here. We did see I can't remember which team did it, but if you're going to ever do it, then this is definitely the game for it.
I think Skidder did it a couple times, but yeah.
Yeah.
Doom and Tide can both be played in the carry, and Runa team,
Now select your hero.
they identify the fact that it is a Tide or Doom carry, and they pick up the Medusa. Medusa is very nice against Doom, just for the fact that when you get doomed up, you don't care. You're just right-clicking anyway. You stand your ground, and it can be quite annoying. It feels like the draft of Runa team is very good once you get to like the Yoragi level of farming game 1, right? Like once we see the 2-3 items of Medusa, it should be like close to unkillable, right? But getting there will be difficult with how much skirmishing is in play for Na'Vi. You got the early pressure of an Ember. It's like the Ember v Tiny, right? Game 1, Nicky Cool had no major impact, right? He just kind of felt like he was there. This time he's on a Tiny. can he get the active runes? Does he get the 6-minute rune, the 8-minute rune? How does it go against Ember? Like, Ember often does better in the Tiny matchup, but who makes the better play? Does Tiny get a Blink Dagger and then get a key kill? Does Ember just crush the map with Shaman Warlock? It's yeah, the mid lane is so important for Runa team to feel like they have the time to get Medusa into this game.
Absolutely, yeah. It's Nicky Cool, bit of pressure on him. And again, as you say, it's not the best matchup for a Tiny. So he's sort of putting himself in this position where he's like, all right, I'm going to come through for you guys. Don't worry. Ricky, not my day. But yeah, my Tiny's good. We got this one. Don't worry. So we'll see if he's able to carry them through the mid game or not. Albuquerque back on his Conquer at least. So that should be a nice stable pick for them. But yeah, I mean, the impetus is also kind of on Navi's side this time around. They have to be the team to sort of shut down this Medusa. If Medusa gets like 2k gold above the enemy carry, then they are going to have issues. They are going to have problems, and I don't think they have the solutions. Because as you say, Doom, it's not really that Jim will fix it spell against Medusa. So this is the problem. Great voice lining from KO. Great voice lining.
Yeah, the throwback.
I mean, in this situation, it's very good. It's the one time of the year you can use it with in context.
Yeah, true. I do love the one-time voice line.
Nope, Doom Smoke literally immediately broken by Queasy. Last about 30 milliseconds
30 seconds.
before Queasy came in and broke. He's just having a look around. Oh, he's denying his own ward.
There might be a ward there, guys.
Yeah, I'm not convinced they even knew about that, to be honest with you. That it's very strange. Okay. Maybe they saw him place it there on the Weaver.
battle begins.
Either way, Queasy's might go for the steal here. He's a little late though. Yeah, no, he won't. Just a bit of harassment coming out to Uragi. 2 for 2. Ari's using the on my way feature. Oh, he cancelled it. No shenanigans happening this time around with trying to kill people on the creeps. Just a bit of blocking from Queasy. We'll be alright as well. So nice, honest lanes to start off here in this game number 2. And yeah, a lot of focus going to be on mid. Nicky Cool, he's the tempo set of this game. He has to come out of the lane with something, but that's always going to be difficult in an unfavorable matchup. This one, it's not the easiest. Not super bad, but it's not the easiest. We don't see Tinys come out ahead very often against Ember Spirits.
When Tiny gets to like high level, you'll be able to just shove the wave. But it's more about like the map game, right? Ember doesn't need to have incredible, items to be able to make sweeping moves throughout the map. And Tiny, you kind of want people close to towers, and you need to make sure you have your mana available because you're using so much of it to farm it. It just feels like Ember has the easier time to be the active mid, but we'll see how it does develop. In the top lane, it actually feels like both side lanes are set up to be just constant farm, right? Doom will farm against Kunkka. There's a world in which maybe with some levels, the Doom can die to Weave and Kunkka. And then the Tide and the Medusa just... 2 just beefcakes just hitting creeps, and that's about it.
Yeah, just some beefcakes smacking down. Not really much going to be happening, I would imagine. I think in general this will be a pretty quiet laning phase. Could be wrong, but feels unlikely that anybody's going to suffer too much in these games. Ari trying to be aggressive. He's got the chicken fingers as well this game. Super annoying ability. Really good for messing with CS. Good way to secure a deny for free witut having to use any mana for it. Turn somebody into a chicken.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But no big snake, sadly.
Slight CS advantage again for Novi. And only 2 to 3 per hero, but already setting the foundation of what happened in game 1 to be repeated. And just in regards to just who came out ahead, Na'Vi just showing that they are very, very good at maximizing the CS, playing together. Watching bot lane, also like Ari and Boom, setting up the range group deny, getting the deny, and making sure the snake didn't connect in time.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's a little
Loads of
difficult with
fight.
the heroes they have, especially on support. They don't do a ton of shutting down. They don't do a ton of like prodding for this laning phase. As Albica getting run down here, might need some help, and well,
they left
he's
the
not going to
Lotus
find
pool.
it. Ooh, he actually stepped out for just a second there, but it doesn't really matter. Albica dies, Kaori dies as well. Queasy won't be getting a whole lot as Kaori got the first blood though, so you're actually going to be a little disappointed about that one. Would really like the extra cash injection for himself. In that situation, there wasn't any leaving it. They just had to try and get it as quickly as possible because someone was about to die.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we've actually stepped out for a second. And then I feel like Kaori, if he doesn't get the Lotus, would die. You can say he doesn't even use the Lotus in the end. Maybe it doesn't even matter, but
I'm sure we'll have that
Full
if he was
resources.
going to get first blooded first. Yeah, looking great for Boom down here in the bottom lane. Farming, getting most of the creeps here. Hasn't really missed many. Same with Copy in the middle lane.
Medusa, you're never going to shove out a Tide from lane. Often, like, when you pick Tide Hunter, you want to pick it in like a closing position of the draft where you can protect it, right? You don't want to see the Ursa, you don't want to see like some overwhelming amount of like a Tuscalino or something that can also threaten. But yeah, Boom is complete free farm. The aggression on both side lanes is forcing us to have the off-screen camera multiple times. No one's dying, but they're all getting poked.
Yeah, it's a stressful time for Patrick, our observer. Shackle down on the bottom side, though. They're going for Shigetsu here. Shigetsu very low. One more anchor smash will bring him down. Medusa, she's gone.
Tide killing a Medusa. You don't see that often.
You really don't, but when Ari's on the lane, he could make it happen. Shackles,
Hey.
very good ability.
When Boom's in the lane, come on. Stop showing that UK bias.
No bias here, sir. Shaman's just a disgusting hero,
Yeah, go on. Try and backpedal your way out of this one.
digging upwards.
We got you in 4K on 3 different streaming platforms.
What a plug, actually.
Yeah, no worries.
Good job.
Yeah. I won't name them because I don't know what the legality is on which one we should.
Top tower is under attack.
Copy senses
be,
something is wrong. Knows there's a support nearby. Doesn't really want to give him anything unnecessarily. So just kind of hanging out, waiting for the 6-minute rune as well. Going to be pretty important. So flame guard up, shoved away. Avalanche toss going to take away all of that flame guard except for one. Wow, he's got one shield at the moment, which is allowing the flame guard to stay up. There we go. Gets taken away at last. Nicky Cool getting low, but going to get himself a haste rune. Very, very nice for him.
Back in.
Yep, and there's the toss coming out. Oh, he actually tosses onto Copy though. I was fully expecting him to try to go for the crash landing, and under the tower, he's just gonna die. Nicky Cool. That wasn't Nicky Cool at all. That was Nicky Lame. Now Queasy also getting chased down. Ari though doesn't really have the mana to do anything to him, so we'll just be eventually walking away. 6 stick charges available as well.
And he doesn't go for another right click. Didn't really show the ward either, right? Like if he went for that final right click, would have revealed that the high ground vision was in play. But yeah, Nicky Cool gets a haste rune and he wants redemption, and unfortunately he fails miserably.
Yeah, it didn't really look good at all, but nevertheless, feeling the nerves of the qualifiers a little bit, feeling the nerves when playing against a team like Na'Vi.
Again, don't forget guys, this is the upper bracket. If you are a Runa team fan, if they are to lose this series, they will be going to the lower bracket. Plenty of opportunities for them to still make a run inside the qualifier, to learn and to kind of shape themselves. And also for Na'Vi, if they're to drop a game, they have a game 3 to bounce back. No eliminations here this evening.
Nope, just dropping down to that lower bracket.
Against Cyber Goose, they are waiting. They are
The geese are waiting.
they're awkwardly there.
Shackles are out. out, but oh my god, okay, Doom's gonna be there from Uragi.
And then Ari gets the kill.
Yeah, nice job, Ari. Good job.
Yeah, clean kill, clean kill.
Good solo
Solid
kill.
kill, solid kill,
Hannah's mid lane is really boring.
Stop
Nicky Cool
looking at
comes
it
in,
then.
shoves it. I can't help it. I mean, Patrick's also enthralled by it as well. It's
Talk
some
about
sort of-
anything else. It's fine.
I wanted to point out how
Golem!
boring it was. Oh, there's a golem. That's exciting. Mid lane, it's all kicking off right now until the end is going to get dropped, and they're still trying to fight into this golem. They are not respecting Kaori's golem
Changing
whatsoever, and maybe for good reason. Getting kind of low here on Ari and on Copy, but Kaori's got a Shadow Word out onto the Shaman, which is making it very difficult to actually bring him down, and Albica just getting chunked at by Copy, by Kaori's golem. And you gotta question that one. Is that really necessary to force that engagement when this Warlock's Golem's just pounding away at you the whole time? 1,200 damage, indeed, Patrick. It's too much damage.
Players always seem to forget how early Warlock can get in the Golem, and now straight back into the mid lane with the Fatal Bonds, with the Remnant, and the Flame Guard. That is plenty of damage to just chip down their opponent. Again, not some explosive kill, but you get the kill. You know?
I mean, Queasy until the end are actually doing work on the back lines, though. How much can
Golem
Copy
is still
clean
in
up
play.
here? Well, this Golem is still alive! For God's sakes. 2 fights into the Golem now. When will they learn?
I don't think they will.
Let chaos reign.
Well, these are very thematic, you know, the Ender Spirit playing around with the Golem. Pretty cool. I'm a fan.
3,000 gold lead. Oof.
They do have another big ulti.
Yeah, they
They
have
do have another
Ravage.
big ulti to play with, yeah, exactly, on Na'Vi, but they just didn't really need it that whole time. He's just like, nah, I don't need to TP in that one. You guys got it covered.
Double supports plus Ember Spirit. Just sweeping across the map, ensuring that the runes are contested. Nicky Cool got the haste rune last time. Sure, he instantly died after, but
I was going to point that out. You still don't want to give him another chance to get it.
exactly. He's not going to dive into tier 1 instantly after that one.
Also,
Like Nightfall, when he gets level 6 on Doom, he was like, "Go hero!" And
yeah,
Nicky Cool
run,
hates
under
rune.
tower,
Yeah,
under
yeah.
tier 2. Go, go, go. One thing I do want to point out, though, is that it really is important that you give your Tiny some ammunition in that situation. One of the reasons why he didn't get that kill and ended up dying under that tower is because he didn't have anything to toss. Like, it is kind of on your teammate to get close enough to be a toss target there. Otherwise, the crash landing's not going to work. You're not going to get the kill into the Ember, and then you're going to die.
You think there'll ever be a facet which enables Tiny to toss himself?
There's a lot of directions I could go with this too, Governor, but I am shit restrained here. And
no,
I will just say, I'll just leave it at that. We're professionals and we'll move on.
Oh god.
Yeah, too
Cruel, cruel man. I was trying to be wholesome and talk about patch notes and... Well,
No
we'll see
theory
if
crafting
Nicky-
today, sir.
Welcome to the road to the eye. Target Siren is dead.
Yeah, she is a bit. Snake's committed. If it's and Golem, my god, that was that was very cruel. Not necessary. I don't know. Either way, they'll bring it down, and of course now you've got the Golem to take the wave with, to take the tower with. Ari can steal waves with the snakes if he so wishes. Is it the attack range? Oh, they don't quite have the attack range. You're gonna have to watch them walk past and give them to a stinky core instead. Unlucky.
This is a much cleaner game though from Na'Vi. Like the lanes are efficient, the map move, going from lane to lane. Dude is getting pressured top, as I say that though. This kind of shouldn't work. I'd be surprised if you kill a level 9 Tidehunter.
Yeah, with Ravage.
There are
by the way.
5
So at any
heroes
point,
against
he can just get a 5-man Ravage whenever he feels like here, by the way, guys.
Here it is.
Here we go. Oh, whoa, 5-man Ravage coming out from Boom. That is very impressive. Nicky Cool is going to die. They're going to go looking for more. Albica on the run, on the conquer, trying to get himself out of this one, but Copy's there with the chains coming down. Ravage just catching out everybody and sending them up for a very, very smooth fight there, Na'Vi.
It's a level 9 Tide at 12 minutes. And you're trying to kill him with like a Kunker and a Naga and a... Yeah, I'm baffled, mate. I wouldn't have expected that one.
They
think
seem a little
Boom-
bit broken.
They do seem a
gonna
little bit
be
broken.
honest.
Yeah, Boom has earned the right to TP anywhere, right? Like, sure, on the axe, he'd have died, but on a Tide, mate, go to town. Do as you wish. Probably with an arcane rune. That is just menacing. Alright, nice toss to put the Ember behind the Shaman there, and they're gonna have to back away. Yeah, I'm intrigued to know what Twitch chat's gonna say when they see the 5-man Radiant attempt of killing a TIE Hunter.
That's going to be a difficult situation because, like, there were just 5 heroes running in a Titan. Obviously, he's going to press Ravage. Obviously, he's going to get a 5-man, but, like, can't just not say anything, can I? Make my job very hard.
But Radiant don't do damage. Naga Siren is control, right, through Ensnare and Solo. Weaver is enabling others through Swarm. Tiny's dead mid. Yep.
Yeah, Nikki Cool has less net worth than the Warlock, so, well, very short. He actually got a wave with that toss.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Ruined your point.
Very much so. Any minute now. Any minute now. I'll repeat that one.
Go.
Tier 2 tower goes down, and, well, guess what? Nikki Cool, the Tiny, has less net worth than Kaori on the Warlock. Awful.
Powerful.
I didn't enjoy saying that at all. It's a horrible game for Runa.
Radiant are
It's feel
scanning.
filthy. I'm gonna go try and. Oh no! Come on, let them have the wisdom at least. No, absolutely not.
No
Boom's gonna
wisdom.
take it. Nobody is wise around here. Albaca just trying to bug out and get to the bottom lane. Yuragi takes one shrine. Boom takes the other. Now rich in XP. I love watching the sharp drop in the XP graph whenever they take the wisdoms. Shotty, nice catch here. And then with the Golem coming down on top of them as well, it's good damage, but they've got the Song to disengage with, so Golem not really going to be able to do a whole lot, although they're still chasing, and Ember Spirit still got plenty of juice left in the tank, going to be able to catch out until the end, going to force out the mirror image, and nice little torrent there, just going to hold back Yuragi as well, so no Doom down onto anybody. They will back away. That's what you want to see from the Naga Siren, the reset button coming out.
Yeah, unfortunately, the best place so far of Runa team in the game was running away with Song.
Yeah. I mean, it's why they picked it.
Yeah, I haven't spoke about Shigetsu too much, but
Radiant
he
are
will be getting
scanning.
the Manta shortly. But after Manta, is there enough room on the map when you're 10,000 gold down to use the illusions effectively
Radiant's
to
bottom tower is under
generate
attack.
enough gold? Is it a butterfly game? Is it a Skadi game? It already feels like you want to see a Daedalus as quick as possible, but to get to Daedalus, you need at least one of the items I just mentioned. So if Runa team are to win this game, they need them to do so to ignore them as much as possible. The team has to buy as much time, make movement happen. That is so hard against Shadow Shaman and Warlock. When they go to a fight, it's their fight. That's Naga Siren. Does actually die in base.
Didn't quite make it out with that TP, unfortunately.
Died to the Mage Slayer trick, I believe. 14 damage in base. Not bad, man.
Well, Boom got the kill, so must just been a bit of delayed damage from.
Oh
like
no,
Smash
yeah, in
or
that case
something.
it was tied, yeah. Wait, how does
Yeah.
that? How's his body?
I mean, it
invasive?
just sometimes happen where your body just
Yeah,
leaves.
true.
Your soul is already dead.
Yeah, I didn't see who killed the Naga. Whoopsie. I was like, what's the only dot on him inside base? Alright, check, Ember. I could have done the easy answer, just press enter and then I killed him. So I went for the hard answer and failed.
This game is very much on the tracks right now for Na'Vi. There is not too much left in it. Runa, it all comes down to their Naga Siren.
Sorry, what?
Down to their Naga Siren at all. It
The
all comes
Mana
down to their
Boots Naga
Medusa.
Siren.
Yeah. Can she carry them? Probably not.
She just has to hit Deluge 30 times. Oh wait, yeah. Were you aware of the bug that happened last night during like 2 pubs?
What, the wards?
Yeah. Were you playing Dota at the time?
No, I was watching from the sidelines.
It was hilarious. You just like randomly playing, and my enemy Pudge just whipped out 122 observer wards. And like, I'm in a ranked game. He gets 122. I thought I was being polite by only taking 16. You know, I was like,
I'll
if they're
dip in.
doing it, I'll do it. I'll chime
So
in.
then you
Why
just
not?
get a gem and just like farm the map.
That's what we did. The issue was the enemy team had a Lena. So it's like, you want to find the Lena, right? But they had a gem and 120 billion wards. It was very funny, but at the expense of my MMR, what can you do? But maybe that's what Runa team needs to do, to like gift from gaming, like a patch to drop mid game that
Is under attack.
makes like mana shield, like never lose mana or something. It is looking.
That seems like the only
Unfortunately,
hope at this
very
point.
Yeah.
Doom's very, very scary at this point as well.
They just don't have
Radiance
a damage
and an
item. That's
Aegis.
my big concern. Like normally at this stage, when the game has slowed down this much, you often look to a hero and go, okay, they're slowing the game down because there's an item on the horizon, right? Naga Siren sings to keep herself alive, but the Tiny has a blink dagger, that's it. The Kunkka bought a pipe. Sure, you're gonna keep the team alive, not very effective with the Medusa, right? And Medusa has only Manta. She's looking at Mjolnir. So like, everything still feels like it's up in the air for this team, where Na'Vi, you click across every hero, it's like, I can kill you on any hero, anytime, anywhere. They need to keep dodging as much as possible.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Get your Medusa some time to get online, get her items. He's going for this Mjolnir. Now, the Mjolnir's decent, but like it really becomes good when you get the Aghanims as well, I feel.
Yeah. It's nice having little procs on, or increasing the chance of having a proc active for Medusa. There we go. That's where we're
Yeah,
letting it.
you get one pretty much as long as there's enough targets. You also get one. Right, which is kind of cool.
Radiant's top tower is under
Till the
attack.
end, gonna be okay this time around. Doesn't have to spend too much to get out of that one. Song kill on still on cooldown, of course, so a little bit tricky now. Serpent wards attacking the tower. Boom attacking the tower. Yuragi attacking the tower. They don't want to give this Medusa a chance to farm up back into this game. Shigetsu forced to come back and start pecking away, but she is doing absolutely nothing to these two big boys at the front. Boom and Yuragi just do not care about this Medusa. Snake Lady being allowed to do whatever she wants here. Yeah, Gorgon's grasp away. Throw out your Mystic Snakes. It does not matter. Melee Barrack's going to get taken. Aegis still up on the Doom, but Ray actually wanted to go for the Manta.
Get rid of Ensnare, you can get rid of the Medusa route as well. It's nice, it's good move speed. You already have the critical strike from the Alpha Wolf that you consumed. So any move speed to get you into the fight to then apply those crits will be nice.
Yeah, that is true. And of course, you've got the illusions with the Radiance on them to split push waves for you.
Build was kind of-
Tormented. Go to Warlock.
The pack leader aura was, I believe, like pioneered by Amar, at least in pro play. But he would go for like S and Y. And then the carry players looked at him like, wait a second, this is really good. Especially with the innate, right? Where because you're higher level than your enemy, you do more damage. So you have the crit plus the additional 25% damage that you have from level pain. Doom carry in a snowball game is just a monster.
Yeah. That's way more damage than anybody expects. And has the
Tiny is
available
still
as well.
lower net worth than Warlock, by the way. I kind of expected that.
Ugh.
You know, 7 tosses later and Nikki calls back at it, but no.
But the shard contributes to your net worth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Kaori just got like a free injection of 1,000 gold.
Not my, no, let's not talk about facts here, no matter we're trying
Okay,
to sell the
sorry, yeah,
narrative
he's
here.
just out
Yeah.
farming him. Hitting more creeps.
Well, Navi's in a better position to provide the shard to their Warlock, you know?
Yes, absolutely.
Donations also, toss back. Very small toss.
On to Boom. Boom doesn't. I mean, he's starting to care. He's getting low. Torrent's going to catch him out as well. Okay, maybe. Boom might be going down here. He's got the Ravage available still, though. And he's just going to leave. She's going to walk away. Ooh, I wish I could walk away from my problems like that.
Oh, what a
Shigetsu,
war trap.
Oh, no. He's stuck. They will swing and kill off the snake to get the Medusa out of there, but Shigetsu is now so low. Copy jumping in deep. Ravage from Boom as well. It's not enough to finish off Albaca or Shigetsu. Yes, it is. Copy gets in and doesn't get dragged back into the fountain, surfing on the steps of the Radiant base. Ari might have taken a step too far forward and, well, will be killed off for it. So they'll lose somebody at least. Yuragi's still focusing on this base. Attacking away at the ranged. Boom going to come back in and start getting away at the melee. Another toss back though, this time onto Yuragi. 6 seconds left
4 seconds.
on that Aegis. This could get awkward. Nah, he's going to die.
Well, one to the jump. Woo!
Yeah, looks a little difficult now for the side of Runa, but they're going to start buying back on heroes and forcing Na'Vi out. And a copy. Oh, Boom's in. Boom says, oh, actually, you know what? Miss Conker, he could die. A nice little wave coming out from him, but Albaca does indeed go down, so Boom gets his target. Medusa still just hitting away from the sidelines, though. Medusa's getting off a fair amount of damage, and now the Spirit Vessel coming back onto Copy. Copy, he's gone. That is an Orchid coming out for Queasy, by the way. Catching out Copy. This could be a big turnaround here. They're going to look over towards Doom as well. Yuragi on the run, needs to get himself away. He's got the Manta available in just 2 seconds. Nikki, cool. He's gone again. They'll drag Boom back in. Shigetsu still has the mana to work with. Is still a threat, but she is getting so very low. But a second Stone Gaze coming out as this fight has lasted so damn long. Boom. Can they finally bring him down? I don't think so. Queasy, though, finding Ari on the backlines as Weaver being an absolute menace now coming back to try to deal with Boom, try to help the team take out this big damn tide. The Swarm gonna help out, get down the armor, get them in the damage, and Boom will finally fall. Shigetsu gets the kill, gets the 500 gold. That was a little bit messy, but a ton of buybacks coming out from Runa at the same time as well.
So the Medusa had to buy back, the Kunkka had to buy back, the Tiny had to buy back, the Naga Siren had to buy back, and the Weaver didn't. So, but they eventually killed the Tidehunter. Signs of life for Runa team, and that's where, at least for Runa team, they're gonna be like, imagine if the lanes went a little bit better. Why couldn't we get to this stage of the game where, you know, the Tiny's tossing people back and our high ground defense is formidable? Of course, Na'Vi, they really had to dive there. The start of that engagement all was because Tide got brought really, really low, but with multiple buffs from the Warlock, the Solar Crest, the Glimmer, the Shadow Word as well for the heal, they kept him alive, and he didn't want to Ravage. When it looked like he had a multi-hero Ravage, the Naga Siren was in a position where she just sunk, and then Ravage was wasted. So there was a reason why Boom didn't initially use the Ravage, but the fact that it took so long to then take the dive at least gave Runa team a way to fight. But you died, you had 4 buybacks, all spells are available for Na'Vi. It would be shocking to think that Na'Vi can lose this game, right? Like, they just have to run it down a lane together, kill any of the heroes that don't buyback, and they're going to be in a really good spot. Already, they're finding the backline with Ari and Shadow Shot.
This is good. This is good. Pressure to the deep coming through as well. Matt is going to lock down Ari, but he's still going to get himself away. Running down the river as a chicken very, very quickly. Shigetsu coming in. Get Kaori. Just trying to run back to his team, actually, who are behind the Medusa at the moment. This is getting awkward. They're running out of mana on the Medusa here. She's getting off good clicks, but it's not enough. Ari locks her down. Yuriaki gets him killed, and that is GG. 25 minutes. Yuragi, an absolute demon on the Doom. They do take down Runa after all.
Really dominant win. This is what we expect to see, right? From a top 2 seeded team in the qualifier, we are expecting performances like this. I think that's why we're probably both shocked still from, I'm still shocked from the Aurora series, right? The fact that it took like, what, 60 plus minutes for Aurora to beat out, you know, the 6th best team from the open qualifiers or whatever it was, like that to me was still quite jarring. It was, you know, hindering my cast in this game, but well, such is life. But yeah, Na'Vi, second game, really, really dominant. They understood their draft, they understood their play. Tide from Boom, just crushing it here. I don't know why Runa team was trying to kill off a level 9 Tidehunter. Right, they're tickling him the entire time, and yeah,
this was a god awful like call. Whoever made it.
It was rough. Yeah,
come
it was
on,
rough.
guys.
But the simplest takeaway though from this series, I think, is Copy is looking really, really confident, right? On his Storm, on his Ember. Like, he was making so many active moves. And of course the supports, they are kind of pushing him in the right direction, right? They're helping him on the runes, they're ever present on the map. But yeah, I think Copy is feeling really good right now in his current form. You know, Boom from the offlane. He had up and down points throughout his career, but the act performance looked pretty dominant. The Tide was really, really dominant. And yeah, Na'Vi, they're in their stride to, after all the teams I've watched so far, I would be honestly surprised if Na'Vi wasn't the team that is just simply contending against Aurora in the grand finals. Maybe I'm doing a disservice to a couple of the other options available, but it really feels like we are setting ourselves up for Aurora versus Na'Vi for the finals. Again, maybe Liga, step up a little bit, but yeah, we are looking at potentially our top 2 teams here, well, Na'Vi and Aurora.
Yeah, I would say so. Aurora, maybe I wouldn't be saying that if it wasn't for Aurora's, like, just judging by their performance today, that might be a little bit, well, they were decent, but no, I mean, obviously, we know that they play way better than that normally. Fully expecting to see them and Na'Vi in the grand finals, but you never know. Still got to get through one move in Liga in the next round as well, so still plenty of Dota to come through. And plenty of games to go before we get to those grand finals. Anybody can take it. Anybody can get knocked down. So we'll see exactly how that one goes down. But yeah, we do see the stats here looking absolutely ridiculous. Did they end the game? Did Kerry end the game with more gold than the Tiny? Oh, much more.
Much more, yeah. And more than the Kunkka.
Yeah.
But taking buildings does do that. But yeah, very, very good. And I respect the fact that Ari gets the standout. He was very, very annoying throughout this game. Sure, Ember did really well, but yeah, Ari was kind of like, he was like the little connecting dot between all the little moments where Ember pops off or Tai pops off, right? Like, Ari was there, ever present to take his team over the line.
He was the mortar to his bricks of teammates, I would say, holding everybody together and creating a nice tight brick wall. Very good stuff. But yeah, I mean, you could have picked anybody there. Everybody looking pretty damn sharp. Big win here for Na'Vi as they take the series, which puts them at a 2-0, joining the other 2-0 teams today. Amiga won their first series. Cyber Goose will take down Kalmachata. Then we just watched Aurora in a very long series versus Quantum, but they did come out with a win. And then Na'Vi versus Runa. Na'Vi, of course, just took the win here. So now we can take a look at how the bracket looks after all of that. This is how things are sitting at the moment, and our upper bracket starting to look a little bit spicy as well. We'll have one move versus Aurora, and we'll have Liga versus Na'Vi due to results we had today. And those will be our games coming up soon. Over on the bottom side, of course, it's going to be Quantum versus Namiga and Runa Team versus Cyber Goose. And we can take a look at the games that will be coming up tomorrow. Start things off with Quantum versus Amiga, then move on to Runa versus Cyber Goose, one move versus Aurora, and then Liga versus Na'Vi. T, super quickly, just go through each of these series and tell us who's going to win. No explanations, just names.
Oh, okay. Processing. It's going to be Namiga, Cyber Goose, Aurora, Na'Vi.
All right, pretty easy on the home straight.
Yeah, that was very easy. Sorry.
All right, guys. Make sure you join us tomorrow for more Road to the International action here in the Eastern European region. It is spicing up. We've got more eliminations coming tomorrow, more upper bracket action tomorrow, and of course, join it in the morning as Fluke and Danog will be taking it through, and then we'll be joining you for the afternoon as well, or the later part of the stream, depending on where you are. But thanks so much for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye.